Chapter 1. The Goal, the third generation of the Pirate King. As he slowly opened his eyes, gingerly touching his still slightly aching head, Nanfone began to take in his surroundings. He found himself seated on a chair, enveloped in an impenetrable darkness where nothing was visible, save for a blinding light directly before him. It was a fantastical screen, reminiscent of futuristic technology from a sci-fi blockbuster, leaving Nanfone astonished. Where was he? The level of technological advancement was astonishing, even to the point of having something like this. However, it was clear that now was not the time for such musings. Rising to his feet, he realized he was surrounded by darkness and had no idea where to go. In desperation, he called out loudly, hoping someone would hear him, but disappointment washed over him as silence prevailed, with no one responding. Please refrain from shouting, host. No matter how loudly you scream, no one will come here. Who is speaking? Show yourself. Where am I? You are in the realm of the illusionary system space. I am a spirit of this realm. You may call me Chi. A system? Don't be absurd. I merely got knocked out, and now I have a system? Such fortune doesn't come so easily. Indeed, Nanfone was originally just a reclusive individual who intended to leave for school. However, he unexpectedly encountered a group of thugs, was struck from behind, and lost consciousness. To wake up and be told he was in some sort of system space was simply unbelievable. Please note, host, that you are not merely knocked unconscious, you are dead. Dead? Are you kidding me? Where am I now? In the world of One Piece, East Blue, at the ruins of Frost Moon Village, year 1547 of the Round Sea Calendar. Ruins of Frost Moon Village? Year 1547 of the Round Sea Calendar? Where had he ended up? As a devoted fan, Nanfone was aware of Frost Moon Village and the Round Sea Calendar. But why was it like this? Frost Moon Village was the hometown of Zoro. How could it have become ruins? And what was this about the Round Sea Calendar 1547? Luffy set sail in the year 1520, and now it was 1547. This meant that the anime plot he had watched would be of no assistance to him. Chi, tell me this isn't real. Apologies, but it is indeed real. This is outrageous. Why have you brought me here? Host, please understand, I have granted you a second chance at life, but I'm still facing death. You made me experience the agony of dying twice. That cannot be blamed on me. Whom would you have me blame? Myself? Most certainly your fault. What did you say? A slip of the tongue. Yet Nanfone did not believe it was a mere slip. Chi's inexplicable appearance and the revelation of such words under his deliberate provocation indicated that this was not simply a case of transmigration. He sensed the scent of conspiracy. After a moment's contemplation, an idea sparked in his mind. Then, dear Chi, as a remarkable system, what functions do you possess? What functions are you seeking? Lottery, exchange, summoning. Certainly. This system integrates the functionalities of most systems and encompasses many capabilities. Is that so? Then I wish to return home. Is that not possible? It is possible, but you must first become the third Pirate King to qualify for your return. So it was not going to be an easy task. However, what did becoming the third Pirate King entail? Had there already been a second Pirate King? Adhering to the principle of acceptance when one cannot alter their fate, Nanfone reluctantly accepted this reality. Then, Chi, could you enlighten me about the current world? Certainly. As Chi's voice faded, lines of text began to appear on the screen, providing a brief introduction to the current world. In the year 1540 of the Round Sea Calendar, Luffy defeated numerous pirates, ascending to the throne of the Pirate King and acquiring Roger's treasure. Upon discovering the truth of history, Luffy, along with the Straw Hat Pirates and their many allies, launched an assault on the Navy headquarters, sinking the former G1 base and the original Marine fort. Ultimately, the Navy consolidated all forces at the Holy Land of Mary Geos. Subsequently, the previously fragmented Navy, with the assistance of the 7 warlords of the sea, began to suppress the Straw Hat crew's retreat, achieving a decisive advantage. Just then, the retired Yonko Shanks led the now disbanded red-haired pirates, teaming up with Rayleigh's Roger Pirates and the Revolutionary Army led by Dragon, shifting the balance of victory back toward the Straw Hats. Just as everyone believed victory was within reach, the lofty Gorosei intervened in the war, plunging it into a stalemate. The battle raged for an entire week until Luffy fell in battle, marking the conclusion of this monumental event known as the Holy Land War, which was forcibly halted by Marco from the Whitebeard Pirates. Following the cessation of hostilities, the Navy headquarters convened a meeting to assess the casualties of the Holy Land War. On the Navy's side, 2 of the Gorosei were killed, 1 severely injured, with the Supreme Commander of the World Government, Kong, and Marine Headquarters Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Marine Admirals Kizaru and Green Bull also lost, while Marine Marshal Akainu was gravely wounded and near death. The hero of the Navy, Garp, along with Admirals Akiji and Fujitora, sustained serious injuries, and the ranks of the vice admirals suffered heavy losses. Among the 7 warlords of the sea, 5 perished, and the pirate crews under them faced substantial casualties. On the pirate side, the second pirate king, Monkey D. Luffy, was killed, with the entire Kuja pirates, including the former warlord Boa Hancock, annihilated, the red-haired pirates decimated, the Roger pirates obliterated, while the remaining Straw Hat crew members managed to escape. The former warlord Mihawk was severely injured but fled, and other pirate crews experienced varying degrees of losses. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, was grievously wounded and on the brink of death, while his second-in-command Sabo escaped with minor injuries, with other revolutionary leaders suffering minimal casualties. In the aftermath of the Holy Land War, the high-level combatants of the One Piece world suffered devastating losses, and the Navy's rule hung by a thread. Seizing the opportunity, the Revolutionary Army liberated many nations across the world, resulting in a tripartite division of power among the world government, pirates, and the Revolutionary Army. On the third day after the end of the Holy Land War, the gravely weakened Marine Marshal Akainu issued his final command, launching a massacre order against the birthplace of all crew members aboard the second Pirate King, Monkey D. Luffy's ship to force out the remaining Straw Hat crew. Though others attempted to intervene, Akainu remained resolute. Ultimately, to protect their hometown from destruction at the hands of the Navy, the remaining Straw Hat crew members surrendered in Lowtown. Just before their execution, a memory surfaced of Luffy being led to the execution platform in Lowtown. The infamous thief Nami, with a bounty of 257 million, smiled at the spectators and shouted the words that would send the world into a frenzy. Set sail. All the treasures of the 2 pirate kings are out there. Go forth and pursue your dreams. Thus, the aftermath of the Holy Land War was overshadowed by the frenzy of people setting sail, and Nami's words became the epitaph of the Great Pirate Era and the prologue to the Super Pirate Era. On the second day of the Super Pirate Era, Akainu succumbed to his injuries, and 5 days later, news emerged from the Revolutionary Army that Dragon had died from his wounds, with Sabo poised to succeed him as the new leader. Subsequently, the Gorosei ordered that Garp be appointed as the supreme commander of the world government. However, Garp, having lost both his son and grandson, fell into despair and declined the position, returning to Fusha Village, never to be seen again on the Grand Line as the once legendary hero of the Navy. In such circumstances, the Gorosei were left with no choice but to appoint Fujitora as the supreme commander of the world government, while Green Bull was made the Marine Marshal. They subsequently promoted Kobe, Smoker, and Tina to the rank of Marine Admirals, along with numerous Vice Admirals and Rear Admirals. On the pirate side, with the passing of many great pirates from the old era, countless new pirates emerged, revealing a multitude of leaders. This is the story of the second Pirate King, Monkey D. Luffy, after he became the Pirate King, a portion of the history of this world that Nanfone was yet unaware of. As he gazed at Chi's brief account of this history, Nanfone fell into deep contemplation. Was this what transpired later with Luffy? However, Luffy never disclosed the truth, and the world remained oblivious to the mysteries of that sealed history, which would require the new generation of Pirate Kings to unveil. Then, Chi, if Zoro and the others sacrificed their lives for the peace of their hometown, why is Frost Moon Village still in ruins? Because of the 3 swords. Legend has it that the pirate hunter Zoro returned to Frost Moon Village before his surrender and hid his most treasured 3 swords in a certain location. Consequently, frenzied pirates swept through Frost Moon Village. Is that so? So is this legend true? Of course not. Do you think he wouldn't foresee the consequences of such an act? His swords are hidden in the ruins of the West Kier Kingdom. Then, system, I must become the pirate king of this world. Do you know what I should do now? Certainly. My existence is to assist you. Now, the first step is to draw a lottery and see what good items you can obtain. You have 3 chances. Then, let's begin. As soon as the words left his lips, the screen before him transformed into a grand spinning wheel, which had already begun to whirl. Watching the rapidly rotating wheel, Nanfone silently hoped for a stroke of good fortune. At last, the wheel came to a halt, pointing to a small section marked Ba Jition. Upon seeing these characters, Nanfone's heart skipped several beats. His luck was simply extraordinary. Ba Jition originated from a domestic animated series, Xing Yu Ji, where it is regarded as one of the pinnacles of physical martial arts, known as the ultimate combat technique. The formidable power of Ba Jition is evident, as within the series, it was only employed twice by Milong. Yet those 2 moves were fearsome enough to instill dread. Though he could not see what lay beneath the pointer on the wheel, Nanfone could sense that Chi was also momentarily stunned. After a long pause, she finally spoke again, her voice tinged with a slight tremor. I must say, Your luck is nothing short of remarkable. Do you know what these three characters signify? They represent the extraordinary acquisition of formidable physical prowess and precise control over one's strength, without any training or cultivation required. Your luck is indeed powerful, possessing Baji Tian. You are more than capable of wielding your will in this world. Ha ha, what incredible fortune. In that case, today, I solemnly declare my ambition to become the third pirate king. Chapter 2, A Brief Trust. You truly are getting carried away, Qi remarked, unable to resist delivering a blow to Nan Feng's exuberance. Yet, Nan Feng remained unfazed, continuing to spin the wheel. Perhaps his initial luck had been too great, for the second and third spins yielded nothing, but thank you for playing. At this, Qi scoffed, delivering another jab. It seems your luck is rather limited. I doubt you'll draw anything of worth in the future. However, Nan Feng paid her little mind. Having been alone since childhood, he had long cultivated a demeanor of cold indifference and had grown accustomed to concealing his true self. This did not escape Qi's notice, prompting her to comment. You truly are a hypocritical person. This isn't hypocrisy, it's merely self-preservation. But you certainly are a talkative soul, he retorted. Not only hypocritical, but also petty, with a strong sense of vengeance. With Qi's disdainful huff, Nan Feng's spirit vanished into the realm of the illusionary system. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself on an island of cerulean skies and crystal-clear waters. Nearby, several turtles basked in the sun, creating a scene of serene tranquility. Rising to his feet and stretching, Nan Feng couldn't help but revel in his newfound strength. His body was indeed immensely powerful. With a mere wave of his hand, he could sense the terrifying sharpness of his strength, instilling fear in those who might oppose him. Truly, Baji Tian deserved its title as the ultimate combat technique, far surpassing the Navy's 6 styles. While the Navy's 6 styles were formidable, they paled in comparison to Baji Tian, especially in terms of their effectiveness. The iron block and paper drawing techniques were so ineffectual that they hardly constituted an attack. In contrast, Baji Tian honed the body to be as sharp as a weapon, rendering it superior to mere iron. Thus, it was evident that Baji Tian was far more terrifying, not to mention visually more appealing in its execution than the Navy's 6 styles. After some stretching, Nan Feng made his way to the shore, surveying his current physique. At the age of 15 or 16, he sported tousled black hair, icy and indifferent black eyes, black leather boots, black trousers, and a black t-shirt, topped with a short black hooded coat. Around his neck hung a silver pendant embossed with a black R. Gazing at his reflection in the water, Nan Feng could only feel speechless. Why had his appearance changed so drastically upon crossing over? Rising once more and rolling up his sleeves, he prepared to catch some fish to satiate his hunger. However, at that moment, a pirate ship adorned with a skull motif sailed towards the island where Frost Moon Village was situated. Upon sighting the ship, Nan Feng felt a surge of excitement. He wouldn't have to hunt for his meal after all. As a quintessential homebody, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary exertion, Nan Feng launched an assault on the pirate vessel. Baji Tian first style violent foot. With the utterance of his words, Nan Feng, who had been standing on the beach, vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already at the bow of the pirate ship. The pirates, who had been elated at the sight of land, were now collectively taken aback, bewildered by the sudden appearance of this stranger. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, with hands tucked into his pockets, the crew's fury ignited, and they charged at him with a roar. Yet in an instant they were all sent flying. Once they landed, Nan Feng spoke softly, Baji Tian, second style, blade rolling clouds. In the blink of an eye, every last crew member aboard the pirate ship lay dead. Gazing at the scene of carnage before him, Nan Feng felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He had anticipated the immense power of Baji Tian, but even so, he had underestimated it. This was not merely a body honed to the sharpness of a weapon, it was sharper than any weapon. Witnessing the dismembered corpses, he ultimately succumbed to his queasiness. Who are you, to slaughter my crew so mercilessly? Just as Nan Feng was about to retch again, a swordsman emerged, surveying the blood-soaked ship. Drawing his long sword, he lunged at Nan Feng. However, Nan Feng steadied himself, aligning his index and middle fingers as if they were a sword, and engaged the man in combat. Although he had never trained in swordsmanship, Nan Feng's overwhelming physique and remarkable speed made for an evenly matched duel. As the battle progressed, the swordsman grew increasingly alarmed, realizing that his opponent was learning his techniques mid-fight. The sheer strength of the assailant's body was astonishing. He was able to hold his ground using just 2 fingers. Who on earth are you? Hee, Nan Feng, the third pirate king. What? Such an audacious claim for someone so young. Then let us wait and see, though I doubt you will live to witness it. With that, Nan Feng pierced the pirate's heart, bringing the confrontation to a swift conclusion. He soon discovered a treasure trove within the ship, and, after raiding the kitchen for provisions, he indulged in a hearty feast. Sated, he prepared to take a nap on the ship when suddenly, Chi's voice echoed in his mind. Please be informed that the system possesses a redemption function, wherein the exchange of items necessitates the use of illusory realm points. These points can be acquired through several means. Firstly, by eliminating opponents, with the allocation of illusory realm points dependent on the strength of the adversary. Should the opponent be significantly weaker, a minimum of 1 illusory realm point will be awarded. Secondly, by rescuing individuals, where each life saved grants 10 illusory realm points. Lastly, through the exchange of various forms of wealth present in the host's world, with the current exchange rate being 10-1, meaning 10 berries can be converted into 1 illusory realm point. The host currently possesses 115 illusory realm points. Upon hearing this, Southern Wind was taken aback. The points in this illusory realm seemed far too easy to acquire. Already, he had amassed 115 points, and this was not even the pinnacle of potential gains. The true treasures held within this realm, if converted into illusory points, could easily amount to 100,000. Furthermore, the vessel beneath him, although slightly damaged, remained largely intact and could fetch a considerable sum if sold. At this moment, Southern Wind was examining the exchange interface. Sharingan, 1 tomo for 100 illusory points. 2 tomo for 1,000 illusory points. 3 tomo for 10,000 illusory points. And Mangeki for 100,000 illusory points. Byakugan, 100 illusory points. Rinnegan, 1,000 illusory points. Rebirth I, 1,000 illusory points. Devil Fruits, Paramecia type for 100,000 illusory points. Zoan type, Ancient Species, for 100,000 illusory points. Zoan type, Mythical Species, for 1,000 illusory points. And Logia type, for 1,000 illusory points. Gazing at the variety and value of the items on the exchange interface, Southern Wind felt a chill run down his spine. The array of items was indeed comprehensive, and yet, they seemed rather inexpensive. Although they appeared to be costly, in comparison to the illusory points he had garnered, they were undeniably affordable. After weighing the harvested points against the value of the items needed for exchange, an unsettling chill surged from the depths of his heart, and the fleeting drowsiness he had felt moments before vanished entirely. After a prolonged silence, he took a few deep breaths to calm his emotions before finally speaking. Chi, who exactly are you? And who, then, is the spirit of the illusory realm? This question left Chi momentarily speechless, uncertain how to respond. Her arrival indeed carried certain intentions, yet she couldn't reveal them to Nan Feng, for speaking the truth would invite calamity. Helpless and confronted by someone as perceptive as Nan Feng, who could easily coax secrets from her, she had nearly slipped up before. After prolonged contemplation, Chi finally spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Nan Feng, I hope you can grant me some measure of trust. I bear no ill will. As for my origins, it's not that I refuse to speak, but that I cannot. However, I assure you, my presence is solely to aid you. Let us trust one another. Nan Feng fell into deep thought before responding after a long pause. Very well. I can extend you trust, but not absolute trust. I will observe you for 3 months before deciding whether to fully confide in you. Understood. No matter how you test me, I won't disappoint you. I truly mean no harm. Then for now, convert all the treasures I've acquired into phantom points. Let us see the total. Done. The conversion yields 115 points. As Chi spoke, the room once cluttered with gold and jewels emptied in an instant. A display so startling it affirmed Nan Feng's awe of her system-like capabilities. Next, exchange for the Mangeki Sharingan and the Aim no Murakumo sword. Include a reputable sword manual as well. Regarding the manual, I advise against it. A true swordsmith cultivates their own understanding of the blade. Borrowing another's techniques will never lead to mastery. Proceed? Then omit it. Just the first 2. Confirmed. The Sharingan costs 100,000 points. The sword 15,000. Remaining balance, 115. Further exchanges? No. I'll first acclimate to the Sharingan and the power of 8 extremities. With that, Nan Feng leapt from the ship, dashing toward the island of Shimatsuki village. Behind him, The pirate vessel vanished in a ripple of spatial distortion, followed by a message in his mind. Damaged pirate ship reclaimed. 60,000 phantom points acquired. Current total, 68,115. Chapter 3. Setting sail in the year 1540 of the Circle C calendar, Nami the cat burglar's dying words to the world ignited a surge of seafarers. The legacy of two pirate kings lured countless souls into the turbulent Great Pirate Era, plunging the world into chaos. By 1547, an otherworldly visitor arrived, lingering for 3 years in the fabled Shimatsuki village. From there, a tempest began to stir, one that would soon engulf the seas. In 1550, a small boat departed Shimatsuki's shores, its wake a faint ripple heralding the stranger's odyssey into the New World. This year, later known as the Year of Rising Storms, marked the beginning of unending gales that would reshape history. Now reclined lazily in his drifting boat, Nanfeng appeared indolent, yet the in his hand betrayed his idle comfort. Over 3 years, he had honed his abilities to their zenith, his swordsmanship peerless. Moreover, he unlocked new utilities within the phantom realm, storing matter, manipulating time's flow, and even indulging in luxuries like cola. Deathly dull, not a shred of motivation or urge to move. Since discovering the phantom realm's self-sufficiency, Nanfeng had regressed into his reclusive, slothful otaku nature. Adrift without direction, he scarcely cared to sail. Were it not for his ultimate goal, he might never have left land at all. Within the ethereal realm, gazing at the seemingly lifeless figure of Nanfeng, a digitized humanoid materialized before him, shaking its head in silent disapproval. With a resigned sigh, it whispered in a voice audible only to itself, "Indeed, the creator possesses profound insight into Nanfeng's character. Although they have never crossed paths, this understanding is remarkable. It appears that I must activate the backup protocol, a course of action I would prefer to avoid. However, do not hold this against me, Nanfeng." Upon uttering these words, the digitized figure vanished, and a voice resonated within Nanfeng's mind. "Host Nanfeng, please be advised that the system has activated the backup protocol. Kindly proceed to the ethereal realm to review the details." Startled by this revelation, Nanfeng pondered, "Backup protocol? What on earth is that? I have never heard of such a thing." Prompted by his thoughts, he entered the ethereal realm, inquiring, "Chi, enlighten me on the nature of this backup protocol." The so-called backup protocol is a set of mandatory guidelines enacted by the system based on the host's actions, Chi explained. "And what does that entail?" Nanfeng pressed. "The backup protocol stipulates that if the host fails to ascend to the rank of the third-generation pirate king within 10 years, the system will resort to humane obliteration." Humane obliteration? How could such a thing exist? Nanfeng exclaimed, incredulity washing over him. "It claims to be based on the host's actions. What have I done wrong? Why is there such a decree? Upon your creation, your creator inscribed the backup protocol within the system. Its essence is that should you exhibit a lack of diligence towards the system's objective of becoming the third-generation pirate king, the system will passively enact the backup protocol. Why was this not disclosed sooner? Furthermore, who is this creator of yours?" "It is indeed my creator. Why was this not mentioned before? Why reveal it now, when it feels as if it has long been concealed? Once the backup protocol is initiated, certain truths need no longer be hidden." At this moment, Nanfeng was on the brink of madness, grappling with the absurdity of a creator imposing such a backup protocol. He had initially envisioned a leisurely pursuit of his goals, only to find himself ensnared in unforeseen circumstances, devoid of any prior warning. Reluctantly, he conceded to this reality, recognizing the lack of alternatives. "Now, please display my current location. I must have some sense of direction. Perhaps I should seek out a navigator, as I find myself utterly incapable of sailing without one." Yet, where does one find a competent navigator? Indeed, while remaining ashore presented no challenges, venturing into the sea introduced myriad problems. Even the absence of a navigator posed a significant dilemma, with no apparent avenues for assistance. Life, it seemed, mirrored the harshness of coercion, an inevitability one must reluctantly accept. "Chi, do you have any recommendations?" "Apologies, but that falls outside my purview. Could I summon Nami?" "That is not permissible. Two identical entities cannot coexist within the same world, especially one that is deceased. Can I not use the Edo Tensei to resurrect her?" "Technically, yes, but I would not advise such an action. The remains of the entire Straw Hat crew are under the watch of the world government. Moreover, the system suggests that you focus on the present rather than dwelling on those from the past." You must strive to discover your own path. Very well, very well. Despite the temptation to use Edo Tensei to resurrect the entire Straw Hat crew as his own companions, he reluctantly abandoned this notion. Experience had proven that he ought to heed the system's advice, as it invariably served his best interests. With no other choice, Nanfeng continued to drift upon the ocean, hoping to encounter a ship that might offer him passage to a more populous location, whereupon he could contemplate his next steps. Fortunately, luck was on his side. A few hours later, a naval vessel appeared on the horizon and rescued him aboard. Upon stepping onto the deck, Nanfeng was taken aback by the figure standing at the bow. Though he did not recognize the individual personally, the attire unmistakably revealed their identity, with vibrant pink hair, a scar adorning the center of his brow, a headband tied around his forehead, and round spectacles perched atop his nose. It was none other than the current Admiral of the Navy, the legendary Kobe. When speaking of Kobe's life, it undoubtedly deserves the epithet of legend. From a mere deckhand captured by pirates to a formidable admiral who instills fear across the globe, the narrative of his journey could easily fill a tome, aptly titled Legend. Moreover, Kobe is one of the few individuals who commands the respect of the Navy, the pirates, and the Revolutionary Army alike. He boldly stood before the formidable Admiral Akainu, risking his life to halt the continuation of the Marineford War with his frail stature as a cadet. His spirit was recognized by the naval hero, Monkey D. Garp, and he underwent rigorous scrutiny and training under Garp's watchful eye, mastering the art of combat through Garp's profound teachings. He has also received accolades from one of the world's most powerful figures, the red-haired Shanks, one of the four emperors. Furthermore, he is a dear friend of the second pirate king, Monkey D. Luffy. He embodies the essence of true justice. However, it raises questions as to why he, now an admiral of the Navy, has appeared here in the East Blue when he should be stabilizing matters in the New World. What brings him to this place? Southwind wore a perplexed expression. Noticing Southwind's demeanor, Kobe offered him a gentle smile and remarked, "I have come to the East Blue for some matters. And you? Are you a lost traveler?" "Ah, yes. My ship was attacked by pirates, and everyone perished. I am the sole survivor," Southwind replied. "Is that so? Then allow me to arrange for a room for you to rest," Kobe said, signaling to a nearby naval officer to lead Southwind away. Once Southwind was escorted, Kobe turned to a nearby major and whispered, "Keep an eye on that individual. Monitor his actions closely." "Is there something amiss, Admiral Kobe?" the major inquired. "He lied just now. My observation Haki sensed his formidable strength, not inferior to Barumabur, perhaps even rivaling mine. Yet he claims to have been attacked by pirates. The pirates capable of assaulting such a powerful individual must possess immense strength." "Understood, Admiral. I shall assign personnel to watch him closely." Despite his reassurances, the major could not afford to be complacent. After all, Barumabur is one of the two most powerful vice admirals in the Navy headquarters, alongside Vice Admiral Dasky, both of whom have demonstrated the potential to ascend to the rank of admiral. The fact that Kobe, who knows Barumabur best, asserts that the young man poses a challenge to him cannot be taken lightly. As the naval vessel navigated through the waters, Nanfeng sensed an unsettling change. The Navy had inexplicably returned to Frostmoon Village. A wave of despair washed over him. Was he doomed to remain trapped within this maritime realm? As the warship anchored at Frostmoon Village, Nanfeng seized the rare opportunity to breathe in the fresh air, only to be met with an atmosphere so stifling that it was almost palpable. From the Admiral Kabi to the ship's menial crew, each individual bore an expression of grave seriousness. Then, to his astonishment, Nanfeng beheld Kabi, shouldering a coffin as he slowly descended from the vessel. Through the transparent lid of the coffin, Nanfeng beheld the identity of the figure lying within, Rorinoa Zoro, the vice-captain of the Straw Hat Pirates and renowned bounty hunter. The moment he laid eyes on Zoro, Nanfeng was struck with astonishment. How could this be? Wasn't Zoro's body preserved by the world government? How had it ended up here? It was only when Kobe laid Zoro to rest that Nanfeng approached the grave, offering a slight bow before inquiring. "If I am not mistaken, that person is indeed Rorinoa Zoro, is he not? Wasn't his body in the possession of the world government? I retrieved him from the world government. After 10 long years, I have finally laid him to rest in his homeland. Alas, I arrived too late. Otherwise, this place would not have become a wasteland. He would not blame you. A person as carefree as he, devoted to the art of swordsmanship, likely had little time to concern himself with such matters. Indeed, I can still vividly recall the moment I first encountered him and Captain Luffy. Back then, I was but a mere fool. Now, so many years have passed. Luffy has finally become the Pirate King, and I have ascended to the rank of Admiral. At this point, Kobe seemed to recollect something, a smile gracing his lips, yet tears glistened at the corners of his eyes, bereft of any semblance of an admiral's authority. Truly, he was a worthy disciple of Garp. Chapter 4. Nanya, you truly are a sentimental soul, Nanfeng remarked, unable to suppress his jibe upon witnessing Kobe's demeanor. From the very moment he entered the world of One Piece, Kobe had wept at nearly every turn. He was indeed an unrepentant crybaby. Even now, as an admiral, that propensity for tears remained unchanged. Yes, that is what they all say. However, Mr. Nanfeng, I have long been curious about you. I can sense your immense strength. To possess such power at your age is quite remarkable. As Kobe spoke, Nanfeng could distinctly feel the unease radiating from him. Nanfeng sighed inwardly. Kobe's observation haki was exceedingly formidable, and he sensed that it had reached its pinnacle. Regarding the matter of KB, Nanfeng pondered for a moment before offering his perspective, for he understood that KB is indeed a good person. As a wanderer, I find myself uncertain of my own identity. I do not know who I am or who I will become. Thus I am unable to provide you with a definitive answer. Then join the Navy. I can sense the righteousness that resides within your heart. Righteousness. Does the Navy truly embody it? Perhaps it did not in the past. I could scarcely perceive a glimmer of justice within the former Navy. However, the present is markedly different, is it not? In what way is it different? The Holy Land War claimed the lives of numerous high-ranking officers within the Navy. And now the current leadership, whether it be Mr. Kazan or Mr. Isho, are individuals with their own sense of justice. They are no longer merely instruments of the world government. Kazan, the former admiral, has he not already departed from the Navy? Indeed. Yet he resurfaced during the recent Holy Land War and has since become the new commander of the world government. Is that so? What prompted his return? I cannot say, but it is ultimately a positive development. Mr. Kazan is now dedicated to transforming the state of the Navy. His assistance has been instrumental in the successful retrieval of the corpses of the Straw Hat Pirates. Without his help, it is likely that the process would have been significantly prolonged. Upon hearing Kobe's words, Nanfeng fell into deep contemplation. From what he understood of the Navy's current structure, it was indeed true that individuals like Kobe, as well as the admirals, were steadfast in their commitment to justice, unlike the Navy of the past, which adhered to a misguided sense of dignity despite knowing certain actions were wrong. Observing Nanfeng's pensive demeanor, Kobe smiled faintly and chose to remain silent. However, Nanfeng was engulfed in a dilemma, as the illusionary realm system had undergone a transformation. Moments ago, when Kobe extended an invitation to join the Navy, he heard Chi's voice within his mind, stating that due to Kobe's invitation, the final task had shifted to an optional one. Task 1. Become the third-generation Pirate King within a decade. Task 2. Alter the current state of the Navy to transform it into a true force of justice, with a 20-year deadline. Faced with these two options, Nanfeng was momentarily at a loss. Both choices were formidable challenges. Becoming the third-generation Pirate King seemed impossible without even a single crew member or a clear goal. Everything would depend solely on his own efforts to discover a path. The prospect of altering the Navy's condition was equally daunting. Anyone familiar with One Piece understood the Navy's reputation. Although it had improved compared to the past, Nanfeng held little hope for its transformation. Please give me some time to consider my response, he finally said. All right, our next destination is Cocoa Village. Let me know your answer by the time we arrive. Kobe replied. Cocoa Village? Yes, that's Miss Nami's hometown. Time flew by, and when the warship docked once more, the group had reached Cocoa Village. During the past few days of interaction with Kobe, Nanfeng had recognized Kobe's sense of justice. But he had already made an unwavering decision. He was determined to become the third-generation Pirate King. After disembarking and laying Nami to rest, Nanfeng bid farewell to Kobe and set out on his own journey to seek companions. During the funeral, he had set his sights on a remarkable individual, Nami's sister Nojiko's adopted daughter, the 13-year-old Nanya. Initially, Nanfeng did not know Nanya, but at Nami's funeral, he encountered this aspiring navigator who idolized Nami and was instantly captivated by her character and qualities. Moreover, her sailing skills and knowledge had garnered Kobe's commendation, a notable feat considering Kobe himself was a renowned navigator. In addition, Nanya had consumed a devil fruit in her childhood, a powerful Logia type known as the wind fruit, making her strength considerable. Thus, she became Nanfang's first choice for a crew member. When he found Nanya, she was helping Nojiko harvest oranges. Despite her tender age of 13, Nanya had already blossomed into a charming young lady, her azure hair dancing in the breeze, and her azure eyes sparkling with mischief, complemented by her elegant legs. Upon seeing the unexpected arrival of a boy in the orange grove, both Nojiko and Nanya were momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to react. Eventually, Nojiko broke the silence and asked, "Excuse me, is there something you need, young handsome?" Taken aback by Nojiko's remark, Nanfang felt speechless, unsure of how to respond. Young handsome? At merely 15, he hardly considered himself young. Nonetheless, he helplessly pointed at Nanya and replied, "I'm here to find her." "Oh, you seek Nanya? Are you her admirer?" Nojiko teased. Not quite," Nanfang retorted, bemused by Nojiko's insinuation. What was this line of questioning? He felt utterly perplexed, as did Nanya, who was equally at a loss for words. Finally, she mustered the courage to ask, "So, what is it that you want from me?" "Let us talk privately," Nanfang suggested, stepping away. Nanya hesitated for a moment, but upon seeing Nojiko nod encouragingly, she followed him, curious to discover what he wanted, sensing this could be a pivotal moment in her life. Standing before Nanfang, the boy clad in black, Nanya smiled and inquired, "So, dear sir, what brings you to me? Is it time to share your purpose?" "Nanya, I wish for you to join me on my voyage as my navigator." "Set sail? For what purpose?" "To become a pirate, of course. I aim to become the third-generation pirate king." "Huh, I'm afraid I have no interest," Nanya replied, turning away and leaving Nanfang standing in stunned silence. What just happened? Was he rejected so swiftly? Wasn't there room for contemplation? Her decisiveness left him bewildered. However, the seemingly calm Nonaya was far from tranquil within. Her heart was a tempest of emotions. The term pirate resonated with both familiarity and strangeness. The very person she idolized was a legendary pirate, a harbinger of a new era, possessing an extraordinary influence across the globe, and notably, the first in history to chart a complete map of the world. Nonaya yearned to follow in her idol's footsteps, aspiring to become a great pirate herself. Yet, she struggled to relinquish her bond with her adoptive mother and the villagers of Kokosia. Upon returning home, she found Nonaya lost in thought by the window. Noki smiled gently, approached her, and placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, softly inquiring, "What troubles you, my dear? What occupies your mind? Since your return this afternoon, you have appeared so restless. Is that boy truly so captivating that he has rendered my little Nonaya unable to eat or sleep?" Upon hearing Naka's teasing remarks, Nonaya's complexion flushed slightly. She shook her head vigorously and replied, "That's not the case. I merely have some matters that perplex me." "What matters? Can you share them with me?" "That boy wants me to be his navigator and sail with him." "Sailing? Does that mean becoming a pirate?" Noki was momentarily taken aback by Nonaya's words, as she had not anticipated such a revelation. It inevitably reminded her of her sister, Nami. "Yes, becoming a pirate." "So, Nonaya, what are your thoughts? Do you wish to sail with him?" "I declined his offer. We have just attended Aunt Nami's funeral. You are deeply saddened, and I do not want a day to come when you might weep for me. I do not wish for you to lose me. What does it matter if I am a crew member of the Pirate King? The outcome remains the same." As she reached the end of her statement, Nonaya raised her voice, then collapsed onto the table in tears. Observing Nonaya in such distress, Noki gradually seated herself beside her, gently comforting her. "Nonaya, when I saw Nami today, I felt a sense of joy, for even in death, Nami wore a smile reminiscent of her childhood, radiating happiness. I recall the day when Luffy took Nami away. Aiken wept and warned Luffy that should Nami be unhappy, he would eliminate him. Yet, look at them now. Until her final moment, Nami was joyful. The fate of pirates does not have to be the same. They all fulfilled their dreams. Nami surrendered herself willingly, not captured by the Navy. She did it for the sake of Kokoyashi village. Nonaya, you should not forsake your dreams for us. Dreams are meant to be pursued. But I cannot bear to part with you." Raising her head, eyes glistening with tears, Nonaya spoke in a quavering voice, revealing her vulnerability. Observing her fragility, Noki embraced Nonaya tightly, burying her head in her bosom, clearly reluctant to let her go. Nonetheless, Noki softly urged, "Go, Nonaya, pursue your dreams." Chapter 5. The new crew member of the young pirates. At this moment, Nanfang stood before a grand ship, his face etched with anxiety. To be candid, he was utterly clueless about matters pertaining to painting and creation. Yet now, The shipbuilder had the audacity to inquire about a flag, stating that without one, the vessel could not be deemed respectable. Nanfeng was on the verge of a breakdown. What am I supposed to do? Captain, I heard your pirate crew is called the Young Pirates. Would this pirate flag suffice? Just as Nanfeng was spiraling into frustration, a gentle voice emerged from behind him. Turning around, he saw Nonaya with a backpack slung over her shoulder, holding a drawing of a pirate flag. The flag was resplendent, adorned with a golden skull surrounded by intricate golden patterns, and beneath the skull lay a peculiar inscription. The moment Nanfeng glimpsed the text, though he did not recognize the language, he understood that it read Young. Gazing at the magnificent flag, Nanfeng felt a surge of excitement, not only at its splendor, but also at Nonaya referring to him as captain. What a splendid pirate flag! What does that strange text say? Is it pronounced Young? Indeed, captain. It is a script taught to me by a mysterious traveler. Once the shipbuilder completed the flag and hoisted it, Nanfeng stood exhilarated at the bow of the dragon ship, surveying the vast expanse of the sea before him, his heart brimming with anticipation. He softly murmured, setting sail, then abruptly raised his arms, shouting towards the distant ocean, "Ocean, I am coming. Grand Line, I am coming. New World, I am coming." Behind him, Nanya smiled gently at Nanfeng, then cast a lingering glance at Kikishia village before steering the boat towards the horizon, embarking on their own adventure. As the two departed, the villagers of Kokosha village emerged from their hiding places, all gathered by the seaside, gazing at the receding pirate ship with a blend of longing and satisfaction in their eyes. They held on to the belief that one day, Nanya would become a world-renowned pirate, just like the individual who once fought alone for their village. Time continued its relentless march, and on that day, Nanfeng and Nanya reclined in the ship's rocking chairs, basking in the sun, feeling the sea breeze, and sipping beverages. Before them lay a grand vessel, calmly anchored. It was the floating restaurant, Baratai. Having ventured into the world of One Piece, they could not miss the opportunity to savor the culinary delights of the sea restaurant, and perhaps even recruit a talented chef. Although Nanya could cook, she was not a professional chef, and her responsibilities aboard the ship were rather overwhelming, with everything falling upon her shoulders. Meanwhile, Nanfeng remained as lethargic as ever, prompting Nanya to often lament her choice of companion. Upon arriving at Baratai and securing their vessel, the duo entered the bustling restaurant, where the sounds of chatter filled the air. Pirates, Navy personnel, and various others mingled within. As they stepped inside, a staff member approached them, looking at the two youngsters with a warm expression, and kindly inquired, "Are you two here looking for someone?" Upon hearing himself referred to as little fellow, Southwind felt a wave of exasperation. After all, he was a pirate. How could this be? Why was he perpetually teased due to his age? Beside him, Nonaya also appeared somewhat displeased, asserting that she was indeed a pirate, not a mere child. "We have come to dine. Could you kindly guide us to an unoccupied table?" Despite the misunderstanding, Nonaya maintained her impeccable manners. Upon learning that the two were there to eat, the waiter felt a twinge of embarrassment and promptly led them to a vacant spot, initiating the ordering process. Shortly thereafter, their meals were served. Just as the two were savoring their food, a sudden, thunderous noise interrupted the enjoyment of everyone in the restaurant. A young boy, brandishing a long sword, pointed it at Barity's chef, Patty, and shouted, "I merely wish to know the location of the legendary sea, all blue. I am not here to cause a ruckus." Upon hearing the youth's words, Patty forcefully waved his hand and exclaimed loudly, "I have stated countless times that we know nothing of the all blue, nor do we have any knowledge of its whereabouts. It is but a fabrication. They say that the Blackleg has seen it. Surely you are aware of this." Just as the youth finished speaking, the previously furious Patty fell silent, staring intently at the boy for a prolonged moment before suddenly launching a fist towards him, shouting, "What Blackleg? I do not recognize that name." Just as his fist was about to strike the youth, an elderly man intervened. Staring at the old man before him, Patty was momentarily taken aback. The old man was none other than Captain Zepp of the red-footed ship. "What brings you down here?" he inquired. "You all are too loud," Zepp replied, then turned his gaze toward the knife-wielding youth. He studied him for a long while before finally speaking. "Young man, what is your name? Tell me." "I am Nefuti. Why do you seek all blue?" "That is my father's dream, and it is my dream as well." "Is it? Since it is your own aspiration, you must pursue it yourself, rather than begging others for the answers. Such behavior is the mark of a coward. We will not reveal to you the location of all blue. That ocean must be discovered through your own endeavors. Otherwise, you shall never behold it." With that, disregarding the stunned youth, Zepp turned to leave. His words had been spoken. If the young man remained in his current state, there was little more he could do. After a considerable time had passed since Zepp's departure, Navdi remained in the same position, motionless, while the restaurant returned to its usual ambience. With no one paying heed to such a trifling episode, save for Nanfeng. Observing Nanfeng's restless demeanor, Nonia couldn't help but jest. "What is it, Captain? Have you taken a liking to this young lad? Indeed, he is quite an intriguing individual, is he not? I never anticipated someone would be in pursuit of the fabled sea, all blue. I, too, wish to behold it. Let us extend an invitation for him to join us." "Certainly." Thus, their brief exchange concluded, and shortly thereafter, Nanfeng approached Navdi, greeting him softly. The details of their conversation remain unknown, but ultimately, Navdi was successfully enticed aboard the ship, becoming the third crew member of the youthful pirate crew. Later, when Nonia inquired what exactly Nafu had been told by Nanfeng that compelled him to join, Nafu merely chuckled and shook his head in silence, which caused Nonia to harbor resentment for quite some time. The words that Nanfeng had used to entice Nafu remained a secret known only to the two of them. Whenever Nanfeng reminisced about that moment, he would burst into laughter, while Nafu wore a bitter expression. This was due to Nanfeng's earlier promise that if Nafu agreed to become his crew member, he would reveal the location of All Blue. However, upon Nafu's agreement, Nanfeng had merely pointed to his own heart, laughingly stating it dwelled within. Although Nanfeng's words were not entirely untrue, no matter how one contemplated it, Nafu felt deceived yet found himself unable to refute, for Nanfeng was correct. Thus, Nanfeng welcomed his second crew member aboard. Though Nafu was not the chef he had desired, Nanfeng was nonetheless overjoyed, for from that day forward, he finally had someone to practice swordsmanship with. Undoubtedly, Nafu's sword skills were formidable. From that day forth, Nanfeng scarcely enjoyed a good night's sleep, as he was roused each morning by Nafu for training. Days passed in this manner, until at last, they arrived at the legendary town of Roguetown. Gazing at the location marked on the map, Nanfeng was overwhelmed with excitement. For they had finally reached this place and were on the cusp of departing from the East Sea, soon to enter the Grand Line. How could one not be exhilarated? After anchoring the ship at a secluded spot, the trio disembarked, preparing for a significant procurement of supplies before setting sail for the Grand Line. However, at that moment, Roguetown appeared markedly different, as a chilling atmosphere of foreboding lingered in the air, signaling that something monumental was afoot. However, the southern wind and his companions dared not to be negligent. After hastily gathering a sufficient amount of supplies, they set off in a hurry. While they bore no fear of the Navy, they preferred to avoid trouble whenever possible. Southern wind, being inherently indolent, found disturbances particularly irksome. Yet, despite their swift efforts in gathering resources, misfortunes still befell them. Upon returning to the shore, they discovered that their pirate ship had been surrounded by the Navy, led by the formidable Admiral Smoker, known as the Smoke Man. Upon catching sight of Smoker, Nanfeng was momentarily rendered speechless. Was T. Smoker already a vice admiral? How could he possibly be here, far from his designated territory? He should be patrolling the Grand Line, observing the comings and goings of pirate ships alongside the Navy. The three exchanged glances and chose to engage in combat. Thus commenced the renowned battle of the youthful pirate crew. Sensing the imminent danger, Smoker promptly transformed his body into smoke, narrowly evading the attack. It was only after his own body passed through Smoker-S that Nanfeng recalled Smoker-S ability as a user of the smoke fruit, having never mastered Haki. He was utterly incapable of inflicting harm upon Smoker. As Nonia witnessed Smoker transform into smoke, her pupils constricted, and with a fierce punch, she struck the marine before her. She then called out to Nanfeng, "Captain, you handle the others. This one is mine." With that, Nonia transformed into a gust of wind and rushed forward. Hearing her words, Nanfeng smirked cunningly at Smoker and remarked, "You're finished. I'll play with you once I've mastered Haki. For now, I'm leaving." Chapter 6. The Great Change. Without heeding Smoker's astonished expression, Nanfeng vanished from sight. At that moment, Smoker, still in his elemental form, heard a crisp female voice declare, "Hurricane. Triple." Instantly, a terrifying gale surged forth, and thereafter, silence reigned. By the time Smoker attempted to counter with Haki, it was too late. The winds were too fierce, rendering him nearly immobile. When the tempest subsided, the pirate ship had already distanced itself from the shore, leaving behind a multitude of fallen marines. Glaring at the receding pirate vessel, Smoker clenched his teeth in frustration, astonished that a moment of carelessness had allowed those young pirates to escape. The embarrassment weighed heavily on him, especially as a chief officer. Once he regained his composure, beads of cold sweat adorned his brow. Upon reflection, the strength of those youths was indeed remarkable. The first young man he had battled displayed incredible speed, and had he not awakened his observation haki, he might not have evaded the initial strike. The girl wielding wind must have consumed a devil fruit, most likely the Logia-type wind fruit, a formidable power indeed. As for the young swordsman who had not directly engaged him, based on the injuries inflicted on the Marines, he too was no ordinary adversary. Lighting a cigar, Smoker's face was etched with gravitas. When did such formidable pirates emerge? He addressed the remaining uninjured Marines, tend to the wounded, and sent someone to investigate those individuals from earlier. How could pirates of such caliber appear in the East Blue without any prior warning? Yes, we will attend to it immediately, they replied. Moreover, once the investigation is complete, print wanted posters for the three of them. Such powerful pirates must not be allowed to grow stronger. Otherwise, the threat of piracy will escalate to unprecedented heights. At this moment, the trio from Southwind lay on the deck, breathless and devoid of any semblance of composure. The peril had been immense, had it not been for Nonia's abilities, which providentially countered Smoker's powers. Coupled with Smoker's momentary lapse in vigilance, their escape would have been utterly impossible. After all, he was a vice admiral of the Navy. Though Southwind possessed considerable strength, without having mastered haki, he found himself woefully inadequate against the smoke fruit user, completely incapable of inflicting any damage. After a considerable pause, the three finally sat up, exchanged glances, and erupted into hearty laughter. Was it not a cause for celebration to have evaded the clutches of a Navy vice admiral? Southwind then rose to his feet, resolved to enter the chamber and procure haki from the illusory realm. Life without haki was profoundly disheartening. He understood that only by swiftly acquiring this power could he attain a genuine means of self-preservation in this world. At that moment, a newsbird soared through the sky, dropping a newspaper. Upon glimpsing the contents of the paper, Nonai gasped in astonishment, causing Nanfeng, who was preparing to return to his room, to halt in his tracks. Bewildered by the unfolding events, Nonai's voice trembled as she uttered, How could this be possible? Nafiti, having snatched the newspaper from the dazed Nanya, was equally taken aback after perusing its contents. It was only after a moment of contemplation that he murmured, No wonder the naval admiral has made an appearance here. The remarkable performance of the two individuals successfully piqued Nanfeng's curiosity. Seizing the newspaper, she found the headline boldly proclaiming, A global transformation, the grand confrontation between pirates and the Navy. After perusing the content, Nanfeng wore a bitter expression, as if an atomic bomb had been dropped on the path of his mission, shrouding his future in an even thicker fog, rendering his progress arduous. After countless battles and trials, the pirates of the New World have successfully established a hierarchy among the great pirates, comprising 10 formidable figures, 1 god, 2 devils, 3 emperors, and 4 sovereigns, who now reign powerfully over the New World, creating a new order within its realm. Stimulated by this news, the Navy held a ceremony a few days ago at the newly established naval headquarters, named Greenwich, located not far from the sacred site of Mary Geos atop the Red Earth. During this event, they promoted Barumabur and Dasky to the rank of admiral, alongside a group of formidable vice admirals and rear admirals. Furthermore, the Navy reinstated the long-dormant 7 warlords to bolster its capacity against piracy. In an instant, the global situation became exceedingly tense, as if a confrontation between the Navy and pirates was imminent, threatening to erupt into a grand battle at any moment. After perusing the report, Nanfeng felt a lingering turmoil within. Although the article did not specify the identities of the top 10 pirates, it was indisputable that these individuals were immensely powerful, possibly rivaling the former 4 emperors. Regardless of their identities, for anyone aspiring to become the next pirate king, these 10 figures would undoubtedly serve as insurmountable obstacles. Taking a deep breath, Nanfeng gradually approached the bow of the ship, standing at the dragon's head. Under the astonished gazes of Nanya and Nafti, he tore the world-shocking newspaper into shreds. He then abruptly turned to face them, his gaze resolute. No matter how arduous the path ahead may be, and regardless of the formidable adversaries that obstruct the road to becoming the pirate king, I shall forge ahead without hesitation. I will fight and strive for that thing called a dream. The trials of blood and pain will only fortify my resolve. I fear not this perilous world. I shall undoubtedly become the 3rd pirate king. With that declaration, disregarding their astonished expressions, Nanfeng strode firmly back to his quarters. Illusion realm system, Chi, tell me, how many illusion points do I currently possess? Yes, you currently have a total of 524, 550 illusion points, accumulated over the 3 years in Frost Moon Village. Now, exchange for 3-color hockey, 3 sets. Exchange complete. You now have 550 illusion points remaining. Would you like to exchange for other items? No need. Nanfeng, are you intending to share this with your crew? Aren't you concerned about revealing my existence? I trust them. Moreover, without taking this step, how can we swiftly enhance our strength? How can we survive in this world and ascend to the status of the third pirate king? With those words, Nanfeng's consciousness returned to his body, and in his hands, he held 3 luminous orbs, each radiating in 3 vibrant colors. Exiting his room, he observed the 2 on the deck and cleared his throat. Nanya, Navti, come here. Upon hearing the voice of the southern wind, the 2 individuals, previously idle, approached with a spark of curiosity igniting in their eyes as they beheld the luminous orb in the hands of the southern wind. Gently placing the orb into their hands, the southern wind smiled and said, "Now, consume this." Subsequently, he boldly devoured the orb he held, prompting the 2 onlookers to follow suit and ingest the peculiar tricolor sphere. Instantly, the consciousness of all 3 sharpened to an extraordinary degree, even allowing them to sense the schools of fish beneath the waves. Suddenly, their bodies transformed into an inky black, and then an intense aura erupted from each of them, rendering the entire fabric of time and space still. The fish below fainted in response to the overwhelming pressure. Fortunately, the trio harbored no malicious intent toward one another. Otherwise, the entire vessel, the youth ship, would have been torn asunder. Once the eruption subsided, tranquility enveloped them. Nornia and Nafidi, having experienced the potency of the earlier force, exchanged astonished glances before turning their gaze to the southern wind. Observing their shock, the southern wind chuckled softly and elucidated, "What you just witnessed was hockey. Hockey is divided into 3 types. The Conqueror's Hockey, which can intimidate or incapacitate foes through sheer presence, awakened only by those possessing the qualities of a king. The Armament Hockey, which enhances both defense and offense, allowing one to strike the corporeal forms of those with Logia-type Devil Fruit abilities, and the Observation Hockey, which enables one to foresee an opponent's next move and position. Those with advanced Observation Hockey can even hear the thoughts of others. Hockey is an innate potential within all humans in this world, akin to instinct, an inherent ability that embodies charisma and intimidation. However, the vast majority remain oblivious to this power, and many will go through life without ever realizing or harnessing it. What I bestow upon you is the 3-colored hockey. Once you have partaken in it, you shall possess this formidable power without the need for awakening. Mastery is all that is required. In the battles that lie ahead, hockey shall be indispensable. Therefore, starting today, we shall engage in combat with one another to familiarize ourselves with the application of hockey." Upon hearing Nanfeng's words, the 2 were rendered utterly astonished. The assertive declaration alone had already taken them by surprise. Yet it was even more remarkable that Nanfeng could so effortlessly bestow such formidable power upon others, particularly the tricolored hockey. From Nanfeng's narrative, the duo could easily perceive the immense strength of hockey. However, the fact that such a potent force could be so casually granted to an individual raised profound questions about Nanfeng's true capabilities and the magnitude of secrets he might be concealing. As time slipped away amidst the skirmish between the few, the trio began to grasp and apply hockey, successfully integrating it into their combat repertoire. After escaping from Rogue Town, a period of navigation led the group to this place, the first intersection of the Red Earth continent and the Grand Line, the entrance to the Grand Line, Reverse Mountain. At this moment, Nafti and Nonia were exceptionally serious, for they needed to expertly manage the ship. Otherwise, they would not only fail to enter the Grand Line, but might also face catastrophic consequences. With utmost caution at the helm, they dared not show the slightest negligence. Amidst the expressions of trepidation among the crew, the ship, aptly named the Youthful Horn, successfully entered the tumultuous waters, ascending until it reached the summit of Reverse Mountain. Thereafter, the vessel swiftly descended along a different path, racing down the rapids. Ultimately, the trio succeeded in entering the fabled waters of the Grand Line. Chapter 7. The Three-Sword Pirate crew. Having spent some time in the Grand Line, the young Master Pirate crew had not adopted an overly aggressive stance. Instead, they opted for a more laid-back approach, taking the time to familiarize themselves with their newfound powers. Ever since the top 10 pirates were determined, the world's political landscape had been in constant turmoil. Consequently, after much deliberation, they resolved to proceed cautiously, step by step. However, the world is a curious place. The more one wishes to avoid certain events, the more likely they are to occur. The group, initially intent on maintaining a low profile, was unaware that their movements had already attracted the attention of the Navy. For various reasons, the Navy did not deploy its elite forces but instead sent one of the warlords of the sea, the three-sword pirate crew, to pursue them. With the conclusion of the Holy Land War, the old generation of warlords had become mere shadows of their former selves, while a new generation was appointed. Although these new warlords were pirates, they bore a striking resemblance to the Navy, sharing a notable characteristic: strict discipline. Furthermore, this new cadre of warlords exhibited an excessive degree of unity. Many speculated that this new generation of warlords was essentially composed of Navy personnel, merely donning the guise of pirates. At this moment, behind the youth's ship, a pirate vessel emblazoned with a skull and three swords was rapidly approaching. This was none other than the notorious three-sword pirate crew, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The moniker three-sword does not signify that the captain wields 3 swords, but rather that there are 3 captains, who are triplet brothers, all sharing the same mother. Each of these brothers possesses the prowess of a sword master, and more alarmingly, they are capable of rudimentary telepathic communication, allowing for an unparalleled synergy in combat that renders ordinary opponents utterly powerless against them. During their initial encounter, the trio from the South Wind managed to engage the three-sword pirate crew in a fierce and indeterminate struggle, thanks to their formidable skills. However, the confines of the ship proved too restrictive. The brothers, Hao Lu, Hao Li, and Hao Run, found their telepathic communication difficult to counter at such close quarters. Although escaping was a trivial matter, the trio intended to use this confrontation to hone their combat experience. Unfortunately, the brothers' unique fighting style severely hindered their ability to train effectively, leaving them with no choice but to seize an opportunity to flee, seeking a distant island where they could separate and confront the brothers one by one. Regrettably, after a prolonged pursuit, they had yet to locate a small island, which was exasperating. Forced to retreat, and without a marksman on board, they had no means of counterattack. And at that moment, the youth's yearning for a sharpshooter had never been more urgent. At last, hope appeared on the horizon. A small island came into view. The instant he beheld the isle, the fury in the youth's eyes dissipated, replaced by a cold, lethal resolve. Similarly, upon sighting the island, Nonaya urged Navdi to accelerate their approach, driven by a thirst for vengeance. Then, Nornia swiftly made her way to the stern of the ship, gazing at the approaching Three Blades pirate crew. Gritting her silver teeth, she coldly remarked, "They truly persist with relentless pursuit. It seems the winds have been too feeble these past few days. We are almost ashore, and I shall present you with a grand gift. However, before that, allow me to offer you a minor token." As Nornia's words fell, a ferocious tempest surged across the sea, carrying towering waves towards the Three Blades pirate ship. The sheer force was astonishing, as the entire pirate vessel was overwhelmed by the colossal waves. Nevertheless, their 3 captains managed to survive. Standing on a small boat, the leader of the Three Blades pirate ship, Haller, glared at the rapidly approaching ship towards the isle, stating, "Although we received word that their ship harbors a user of a devil fruit ability, this power seems rather formidable. It appears the Navy's intelligence is incomplete. Moreover, judging by their demeanor, they intend to engage in a fierce battle on this island. Otherwise, they would not have fled all the way here only to launch such a vigorous assault." In response to their leader's words, the second-in-command, Howley, and the third, Howren, nodded in agreement. They were acutely aware of their own advantages. Any astute individual would recognize that engaging them in battle required separating the trio to disrupt their telepathic communication. It seemed these 3 youngsters were indeed preparing to do just that, demonstrating considerable cunning. At that moment, as they observed the pirate vessel growing ever more distant, Howley inquired, "So, brother, shall we continue the pursuit? If we delay any further, we may lose our chance to catch up. To be honest, I sense their strength from the battles of the past few days. Although we have conserved our power, none can guarantee that those 3 youngsters have done the same. Of course we shall pursue. Why would we not? And we need not worry about failing to catch up. It is evident they are preparing to face us in a decisive battle on the island ahead. We cannot afford to tarnish the reputation of the 7 warlords of the sea." Upon hearing the elder brother's words, Howley and Howren exchanged a glance, nodded in agreement, and resolutely decided to pursue to the very end. The 3 individuals, having temporarily evaded their pursuers, stood resolutely along the coastline of the small island, poised to confront the imminent battle. Initially, they had intended to shake off their followers swiftly, yet, in pursuit of honing their skills and mastering the art of hockey. They resolved to engage in a decisive confrontation with the Three Blades pirate crew. They possessed unwavering confidence in their abilities, rivaling those of the Seven Warlords of the Sea. Their mastery of the three types of hockey was not mere bravado. As their gaze fell upon the small vessel gradually emerging into view, a glint of cold, lethal intent flickered in their eyes. Being relentlessly pursued for days, even if with a purpose, was far from a pleasant ordeal. Subsequently, Nan Fong let out a disdainful snort and addressed his companions. I will handle Hole. Navti, you take care of Howley. As for the remaining Howren, I entrust him to you, Nanya. No problem, I shall ensure his defeat, she replied. Leave it to me. Let him experience the gentleness of the tempest. On the small boat, as he gazed at the three figures on the shore, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Haller's eyes, quickly followed by a cold snort. What an arrogant brat, he mused. Does he truly believe his strength is sufficient to confront us? No sooner had the words left his lips than Haller leaped from the vessel, charging toward the trio, his longsword unsheathed in his hand. Southwind, undeterred by Haller's advance, drew his own Tian Tsung-Yun's sword and launched an attack. The two clashed in midair, their blades meeting with a resounding impact, only to be repelled by each other's formidable might. Southwind landed gracefully upon the sandy beach, while Haller found himself submerged in the water. Standing in the depths, Haller's expression grew grave. He had sensed Southwind's strength during their brief encounter. Yet, he was confident that, when it came to swordsmanship, Southwind was no match for him. Meanwhile, Southwind, who had just exchanged a blow with Haller, wore a slight smile. Indeed, his swordsmanship could not rival Haller's. But it was merely his weakest tactic. Coupled with his other abilities, he was not necessarily destined to lose in a contest of blades, particularly with the power of his Sharingan. The two men locked eyes, and simultaneously, they advanced toward each other. In an instant, they were engaged in combat amidst the waves, weaving and darting, a dance of blades that escalated into a breathtaking crescendo of skill. The onlookers, witnessing the clash between the two, were equally unwilling to remain passive, and soon engaged in battle themselves. Nafuti and Howley, both skilled swordsmen, became entwined in a fierce confrontation. Yet, despite Nafuti's remarkable talent and youth, he found himself outmatched by Howley's prowess. Nevertheless, through the mastery of observation hockey, he managed to navigate the duel with a semblance of ease, albeit gradually finding himself in a disadvantaged position. Fortunately, he was not in any imminent danger as the skirmish progressed, and the two combatants gradually drifted further away from the shoreline. The battle between Howren and Nonia reached a crescendo from the very outset. Nonia, a wielder of natural abilities, possesses the power of elemental transformation. Once she undergoes this metamorphosis, Howren finds himself incapable of landing an attack without employing the Busashoka Haki. Thus, from the beginning, Howren enshrouded his blade in Busashoka Haki. However, Nonia evaded close combat entirely, opting instead to remain aloft, launching wind blades from a distance. As the skirmish progressed, Howren was gradually maneuvered away by Nonia's strategic assaults. As the battle unfolded, Howla seemed to sense something amiss, a foreboding feeling stirring within him. Despite his relentless efforts to suppress Nanfeng, he had yet to witness a flicker of panic upon Nanfeng's countenance. Instead, the latter's movements remained effortlessly fluid, devoid of any semblance of disorder. When he lifted his gaze and beheld the distant battlefield, his unease intensified. He was acutely aware of his brother's prowess. How could it be that no marks had been inflicted upon those two young individuals for such an extended period? The sole explanation lay in the possibility that they possessed some other means, perhaps the observation hockey. Observing the change in Hao Li's expression, Nanfeng chuckled softly, realizing his awareness. Yet it mattered little, for the end was nigh. There was no need to prolong the encounter any further. Upon witnessing the smile adorning Nanfeng's face, Haller felt an unwavering certainty within. Subsequently, he unleashed his conqueror's haki, enveloping his sword, and struck down with a fierce blow. However, to his astonishment, Nanfeng did not attempt to defend himself. Instead, he sheathed his sword and stood there motionless. As Haller's sword descended, it appeared to slice through the air without impact, continuing its trajectory directly towards Nanfeng's form. Yet, Haller's expression shifted dramatically. He was certain that his sword had not made contact with Nanfeng. How could this be? Was it a mere illusion? This must be the power of a devil fruit. But wait, devil fruit users fear water. Why are you unafraid? What manner of creature are you? I am not a creature of monstrosity. This is merely a manifestation of my ability. As the words fell, Haller finally noticed the peculiar gaze of Nanfeng. Just as he was struck by astonishment, a powerful aura surged toward him. Conqueror's haki. How could this be? Before he could finish his thought, Neafeng seized his neck, lifting him effortlessly. With a gentle smile, Neafeng, enveloped in armament haki, delivered a punch to Haller's abdomen, rendering him unconscious and dragging him back to the shore. Chapter 8. Bounty Notice. Seated on the shore, Neafeng observed the ongoing battle involving Nanya and her companions, a smile gracing his lips. He was confident that Nanya and Nafti possessed sufficient strength to turn the tide of the fight, as neither had resorted to utilizing any other haki thus far. Although Nafti had been under pressure, he had honed his swordsmanship amidst the life-and-death struggle, becoming increasingly adept in his confrontation with Haller. Unlike the initial phase of their clash, he no longer found himself at a disadvantage and occasionally even managed to gain the upper hand, a testament to Nafti's remarkable talent. Meanwhile, Haller, engaged in combat with Nafti, grew increasingly alarmed. The boy's potential was extraordinary. Despite their brief encounter, Haller could sense the rapidity of Nafti's improvement, and astonishingly, his strength appeared to be on the rise. Nearby, Nanya was skillfully maneuvering through the air, her feet treading upon a swirling gust, occasionally condensing blades of wind. Although sword energy erupted towards the sky, Nanya deftly evaded each assault. Below, Haller's face contorted with rage, yet he found himself utterly powerless. Despite possessing haki, he could not lay a finger on Nanya, let alone inflict harm. His sole method of attack, the sword energy, proved ineffective against her observation haki. Leisurely observing the four combatants, Neafeng remained unfazed, contemplating various matters. Logically, as a member of the Warlords of the Sea, a pirate of such stature would not relentlessly pursue them, especially considering their lack of notoriety, rendering them unworthy of a chase by the renowned three-sword pirate crew. The relentless pursuit by the 7 Warlords of the Sea can only be attributed to orders issued by a high-ranking official within the Navy, most likely Smoker or Kobe. However, Kobe remains oblivious to the fact that he has become a pirate, leaving Smoker as the only conceivable culprit. Contemplating this, Neafeng could not help but seethe with rage, vowing that their next encounter would be one to remember. In truth, Nanfeng's assumptions were misguided. While Smoker had a connection to the matter, his involvement was minimal. Initially, Smoker merely commanded an investigation and mentioned their names in a meeting, where Kobe, upon hearing Smoker's description, provided a brief introduction of Neafeng and Nonia. The Navy had no intention of acting against them, as they had committed no wrongdoing. Furthermore, Kobe had assured the higher-ups of their character, leading the Navy to refrain from further scrutiny, especially given the recent changes within its ranks. However, unbeknownst to them, the contents of this meeting had reached the ears of the Gorosei. Since the loss of 2 members during the Holy Land War, the remaining 3 have grown increasingly extreme in their hatred towards pirates, reminiscent of the former Admiral Akainu. Upon discovering that the Navy was deliberating over a young pirate, they astutely sensed Nanfeng's boundless potential. Ultimately, after thorough discussion, they unanimously resolved to eliminate this promising pirate crew before it could become a nuisance, issuing commands directly to the warlords, bypassing the Navy. Since the appointments of Green Bull and Fujitora, the Gorosei had felt their grip on the Navy loosening, with the latter's recent operational style increasingly straying from their control. Consequently, they covertly sought to sway the warlords, who now predominantly followed the directives of the remaining Gorosei. What are you pondering, Captain? Neafeng was abruptly roused from his thoughts by this unexpected query. Turning to see Nafti and his companion approaching, they were dragging the unconscious brothers, Haole and Howren. After securing the brothers beside Haole, Nafti and his companion took their seats next to Neafeng. The trio sat in silence, gazing out at the distant seascape, until a sudden sound jolted them back to reality. From Haole's pocket came the incessant buzzing of a transponder snail. Recognizing the sound, the 3 understood it was a call. Nafti retrieved the snail from Haole's pocket and handed it to Neafeng. Without hesitation, Neafeng accepted the transponder snail, eager to discover who had been in contact with Haole. If it were Smoker, he would relish the opportunity to voice his grievances. As the connection was established, a voice on the other end declared, "This is the Gorosei. Has the task assigned to you been completed, Haole? Have you dealt with that brat Neafeng? If so, return immediately. A new mission awaits you." Upon hearing the words from the other end of the line, Neafeng and his companions were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated that the order for their demise would come from the 5 elders. Neafeng, in particular, was perplexed. After all, they had never provoked the 5 elders. How could this be? However, this was not the time for idle contemplation, as the 5 elders on the other end were pressing for a response. With a gentle smile, Neafeng spoke into the phone. "The 5 elders? I do not know you. But is it not a tad presumptuous to believe that a mere handful of feeble warlords could possibly eliminate me? Are you genuinely foolish? Or do you simply assume I would be as foolish as you? Upon hearing the words of South Wind, the other party was evidently taken aback. Perhaps the 5 old stars did not anticipate that it would be South Wind on the line. Shortly thereafter, a furious roar emanated from the other end of the call. Damn it, where are Holler and the others? No comment. After uttering this, South Wind decisively terminated the conversation, disregarding whether the 5 old stars were seething with rage. The 5 old stars, upon realizing that South Wind had hung up, remained in stunned silence for a considerable time before suddenly crushing the communication device in his grip. Following this, his furious shout echoed, "Damn it. Issue a warrant for his capture." Upon receiving the news at the naval headquarters, Admiral Chichu was convening a meeting with several high-ranking officers. Hearing the report, he furrowed his brow and inquired of the messenger beside him, who authorized Haole and the others to pursue. Did not KB explicitly advise against provoking him? The messenger replied, "It was a direct order from the 5 elders, bypassing the Navy." "Understood. You may leave." Chichu gestured dismissively, signaling the messenger to depart. Once he left, only Chichu, Fujitora, and several admirals remained in the room. Rubbing his temples in frustration, Chichu remarked, "The 5 elders are increasingly adept at controlling high-level combat power. They can even mobilize the 7 warlords directly. Indeed, it seems they have become aware of our movements and are growing apprehensive." Fujitora responded, his brow knitted with concern. "We must expedite our efforts." "KB, what progress have you made on your end?" Chichu turned his gaze to KB and his companions. "We are doing our utmost to persuade them, yet the results remain unsatisfactory. The intimidation from the 5 elders is overwhelming," KB admitted, his expression one of shame. "Moreover, even those nations that are amenable to our plans are largely associated with the Straw Hat crew," Smoker interjected. Upon hearing his words, a profound silence enveloped the conference room. The moniker of Straw Hat had not graced the air for quite some time. Most now referred to him as the second Pirate King. At that moment, the mere mention of the name inevitably stirred wistful memories among the attendees, the majority of whom had crossed paths with this individual. Ultimately, it was Chichu who interrupted the melancholic reverie, clearing his throat and articulating, "Ladies and gentlemen, we must act swiftly. The current 7 warlords are increasingly beyond our control, and there are numerous individuals within our ranks who merely feign allegiance. We must expedite our plans, ensuring that post-event considerations are meticulously addressed. As for the bounty notice requested by the 5 elders regarding South Wind, let us proceed with its issuance. It is unwise to confront the 5 elders at this juncture. However, how shall we compose it? Issuing a bounty on an individual without cause presents a challenging explanation. We must approach this matter with pragmatism." At this moment, Neofone remained blissfully unaware of these developments as he leisurely fished alongside Nafti. Such was the tranquil existence of a pirate. A newsbird soared through the sky, and subsequently, a newspaper descended, containing within its folds 3 wanted notices. One of these notices fortuitously landed upon Nanfeng's face. Removing it, he scrutinized the text, rendered momentarily speechless by the rapid issuance of the wanted notice. Clearly emblazoned upon it was his photograph, absurdly set against the backdrop of a naval warship, with sailors bustling about in the background. Below his image read, "Young King Nanfeng, 100,000,000 berries." He counted the zeros, 8 in total, astonished by the staggering bounty of 100 million. This sensation was indeed exhilarating, a small indulgence in vanity. Eagerly, he sought out the newspaper to peruse the other 2 wanted notices. The bounties of the others were equally impressive. One notice featured Nonia, her foot poised upon a hurricane, with the inscription, "Child of the Wind, Nonia, 56 for 100,000 berries." The other depicted Nafti wielding a longsword, the background unmistakably the Baratai, accompanied by the words, "Little Swordmaster. Nafti, 75,000,000 berries." Upon seeing the wanted notice, Nanya remained remarkably composed, while Nafti exhibited a degree of dissatisfaction. "What do you mean by a minor swordsman? I have captured a genuine master of the sword," Nafti remarked. "Had it not been for Nanfeng's intervention, I would have long since confronted the Navy headquarters." Upon the moment the naval headquarters laid eyes on the wanted posters, Chichu felt a slight headache. The individuals responsible for this matter often left him speechless. Of all the photographs to choose from, they had to select one taken aboard a naval warship. Meanwhile, KB was chuckling heartily beside him, provoking a strong desire in Chichu to unleash a torrent of curses. This rascal was increasingly resembling Carp. In the east, Blue's Cocoa Village. The villagers were filled with joy upon seeing the wanted posters of several individuals. With a bounty of 56 million berry, it was indeed a considerable sum, surpassing even the initial bounty on Nami, and the name of the Wind Child was quite commendable as well, as these 3 wanted posters circulated throughout the world. The eyes of the global populace momentarily converged, for few had accomplished the feat of vanquishing a warlord of the sea at the onset of their careers. Chapter 9. The inception of the Hidden Isle incident. At present, the Southern Wind crew was leisurely engaged in a game of cards, basking in a state of relaxation and contentment. Unlike the route previously taken by Luffy, they opted for an alternative path. In the eyes of Southern Wind, the main character had already cleared the way, rendering a return visit rather futile. Ahead of them lay an island known as Hidden Isle. Unbeknownst to Southern Wind, nearly all the pirates of the world were heading towards the island known as Hidden Isle, drawn by the emergence of a devil fruit, specifically the natural-type magma fruit. Since the Holy Land War, an alarming number of capable individuals had perished, resulting in the reincarnation of many formidable devil fruits. Over the past decade, numerous devil fruits had been discovered, yet a portion of powerful fruits remained hidden, with the magma fruit being one of them. The island where the magma fruit had surfaced was called Hidden Isle, home to a dormant volcano and rarely visited by humans. At that moment, a naval major was engaged in a fierce pursuit of a band of pirates on the island. The battle raged on, drawing nearer to the volcano's crater, where they simultaneously stumbled upon the magma fruit, floating amidst the lava. Both sides exerted every effort to prevent the other from claiming this potent fruit. Observing the Navy communicating with the headquarters via a transponder snail, the pirates, realizing their grim prospects, transmitted this information to one of the 10 mightiest pirates, the Light Emperor, who had consumed the glimmer fruit. Initially, the Light Emperor intended to make a covert approach, but unbeknownst to him, spies from various factions infiltrated the Glimmer Pirates and relayed this news to numerous pirate crews, igniting a global frenzy. The strength of the magma fruit was well understood, reminiscent of the former Admiral Akainu. Though the Navy was the closest major force to Hidden Isle, they refrained from acting recklessly. The aftermath of the Holy Land War had left the Navy significantly weakened compared to its former glory, while the pirates had grown considerably stronger. Despite their desire to possess the fruit, they could only entertain the thought. Ultimately, after discussions among the Navy and various factions, it was decided to hold a contest for the magma fruit on Hidden Isle. This competition would take place 1 month after the rules were established and the news disseminated, allowing ample time for powerful individuals with such intentions to reach Hidden Isle and participate. Furthermore, from the moment the news spread, the Navy was prohibited from apprehending pirates in the waters surrounding Hidden Isle, while pirates were permitted to engage with one another. This competition is open to all, regardless of their affiliations, be they pirates, Navy personnel, revolutionaries, or others. To ensure fairness, justice, and safety during the event, it is overseen by Fleet Admiral Fujitora, Revolutionary Leader Sabo, and the top 10 pirates, albeit the scene may appear somewhat peculiar. As one draws nearer to Hidden Cove Island, the southern winds grow increasingly peculiar. The prevalence of pirate ships in this vicinity seems rather excessive, yet astonishingly, even naval warships are present. What is even more bewildering is the indifference of the naval vessels towards the pirate ships, as if they were utterly blind to their existence. Ultimately, unable to quell his curiosity and prioritizing his own safety, the southern wind brazenly seized a pirate ship. After enduring a harrowing ordeal of illusions, he ultimately acquired the information he sought. At this moment, Nanfeng gazed sternly at the 2 individuals before him. The trio was convening to deliberate whether to partake in the unfolding commotion. Nefuti opposed the notion, for he was not one to indulge in frivolous gatherings. Conversely, Nonaya was eager to engage, as she sought to hone her skills through this experience. Ultimately, the authority to decide rested upon Nanfeng's shoulders. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to join, feeling an undeniable yearning within him. He realized that since arriving in this realm, he had increasingly developed a fondness for such lively affairs. Most importantly, he understood that in Ingi Island, he would ascertain direction through the use of a compass. Thus, the group set sail towards their destination, Ingi Island. To their astonishment, the island was now alive with vibrant chatter, starkly contrasting its former state of solitude. Tents sprawled from the shoreline to the volcano's mouth, accompanied by numerous settlements of varying sizes. Nanfeng even spotted several celestial dragons among the throng, leaving him momentarily speechless. During the Holy Land War, the celestial dragons had been nearly annihilated, with only 1/5 of their number remaining. Yet, rather than seeking refuge within the safety of the world government sanctuaries, they had ventured here to mingle amid the chaos, a perilous choice, indeed. This was evident from the predatory gazes of the pirates. For the celestial dragons were perpetually the least favored beings in any circumstance. Upon witnessing the throngs of people, Nanfeng could not help but feel curious about the location of the competition, as the venue remained elusive. After inquiring from various sources, he learned that the contest would take place at the volcanic crater. This decision was the result of extensive deliberations, wherein 43 arenas were constructed above the crater, 1 grand arena, 6 intermediate ones, and 36 smaller ones. Each cluster of 6 smaller arenas encircled an intermediate arena, while the 6 intermediate arenas and the 36 smaller ones surrounded the grand arena. The competition would unfold over 3 rounds. The first round would feature a grand melee lasting 6 days, from which 36 minor champions would be selected. Each day would witness 6 battles. Confined to the smaller arenas within the intermediate arenas, any participant who exceeded these boundaries or forfeited would be disqualified. The second round would entail a minor melee, also spanning 6 days, to identify 6 intermediate champions, with 1 battle held each day. This round would encompass all arenas except the grand arena, including the 6 intermediate and 36 smaller ones, along with their connecting areas. Once again, any participant crossing the designated limits or opting out would be eliminated. The third round would be another small-scale melee, conducted over 1 day, culminating in the selection of a grand champion. This time, the entire volcanic crater would serve as the battlefield, allowing any combatant to continue as long as they did not succumb to death or forfeit. Upon grasping the rules, the trio proceeded to inspect the venue at the crater before convening for a brief meeting. Glancing at the 2 individuals before him, Nanfeng chuckled lightly and remarked, "Let us strive our utmost in this contest. There is no necessity to secure that devil fruit. Moreover, during the battles, we must refrain from employing conqueror's hockey, as it may attract unwarranted trouble. Should circumstances become dire, we shall forfeit. We are merely here to partake in the excitement. Sustaining irreparable injuries would be a grave inconvenience. Do you understand?" Nefuti and Nonia exchanged knowing glances before smiling and affirming, "Rest assured, we are not so foolish. And we shall undoubtedly emerge as minor champions without hindering your progress. Then let us rally our spirits. In 3 days, may the name of the young pirate crew resound across the world." With that declaration, Nanfeng extended his hand, and Nefuti and Nonia followed suit, their hands stacking atop one another as they shouted in unison for encouragement, drawing curious glances from onlookers, some of whom scoffed and derided the trio as immature children. However, one individual nearby swiftly covered the mouth of a scoffing companion, recognizing Nanfeng and his companions. While the world's attention was fixated on the ownership of the magma fruit, it did not imply that other matters went unnoticed. Pirates capable of confronting the 7 warlords of the sea could hardly be deemed mere children. Regardless of the opinions of others, the 3 leisurely strolled toward the base of the mountain, intent on returning to their ship for rest and recuperation. It was only after their figures had vanished from sight that the individual delivered a punch to the head of the one who had spoken carelessly, admonishing, "Are you an imbecile? Did I not warn you not to speak recklessly here?" A moment's carelessness could invite a fatal consequence. The man who had been struck, filled with immense dissatisfaction, bellowed, "Aren't they merely a few little brats? I could dispatch them with a single blow." No sooner had he spoken than another punch landed upon his head. Trembling with rage, he pointed at the departing trio of Nanfeng and exclaimed, "Do you have any idea who they are? They are the young pirate crew, a mere 3 individuals, yet their bounty exceeds 200 million berries. They have just vanquished the notorious 3-sword pirate crew, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. You wouldn't even be enough to serve as a mere distraction for them." Upon hearing the words of that individual, the surrounding band of pirates displayed expressions of astonishment. They had not anticipated that those 3 children possessed such formidable prowess. A bounty exceeding 200 million could hardly be considered trivial for a pirate crew. Despite their diminutive number, their strength was indeed remarkable. However, amidst their astonishment, there was one who regarded the situation with disdain. A man seated nearby, indulging in roasted meat, snorted dismissively and remarked, "A bunch of worthless fools. They are merely a few children. They likely employed some despicable means to defeat the 3-sword pirate crew. The 3-sword pirate crew is also worthless, having been vanquished by a handful of mere youngsters. What a disgrace." Upon hearing the man's words, the onlookers turned their heads, and at the moment they beheld him, their eyes widened in astonishment. They had encountered none other than the 3rd in command of the Shining Sea Pirates, the madman of martial arts, the formidable Van Gundy. Ignoring the crowd of awestruck spectators, Van Gundy sat leisurely, savoring his roasted meat, his gaze fixed upon a woman situated 10 meters ahead. In his eyes, The individuals surrounding him were mere trifles, deserving only of dismissal. Within a radius of 100 meters, the only person worthy of his attention was that woman, who, in turn, was gazing back at him. As they followed Van Gundy's gaze, the crowd also beheld the woman, and at the moment they laid eyes upon her, they were momentarily transfixed. She was none other than Jennifer, the Scorpion Lady, the formidable second-in-command of the Black Emperor pirates, a user of the mythical Zoan fruit, the Scorpion. A woman of both ruthless disposition and enchanting allure. At this moment, Van Gundy and Jennifer are gazing intently at each other, and everyone can sense the intense desire for battle radiating from their eyes. It is well known that the Shining Pirates and the Black Emperor pirates are bitter rivals. Chapter 10. The battle for supremacy begins. It has been 3 days since their arrival at the volcano's mouth, and today the contest is set to commence. The volcanic crater is teeming with spectators, while representatives from various factions occupy the eastern side, a rare gathering of notable figures. Numerous newspapers have dispatched their finest journalists, and this battle will be broadcast across the globe. Observing the throngs at the volcano's mouth and listening to their discussions, Nan Fong feels a twinge of disappointment. He has heard that after their departure, a fierce battle erupted, where the 3 top commanders of the Shining Pirates and the Black Emperor pirates clashed. If it hadn't been for timely intervention, it might have escalated into a full-scale confrontation between the 2 formidable pirate crews. Missing out on such exhilarating excitement leaves Nan Fong feeling somewhat discontent, realizing that he is increasingly drawn to the bustle around him, becoming less of a recluse. Meanwhile, all 36 small arenas are filled to capacity. Today, the champions of arenas numbered 1, 7, 13, 19, 25, and 31 will be determined. Only those who stand victorious on these 6 platforms will qualify to compete for the title of arena champion. Nan Fong will participate in the competition for the subsequent 6 arenas, while Nafty aims to become the champion of Arena 13 today. Captain, do you think Nafty will succeed today? Indeed, I believe in his abilities. Nafty thrives in battle, swiftly transforming his experiences into newfound strength. Trust in him. Our youthful pirate crew harbors no weaklings. True enough, we are not to be trifled with. Having momentarily concluded their conversation, Nan Fong and his companion quietly observed Nafty, eagerly awaiting the start of the contest. After a lengthy introduction from the announcer, the competition officially begins. With the commencement signal, the previously tense atmosphere ignites into a fervent clash. In an instant, lives are rendered insignificant, and countless individuals fall. A few challengers approach Nafty, but he effortlessly sends them flying with the sheath of his sword, denying them even the chance to strike. After dispatching the surrounding weaklings, Nafty stands calmly, relishing the peace as long as no one dares to confront him. As he monitors the diminishing number of contestants, Nafty conserves his energy. The competition will last an entire day, and the true masters have yet to unleash their full potential. They are likely conserving their strength for the inevitable fierce battles to come. As time ticks by, Nafty loses count of how many adversaries he has defeated, aware only that the real contest is approaching. By the end, only 72 participants remain, perfectly distributed across the 36 arenas. Facing a swordsman armed with a long sword, Nafty and the opponent simultaneously draw their blades, pointing them at one another. With a resounding clash, their swords meet, unleashing a dazzling display of blurring steel. When they finally separate, the opponent's clothing is torn in several places, blood streaming down. Gasping for breath, the wounded swordsman chuckles, "You're quite strong, kid. It is you who is too weak." With that, Nafty sheathes his sword and lowers his stance, hand resting on the hilt. The swordsman's pupils constrict in realization. He understands that Nafty is about to unleash a powerful technique. Before he can react, Nafty whispers in his ear, "One sword style, draw slash." Then, he beheld that his longsword had been severed, and immediately thereafter, his body, much like the sword, slowly split into 2 halves. Behind him, Nafty sheathed his sword once more without looking back, striding purposefully toward arena number 13, his intended destination for the day. Upon his arrival on that platform, he would stand alone as the sole survivor. On that arena, a rugged-looking man was heartily laughing as he cast the female swordswoman off the stage, sending her towards the molten lava below. After throwing her down, heedless of the cheers or jeers from the spectators at the volcano's edge, the man turned to Nafty, a sinister grin adorning his face, and taunted, "Where did this little brat come from? Do you wish to join her in being thrown down?" Oh, how he laughed. However, Nafty gazed quietly at him, then broke into a smile and remarked to the burly man, "How pitiful it is that you lack the qualifications to compel me to unleash my full strength." With that, Nafti drew his longsword and struck down towards the enraged giant charging at him, only to have his blow deflected by the man's forearm. At that moment, the giant's arms had transformed into a deep black hue, imbued with the power of Haki. The burly man who thwarted Nafti's assault let out a thunderous and sinister laugh, simultaneously raising his other hand to deliver a powerful blow to Nafti. However, to everyone's astonishment, Nafti leaped back, casting his long blade into the air. Spectators gasped at this unexpected turn of events, believing that the blade had been propelled skyward by the man's attack. At that moment, the giant abruptly looked up, realizing that the weapon had not been launched due to his strike. Rather, it was Nafti's own doing. A sense of foreboding washed over him, and indeed, Nafti had somehow appeared beside the soaring blade, deftly grasping it once more. In an instant, the crowd heard a resounding battle cry, one blade flow, reverse slash. Nafti then descended like a meteor, striking fiercely at the burly man. The latter quickly raised his arms defensively, sensing the formidable power behind the blow. A sharp clang resonated as the long sword collided with the man's forearm, causing the very air to freeze in that moment. What followed was an unforgettable spectacle. The long blade sliced cleanly through the man's arm, severing him in two. In an instant, the spectators erupted in disbelief. How is this possible? That is the power of armament Haki. How could it be severed? Such a devastating strike. Who on earth is he? They murmured in shock, realizing that this was none other than the notorious killer, Hank Stone, who had been vanquished so easily. It was evident that his mastery of Haki had not been perfected, and thus, the severing of his arms became his grim fate. On the arena, Nafti remained indifferent to the surrounding evaluations, sheathing his sword as he awaited the next adversary or the conclusion of the match. Beside the arena, Nianfeng lightly chuckled as he turned to Nanya, remarking, "This time, Nafti certainly made quite an impression, didn't he?" Nanya responded with an amused smile, clearly unperturbed by Nafti's prowess. Given their understanding of Nafti, it would indeed be strange if he had not progressed to this point. "And what about you, Nanya? How fares your mastery of martial arts?" "So," she replied. "But I remain confident in my ability to claim a minor championship." Since the day she harnessed her domineering spirit, Nanya had been diligently practicing various martial techniques. Although she had not yet reached the pinnacle of her potential, with Nanfeng's assistance in acquiring diverse resources, her skills were formidable. Coupled with her development of the wind fruit, Nanya's strength was indeed impressive. Ultimately, the tense competition reached its conclusion with the crowning of the champions across the 6 arenas. After vanquishing the formidable Hank Stone, Nafti stood unchallenged on Arena 13, as the spectators recognized his unmatched strength, understanding that they were not his equals. Among the 6 individuals determined on the first day, 4 were pirates, 1 was a naval officer, and 1 belonged to the Revolutionary Army. Each faction achieved its share of success, yet the pirates emerged as the most prominent. For this is undeniably a world dominated by piracy. Following the selection of these 6, the day's competition drew to a close. After reuniting with Nafti, the trio intended to descend the mountain. However, unexpectedly, a group obstructed their path, declaring their intent to avenge Hank Stone. The assailants were none other than the members of the Slaughter Pirates, to which Hank Stone belonged as captain. At that moment, a throng from the Slaughter Pirates surrounded the trio, seeking retribution. Upon hearing the name of the pirate crew, Nianfeng merely let out a cold laugh. Gazing at the group before him, he remarked with disdain, "The weaker the individual, the more they resort to bluster to assert their strength. What a pitiable bunch." Subsequently, he chose to disregard them and strode forward, finding them utterly uninteresting. As Nianfeng approached, the members of the Slaughter Pirate crew were at a loss for how to react. They had come seeking vengeance. Yet the imposing aura emanating from this individual filled them with trepidation. Ultimately, under the formidable presence of Nianfeng, the members of the Slaughter Pirate crew parted ways, allowing the trio to pass. However, as they witnessed Nianfeng and his companions emerge from the crowd, one individual scoffed derisively, "Just a few little brats. How could they be so afraid? What a worthless pirate crew." As soon as the words were spoken, the person immediately regarded Nianfeng and the other 2 with a wary expression, adopting a defensive posture. However, contrary to expectations, Nianfeng merely walked past the individual with Nafti, not even casting a glance in their direction. As he observed the indifference of Nianfeng and his companions, the man mistakenly believed that they were intimidated by him. He sneered, "Look, they are merely a few spineless little brats. It's time for them to go home and drink their milk." However, his words were abruptly cut short as a crimson line began to manifest gradually on his neck. In no time, blood began to flow along that line, and soon thereafter, the onlookers witnessed his head slowly sliding from his neck, ultimately falling to the ground. As the crowd dispersed in a tumultuous manner around him, none noticed a sinister figure observing the three departing individuals from within the throng. Chapter 11. Chef Dandy. While Nan Feng and his companions continued on their way without a backward glance, indifferent to the expressions of those behind them, Nan Feng turned to his companion Nonai with a smile and inquired, "So, do you recognize him?" "I do not, but I have left a mark upon him." "A mark? What sort of mark?" "Merely a trivial ability related to a small fruit." "That is reassuring. Knowing his identity is sufficient. One must not underestimate the power of observation. We may not seek trouble, but that does not imply we fear it." Upon hearing Nanfeng's words, Nonia and Nafti both responded with icy smiles. The hidden assailant had been far too presumptuous, regardless of which faction they belonged to. This grudge was now firmly established. As Nan Feng had said, while they didn't seek trouble, they certainly wouldn't shy away from it. Anyone daring to strike against the young pirates had better be prepared to face the consequences. Returning to their ship, they gathered for a brief conversation before each retired to their respective quarters to rest. As night descended, a lithe figure swiftly ascended followed by a stealthy exploration of the vessel, seemingly in search of something. From the silhouette, it was evident that the figure was a young girl. What the man failed to perceive was that a youth was following closely behind him, treading upon the very path he had traversed. Above the vessel, a maiden stood upon a swirling gust of wind, observing with keen interest. Furthermore, perched upon the beam above the sails, another young man sat, expressionless, cradling a sword as he gazed downwards. After thoroughly searching every room, the man scratched his head and curiously remarked, "How strange. Why is it not here?" "What are you looking for?" "Of course, I seek the legendary kitchen tool, the sea blade. It is not here, and I have never heard of such a sea blade. How could it possibly be?" "Ah, who are you? Stealing from my ship without knowing who I am? Doesn't that seem rather inappropriate?" The girl seemed to have just realized the situation, her expression shifting to one of wariness as she gazed at the smiling Nan Feng. Although Nan Feng wore a smile, to the girl it appeared undeniably like the grin of a demon. After a prolonged silence, she stammered, What do you want?" "Shouldn't that be my question, miss? Who are you, and what are you doing on my ship?" I am Dandy, a culinary hunter. I heard rumors that you possess the legendary kitchen tool, the sea blade, so I came here. I bear no ill intentions." Upon hearing Dandy's words, Nan Feng's expression darkened further. Who could it be that resorts to such repugnant tactics? Such methods are the most distasteful, lacking grand schemes yet perpetually ensnaring one in trouble. Surely, this matter could not be so simple. There must be a more significant conspiracy lurking beneath the surface. Yet, pondering over it, Nan Feng could not discern whom he had offended. It seemed that ever since setting sail, the only ones he had provoked were the five elders. However, considering their nature, they would never employ such underhanded tactics. So, who could it be? The mystery eluded him. At that moment, Dandy spoke up once more. "Excuse me, may I leave now?" Initially, she intended to sneak away quietly, but upon seeing Nan Feng's grim expression, an inexplicable fear gripped her, prompting her to ask. Before Nan Feng could respond, a voice descended from above. "So, you are a chef. Then do stay. The ship is in need of one, and I cannot always do it myself." Looking up at Nanya, who floated down, Dandy felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thankfully, she had refrained from slipping away. Nan Feng, however, regarded Nanya with curiosity, asking, "You could hear that from so far away? Your hearing is remarkable. The wind carries the whispers I wish to hear," Nanya replied enigmatically. Nan Feng quickly grasped the situation. Nanya was eavesdropping using her wind abilities, a rather convenient skill indeed. He felt a twinge of envy and contemplated acquiring a devil fruit for himself. Yet, recalling the somewhat exasperating drawbacks associated with devil fruits, he dismissed the idea. In truth, Nan Feng had previously inquired with Qi about whether the system's devil fruits possessed the common weakness of being vulnerable to water. However, Qi's answer left him disheartened. The flaws of devil fruits are dictated by the world's rules, which are immutable once established. Each world has its own regulations to curtail powers that might become excessively formidable, akin to the bloodline limits in the Naruto universe. Yet, with the system at his disposal, Nan Feng found himself exploiting loopholes within these world rules. Certain potent abilities from other realms were not hindered upon their arrival in this world. Otherwise, techniques as overwhelmingly powerful as the 8 extremes martial arts would have long been prohibited. Having set aside the notion of acquiring a devil fruit, Nan Feng regarded Dandy with newfound interest. Nanya was indeed correct. The ship was in need of a chef, and judging by Dandy's agility when boarding, She was far from the weakling she pretended to be. With a smile, Nanfeng addressed her. So, what shall it be? Will you stay, or will you stay, or will you stay? Faced with Nanfeng's smiling yet unyielding propositions, Dandy felt dismayed. There seemed to be no real choice. Despite possessing some strength, she lacked the confidence to escape from either of them, especially since the competitor from the earlier event had yet to emerge, leaving her uncertain of their whereabouts. I will stay, she conceded. A wise choice. Now, it is getting late. Let us rest. Dandy, please find yourself a room. Nanfeng concluded before retreating to his quarters for the night. Nanya, with a gentle smile, wished Dandy good night and departed. Just as Dandy was about to breathe a sigh of relief, she was startled to see a figure with a knife descending from above. It was Nafti, who merely cast a fleeting glance at her before yawning and returning to sleep. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Dandy diligently prepared breakfast. Upon waking, Nanfeng was exhilarated to find a lavish spread awaiting him in the dining area. He had not enjoyed breakfast since embarking on this voyage, as Nanya always rose later than he. Relishing the meal, Nanfeng found himself unexpectedly grateful to the troublemaker who had caused them distress. After all, it wasn't entirely a bad thing, as it had led to the arrival of an excellent cook. As he savored his meal, he observed the quiet Dandy and suddenly recalled something, leaning closer to her and inquiring, Dandy, what is the Blade of the Sea? I've never heard of it before. Indeed, throughout the tale of the Pirate King, such an item had never been mentioned, and the legendary cooking utensil only reminded him of Shokyuchi no Soma. Startled by Nanfeng's sudden proximity, Dandy took a few deep breaths before enlightening him. The Blade of the Sea is a mythical kitchen tool, a coveted treasure for every chef. It is said that anything prepared with it is the most delectable in the world. It is a magical knife, a gift from the sea to chefs. I have heard of it from my master, and I set sail in search of the Blade of the Sea, hoping to cook with it, even if just once. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with dreams. Seeing this, Nanfeng responded with a gentle smile. Then, Dandy, truly join us. Let us strive together to fulfill our dreams. I believe that as long as we have companions, whether it be my ambition to become the next Pirate King, Nanya's detailed world map, Nafty's legendary sea, Yellow Blue, or your Blade of the Sea, nothing is insurmountable. With comrades by our side, life will be devoid of regrets. Upon hearing the words of the southern wind, Dandy felt a surge of longing. Yet, perhaps recalling something, she momentarily furrowed her brow, though it was but a fleeting moment. Then, with a smile, she addressed the southern wind, saying, All right, Captain. Yes, let us go together to watch Nonia's match. She is indeed formidable. I too wish to see it, she added. Consequently, the southern wind hastened his pace at the breakfast table. During this time, Nafty and Nonia arrived at the dining hall, their excitement palpable upon witnessing the lavish breakfast spread before them. Perhaps due to the upcoming competition, Nonia had risen early, donned an attire more suited for battle, exuding an aura of gallantry. Observing the crew's enjoyment of her culinary creations, Dandy offered a gentle smile, yet a flicker of sorrow danced in her eyes, quickly vanishing. The southern wind noticed this but chose to remain silent. He believed that Dandy harbored no ill intentions towards them. After all, one who possesses genuine dreams must surely possess a pure heart. He resolved to wait patiently for the day Dandy would reveal her truths. After finishing their breakfast, the quartet made their way to the volcano's mouth, where a large crowd had already gathered, their eagerness for the impending competition evident. The southern wind gazed longingly at the devil fruit floating in the lava, yet despite his desire, he knew better than to partake. Its drawbacks were too apparent. However, as he gazed at the lava fruit, an idea struck him suddenly. He smacked his forehead, startling those nearby, who wondered what had come over him. With a mysterious smile, he turned to Nonia and said, Nonia, after the match, I shall present you with a delightful treasure, one that is sure to please you. What is it? The three companions were filled with curiosity, eager to learn about this promised treasure. Upon witnessing the three-colored aura emanating from the southern wind, Nonia and Nafty's intrigue deepened, for they understood that anything he deemed a treasure must indeed be remarkable. In that moment, their curiosity soared, as Dandy too began to feel the stirrings of interest in her companion's excitement. In her heart, Nonia silently vowed to unleash her ultimate move right from the start, aiming to conclude the battle swiftly. Chapter 12. The Swiftest Confrontation. Rainbow Stone. As the command to commence echoed throughout the arena, Nonia almost instantaneously soared into the air, propelled by a whirlwind. An intense curiosity consumed her as she yearned to uncover the nature of the enigmatic object that Nanfeng had mentioned, her mind akin to a tempest of anticipation. Upon ascending to the heights, she gazed down upon the fierce skirmish below, a disdainful smile gracing her lips. She raised her hands, positioning them before her chest, and began to harness a formidable force of wind. In a hushed tone, she intoned, "Wind pressure, wind demon roar." In that moment, a tremendous gale erupted from her palms, infused with an overwhelming momentum and countless blades of wind, cascading downward with an intensity reminiscent of a demon's roar, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Subsequently, it was observed that the main arena, designated as Arena 1, along with the surrounding mini-arenas numbered 1 through 6, had all succumbed to the fierce tempest, fracturing and plummeting into the volcano below, along with all those present upon them. Yet, Nonaya remained suspended in the air, awaiting the referee's declaration of the outcome. At this moment, at the volcano's crater, both the referees and the spectators, including those watching through the influence of the telephonic insects, were wide-eyed in astonishment. Remarkably, less than 5 minutes into the match, the champion of the second small arena had already been determined. The swiftness of it all was simply astounding. As the three observers, Southwind and his companions, struggled to comprehend the unfolding events, Southwind was taken aback by the formidable techniques exhibited by Nanya, which seemed almost unbelievable. With a smile, Nanya turned to the astonished referee and inquired softly, "May I announce the results now?" "Why, yes, I declare that the champion of Arena 2 is the Windchild, Nanya," the referee stammered. "Thank you," Nanya exclaimed. Before soaring over to Southwind and his group, her face alight with excitement. "Captain, can we leave now? The competition is over." "Very well, let us depart." Southwind replied, a bitter expression etched upon his face. He had never anticipated that his casual remarks before the competition would result in such an outcome. Who could have foreseen Nanya's unexpected prowess? Had he known, he would have waited until after the contest to speak. Resigned, Southwind led his companions away. And as they prepared to exit, the crowd parted hastily, eager to avoid any confrontation. Thus, they descended the volcano with relative ease. "Nanya, do I sense that you are seeking revenge against me?" Southwind suddenly queried as they made their way down the mountain. Nanya, however, wore an innocent smile, seemingly embodying his words, yet Southwind felt deep down that she was indeed exacting a form of retribution. Back aboard the ship, gazing at his companions, Southwind sighed and retrieved 4 vividly colored stones from his pocket, each remarkably beautiful. "What is this? Just stones, what significance do they hold?" Upon witnessing the object presented by Nanfeng, the others were left with expressions of astonished delight. Observing their reactions, Nanfeng gently smiled and remarked, "This is no ordinary stone. It is known as the Rainbow Stone, a gem imbued with extraordinary powers. What powers does it possess?" Upon hearing Nanfeng's words, those who initially displayed no interest suddenly found themselves intrigued. Observing their newfound curiosity, Nanfeng smirked and remarked, "The Rainbow Stone possesses power comparable to that of the Devil Fruit." "How could that be?" they exclaimed, astonished. Delighted by their surprise, Nanfeng reveled in his own prowess, thinking, "Indeed, I am formidable. I shall not be outdone by you." He proceeded to elucidate the capabilities of the Rainbow Stone. The Rainbow Stone grants its possessor extraordinary abilities. Yet it can only be claimed by a single owner. Once the stone's power has been determined, only its rightful master can wield its capabilities. The nature of the stone's abilities is influenced by the owner's personality or a deep-seated aspect of their being. Now, each of you shall take a stone and discover what abilities it may awaken within you. Subsequently, Nafti took a black rainbow stone from Nanfeng's hand, playing with it in his grasp, while Nonia opted for a blue one, and Dandy selected an orange stone, leaving the remaining purple stone for Nanfeng. "How do we activate our abilities?" Nafti inquired first. Upon hearing his question, Nanfeng was momentarily taken aback, as he too was uncertain about the means of activation. Then, in his mind, he posed the question to Qi, "How do we activate the abilities of the Rainbow Stone?" "Communicate with the stone using your heart," came the reply. Nanfeng then endeavored to connect with the Rainbow Stone, and before he could react, the stone astonishingly transformed into a pool of purple liquid, which swiftly entered the necklace hanging around Nanfeng's neck, turning the black rento a vibrant purple. In that instant, Nanfeng comprehended his ability, spatial manipulation. Observing the transformation of Nanfeng's Rainbow Stone, Nafti and the others were filled with astonishment and joy, for it clearly indicated Nanfeng's success. As he opened his eyes and gazed at the group before him, Nanfeng smiled and remarked, Communicate with the rainbow stone using your heart. Subsequently, the group endeavored to communicate with the rainbow stones. Soon, Nefuti's rainbow stone affixed itself to his belt, Nonia's adorned her bracelet, and Dandy's settled upon her headband. With their eyes wide open, excitement coursed through them as they discovered their newfound abilities. Observing the jubilant expressions of his companions and the transformation of the rainbow stones, Nianfeng smiled and inquired, "Have we all succeeded?" "Indeed, my power is vector manipulation," one replied. "My ability is fire," Nonia and Dandy chimed in successively. Only Nefuti remained silent. And as the others turned their gaze towards him, he incredulously declared, "My power is water." Upon hearing Navdi's words, Nianfeng and the others were utterly astonished. In this world, if one were to speak of the most formidable force, it would undoubtedly be water. Not only is its strength unparalleled, but its abundance is also remarkably vast. Nefuti's remarkable ability significantly amplifies his strength. Endowed with the power of water, he can effortlessly traverse and dominate this world. Upon hearing the abilities of several individuals, Nianfeng couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Truly, the rainbow stones are remarkable, as they bestow powers based on one's character." Nianfeng, wishing to return home, acquired the ability of space manipulation. Nafti, in pursuit of Alelbi gained the power of water. Nonia, aspiring to create a detailed world map of her own, obtained the ability of vector manipulation. Dandy, a chef by profession, found his power to be that of fire. Familiarizing themselves with their newfound abilities, the group was filled with immense joy. Although their powers did not manifest in the elemental form akin to devil fruits, the capabilities granted by the rainbow stones were undeniably superior, devoid of significant drawbacks. On the pirate ship, the strength of these individuals was truly formidable, with no glaring weaknesses among them. The only exception was Nonia, who had consumed a devil fruit, resulting in a discernible flaw. However, possessing the wind fruit, her fear of the ocean was considerably diminished. The true threat lay in the sea prism stone. Yet, with the addition of vector manipulation, it no longer seemed as daunting. Currently, Nafti and Nonia were fully capable of competing for qualifications in the intermediate arena. While they initially lacked a strong desire for the magma fruit, acquiring it would certainly be advantageous. If the three of them became champions in the intermediate arena, their chances of ascending to the advanced level would increase to 50%. And so too would their likelihood of obtaining the magma fruit, with the strength of Nianfeng and the others factored in. The magma fruit could essentially be considered a possession of the young pirate crew. Nianfeng intended for Dandy to consume the magma fruit upon acquisition with his fire abilities. Dandy's power would become quite fearsome. Coupled with the three forms of haki, Dandy's prowess would rival that of his companions, adding yet another terrifying force to their ranks. The strength of the young pirate crew would ascend to new heights. After a brief adjustment to his new abilities, Dandy joyfully set about preparing a meal. In celebration of the day's happiness, he planned to make his signature dish, tuna and sea urchin sushi. Accompanied by a bowl of delectable tuna noodles and a serving of rich fish soup, this would be their lunch for the day. After the departure of Nianfeng and others, several other champions emerged from the volcanic arena. However, they lacked any allure, as the impact brought by Nonia was simply too profound. No matter how dazzlingly the other competitors performed, they could not match the awe that Nonia instilled. Following the conclusion of the competition, the Navy promptly commenced repairs on the damaged venue, for without such efforts, there would be no arena for the following day's events. On board the vessel of the shining pirate crew, the man from yesterday knelt upon the deck, reporting to a figure above him. "Light Emperor, over the past 2 days, I have sown a degree of chaos among them. While it has not inflicted any harm, it has certainly vexed them. Moreover, I have gained a certain understanding of their strengths." Upon hearing the words of that individual, the radiant Emperor Kenya let out a cold laugh, muttering to himself, "That detestable brat dares to slay the Hall brothers. I shall surely avenge them." Yet, deep within his heart lay a secret known only to him. In his youth, he was but a mere pirate, and had it not been for the Hall brothers' timely rescue, he would have perished. Subsequently, he forged a bond with Hall, becoming sworn brothers. However, he had never anticipated that the Hall brothers would later align themselves with the 7 warlords, serving as pawns of the Navy. Despite this, they had never been adversaries. Yet, he was taken aback to learn that the Hall brothers had met their end at the hands of mere children. He vividly recalled the anguish he felt upon receiving the news, a bitter outcome he could never have foreseen and one he was loath to confront. In recent days, he had instructed his subordinates to create havoc for Nianfeng and his companions, partly to gauge their strength and partly to vex them. He awaited the conclusion of the tournament, for that day would herald the demise of the youthful pirate crew. Kenya thought maliciously. He then gestured dismissively to the kneeling man below, saying, "Go on, continue to sow discord. I intend to thoroughly discuss them." Chapter 13. The intelligence pirate crew. As night faded, excitement coursed through the group. Their newfound abilities were not only formidable but also perfectly suited to them, as if tailor-made. The morning sun streamed into the cabin, and after shaking off the remnants of sleep and partaking in a delightful breakfast, Nan Fong was drawn to the kitchen by the appetizing aroma. It was a relief to have an official cook on board. At least there was breakfast, and it was delicious. After finishing their meal, the group made their way to the volcanic arena, where today's battlefield belonged to Nan Fong. Entering the small arena numbered 9, he found a less crowded corner and stood quietly, awaiting the commencement of the matches. However, he felt no excitement, as he sensed no threat from those around him. "Hello." Just as Nan Fong was lost in thought, a gentle male voice reached his ears. He looked up to see a stylishly dressed gentleman standing beside him, exuding an air of sophistication, yet he was a stranger to Nan Fong. "Is there something you need?" he inquired. "Well, nothing of particular importance," came the reply. "Oh." After a brief acknowledgement, Nan Fong fell silent, yet the man, undeterred by Nan Feng's indifference, continued with a smile, "I am Lafad, delighted to make your acquaintance." "Dear Sir Nan Fong." Upon hearing his name, Nan Fong exhibited no surprise. His bounty had been issued worldwide, and his appearance had been unmasked without disguise. Recognition was to be expected. Unfazed by Nan Feng's disregard, Lafad maintained his cheerful demeanor. "Sir Nan Fong, I possess some intriguing intelligence. Would you be interested?" "Thank you, but I am not. It's complimentary, you know." "Oh, sir, engaging in conversation this way is rather inappropriate." "What does it matter?" At that moment, Lafad could no longer maintain his gentlemanly facade, his lips twitching in irritation as he gazed at Nan Fong. Finally, he took a deep breath, as if reaching a decision. "Sir Nan Fong, regardless of your interest, I shall offer this information for free, hoping for future collaboration. I am Lafad of the intelligence pirate crew." "Oh, then according to our intel, the one who has been targeting you these past few days is the Radiant Emperor. The reasons remain unclear, but it appears he has been attempting to vex you. However, it seems that after this tournament concludes, he will take action against you." "Oh." Another simple response escaped Nan Feng's lips, and he fell silent again, lowering his head and closing his eyes, seemingly unfazed by the news. Yet, a tempest surged within him. What madness was this? Having just dealt with one of the 7 warlords, now another, one of the 4 emperors, had emerged. Nevertheless, he believed in facing challenges head-on. Moreover, he felt no fear of any formidable opponent. Shortly after Lafad departed, the referee announced the commencement of the match. Yet, Nan Fong remained motionless. His fellow pirates, however, were anything but calm, especially the one who had just attempted to strike Nan Fong. Incredibly, the blade had passed straight through Nan Fong as if slicing through air, leaving him unscathed. Before the assailant could utter a scream, another pirate swiftly dispatched him. As the competition progressed, the bodies accumulated higher before Nan Fong, yet he remained immobile, his enigmatic demeanor capturing the attention of all. The atmosphere surrounding the arena had reached a fever pitch. "Hey, what's going on with that person? What peculiar ability is that? He must be dodging with incredible speed and then returning to his position," someone speculated. "Fool. It cannot be that. It must be some strange ability." The spectators buzzed with excitement, unable to quiet their astonishment. Dandy, taken aback, marveled at his captain's extraordinary prowess, finding it almost unbelievable. Observing Dandy's expression, Nonia chuckled and remarked, "This is merely one of the captain's many bizarre abilities. He must be looking to take a break. Wouldn't you agree, Nafty?" "Indeed. That rascal captain is certainly planning to slack off. He has always resorted to such tricks whenever he wishes to avoid exertion. You'll see for yourself in due time." Despite Nonia and Navdi's reassurances, Dandy remained profoundly astonished. The ability seemed rather terrifying. Nonia, still smiling, continued, "You need not be overly surprised. This ability does possess its drawbacks, which you will gradually come to realize. It is not an invincible skill, yet neither is it easily countered, as it lasts but a fleeting moment." Ignoring the astonishment of the crowd, Nan Fong persisted in his habitual idleness, poised to await the final moments to eliminate the remaining adversaries. The competition raged on, with more and more participants falling, leaving an ever-diminishing number standing. Only when the count could be easily made with fingers did Nan Fong finally stir, lifting his head to yawn, as if fatigued from standing. He then cast a glance at the few individuals locked in confrontation on the field and unsheathed his sword. Subsequently, one could see Nan Fong holding his sword horizontally before him, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips as he intoned 13 techniques of void Z-shaped assault. Instantly, Nan Feng's figure vanished from the spot, and upon the arena emerged a swift, Z-shaped lightning. In the aftermath of this blinding speed, the previously confronting individuals were left spitting blood, collapsing to the ground. Sheathing his sword and casting a detached glance at the referee, Nan Feng disappeared from the side of the crowd, only to reappear standing beside Nanya and her companions. "Let us go. I have matters to discuss with you." With that, Nan Feng took the lead, and Nanya and her companions hurriedly followed in his wake. It was not until Nan Feng had vanished from view that the referee declared, "The champion of the small Arena 9 has been decided. The young captain of the pirate brigade, the youthful King Nan Feng." As the referee announced the results, the entire venue erupted in fervor. It is worth noting that the young pirate's crew consists of only 3 members, yet each of them holds the title of champion. At this moment, the crowd remains unaware that the young pirate's crew has now expanded to 4. Moreover, the spectators witnessed the champion's ascent without the exertion of their full capabilities. Notably, none of them employed hockey. Although hockey is predominantly recognized in the latter half of the Grand Line, it is essential to acknowledge that this gathering comprises pirates from all corners of the world, including the New World. There can be no doubt regarding the young pirates' crew's proficiency in hockey, for their ability to sever the bindings of hockey indicates a profound understanding of it. In fact, their grasp of hockey surpasses that of many formidable pirates from the New World, a sentiment widely accepted by the masses. On board the young pirate ship, the 4 sat around a table, leisurely sipping coffee. After taking a sip, Nornia chuckled, "Captain, were you not a bit too obvious in your attempt to slack off just now?" Upon hearing Nanya's words, Nan Feng, without a hint of embarrassment, replied, "That is not slacking off, it is strategic concealment. The matter I wish to discuss is precisely related to this." "What matter?" "Regardless of the issue at hand, I refuse to believe in this so-called strategic concealment. You are undoubtedly being lazy." Just as Nafti began to reveal his own shortcomings, Nan Feng hastily interjected, all right. We shall revisit the question of laziness at a later time." Once again changing the subject, he continued, "Enough of the jesting. Let us discuss the matter at hand. A person claiming to be from the intelligence pirates, Rafid, informed me that the one stirring up trouble for us these past few days is none other than the Radiant Emperor, Kenya. Rafid also mentioned that after the competition concludes, Kenya is likely to seek us out for trouble." Upon hearing the words of the South Wind, the 3 exclaimed almost in unison, "The Radiant Emperor Kenya. Indeed, it is he. But why would he seek to trouble us?" "I am uncertain," came the reply. Subsequently, the atmosphere on the ship fell into a profound silence. No one uttered a word, as if each person was lost in contemplation. Eventually, Nonia broke the stillness. "Captain, is this information accurate?" "I cannot say, for I am unfamiliar with anyone named Lafford, and given that the information is free, who can ascertain its veracity?" "Free?" Dandy exclaimed in astonishment. In response to Dandy's surprise, the others regarded him with puzzled expressions. Sensing their confusion, Dandy began to elucidate. "It is well known that the current world is comprised of 3 factions, the world government, the pirates, and the revolutionary army. Each of these entities possesses its own sources of intelligence. Among the pirates, there exists a similar organization dedicated to information, known as the intelligence pirates. They thrive by trading various pieces of information, yet little is known about their internal structure. Furthermore, although the 10 strongest pirate crews dominate the seas, the intelligence pirates possess the capability to ascend to such heights. However, they choose not to contend for that position, thus earning the moniker Hidden Sovereign, signifying a ruler dwelling in the shadows. It is rumored in the outside world that this pirate crew, which thrives on the trade of information, adheres to a particular code of conduct. They offer potentially life-threatening intelligence to individuals they deem promising, before these individuals ascend to greatness, in exchange for protection once they achieve such prominence. This can be regarded as a form of investment scheme, although for many years, it has been said that the 10 most formidable pirates received such investments before they reached their peak. This claim has never been substantiated, leading many to dismiss it as mere folklore. However, it is astonishing to discover that such practices do, in fact, exist. And the subject of this investment is none other than the captain. After listening to Dandy's words, Nan Feng yawned nonchalantly and remarked, "What intelligence? The information from the pirate crew isn't particularly reliable. Life-threatening? A fool like the Light Emperor hardly possesses the strength to endanger my life." With that, Nan Feng retreated to his room, wielding his knife. Nonaya and Nafti shared a similarly indifferent expression. Indeed, they now possessed the power to confront the Light Emperor head-on, and there was no guarantee they would be defeated. Chapter 14. Eruption. Since the conclusion of Nanfang's match, the group had not returned to the volcano's mouth, nor had they attended any subsequent matches. In recent days, Nanfang and his companions have been meandering about on Hidden Island, once a desolate isle. Hidden Island has seen an influx of visitors since the discovery of the magma fruit and the subsequent competitions held here, prompting numerous merchants to establish diverse marketplaces. At this moment, Nanfang and his companions find themselves wandering through a small food market. To be candid, Nanfang has yet to sample all the culinary delights the world of One Piece has to offer, and he is not one to pass up an opportunity to indulge. Just as they were savoring their meals with great enthusiasm, an individual suddenly emerged, pointing at Nanfang and vociferously accusing him. "It is you. You are the one who stole my money." Upon witnessing the actions of the individual before him, Nanfang could not help but feel a sense of exasperation. This so-called Light Emperor, to label him a mere jester would be an overestimation. He possessed little more than this triviality. With a sardonic smile gracing his lips, Nanfang inquired, "Do you know who I am?" "A thief." "You are a thief," the man retorted vehemently, his finger pointed accusingly at Nanfang, his expression brimming with animosity, as if he wished to pierce Nanfang with that very digit. With a dismissive flick of the man's finger, Nanfang replied with a grin, "Allow me to enlighten you about my true identity. I'm a pirate. I only plunder. I do not steal. Return and inform those behind you that if they continue with such despicable behavior, they shall meet their end." As he spoke, a dark cloud loomed over Nanfang's countenance, his murderous intent enveloping the man like a shroud. The individual, now engulfed by this terrifying aura, trembled uncontrollably, his legs quaking as his gaze darted away. Landing on a figure within the crowd, it was Taifu, a subordinate of the Light Emperor. Following his gaze, Nanfang too turned to regard the man, then, with a cold smirk, he pivoted and departed. Upon seeing Nanfang's exit, Taifu smirked insidiously, his heart reveling in unrestrained laughter. They are merely a handful of insignificant children. Even if they realize it is I, what can they do? They dare not act against me. Ha ha ha. Disregarding Taifu's treachery, Nanfang addressed Nafati and the others, saying, "Next time, let us simply behead that fellow. He has become rather tiresome." "Indeed. He is quite bothersome," one of them concurred, "and he has offered nothing to amuse us. There's no need to wait for the next occasion. I shall handle it now." Another chimed in. As Nanfang and Nafati conspired to eliminate Taifu, Nanya interjected with a smile, "Why not let me take care of him? I can do it now." Upon hearing Nanya's words, Nanfang raised an eyebrow. "Are you capable of that? Do not forget, I left a wind mark upon his neck during our last encounter. As time passes, the mark will gradually permeate his body. From my earlier observation, it has already penetrated the carotid artery in his neck. A slight nudge, and his life will be forfeit." After listening to Nanya's explanation, a twitch crossed Nanfang's lips, and he swallowed hard, questioning her. "How many more hidden abilities do you possess? It feels rather perilous standing beside you. How could you say such a thing to me? Your captain? A mere weak woman? You wound my heart," Nanya replied, adopting a pitiful expression, as if she had suffered great injustices. Yet, Nanfang and the others shuddered at her demeanor. They could hardly believe that a figure capable of slaying countless foes would claim to be a frail maiden. It evoked the essence of a femme fatale, leaving them to ponder the implications of her words. "Enough of this. Let us swiftly dispose of him. My head aches," Nanfang insisted. "Very well," Nanya responded cheerfully, snapping her fingers lightly. Instantly, gasps erupted from behind them. Taifu, who had been sneering, suddenly found his grin frozen in place, followed by a series of choking sounds as blood spilled from his mouth, and his neck violently ruptured. What had been a seemingly ordinary individual now lay grotesquely disfigured, and soon someone recognized him as Taifu, a minor captain of the Light Emperor's pirate crew. Meanwhile, within the ranks of the Light Emperor's crew, the news reached the Emperor, who, in a fit of rage, shattered his favorite chair. "Damn it, just a boy. Once the competition concludes, I shall annihilate all of you." Although there was no concrete evidence linking the young pirate crew to the act, the whispers he had received strongly suggested their involvement. "Curse them. Once I acquire the magma fruit, Nanfang, your days are numbered. If not for the agreement with other factions prohibiting significant conflict during the competition, I would have dealt with you already." In the depths of the Light Emperor's ship, the Emperor Kenya raged with fury, and none dared approach him. After a prolonged silence, he bellowed toward the door, "Bring me someone." Subsequently, the crowd outside the room exchanged glances, hesitating momentarily before engaging in a playful push and shove. Not a soul dared to step inside, until one individual, summoning all his courage, ventured forth. Upon beholding the imposing figure of Kenya seated above, the man promptly fell to his knees and uttered, "My lord, may I inquire what your commands are? Convey this message. For the next few days, none shall provoke the young pirate crew. Furthermore, ensure they are prepared. Once the competition concludes, we shall launch an assault on the young pirate crew and eliminate them." "Yes, my lord." At that moment, Nan Fong and his companions were meandering through the apparel section, contemplating the purchase of a few garments, curious to see if anything suited their taste. To be candid, the clothing in this world was quite remarkable, showcasing a plethora of appealing styles. After selecting several commendable outfits, they proceeded to explore other areas. However, to everyone's astonishment, the entire island suddenly began to tremble, followed by the volcanic crater erupting violently, spewing forth a torrent of molten lava. The competitors engaged in the contest, along with those observing, found that apart from the exceptionally powerful who managed to escape due to their strength, nearly all the other contestants met their demise beneath the ferocious flow of lava. Unexpectedly, the magma fruits were ejected alongside the molten rock from the volcano, and the skilled individuals near the summit, close to the crater, beheld the magma fruits soaring high into the air. In an instant, one among them took action, and as one person initiated their move, the others swiftly followed suit. Meanwhile, those at the base of the mountain, witnessing the sudden escalation of the battlefield and the demon fruit launched into the sky, were driven into a frenzy. Countless individuals began to rush towards the volcano's mouth, all hoping to seize the opportunity to acquire the potent fruit, though they were fully aware of their slim chances of obtaining it. Who could truly predict the whims of fortune? As he observed a throng of people rushing past him in a frenzy, Nan Fong turned to glance at those beside him. Offering a faint smile, "Shall we join them?" he inquired. "Absolutely." In an instant, Nornia and the others dashed forward, leaving Nan Fong momentarily stunned in place. What was happening? They seemed oblivious to the fact that he was their captain, a figure of leadership. Nevertheless, Nan Fong, driven by fervor, charged ahead. His desire for the devil fruit was immense. He believed that combining Dandy's fiery abilities with the powers of the magma fruit would render her flames even more terrifying and lethal. He was eager to witness this transformation, making the fruit a coveted prize for him. The speed of his charge was formidable, the instantaneous acceleration propelling him past Nafti and the others in the blink of an eye, placing him squarely within the circle of those fiercely contending for the prize. As they beheld the sudden appearance of the youth before them, those engaged in the fierce contest, be they pirates or navy, wore expressions of utmost gravity. They had all witnessed Nanfeng's competition. Even if not present at the event, they had certainly seen the recording subsequently, for individuals endowed with peculiar abilities could hardly escape scrutiny. "Young king," Nan Fong, "do you also seek to seize this fruit?" inquired Admiral Barumaber, wielding two broadswords, his demeanor exceedingly solemn. "Humph, lad, your ship, which carries but 3 souls, already harbors 2 wielders of abilities. Be wary lest you find yourself in the sea, with no one to rescue you," cautioned a leader of the Revolutionary Army. "Ahaha, yet another pirate. Come on, lad, do not let the Navy and the revolutionaries snatch away the magma fruit," exclaimed a rather boisterous pirate. Observing the group of individuals who bore solemn expressions and remained motionless, Nan Fong appeared utterly unconcerned. With a smile, he remarked, "So, are none of you planning to continue this contest? Do you not desire this precious fruit? If that is the case, I shall regretfully accept it." "Oh dear. How could you allow such a valuable item to fall to the ground?" As he spoke, Nan Fong reached down towards the devil fruit on the ground. In that very instant, a beam of light suddenly shot towards him, yet it passed directly through his form. This ray of light effectively halted Nan Feng's hand from grasping the devil fruit. Turning to face his assailant, Nan Fong did not recognize the individual, but the expressions of the others nearby grew even more grave. "Light Emperor Kenya, are you also meddling in this affair?" Barumaber was the first to speak, revealing to Nan Fong the identity of his attacker. Upon learning this, Nan Fong scoffed derisively at Kenya, stating, "You truly are a being inferior even to a jester, possessing only such minimal skills, merely a waste." "Humph, you insolent brat. What did you say? Dare to repeat that? Waste. Ah, that infuriating little brat. I shall ensure your demise." With that, Kenya launched a fierce assault against Nan Fong. The others looked on in disbelief. The audacity of the youth was astonishing. Although Kenya was known as the Light Emperor, his methods and style were anything but virtuous, yet this individual dared to provoke him in such a manner. Chapter 15. The demise of the Light Emperor. As Kenya transformed into a flash of light and charged towards Nan Fong, he felt an unsettling sensation upon contact. As he found himself touching nothing at all, despite Nanfeng's presence remaining steadfast and unmoving. Kenya, seemingly intent on something, turned again as he passed through Nanfeng's form, unleashing a punch imbued with armament haki. However, an astonishing event transpired. Just like before, Kenya's fist passed directly through Nanfeng, leaving him without any sensation of impact. Stunned, Kenya remained frozen in place, his hand still within Nanfeng's body. The onlookers, including Barumabur, were equally astonished. What was occurring? How could a devil fruit user be impervious to an armament haki attack? What kind of ability was this? Or was the figure before them not human at all? In any case, everyone, including Kenya, was left dumbfounded. The unfolding events were simply too incredible. Nanfeng glanced down at the hand embedded in his form and chuckled. "May I kindly request that you withdraw your hand?" "Why, yes, of course." At that moment, Kenya harbored no desire to engage in battle with Nanfeng. In fact, he felt a twinge of fear. How could one triumph against an adversary who could not be struck? It seemed an impossible endeavor. As soon as Kenya withdrew his hand, Nanfeng delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying. With a chilling glare directed at the airborne Kenya, Nanfeng's face was filled with murderous intent. "Kenya, I do not recall ever provoking you, yet you have repeatedly sought to annoy me. Do you truly believe that simply being called the Light Emperor grants you the audacity to provoke anyone at will? In truth, you are less than a mere jester." With that, Nanfeng planted his foot upon Kenya's chest. However, being one of the 4 emperors, Kenya was not to be underestimated. After only a brief moment under Nanfeng's foot, he seemed to realize something and transformed into countless points of light. These points gradually coalesced into a humanoid form, Kenya himself. Rubbing his chest where he had been stomped, Kenya suddenly erupted into laughter. "Ha, kid, I've figured it out. When you attack others, you possess a physical form that can be struck. Your time is up. Such astonishing confidence you possess. Now, let us see you try." Before Kenya could react, Nanfeng appeared before him, empowered by the might of the rainbow stone, and delivered another kick. This time striking Kenya's chest with such force that he was sent flying once more, this time coughing up a mouthful of blood. In this instance, Kenya was engulfed in terror, questioning how it was possible for him to traverse such a distance at such an astonishing speed, arriving before him in an instant. The onlookers were equally astonished. It seemed nearly too swift to comprehend, verging on the phenomenon of teleportation. The Revolutionary Army's Fiki stood agape, as if he could swallow a bull whole. At that moment, his mind was a tempest of emotions, for as a member of the Revolutionary Army, he had once sought, under the guidance of the dragon, a legendary devil fruit, a fruit said to transcend the natural order, known as the space fruit. In their understanding of spatial fruits, they possess the remarkable ability to traverse and cleave through space, marking them as exceptionally powerful entities. From the formidable ability displayed by Nanfeng, who suddenly appeared before Kenya, it was evident that it was not merely a matter of speed. It resembled a phenomenon of instantaneous manifestation, as if he had traversed dimensions to stand directly in front of Kenya. With wide eyes, Fiki stared intently at Nanfeng, desperate to discern whether this was indeed the fabled fruit of legend. Once again, Nanfeng teleported to Kenya's side, and before Kenya could react, he was sent flying with a swift kick. At that moment, Kenya was utterly humiliated, stripped of the proud demeanor befitting one of the 4 emperors. His face contorted with a mix of rage and embarrassment. Meanwhile, atop the volcano, an eerie silence enveloped the scene as onlookers witnessed one of the 4 emperors, the Light Emperor, being mercilessly beaten. "Curse that wretched boy. Can your speed truly surpass that of light? I care not where you hide. This time, you shall not escape." With a thunderous roar, Kenya ascended into the air, unleashing a barrage of dazzling light orbs upon the crowd below, launching a wide-ranging assault that engulfed the entire vicinity of the volcano. The weaker pirates met their demise instantly, while only those with slightly greater strength managed to survive. Kenya, unable to counter Nanfeng's spatial abilities, had succumbed to a state of paranoia, rendered reckless by Nanfeng's bizarre powers. After releasing the 8-span Yada no Kagami, Kenya cackled maniacally as he gazed downwards. "Ha ha ha. How does it feel to be unable to escape? You're nothing but—" Before he could finish, he noticed Nanfeng, grinning serenely amidst the crowd below, unscathed and unharmed. "What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it for me?" This time, Kenya heard Nanfeng's voice clearly, resonating in his ears. Before he could respond, he found himself staring down in horror at the blade of a long sword, enveloped in the aura of haki, that was plunged into his chest. All those observing the battle were left in a state of shock, gazing at the youth in midair, whose sword was embedded in the heart of a middle-aged man. He has slain the Light Emperor. Such immense power. They gasped. Good heavens. This is an earth-shattering event. The Light Emperor was utterly defenseless, completely overpowered. Who is he? The young king, the young king. Could he be another future pirate king? Regardless of how the spectators perceived the clash between the two, Nanfeng wore an expression of disdain. You call yourself garbage, yet you refuse to accept it. Aside from possessing a potent devil fruit ability, you are utterly useless. Lacking intellect and strength, I clearly overestimated you. If all the 4 emperors are of your caliber, then the so-called top 10 pirates are hardly impressive. With that, Nanfeng descended. Having only been able to hover for a brief period due to a newly developed spatial ability known as the spatial ladder, which was still in its infancy. Landing beside the magma fruit, he bent down to retrieve the devil fruit that had stirred the world's tides, casting a smile at the gathered crowd. I shall take this. Does anyone have any objections? No. Take it. I have no objections, Barumbai chuckled, offering no resistance. He understood that opposing Nanfeng would be futile and preferred to grant him a favor. Moreover, with Nanfeng's amicable relationship with KB, and considering his own bond with KB as a brotherly partnership forged through their shared journey in the Navy, he naturally held no objections. Others also expressed no dissent. Given Southwind's formidable capabilities in dealing with Kenya, even if they united, they might not stand a chance against him. Therefore, what was the necessity of such an endeavor? Observing a unanimous agreement with no objections, Southwind signaled for Dandy and the others to approach. At that moment, Fitch approached with a serious expression. Gazing intently at Southwind. Your Excellency Southwind, I have a question I wish to pose to you. Oh, esteemed Revolutionary Army leader, please do inquire. I would like to ask, is the devil fruit you have consumed known as the space fruit? You may consider it so. Initially, Southwind had no intention of revealing this information, but upon seeing Fitch's expression, he felt an irresistible urge to tease her. Upon hearing Nanfeng's words, Fiki's expression grew increasingly grave. The fruit they had desperately searched for yet failed to find had inexplicably fallen into the hands of a mere child. Just contemplating the terrifying powers of that fruit, coupled with Nanfeng's formidable strength, sent a chill surging through Fiki's heart. Could this be the next pirate king? However, judging by his ruthless and unrestrained manner, he bore no resemblance to the previous 2 pirate kings. Yet, Fiki could assert with certainty that anyone aspiring to become the next pirate king must first defeat the young man before him. This would be an insurmountable mountain on the path of all pirates toward the title, akin to the legendary Whitebeard, and imbued with even greater ambition. Fiki resolved that upon returning to the Revolutionary Army's base, he must report this matter to Sabo and caution his subordinates to steer clear of this individual whenever possible. For their crew's strength extended beyond just the captain. Leaving behind the solemn Fiki, Nanfeng dashed to Dandy's side, thrusting the devil fruit into Dandy's hands. A broad smile lighting up his face. Dandy, quickly eat it. I want to see the expression of someone who has consumed a devil fruit. Huh? What? I urged her to hasten and partake, eager to witness the formidable power that would arise from the fusion of the magma fruit and the flame ability. Dandy, with the devil fruit in hand, was a picture of inner turmoil. As a chef, she truly loathed the thought of consuming such an unpalatable item, fearing it might ruin her palate. Yet, confronted with the captain's eager gaze, she resolved to proceed, despite the possibility that his intentions were not entirely pure. At that moment, a multitude of spectators on the mountain watched intently as Dandy prepared to consume the devil fruit. Many, perceiving her reluctance, felt an urge to seize it for themselves. However, they were acutely aware of the peril that such an act would entail. Those guarding the fruit were no benign individuals. One had slain the Light Emperor, Kenya. Another had obliterated an entire group during a competition, and yet another had severed an arm enveloped in armed color hockey. Attempting to snatch the fruit amid such dangerous company was akin to courting death. With determination stealing her resolve, Dandy took a decisive bite. Instantly, her features contorted in distress. She had never tasted anything so vile. Even her earliest culinary attempts had been far superior. Nevertheless, as a chef, the opportunity to experience such a rare occurrence was, in a way, a valuable lesson. Chapter 16. Corneille having just consumed the devil fruit, Dandy struggled to control the magma, resulting in some parts of her body transforming into molten rock, which dripped ominously onto the ground. For the onlookers, it was an agonizing sight, watching a rival grow stronger before their very eyes while feeling utterly powerless, lacking even the courage to approach. Witnessing Dandy's transformation solidified Nanfeng's conviction to never consume a devil fruit recognizing not only the evident drawbacks but also its horrendous taste. He savored the despair and disappointment etched on the faces of the other pirates, deriving a secret pleasure from their misfortune. Turning to Barumabur and his companions, he cheerfully remarked, "Well then, esteemed colleagues, I look forward to our next encounter. We shall take our leave now. Farewell." With that, Nanfone waved at Navdi and the others, who exchanged smiles with Barumabur before following in his wake. As they descended, the pirates on the mountain parted to grant them passage, their expressions a mix of terror and reverence, fearful of inciting the wrath of such formidable beings. Yet, despite this, some still attempted to halt their advance. Corneille, a staunch loyalist to Kenya, unwaveringly supported him. He executed every directive Kenya issued with utmost diligence. And it could be asserted that a significant portion of Kenya's accomplishments were attributable to Corneille's unwavering dedication. Today, having just returned from a mission in another sea to hidden Dusk Island, Corneille beheld a scene that would forever haunt him. The man he revered most was impaled in midair by a sword, a blade piercing his heart. To this day, Corneille vividly recalls the past. His pirate ship had been besieged by sea kings, leaving him as the sole survivor, drifting at sea and teetering on the brink of starvation. It was Kenya who had come to his aid. Perhaps at the time, Kenya's motives were not entirely altruistic. He might have merely sought to recruit a powerful subordinate. For Corneille had once been a formidable pirate himself. However, gradually, Kenya treated him as a true brother, sharing confidences and trusting him implicitly. Corneille was the only one aboard the Light Emperor's ship whose counsel Kenya valued, for he believed in the integrity of his brother. Corneille was not ignorant of Kenya's nature. On the contrary, he understood him profoundly. Kenya exhibited a plethora of certainties. Yet he possessed one redeeming quality: he sincerely cared for those he recognized as brothers. It was only after a drunken night with Kenya that Corneille comprehended the reasons behind his brother's singular loyalty. He was excessively devoted to his comrades. In his early days as a pirate, Kenya's crew had acquired a devil fruit, the flash fruit, which prompted a mutiny among his men. It was only through the desperate sacrifices of his childhood friends that he escaped with his life, though he eventually avenged himself against the traitors. Only one of his brothers survived, gravely injured. Kenya had intended for him to consume the flash fruit, believing it might save his life. However, his brother refused and ultimately took his own life to spare Kenya the anguish of indecision. Subsequently, after consuming the flash fruit, Kenya encountered the Hall brothers, which marked the end of his solitary wanderings at sea. From that point forward, he ceased to trust mere subordinates. He only recognized brothers, willing to forsake his own life for their sake. The bond between Kenya and Corneille moved the latter deeply. He had vowed to elevate Kenya to the throne of the Pirate King. Yet today, he witnessed his brother perish before him, suspended in the air before countless onlookers. A sight Corneille could scarcely bear. In response, Corneille summoned the members of the Light Emperor's crew scattered across other locations to gather at hidden Dusk Island. He resolved to lead the charge against Nanfone and his companions, seeking vengeance for his fallen brother. Confronted by Corneille and his assembled forces, Nanfone smiled and inquired, "What seems to be the matter?" Corneille remained silent, seething with rage as he locked eyes with Nanfone, the executioner of his brother. Neither spoke. They merely faced each other in a tense standoff. Suddenly, Corneille drew his sword, directing it toward Nanfone and issuing a hoarse yet resolute battle cry. The sword, imbued with armed color hockey, thrust toward Nanfang's face. In response to the attack, Nanfone, unusually, unsheathed his own sword, feeling an inexplicable urge to settle the matter through combat. As their blades clashed and figures danced in a flurry, Nanfone was compelled to acknowledge the formidable prowess of his opponent, who pressed the attack relentlessly. Nanfone found his own swordsmanship lacking in comparison. Corneille's strength surpassed even that of Kenya. As he pondered how a subordinate could eclipse Kenya in skill, he suddenly heard Corneille's anguished voice. "Do you know? He was my brother. My brother. How could you kill him so mercilessly? And what of it? He provoked me. If one lacks strength, one must accept the consequences." Though their words were exchanged, their swords did not relent, and the wounds upon their bodies continued to accumulate. "You speak truly. He did provoke you. This is my fault. I failed to prevent him. From the moment you slayed the Hall brothers, I foresaw calamity and even urged him to remain calm through a transponder snail. Yet I was too late. Only at that moment did Nanfone grasp why Kenya had relentlessly sought his trouble. It all stemmed from the Hall brothers. At this moment, one could hear Corneille proclaim once more that it was his failure to restrain him, that he had arrived too late. Yet he could not forgive you, South Wind. Was it worth it for such a worthless being? He is not worthless. This declaration was bellowed by Corneille. who would not permit anyone to tarnish the name of his brother. Cornell now seemed ensnared in a peculiar predicament, his attacks becoming increasingly fierce and terrifying, while his words flowed in a torrent. When I was shipwrecked and on the brink of death, he saved me, allowing me to live and reach this day. He regarded me as a true brother, and from that day forth, I vowed to expand his territory and elevate him to the throne of the Pirate King. 3 years ago, in pursuit of refining my swordsmanship, I challenged Hawkeye alone and was defeated. It was he who brought a contingent to rescue me. Fully aware of the peril, yet he shielded me from Hawkeye's blow, sustaining grievous injuries himself, despite his profound fear of death. At this juncture, Cornell surprisingly thrust forward, forcing Southwind back several steps with a single strike, then advanced once more, raising his sword against Southwind, while his words continued unabated. He was obstinate and irascible, often labeled as ruthless and sinister, yet he treated me as a brother, my brother. Why? Why did I inform him to wait for me? Yet he still sought you alone? Why, despite my swift arrival, was I a step too late? Why must my brother perish? Unleash your full might. Are you pitying me? Show your true strength. I intend to vanquish you honorably. In that moment, Cornell resembled a madman, his sword strikes becoming increasingly rapid and intricate. His voice a near constant roar of fury, yet none mocked him. Rather, they respected him. If that is so, I shall oblige you. To be candid, Southwind harbored no desire to kill Cornell. He was a man of deep loyalty and righteousness. Though he had lost his way, he remained a figure worthy of reverence. Even though he sought to slay him, from his perspective, was this not his own form of justice? Swiftly evading Cornell's thrust, Southwind vanished, reappearing behind Cornell, striking with his sword. To his astonishment, Cornell deflected the blow, affirming his superiority over Kenya. Though he managed to parry Southwind's sudden attack, Cornell sustained a new wound, another mark upon his body. Disappearing once more, Southwind reappeared several meters behind Cornell, this time delivering a downward strike from afar. Surprisingly, as the sword descended, nothing emerged. Yet a gush of blood erupted from Cornell's chest and back, evidently struck by something unseen, piercing through him, allowing Southwind to glimpse the world beyond through the wound. At this moment, Southwind declared, "Spatial slash, a strike that cleaves through time and space." With a heart pierced and chilled to the core by Southwind's blade, Cornell remarkably managed to remain standing, laboriously gazing down at the gaping wound in his chest. He spat blood, revealing his bloodied teeth as he smiled at Southwind. "Thank you. I am off to wage war alongside Kenya in another realm." With that, Cornell closed his eyes and fell backward. Southwind attempted to catch him, but stumbled himself. The toll of traversing space and employing the spatial slash weighing heavily upon him, he had overexerted himself today. On the mountaintop, observing the entire sequence of events, Balumeb and Fiki displayed varying expressions at Southwind's sudden stumble. Approaching Cornell's side and gazing at the deceased Cornell, who bore a smile even in death, Southwind sighed deeply. To be frank, he genuinely did not wish to kill Cornell. He was a man of profound loyalty. Yet, Cornell was destined to be a tragic figure, a man of sentiment ensnared by his own loyalties. Had he not lost himself? Southwind would have faced a formidable hidden adversary. Chapter 17. Breaking through the siege, having placed the bodies of Cornell and Kenya together. Southwind had initially intended to leave Kenya behind, but out of respect for Cornell, he felt it appropriate to give both a proper burial. For he held a fondness for Cornell. He interred them at the volcano's mouth. Standing before their grave, he bowed in reverence. "Truthfully, I did not wish to slay you. But this is the world, these are the rules, this is fate. Do not blame me. Let us depart, it is time to leave this place." The final words were clearly directed at Navdi and the others. Indeed, it was time for them to go. They had garnered enough here, a skilled chef, a devil fruit, the defeat of one of the 4 emperors. They had lingered long enough. However, at the moment of turning, Southwind stumbled again, this time even more severely than before. Almost everyone noticed his loss of balance. Had Navdi not caught him just in time, he likely would have fallen. It appeared as though his body had reached its limits, unable to endure any further. Observing this scene from the mountain, the crowd's eyes gleamed with greed. After all, this was a pirate worth 100 million berries. And having just slain one of the 4 emperors, if they could claim his head, not only would they receive a bounty, but they would also garner fame. Who among them would not desire such a prize? As for the strongest individuals present, they harbored their own thoughts. Balumeb resolved to lend Southwind a hand. As an admiral of the navy assisting a pirate, it could tarnish his reputation, yet for the sake of his plans with Chingchu and others, he was willing to sacrifice that reputation. He recognized that Southwind would be instrumental in their future endeavors. Meanwhile, Fiki from the Revolutionary Army displayed a constantly shifting demeanor. Uncertain of his decision, should he aid South Wind and earn his friendship, or eliminate him to reduce the Revolutionary Army's enemies? He was mired in indecision. In the crowd, Lafad's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Although his earlier investment had not yielded the desired results, this was yet another opportunity for investment. If he could assist South Wind in escaping successfully, then his investment in South Wind would be deemed a success. Having regained his footing with Nafti's support, South Wind surveyed the diverse expressions of the crowd below. He exchanged a glance with Nafti and Narinia, signaling them. Upon grasping South Wind's intent, Nafti and Narinia instantly understood that if anyone harbored ill intentions, they were to be dealt with decisively. True to form, before they could proceed, someone suddenly fired a shot at South Wind's back. Yet, before the bullet could strike, it was cleaved in midair, and the shooter had their head severed by a swift blade. With his sword sheathed, Nafti cast a cold glance around him before once again falling in step with South Wind. As his gaze swept across the crowd, a portion of the onlookers began to awaken to the reality that there were two formidable individuals beside Nan Fong, and now three, including one who had just consumed a devil fruit. Some had relinquished the impractical notion of attacking Nan Fong, yet a segment still clung to this reckless idea, eager to seize the opportunity. Ultimately, after one individual charged forth, a throng of pirates, unable to suppress their insatiable greed, surged forward, intent on claiming his head. However, the powerful figures remained motionless, merely observing, uncertain whether Nan Fong was genuinely fatigued or merely feigning weakness. Amidst the frenzy driven by avarice, Nan Fong stood impassively, a cold observer of the chaos. Nefuti and Nonia, without hesitation, launched a fierce counterattack, and in an instant, the air was thick with blood and screams. After a moment of stunned silence, Dandy joined the fray, opting to wield fire instead of her magma powers, as she was more adept with flames. The onlookers, including Barumabur, were astonished to witness Dandy's use of fire, struggling to comprehend why she was not utilizing her magma abilities, pondering if she, like the infamous Blackbeard, had consumed two devil fruits. With Nan Fong leading the charge, Nefuti and the others carved a bloody path, blood cascading down the mountainside, forming a river that tainted the sea crimson. Eventually, they reached the shoreline, and upon seeing the ocean so near, Nefuti smirked coldly, addressing Nonia and the others. Nonia, cover me. The rest is up to me. Watch as I flood Yinjishan, a bunch of oblivious fools. Very well, but I can assist with the flooding too. Once I unleash this move, I'll rely on you for protection, Nonia replied, conjuring a wind barrier around the group, isolating them from the outside world before soaring onto the ocean's surface. Nefuti surveyed the surroundings, planted his sword into the ground, and bellowed, the sea roars. The previously tranquil waters trembled violently, surging toward Yinjishan like a colossal tsunami, a sight both magnificent and terrifying. Nonia, transformed into a gust of wind, surged forward, leading countless wind elements as she charged toward Yinjishan. With the aid of the fierce winds, the tsunami grew even more ominous than before. After summoning the tempest, Nonia returned breathlessly to Nanfeng's side, acutely aware of the formidable energy expended in such a terrifying maneuver. Gazing at the monstrous tsunami, even Nan Fong found himself momentarily speechless. Damn it, Nefuti, are you mad? This will drown us along with the ship. Fear not, Captain, these two regions will remain untouched by the water. I'm not foolish. Nefuti reassured him. That's good. So, does this mean we can navigate beneath the waves in the future? Indeed, I can now part the sea, Nefuti declared. At the shoreline, the pirates who had previously surrounded the young pirate crew were now paralyzed with fear upon witnessing the colossal tsunami. Scrambling up the mountain in a desperate bid for survival, yet none could escape the impending doom of the deluge. On the mountaintop, Fiki and his companions trembled, awestruck by what they perceived as divine intervention. They had witnessed and heard that this tsunami was a combined effort of Nefuti and Nonia from the young pirate crew. What instilled greater terror within them was not merely the tsunami, but Nefuti's ability to command the waters. How could such a force be halted? Perhaps only those at the pinnacle of the world could manage such a feat as Nefuti pressed onward. The ferocious waves parted before him, clearing a path directly to the young pirate ship. Upon boarding, the ship, buoyed by a massive wave under Nefuti's command, sailed away into the distance, marking the conclusion of their adventure at Yinjishan as they set course for the next island. After Nan Fong and his crew departed, the monumental tsunami continued unabated for an entire day, only calming on the following day. The aftermath left Yinjishan strewn with corpses. When images of the devastation circulated, the world was struck with shock. No one could have anticipated that the quest for the magma fruit would culminate in such chaos. The Light Emperor was slain, Countless pirates perished in the flood, and whether pirate, navy, or revolutionary army, the total survivors barely reached 200. This grim tally marked a terrifying chapter in history. And the young pirate crew's reputation soared, even overshadowing the four emperors of the sea. The Yinjishan incident soon became infamously referred to as the Yinjishan massacre. At the Navy headquarters, Qinglu and others reconvened. After Barumabur's report on the Yinjishan incident, the conference room fell into an eerie silence, each individual bearing a grave expression. Barumabur. Is this truly the case? Qinglu inquired, his brow furrowed. Indeed, and I also possess a video inadvertently recorded by a transponder snail, Barumabur affirmed. That footage is inconsequential. It's fortunate you did not confront him directly, Qinglu noted. I believe we might explore a collaboration with Nafeng to realize our plans, Barumabur proposed, drawing the attention of everyone in the room, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine. What is it? Is that out of the question? Did I say something incorrect? No, Barumabur, I believe you are onto something. I have met Mr. Nafeng, and I feel he would be inclined to assist us once he learns of our plans, KB exclaimed with excitement. Indeed. We should seek collaboration with Nafeng to expedite our agenda. The sooner we implement our strategies, the better for the world. Barumabur, your suggestion is truly commendable, Qinglu expressed with enthusiasm. Then, we must promptly reach out to Nafeng. Who shall we send? Fujitora inquired. KB, Barumabur, Smoker, which of you will go? After all, you are all acquainted with Nafeng. I'll pass. I have psychological baggage regarding him, Barumabur shivered. My relationship with him is rather tenuous, Smoker leisurely remarked, forming a smoke ring. I have other matters to attend to, KB added with reluctance. Regardless of who it is, whoever encounters Nafeng should attempt to establish communication. Now let us discuss their bounty. Given the magnitude of these events, the Navy ought to make a statement, Qinglu concluded, even managing a smile, perhaps finding the situation amusing. The young king Nafeng, 500 million. The child of the wind Nonia, 300 million. The sea god Nafuti, 300 million. The flame man Dandy, 75 million. What do you think? Perhaps it is time to reconsider the title of Nafti, as I believe it would be fitting to rename it to something more suitable for the cheerful Fujitora. I concur. I have no objections. As for Nafti's title, it indeed requires a revision. With that, let us print new wanted posters and distribute them across the world. Chapter 18. Movements and Karp's oath. With the conclusion of the incident on Hidden Mist Island and the issuance of the new wanted posters for the young pirates, the entire world became aware of this tragic event that can only be described as a catastrophe. Within the ranks of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo fixed his gaze upon Feichi, scrutinizing him so intently that it sent shivers down Feichi's spine. Are you saying that the girl who consumed the magma fruit possesses the ability to wield flames, akin to the flame fruit? Indeed, I too find this puzzling. I witnessed her consume the magma fruit, yet she manifests powers reminiscent of the flame fruit. I see. What are your thoughts on this Nafeng? I can only describe him as terrifying. Moreover, I perceive within him the potential of a pirate king. Is that so? After contemplating Feichi's words for a moment, Sabo suddenly opened his eyes wide. From this moment forth, you shall oversee all matters concerning Nafeng. Inform our subordinates to maintain a friendly disposition towards him. We must collaborate with him to ignite the flames of revolution across the world. Within the intelligence pirates, a figure clad in a black trench coat sat at the helm, her true visage unseen by any. Yet her voice and the azure hair peeking from beneath her hood suggested she was a woman. Raffet stood below, delivering a detailed report on the incident at Hidden Mist Island. Overall, our investment in Nafeng has evidently failed. We severely miscalculated the true strength of the young pirates. Fortunately, we have left a favorable impression on Nafeng. At the very least, we have shown no hostility. That sums up the events surrounding Hidden Mist Island. The woman above remained silent for an extended period after hearing his report. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, she spoke. From now on, any unfavorable news regarding the young pirates must be relayed to them promptly. Moreover, this information shall be provided free of charge. You may leave now. I wish to reflect in solitude. Once everyone had departed, the woman murmured to herself, Nafeng, yet another prodigious talent has emerged. Let us wait 5 years. 5 years hence, the king shall return. I hope that by then, Nafeng will remember our unwavering assistance and extend a helping hand to us. One failure is sufficient. In a room within Mariehua, 3 elders convened to discuss strategies for countering the young pirates. We cannot idly watch the young pirates grow stronger. One of us must take action to eliminate them, declared an elder clad in a black suit, his white curly hair and bushy beard framing his face. adorned with a flat cap and a scar on his left cheek. He was Hirano Masato, one of the 5 elders who had previously conversed with Nanfeng. Is it truly necessary? Although the young pirates are formidable, we need not intervene just yet, countered Tsugami Yusuke, dressed in a deep blue suit. His long white straight hair cascading down, a lengthy neck, and a similarly long beard. I too believe intervention is unwarranted. We could deploy a Marine Admiral and the 7 warlords. Having us intervene would portray the world government as inept, added Nida Keiichi, clad in a crimson suit. His golden hair coupled with a scar on his chest. Seeing both men oppose him, Hirano Masato seethed in frustration. Marine admirals and the 7 warlords? Ever since the rise of the new generation, the Navy has become increasingly insubordinate. Their recent antics have become more frequent, and I fear they may secretly ally with Nanfeng. As for the 7 warlords, there are now only 6 remaining. Alone, none could stand against Nanfeng. Even if we dispatch 3 or 4, they would have the means to escape. Let us not forget Nafti's powers. Capturing them would necessitate the combined efforts of all the 7 warlords, and considering their relationships, do you believe they could cooperate? After Hirano finished speaking, he fell silent. Tsugami Yusuke and Nida Keiichi wore grave expressions, initially unconcerned, but now uncertain after Hirano's analysis. Yet we cannot act. The king is expected to awaken in the coming years, and we must remain vigilant. Originally, the 5 of us could safeguard the king quite adequately, even allowing one to attend to other matters. However, now that Okada and Sanobe have fallen in battle, our ranks have dwindled, and we cannot afford to disperse further, Tsugami Yusuke lamented. Either we must rally a faction of the 7 warlords to join forces with powerful pirates to eliminate Nanfeng, or we must take action ourselves, Nida Keiichi proposed. Although his expression grew increasingly somber as he spoke. Upon hearing Keiichi Noda's words, Masahito Hirano and Yusuke Matsutani's expressions changed dramatically. Noda, are you mad? They absolutely cannot be released. Otherwise, the dominion of the world government will hasten its collapse. They're a band of lunatics. Indeed. We must not allow them to take action. It would be wiser to let Cuba and Chin collaborate with other formidable pirates instead. So be it. In the New World, the various pirate crews hold differing opinions regarding the newly emerged young king. Some regard him with disdain, while others express admiration. Some even harbor a desire to eliminate him swiftly. However, regardless of the perspectives held by these pirate factions, they currently lack the leisure to engage in serious discussions about how to address the issue of Nanfeng. With the fall of one of the 4 emperors, it is only logical that his territory would require an heir. The New World has descended into utter chaos, with the various pirate crews embroiled in fierce and tumultuous battles. As for such a substantial piece of cake, the deity and the 2 demons exhibit a remarkable restraint. Their covetousness is not directed at the cake itself, but rather at the talent of Nanfeng. Both demons aspire to recruit Nanfeng to their ranks, while the deity seeks collaboration, understanding that a person of such caliber is unlikely to serve under another. In Donghai Windmill Village, amidst the lush forests, an elderly man with graying hair savors delicacies and sips tea, holding a copy of the latest newspaper that extensively covers the events surrounding the hidden GI Island incident. Beside him lie 2 graves. This man is none other than the naval hero, Carp. After perusing the newspaper, the old man lets out a soft sigh, gazing up at the sky before turning his attention to the 2 graves beside him. Dragon, Luffy, do you see? Another king is about to rise. One who is no less formidable than you. Perhaps he will indeed bring about a true transformation in this world. Wouldn't you agree? Reflecting on his family's legacy, he muses, we are indeed a family of honor, a naval hero, a revolutionary leader, and a pirate king. Yet, why is it that despite such glory, I find no joy in it? It is rather ironic. I have always believed the Navy embodies justice, despite its minor flaws. The essence of the Navy is not inherently corrupt and is capable of change. I have always hoped that you would join the Navy and become champions of justice. However, it appears that your actions have also been a form of justice in their own right. For the sake of justice, I have fought on the front lines, often neglecting to spend time with you. Yet now that I wish to be with you, you are no longer here. Do you harbor resentment towards me? Luffy, do you blame me for failing to protect Ace? In a poignant moment, Carp's voice trembles with emotion, and tears flow from the eyes of the hero who has always donned a brave smile in the face of adversity. The pain of losing a child is unbearable. I doubt they would blame you, speaks the voice of Dadan, who approaches with a bottle of wine in hand, flanked by a few mountain bandits bearing a lunchbox. Dadan, you've come to deliver a meal. Carp, remember, I am not here for you. I merely wish to see Luffy. You will always be the person I despise the most. During the Marineford War, you were so close yet failed to protect Ace. In the Holy Land War, you were within reach but could not safeguard Luffy. You will forever remain the one I loathe the most. Her anger spills forth, tears streaming down her face. Were it not for the bandits restraining her, Dadan would have surely lashed out. This scene unfolds daily. As the bandits are aware of her soft heart beneath her harsh words, yet they fear the potential for chaos. Dadan, I am sorry. At Carp's words, Dadan, whose emotions had somewhat stabilized, suddenly erupts in rage, breaking free from the bandit's grasp. She lands a punch on Carp's face, then pins him down, choking him as she shouts, "What good is your apology? Can they return to life? Tell me, you are a naval hero. Why did they have to die? Explain it to me." As Dadan rages, the bandits hastily pull her away from the graves. Even after a decade, the pain lingers in their hearts, especially for Dadan, who recalls the anguish of receiving the news 10 years prior, a hurt that makes her want to strike Carp. Once Dadan departs, Carp stands before the two graves, lost in thought. After an indeterminate time, he finally speaks, "This world will be transformed. I have seen hope. That young man, Nanfone, Dragon, Luffy. Your dreams shall come to fruition." A few days ago, Kobe wrote to me about establishing a naval academy here, asking me to serve as a coach. I have agreed. I am aware of the Green Chicks' plan. I will assist them in building a truly powerful and just naval force, stirring the tides of the world to fulfill your aspirations. Dragon, Luffy, watch closely. This is my vow as Carp. At that moment, as Carp makes his pledge, Nanfone stands before a man named Shiryu, a member of the Blackbeard Pirates, formerly the Warden of Impel Down, notorious for his remarkable swordsmanship. Chapter 19. Recruitment and Collaboration. Gazing at the arrogant Shiryu, who wears the hat of Impel Down personnel and smokes a cigar, Nanfone is at a loss for words, feeling the urge to curse. Are you suggesting that Blackbeard wishes to recruit me? Indeed. How does it feel, kid? Not everyone has the privilege of being valued by our captain. Do you not feel honored? Not at all. What did you say? Nanfang's dismissive tone and indifference clearly infuriate Shiryu, a man with a penchant for violence, who contemplates killing Nanfone. If worst comes to worst, he could simply report back to Blackbeard that Nanfone was uncooperative and had to be eliminated. I say, I feel no honor whatsoever. On the contrary, being valued by Blackbeard disgusts me. You do not seriously believe that having teamed up to kill the former Whitebeard grants you the right to act so arrogantly, do you? Frankly, I hold Blackbeard in utter disdain. His character and integrity are repugnant. Before Nanfone can finish, an enraged Shiryu draws his sword, only to be intercepted by Navati, who also wields a blade. In truth, Navati had longed for an opportunity to spar with Shiryu since the moment he boarded the ship. And now that the chance has arrived, he will not let it slip away. Regardless of the furious confrontation between Shiryu and Navati, Nanfone continues to speak, seemingly in a monologue, further inciting Shiryu's wrath. What's the matter? Can't bear to hear the truth. Blackbeard is riddled with flaws. His weaknesses so glaringly obvious that one can see right through them at a glance. He is cowardly and craven. And yet you expect me to pledge my allegiance to him? Is he a fool, or does he think I am one? Before Luffy became the Pirate King, he was already one of the 4 emperors. Now, a decade after Luffy's death, Blackbeard has only managed to acquire a title as a demon, overshadowed by another who bears the title of a god. This is the kind of person to whom I should swear fealty? From the moment you appeared, you exuded an air of superiority, as if you were the supreme ruler, with Blackbeard as your subordinate and others beneath you. Whom do you intend to impress with such arrogance? It seems you truly believe yourself invincible. Yet, you are merely a collection of timid mice. The very same who fled in terror when Luffy confronted the 4 emperors. How dare you assume such a posture before me? Nefuti, take him down. I will bear the consequences. With those final words from Nanfone, Nefuti's assault intensified, and the fury of Rain Shiryu grew more palpable. Nanfone was reopening old wounds, provoking ire. After all, that was a humiliation for Shiryu, and indeed, a disgrace for the Blackbeard pirates. Years ago, when Luffy ascended with great force, allying with Trafalgar Law to challenge the 4 emperors, the other 3 faced him boldly, while only Blackbeard, sensing impending doom, fled in a panic with his crew, leaving them the subject of ridicule, a reputation so tarnished that it was less than that of a woman. It was only after Luffy's demise that Blackbeard and his crew once again roamed the seas, arrogantly claiming a title of infamy. People are well aware of the scorn and disdain whispered behind the backs of the Blackbeard pirates, yet they find themselves powerless. A stain remains a stain, irreparable no matter how much one scrubs. Although they cannot retaliate against those who speak ill of the Blackbeard pirates in secret, The youth who dares to mock them openly must face dire consequences. Fueled by overwhelming fury, Shiryu and Nafti engaged in an intense duel of swords aboard the pirate ship. Shiryu, being a seasoned warrior, quickly gained the upper hand, leaving Nafti gasping for breath. Just then, the crack of a gunshot shattered the tension, and a dark bullet hurtled towards Shiryu's face. Had he not instinctively parried, the world would have undoubtedly lost the presence of Shiryu the Rain by the day's end. Turning in anger, Shiryu's gaze fell upon a ship that had appeared to the right of the youth. The moment he recognized the vessel, his pupils constricted in alarm. It was the ship of the Whitebeard pirates, and a figure stood at the bow, gun raised and aimed directly at him. Gritting his teeth, Shiryu uttered a name: Whitebeard pirates, sharpshooter Sharp. The instant he set eyes on the Whitebeard flag, Shiryu sensed that today would not bode well. If fortune favored him, perhaps he could escape. If not, his life might very well be forfeit. At this moment, Sharp had already leaped aboard the youth, offering a friendly smile to Nafti before speaking. Dear Lord Nafti, I am Sharp of the Whitebeard pirates, and it is an honor to meet you. I apologize for my abrupt intrusion. Let us be honest, Nafti retorted, clearly displeased with the interruption of his battle. Nafti, do not be impolite. My apologies, Mr. Sharp. Nafti means no offense. It is indeed an honor to meet you, and I wholeheartedly welcome your presence aboard. Nafti's demeanor was consistent. He reciprocated respect when it was offered, but he would not hesitate to retaliate if it were withheld. Nafti let out a cold snort, while Nanya and Dandy appeared somewhat unsettled by the captain's words, which provoked a strong urge to retch due to their insincerity. Sharp, what brings you here? Before Nanfeng could ascertain Sharp's intentions, Shilio interjected, eager to hear the answer directly from Sharp, despite having already surmised it. What do you think, Shilio? Given the relationship between our two pirate crews, I believe I have no obligation to inform you, Sharp replied, redirecting his attention to Nanfeng. Your Excellency Nanfeng, to be candid, our captain, the Phoenix Marco, holds you in high regard. He has dispatched me to engage with you, hoping you might consider joining the Whitebeard pirates. I understand this request may seem rather presumptuous, but I implore you to forgive my audacity. Apologies, Mr. Sharp, but I must decline. I am a man with my own aspirations, Nanfeng responded resolutely. Mr. Nanfeng, might you reconsider? This is no trivial matter. Thank you, but I stand firm in my decision. I am destined to become the Pirate King. I cannot submit to another. Such a pity. In that case, I shall take my leave. Sharp acknowledged Nanfeng's steadfastness and prepared to depart. Shilio, relieved by Sharp's departure, feared a collaboration between Sharp and Nanfeng might leave him stranded. At that moment, a peculiar laughter echoed from above. Ho ho ho. What a crowd. I shall join the fray. Everyone looked up to see a woman adorned with a crown and sporting pink twin ponytails, holding a wine-red umbrella, floating gracefully in the air. Upon recognizing her, both Shilio and Sharp gasped in unison, Princess Perona. Nanfeng, lifting a cup of coffee with a smile, remarked on the day's unexpected liveliness, noting that both a deity and a demon had sent their subordinates. Ignoring Sharp and Shilio, Perona drifted beside Nanfeng, her large eyes scanning the surroundings before she muttered in dissatisfaction, nothing much here. I expected something more significant. After her musings, Perona addressed Nanfeng directly. You are Nanfeng, correct? Indeed. Eagle Eye asked me to convey his anticipation for your growth. When you enter the new world, he hopes to collaborate with you. So, what is your response? Will you agree or not? Return and inform Eagle Eye that I accept. Then I shall take my leave. With that, Perona floated away, her visit lasting no more than 5 minutes. The onlookers were left in awe, having never witnessed such a casual negotiation for collaboration. Sharp, who had initially intended to depart, realized after witnessing Perona's interaction with Nanfeng that this man would never bow to anyone. His stature would only rise. Mr. Nanfeng, might we, the Whitebeard pirates, be fortunate enough to collaborate with you? Having come to a realization, Sharp decided to alter his approach, recognizing that partnering with Nanfeng was far more feasible than attempting to subdue him. Of course, I hold the Whitebeard pirates in high esteem. Upon hearing Sharp's unexpected request for collaboration, Nanfeng smiled in agreement, recognizing the mutual benefits of such an alliance. Elated by Nanfeng's consent, Sharp bowed respectfully and prepared to leave, only to be halted by Nanfeng's voice. Mr. Sharp, please wait. Since we are collaborating, there should be some form of acknowledgement. Oh, what do you have in mind? Your Excellency? As Nanfeng posed the question, Sharp understood his intent. Now that they were allied, Shilio was somewhat of a nuisance. I am aware of the history between Mr. Shilio and Whitebeard. To demonstrate our commitment to this partnership, I propose we jointly send Mr. Shilio on his way. What do you think? An excellent idea, I concur. Then, Nafti, you shall join forces with Mr. Sharp to escort Mr. Shilio. Though Nafti harbored some reservations about Sharp, he was not one to misjudge character. Upon hearing Nanfeng's words, he readied himself to take action against Shilio. Upon hearing of the collaboration between Sharp and Southwind, Shirlu had already prepared for retreat. After hearing Southwind's suggestion, he cursed under his breath, deeming it treacherous, and hastily leapt into the sea to escape. He was confident in his swordsmanship against Nafti, but the addition of a sharpshooter made the situation precarious, especially with Southwind observing him. He had no choice but to flee. However, Shirlu overlooked Nafti's capabilities. Had he remained on the ship to duel Nafti, he might have found a glimmer of hope. By plunging into the ocean, he effectively sealed his own fate. Chapter 20. Doubts and speculations. Standing at the edge of the ship, Nafti observed Shirlu struggling in the water, attempting to swim away. A cold smirk graced his lips, realizing the futility of Shirlu's actions. With a gentle snap of his fingers, a powerful current surged beneath Shirlu, propelling him skyward. Seizing the opportunity, Sharp fired at Shirlu. Though most of the bullets were deflected, leaving only a few to graze him, injuring his left leg. Seeing this, Nafti leapt from the youth's vessel, landing gracefully on the water's surface, running as if on solid ground. As Shirlu descended from above, he was disrupted by Sharp's gunfire, leaving him ill-prepared to counter the impending strike from below. Just as he gathered his haki to envelop himself, it was too late. Nafti connected, cleaving through Shirlu's haki and ultimately bisecting him. Witnessing this, Sharp, ever the gentleman, smiled at Southwind. It seems our collaboration has been quite enjoyable. I look forward to further endeavors together. Naturally, I am also eager to work with the Whitebeard pirates. Now, Mr. Southwind, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Indeed, I anticipate the day we meet in the New World, Southwind replied. After bidding Sharp farewell, he cast a disdainful glance at the spot where Rain Shirlu had fallen. What a fool. He dares to seek trouble without comprehending our strength. Spending too much time with Blackbeard has clearly dulled his wits. How pitiful. Having expressed his contempt for Shirlu, Southwind turned to return to the cabin, only to be halted by Nanya. Captain, is it truly wise to ally with such formidable beings? Allying with them is a necessity, Southwind replied. I initially believed our strength sufficient to navigate the world, yet I have recently encountered numerous peculiar occurrences that instill a sense of foreboding, as if a conspiracy lurks beneath the surface. A conspiracy? What strange occurrences? Dandy, who had been listening intently, interjected with curiosity. First, regarding the Three-Sword Pirates. According to the latest reports from the transponder snail, the Three-Sword Pirates, as a warlord of the sea, have been instructed by the Gorosei to pursue us. But consider this. Why would the Gorosei directly command a warlord instead of going through the Navy? Does this not suggest some discord between the Gorosei and the Navy? Indeed. Nafti chimed in, having just returned to the ship. Given the Gorosei's typical modus operandi, they would not directly instruct a warlord. They would utilize the Navy instead. Moreover, it is the warlord pursuing us, not an admiral, which raises further questions. Typically, the Gorosei would direct an admiral to act. Nafti's assertion holds merit, Southwind affirmed, nodding at him. From these suspicious elements, we can deduce that a rift must have emerged between the Navy and the Gorosei. This discord likely arose during Greenhorn's tenure at the helm of the Navy. Everyone knows that Greenhorn left the Navy due to ideological differences while Akainu was in command. Yet, despite no longer being part of the Navy, he appeared during the Holy Land War to aid them. Notably, during that conflict, Akainu's faction suffered devastating losses, while those aligned with Greenhorn's ideology survived robustly. These are but a few of the many doubts we must ponder. These doubts, however, were meticulously eradicated in the subsequent statement released by the Navy. I have perused the original declaration, which explained that Chichu could not bear to witness the downfall of the Navy to which he once belonged, thus returning to the Navy during the Holy Land War. The faction led by Akainu, on the other hand, was portrayed as embodying justice, charging bravely to the front lines. Such narratives might deceive only the naive. Now, after the analyses conducted by Namfeng and Nafti, Nonia and Dandy also wore solemn expressions, having recognized certain peculiarities. Secondly, after my initial encounter with Lafada, I discreetly investigated the intelligence pirates, but the findings left me intrigued. Dandy, you possess the most knowledge among us regarding the intelligence pirates. Can you sense anything unusual about them? Upon hearing Nanfeng's inquiry, Dandy pondered for a moment before lifting his head to respond. Regarding the intelligence pirates, There is only one peculiar aspect I am aware of. The identities of their captain and all senior officers aboard the ship remain a mystery to everyone. Having said this, Dandy turned his curious gaze towards Namphone, eager to extract an answer from him, yearning to discover what anomalies the intelligence pirates might harbor. Namphone, however, was not one to keep them in suspense. The issue of the intelligence pirates' formidable strength is apparent. A crew that emerges claiming knowledge of all secrets beyond the great treasure must undoubtedly possess extraordinary power. Over the years, countless formidable pirates have sought to possess the intelligence pirate crew. However, all those who endeavored to locate them have met with demise, further underscoring the crew's formidable strength. Yet, this immensely powerful pirate crew is engaged in a so-called investment endeavor to gain the goodwill of the strong. What could possibly compel such a crew to yearn for the favor of the mightiest, and what circumstances necessitate the support of so many formidable individuals? Moreover, the timing of the intelligence pirate crew's emergence raises questions. During the era when the second pirate king, Luffy, sailed the seas with unchallenged authority, this powerful crew did not make their appearance. It was only after Luffy instigated the Holy Land War that they were founded, and upon their arrival, they were already remarkably formidable. Nanfeng's observations plunged Nefuti and his companions into deep contemplation. Indeed, this crew's continuous investment raises the question of their true intentions. It is evident that the intelligence pirate crew harbors significant aspirations. Regardless of the grim expressions etched on Nefuti and his companions' faces, Namphone continued. The third point concerns the peculiarities surrounding Mihawk. Everyone is aware of his solitary nature, yet this individual has assembled his own pirate crew following the Holy Land War, continuously expanding it and gathering powerful allies. What could possibly motivate Mihawk, such a solitary figure, to seek the support of so many strong individuals? Clearly, this situation is alarming enough to compel Mihawk to bolster his power and influence in preparation for future events. These are all the suspicions I have uncovered thus far. Upon hearing the South Wind articulate the doubts he had discovered, Nonaya and her companions became acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Dandy, however, with a solemn expression, interjected after South Wind had finished speaking. Have you noticed? All these doubts are inextricably linked to a singular event. At Dandy's words, Nafti and Nonaya exchanged a glance, both exclaiming in astonishment, the Holy Land War. As the three mentioned the Holy Land War, Southwind smiled and affirmed, indeed, it is the Holy Land War. Whether it concerns the conflict between the navy led by the Blue Chick and the Five Elders, the investments made by the intelligence pirates, or the peculiar actions of Hawkeye, they all relate to one matter, the Holy Land War. From another perspective, the strange behaviors of all three parties can be traced back to one individual, Monkey D. Luffy. Precisely, it is intertwined with the Holy Land War and Monkey D. Luffy, Southwind continued, indicating that all the suspicions are connected to Luffy, or, more broadly, the Great Treasure. Upon hearing Luffy's name, Nafti realized that indeed, all of this chaos stemmed from the Holy Land War initiated by the second Pirate King, driven by his acquisition of the Great Treasure. Southwind, pleased with Nafti's insight, thought it essential not to explain everything himself, otherwise it would reflect poorly on his crew's intelligence. Following Nafti's cue, Nonaya suddenly grasped a significant revelation. So, the second Pirate King must have uncovered a staggering secret within the Great Treasure, a secret so profound that it compelled him to initiate the Holy Land War, which has circulated among only a select few. Dandy chimed in. This secret must have been so monumental that Luffy acted without hesitation, so daunting that he dared not share it with the world for fear of inciting dire consequences. Southwind elaborated moreover. Luffy was not the only one to discover the Great Treasure. Roger surrendered himself due to it, igniting the Great Pirate Era. Other members of the Straw Hat Pirates followed suit, further igniting the flames of piracy, leading to the Super Pirate Era. The demise of both Pirate Kings due to the Great Treasure suggests that this secret is so formidable that even they could only affect change incrementally. And it is undoubtedly tied to the world government and the Five Elders. The ship fell into a chilling silence as they processed the terrifying implications of their deductions. Observing their somber demeanor, Southwind laughed heartily. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Hesitant to move forward? Remember, the sacrifices made by the Pirate Kings were for the sake of this world. Everything they undertook was for those who harbor dreams, to forge a world where even the weak may thrive joyfully. They are pirates, but more importantly, they are heroes. Others have the courage to follow their captain into the shadows where the world government hides its secrets. Are you not prepared to do the same? Are you afraid of altering this world? What is there to fear? I, Nafti, am the god of the sea, not a coward. The secrets concealed by the world government shall be unveiled by me, Nafti declared boldly. Indeed, we shall not falter. Nonaya responded with a light laugh, shedding her earlier despondency. Captain, we shall follow in your footsteps, Dandy added, her spirit soaring. Chapter 21. The Emerald Isle. The so-called Emerald Isle is the homeland of the Emerald Kingdom, renowned for its abundant jade resources, making it a treasure trove where every type of jade can be found. The extraction of jade is the primary industry of the Emerald Kingdom, yet intriguingly, even after millennia of mining, the jades of the Emerald Isle remain inexhaustible. Legend has it that hidden somewhere on the Emerald Isle lies a miraculous jade, endowed with extraordinary abilities. Not only does it continuously produce jade, but it also grants eternal life to its possessor. This legendary stone is known as the Eternal Jade. Because of this, the island attracts treasure hunters, pirates, and affluent women alike, all eager to acquire this wondrous gem, which has kept the Emerald Isle among the wealthiest nations in the world. Now, the youthful pirate crew is advancing toward this world-famous island, where they intend to replenish their resources. Nonaya and Dandy aspire to embark on an extravagant shopping spree. For jewels and jade have always been a woman's delight, and how could they possibly visit the paradise of emeralds without indulging in some purchases? Observing Nonaya and Dandy as they excitedly tried on numerous outfits, Southwind and Nafti exchanged weary glances. Is it really necessary to dress so elaborately just for a visit to the Emerald Isle? It's as if they are preparing for a date, Southwind mused. As Nafti witnessed the incessant wardrobe changes, he felt a sense of aesthetic fatigue wash over him, stifling yawns while Southwind nearly dozed off, pondering the peculiarities of women. Just as Southwind was on the brink of slumber, the fabled Emerald Isle finally materialized before them. Upon sighting the Emerald Isle, Nonaya and Dandy erupted in ecstatic cries, prompting onlookers to wonder what calamity had befallen them. Grabbing Southwind's arm and shaking it excitedly, Nonaya exclaimed, Southwind, Southwind, do you see that? It's the Emerald Isle. We have arrived. Dandy chimed in, hurry, we're about to dock. As Dandy dashed out of the cabin, she almost lost control upon catching sight of the Emerald Isle. Had Southwind not restrained her, she might have leapt overboard. Dandy, remain calm. Steady yourself. Don't get overly excited, Southwind implored, nearly losing his sanity. Finally, the ship docked, and Nonaya and Dandy instantly leapt ashore, racing into the heart of Emerald Isle, clearly intoxicated by the prospect of jewels. Once the ship was secured, Nafti and Southwind disembarked leisurely, beginning to explore the beauty of the Emerald Isle. Indeed, it was stunning. The air was fresh, the trees lush, and it truly was a paradise on earth. Strolling through the streets of the Emerald Kingdom, they noted that the predominant shops were those selling jade, with a dazzling array of jade pieces that left Southwind in awe. It is truly fitting to call this place the Emerald Isle. The variety of jade is both abundant and delightful. Nafti echoed his sentiments, observing, no wonder women go mad here. This is a veritable paradise for them, while it feels like a hell for men. As I've seen several men's faces darken as they fumbled for their money. Turning down a side street, they encountered a throng of people gathered around a small stall. From their attire, it was evident that the crowd comprised either pirates or treasure hunters. As they squeezed through the mass of curious onlookers, Southwind and Nafti finally glimpsed the wares on display. Before them stood a large bird cage containing two birds, one with vibrant red plumage and the other adorned in green, both exquisite creatures nestled closely together. Before the stall owner, a wooden sign leaned against the bird cage, inscribed with the words Emerald Bird, a specialty of Emerald Island. This exquisite avian pair consists of a male adorned with vibrant red plumage, known as the firebird or red-feathered bird, and a female whose feathers are a striking green, referred to as the tway bird or green-feathered bird. Together, they are called emerald, representing a rare species of bird. According to legend, the emerald bird serves as the guardian of the eternal emerald. It is said that during the hour from midnight to 1 o'clock, they return to the eternal emerald, only to depart at 6 in the morning with the rise of the sun, awaiting the arrival of another night. Following their path may lead one to the fabled eternal emerald. The highest bidder prevails. This is precisely the reason why so many pirates and treasure hunters gather in front of this stall. Indeed, the legend of Emerald Island speaks of a bird known as the sacred bird among its indigenous people. Ever since the tale of Emerald Island reached the outside world, an increasing number of individuals have flocked here in search of the fabled immortal emerald. Consequently, the population of emerald birds has dwindled to the point of near extinction. And it is astonishing that someone has captured one today. Logically, With so many emerald birds being captured, it stands to reason that someone should have discovered the immortal emerald. However, the emerald bird is a creature of remarkable intelligence, and no one has ever successfully followed an emerald bird to the legendary immortal emerald. Rather, many have perished in the attempt. Had it been otherwise, the emerald birds would have long since been snatched up from this stall. And there would not be such a crowd gathered here, some to behold the legendary bird's appearance, others to wait and see who would purchase it. After observing for a while, Nefong and Nafti decided to leave, finding little allure in the spectacle. Their purpose for being here was not to seek the immortal emerald, but merely to gather supplies. After much effort to squeeze through the throng, Nefong glanced at Nafti and sighed with resignation. It seems we are the only ones left. Let us go buy supplies and not linger, hoping those two mad women will purchase it. Let us hurry and see what we need, then buy it quickly and leave. This island is indeed unbearable, he continued. As for supplies, there was little of significance to procure, merely grains, oils, various seasonings, and an assortment of medicinal supplies. After acquiring the medicines, Nefong grew somewhat anxious. Their ship was still lacking a doctor among its essential crew members. While there had been no serious incidents thus far, only minor injuries that could be treated with the available supplies, he worried about the possibility of a more severe ailment. Although there existed a realm of illusion, Nefong was reluctant to rely on it for exchanges, fearing he might develop a dependency. In his frustration, Nefong turned his gaze to Nafti, who was burdened with heavy bags. Nafti, do you know any renowned doctors? Our pirate ship is still in need of one. I don't know any doctors. And could you help me carry some of these? They're too heavy. I have a brilliant idea. What? Have you found a doctor? No. I meant those things in your hands. Let me try something. With that, Nefong gestured in the air, tracing a cubic meter of space with both hands, continuously stabilizing and compressing it until it shrank to a minuscule point. He then pressed this small space behind his rainbow stone. After successfully placing a stone into the space and retrieving it, Nefong felt exhilarated. He had effectively created a form of spatial equipment. The space, having been stabilized through his efforts, was secure, alleviating his concerns about losing items to the void. Taking the heavy bags from Nafti with her look of astonishment, he effortlessly tossed them into the spatial device. He then compressed another portion of space and inserted it behind Nafti's rainbow stone, explaining the method of use to her. Learning to operate the spatial device, Nafti resembled an inquisitive child, eagerly inserting and extracting various items, reveling in the delight of discovery. After a shopping spree, Nefong and Nafti returned to the ship, gazing at the desolate pirate vessel. Nefong felt at a loss for words, as the two eccentric women had yet to return. Upon entering the cabin, Nafti suddenly dashed out, clutching a piece of paper in his hand, on which was inscribed a message. "Captain, there is trouble," he exclaimed. "Look at this. Nanya and Dandy may be in peril." Hearing Nafti's words, Nanfeng's expression shifted dramatically as he snatched the paper from Nafti's grasp. The note read, "Dear young king, it is an honor to welcome you here. As a gesture of our hospitality, we have invited your two lovely crew members aboard our ship. Should you wish to see them again, we kindly request the eternal emerald in exchange. We eagerly await your arrival." Beneath these words lies a photograph, depicting the unconscious forms of Nanya and Dandy sprawled on the ground. After reading the contents of the paper with a grave expression, a tempest of murderous intent surged within Nefong. A plot against me has emerged. This is a death wish. Regardless of who is responsible, may they not fall into my grasp. Sensing Nanfeng's murderous aura, Nafti also radiated a fierce intent. Indeed, this island is truly detestable. Let us procure those two birds, and subsequently seek their king within the Emerald Kingdom. Having made this resolution, Nefong and Nafti, enveloped in a palpable air of vengeance, strode towards the stall, causing passers-by to hastily retreat in trepidation at the sight of their ominous presence. However, upon their return to the street where the stall was located, they found the vendor had vanished. After inquiring, Nefong learned that the vendor had departed, and the emerald birds had been purchased by the kingdom's princess, who was said to be quite fond of them. Upon discovering the fate of the emerald birds, a cold smile crept across Nanfeng's face. How fortuitous, a dual opportunity. Let us proceed to the palace. Chapter 22. The imprisoned king of the Emerald Kingdom, the Emerald Palace, an opulent edifice constructed entirely of emeralds, is renowned as the most extravagant palace in the world, with every item within crafted from various forms of jade, exuding unparalleled luxury. The Emerald Palace has long symbolized grandeur and nobility. However, today, it is stripped of its former glory, drenched in blood. Within the main hall, the once majestic Emerald King and the nobles of the realm appeared disheveled and bloodied, imprisoned in a cage made of sea stone. Inside the cage, the already aged Emerald King appeared even frilier, his visage marked by despair. With a heavy sigh, he gazed at the wretched state of the nobles and lamented, "My dear subjects, I am deeply sorry. Had it not been for my grievous decision of the past, such a calamity would not have befallen us, nor would Soroya have acted in this manner. It is not your fault, your majesty. We agreed to that decision, and if blame is to be assigned, we share in it. Moreover, I trust that Princess Soroya has her own profound reasons for her actions," one noble replied. "Indeed, your majesty. You must have faith in Princess Soroya," another chimed in. "This is not your fault." Hearing the noble's comforting words, the Emerald King felt a wave of gratitude. It was indeed a privilege to have such loyal subjects. Yet, his own incompetence had led them into this dire predicament. Just as the Emerald King wallowed in self-reproach, the grand entrance of the hall was forcefully kicked open, revealing two figures silhouetted against the light. Though their features were obscured, their youthful builds were evident. Upon entering the hall, Nanfeng paused momentarily, taking in the scene before him. His brow furrowed. It was clear that a fierce battle had recently transpired, as blood had yet to dry. "Where is the Emerald King?" he inquired. Startled at the question, the Emerald King quickly rose. "I am the Emerald King. May I ask who you are?" "You are the Emerald King?" Nanfeng replied incredulously, gazing at the pitiful elder claiming such a title. It seemed implausible that a king could be imprisoned within his own realm. Nevertheless, Nanfeng chose to believe him. The tattered state of the king's garments spoke of his noble heritage. "And my people? Where are they?" "Who? I know not. I do not even know who you are," the Emerald King responded, bewildered. After posing his question, Nanfeng felt as though he had overstepped. He had assumed that only the Emerald King possessed the capability to abduct Nanya and Dandy. However, it was becoming evident that the perpetrators were not of the Emerald Kingdom. "Who has imprisoned you here?" We do not know," the Emerald King stammered. Nanfeng, initially intent on rescuing the Emerald King and his compatriots, now regarded the monarch with piercing eyes, akin to a predator ready to strike. "Is it ignorance, or is it unwillingness to speak?" Navdi interjected, drawing his sword and pressing it against the king's throat, having discerned the ruler's reticence. It was clear that the king was aware of the truth, yet chose to remain silent. As the assembly of nobles observed Nafti positioning his long sword against the king's neck, their expressions shifted dramatically, erupting in cries of protest. A few among them even claimed to know the identity of the assailant, yet Southwind disregarded their outbursts. Firmly gripping Nafti's hand, Southwind gazed coldly at the Emerald King, his eyes devoid of any emotion. "Emerald King, think carefully before you speak. I detest being deceived. Those who dare to deceive me shall not meet a favorable end." The king, with Nafti's sword poised at his throat, had closed his eyes, bracing for death. However, upon hearing Southwind's words, he suddenly opened them wide, and the previously raucous crowd fell silent in an instant. You are Southwind, the young king?" "Indeed, it is I." A wave of exhilaration washed over the king and the assembled nobles upon receiving Southwind's affirmation, their faces alight with hope. "My lord Southwind, I implore you, you must save the Emerald Kingdom. You are our sole hope." The Emerald King, with an expression of fervent longing, even knelt before Southwind. "Rise. I need to understand why you find yourselves imprisoned. As the king of the Emerald Kingdom, it is inconceivable that you would be held captive within your own palace. Your adversaries must be formidable, indeed. Moreover, where is the Emerald Princess?" Southwind did not immediately acquiesce to the Emerald King's plea. He intended to assess the situation further before acting. Nevertheless, finding the Emerald Princess, who had been taken, was imperative. "The Emerald Princess. She has betrayed the Emerald Kingdom." The king's once jubilant demeanor darkened upon hearing Southwind's mention of the princess. He then uttered a statement that left Southwind astounded. Taken aback by the king's revelation, Southwind's expression shifted to one of somber intensity. It became evident that the abduction of Nonia and Dandy was undoubtedly linked to the Emerald Princess. "Now, tell me what I must know." He sensed that the disappearance of Nonia and Dandy was orchestrated by the same faction that had imprisoned the Emerald King. After severing the lock of the Seastone prison with a single stroke, he liberated the Emerald King and his companions, who then recounted the recent events within the palace. Just moments ago, while the Emerald King was engaged in political discussions with other nobles, the Emerald Princess Iroya, accompanied by a group of masked individuals, had stormed in. Following a fierce skirmish, the palace's royal guard perished, and the king along with the nobles were taken captive. From the conversation between Zaloya and the leader of that group, It becomes evident that Zaloya struck a deal with him. The man would assist Zaloya in obtaining the throne of the Emerald Kingdom, while Zaloya would lead him to the fabled Eternal Emerald. Subsequently, it was from the lips of the Emerald King that Nanfeng learned the legends of the Emerald Kingdom were not mere fabrications. Both the Eternal Emerald and the legend of the Emerald Bird were indeed true, yet to utilize the Emerald Bird to locate the Eternal Emerald, only the royal family possessed the secret arts to command the bird. The myriad legends of Emerald Island were initially disseminated by the Emerald King in his youth. For at that time, although Emerald Island was the world's supplier of emeralds, it was regarded merely as a rudimentary mining site, a place deemed backward, with no one willing to venture there aside from emerald merchants, to alter the perception of Emerald Island in the eyes of the world. The Emerald King and the nobles deliberated extensively before releasing the island's legends, though the necessity of royal secret arts to command the Emerald Bird remained known solely to the royal family. With the allure of the extraordinary legends surrounding Emerald Island, visitors flocked to the island in an unending stream, transforming its image and fostering economic prosperity. However, the Emerald King never anticipated that a traitor lurked within the royal family. Upon hearing the king's words, Nanfeng sighed, realizing that regardless of the world or era, the struggle for the throne has always been ruthless. Casting a glance at the despondent Emerald King, Nanfeng inquired, "I have several questions for you, and I hope you can answer them well. First, if Princess Soroya seeks the throne, why did she not simply kill you, opting instead for mere imprisonment? After all, eliminating you would solve her problems once and for all." "This is because Princess Soroya is not truly a traitor. She has her reasons," the Emerald King began. But before he could elaborate, a youthful voice interjected loudly. The king glanced at the young man with resignation, choosing to remain silent. "It seems you also believe that Princess Soroya would not betray. Otherwise you would not have refrained from revealing who orchestrated this treachery," Nanfeng remarked playfully. "Soroya is my granddaughter. She has been without parents since childhood. Regardless of whether she is truly guilty, I cannot divulge her secrets. I believe she has her own burdens to bear, as she has always preferred to shoulder her troubles alone. Therefore, I implore you to save Soroya and rescue the Emerald Kingdom." As he spoke, the Emerald King knelt before Nanfeng once more, this time in tears. "Rise, I have a second question," Nanfeng said. "What makes you think I possess the ability to rescue you?" From their conversation, it became clear that the leader of the opposing faction seemed unwilling to confront him directly, and they appeared to be hastening their plans to seize the Eternal Emerald out of fear of his ambitions. "How audacious of these buffoons to conspire against me." My third question, does Soroya possess the secret art to command the Emerald Bird? "Not only Soroya, but I do not either. The secret art has long been lost. My ancestors severed its transmission to protect the Eternal Emerald. It is for this reason that I dared to share those legends. Do you know who these individuals are?" "I do not. They wore masks," the Emerald King replied, clearly frustrated, as he was eager to uncover the identity of his adversaries. "I know." A previously disappointed Emerald King suddenly lifted his head upon hearing the voice, directing his gaze toward the source. A young man stood there, the very one who had defended Soroya moments ago. Feeling the eyes of the assembly upon him, his face flushed slightly as he spoke. "I cannot be certain, but the likelihood is high. I noticed a gold coin pendant around the neck of the leader, and according to my knowledge, only one of the 4 emperors, the Gold Emperor, would wear such an ornament. He is notoriously greedy and fears for his life, so I believe it is indeed plausible." Chapter 23. Radar. As the young man finished speaking, both Nanfeng and Nafti emanated an intense murderous intent. "Those despicable 4 emperors intend for me to eliminate them all." "Do they? If that is their plan, then they ought not to be spared." However, as they prepared to pursue Soroya and her companions, they found themselves at a loss for direction. Though they had gained a glimmer of insight, it had once again slipped away, leaving them uncertain of where to seek their quarry. Exchanging a glance, both Nanfeng and Nafti felt a tinge of helplessness. They had identified the culprit but were unsure of their next steps. Suddenly, Nafti's expression brightened. "Captain, since they are after the Eternal Emerald, if we can secure it first, we might draw them to us." "I considered that, but they still have the Emerald Bird, while we possess no leads whatsoever. How do we even begin to search? We cannot simply wait for them to appear," Nanfeng lamented. Nafti shared his sentiment. In comparison to the Gold Emperor, they held no advantage. At that moment, Nanfeng's consciousness slipped into the long-forgotten realm of illusions, seeking potential solutions to the imminent crisis. "Chi, is there anything that can alleviate my current predicament? You truly are a heartless individual. You only come seeking me when trouble arises." "It saddens me greatly," came the reply. "Very well, I accept my fault. Can you assist me now? Not without your assurance that you will visit me more frequently. Agreed. May I now be informed about the solution? I recommend you acquire the Eternal Emerald Radar. Eternal Emerald Radar? What is that? It is an item crafted by the system, specifically designed to meet your current needs. Akin to the Dragon Radar from Dragon Ball. A word of caution. If you are not in proximity to the Eternal Emerald, the radar will be rendered useless. Another note. This radar is quite expensive. Upon hearing Chi's words, Nanfeng was clearly taken aback. What on earth was this? Such a remarkable entity existed? The illusion realm system seemed excessively powerful, boasting features that compelled reliance upon it. And what did those two friendly reminders signify? Was it possible that the Eternal Emerald was not present here? Furthermore, the fact that she referred to it as expensive hinted at its high value. Should he exchange for it? Despite these thoughts, Nanfeng found himself compelled to make the exchange, given his current predicament. He had no other solutions and could only rely on the radar, which might still hold a glimmer of hope. After redeeming the Eternal Emerald Radar produced by the system, Nanfeng gazed at the small device in his hand, reminiscent of the Dragon Ball radar, feeling exasperated. It was absurd that such a trivial item had consumed all of his illusion realm points earned from slaying the Light Emperor. Once activated, a small dot began to blink on the radar, indicating the location of the Eternal Emerald. Nanfeng felt a surge of excitement. Thankfully, the Eternal Emerald did exist. Otherwise, he would have been at a complete loss. Nafti and the king, witnessing Nanfeng's sudden display of a peculiar object and his relieved demeanor, were filled with curiosity. After determining the radar's functionality, Nanfeng raised his head and smiled at the crowd. Nafti, let us proceed to excavate the Eternal Emerald. Then, we shall lie in wait for our quarry. Whoever dares to threaten me, be prepared to face your demise, regardless of your identity. Your Majesty, I implore you to issue an order to surround the entire island, forbidding anyone from entering or leaving. Additionally, spread the word that the young pirate crew has kidnapped the Emerald Princess and stolen the Eternal Emerald, and that a manhunt is underway across the island. However, Mr. Nanfeng, the king hesitated, recognizing that Nanfeng was rescuing the Emerald royal family. It was evident that once the Golden Emperor obtained the Eternal Emerald, he would not spare the nobles or the royal family of the Emerald Kingdom. Furthermore, although the island would be sealed off, the communication capabilities of the telephone worms would remain unaffected. Should this news spread, pirates from all corners of the world would converge upon Nanfeng and his companions, making them public enemies. The king felt a pang of guilt for placing Nanfeng and his crew in such peril for his own sake. Fear not. One cannot catch fish without casting a net. Even if adversaries arise due to the Eternal Emerald, I am confident in my ability to ensure they do not return. Nanfeng assured the king, displaying no trepidation toward those who might wish him harm. To him, they were mere clowns. Those with true conviction would never covet the Eternal Emerald. Brandishing his sword, Nanfeng turned resolutely and departed, with Nafti closely following. Nafti would unwaveringly support his captain's decisions, believing fervently that his captain would lead the crew to fulfill all their dreams. Guided by the Eternal Emerald Radar, the duo sprinted toward the Emerald Kingdom's Emerald Forest. This forest was the largest in the kingdom, once a sanctuary for the emerald birds, yet their numbers had dwindled since humans began capturing them. As the light dot on the radar drew nearer, Nanfeng smiled, feeling the thrill of anticipation. He was genuinely curious to behold the Eternal Emerald, to see if it truly possessed the legendary ability to grant immortality to its possessor. Gazing at the radar's indicator, he and Nafti exchanged glances, realizing they were on the brink of discovery, and their plan was about to unfold. Meanwhile, in a dark cavern, Zyroya led a group deeper underground, trailed by a golden-haired man adorned with a gold coin around his neck. Behind him, a group of individuals restrained two women, Nonaya and Dondi. Both women were shackled with sea stone handcuffs, yet they remained silent, quietly following their captors, having displayed no extreme reaction since being drugged and captured by Carlos. They held faith that Nanfeng would come to their rescue, eager to uncover the motives behind their abduction, and confident in their abilities. Although the powers granted by their devil fruits were suppressed by sea stone, their prowess from the rainbow stone remained intact. As they descended further, a chilling aura enveloped them. Carlos coldly remarked, "Zyroya, where exactly are you taking us?" "To seek the secret method. While the emerald birds can indeed lead us to the Eternal Emerald, we require the royal family's secret technique, which was lost years ago. I found this location in an ancient tome. It is said that the ancestors concealed the royal secret underground here," Zyroya explained, her green hair and eyes captivating those around her. What secret technique? I was unaware of this. Why have you not mentioned it before? I neglected to inform you that it is a method for controlling the emerald birds. Accessible only to those with royal blood, Zyroya replied calmly. Is that so? Then we must hurry. I have long desired the eternal emerald, Carlos said, licking his lips with greedy anticipation. The closely monitored Nonaya and Dondi exchanged knowing glances, realizing their captor's intentions. It was time to strategize their escape and summon their captain. However, unbeknownst to them, Carlos caught sight of their subtle exchange. Approaching Nonaya, he growled, "What are you two laughing at? I warn you, do not entertain any ill intentions. Or else," facing the golden-haired man, both women regarded him with disdain. "Your capabilities are rather limited. To try to lay a finger on me," Nonaya retorted boldly. "Indeed. If you truly dared to act against us, you would have done so already. You fear our captain," Dondi added, equally unimpressed. "You." Carlos found himself momentarily speechless, realizing they were not wrong. If he truly attempted to harm them, Ninfeng would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. Holding the two captive could potentially allow him to manipulate Ninfeng temporarily, or if Ninfeng discovered the Eternal Emerald, Carlos could negotiate with him. It was a precarious balance. Offending Ninfeng would not lead to an irrevocable enmity, but if anything happened to the two women, the grudge would be unending. What Carlos did not realize was that Zyroya observed his flustered demeanor with keen interest, her eyes glimmering with intelligence. At this moment, Ninfeng and Nafti stood before a cave entrance, skeptical that the Eternal Emerald could be concealed within such a place. Surely, if it were hidden here, it would have been taken long ago. Yet, the radar indicated this was indeed the location, and it would not deceive him. Thus, they had no choice but to venture further within. Chapter 24, The Labyrinth of Caves. Accompanied by Nafti, they walked into the maze, and after traversing 500 meters, they began to believe that the Eternal Emerald truly resided here, and they understood why it remained untouched by human hands. At this moment, Ninfeng and Nafti stood at the edge of a stone chamber, with 3 openings on the opposite side and a ceiling teeming with bats above them. Though the bats were small in size, their crimson eyes and sharp fangs indicated their sinister nature. A fact further evidenced by the numerous bones and fresh corpses scattered around the chamber. Exchanging glances, Ninfeng and Nafti decided to press on. The instant their feet crossed the threshold of the stone chamber, the bats descended in a frenzied attack. In response, Ninfeng quickly pulled Nafti back out of the chamber, and the bats returned to their perch upon the ceiling. It seemed they could not assault those outside the chamber. Their duty was to deter intruders from entering. Indeed, Nafti remarked gravely, "If only Dondi were here, we could incinerate them. Yet, we can still proceed. Allow me to escort you to a certain place," Ninfeng said with a mischievous smile. Noticing the grin on Ninfeng's face, Nafti sensed that mischief was afoot and attempted to protest, but it was too late. At that moment, Ninfeng's eyes transformed into kaleidoscopic Sharingan, and the space began to twist and contort from his left eye, spiraling inward, pulling Nafti into the realm within Ninfeng's eye. After depositing Nafti into the Kamui space, Ninfeng stepped into the stone chamber, instantly provoking an onslaught from the bats. Yet none managed to strike him. In the Kamui space, Nafti gazed in shock at the various human body parts appearing before him, nearly rendered speechless. After a moment of exasperation, he began to berate Ninfeng, but soon grasped the nature of the technique that rendered him immune to attack. As the bats flitted around him, Ninfeng surveyed the radar in his hand, circling around the 3 openings. Ultimately, he selected the central passage, as the radar indicated it was closest to the Eternal Emerald. Upon entering the middle opening, the bats ceased their assault. Their range of movement was confined to the stone chamber. With a twist of space, Nafti was released from the Kamui realm. As he emerged, he shot a frosty glare at Ninfeng and turned away, to which Ninfeng chuckled softly, knowing Nafti was not truly angry. They continued onward, traversing another 500 meters, until they encountered yet another stone chamber. This time, 6 openings greeted them, and within the chamber slithered an assortment of snakes, weaving through the bones, a sight that struck fear into the hearts of onlookers. Nafti's expression shifted, casting a glance at Ninfeng before letting out a cold huff. Understanding Nafti's intent, Ninfeng knew he was ready to re-enter that space. Employing the same tactic, Ninfeng chose one of the 2 central paths, as the radar displayed equal distances for both. Upon reaching the 3rd stone chamber, they found 9 openings, infested with an overwhelming number of poisonous insects, crawling across the floor. At this point, Ninfeng's expression shifted noticeably. Meeting Nafti's gaze, he sighed in resignation. "Nafti, we can no longer rely on that method. We have no idea how long the path to the Eternal Emerald might be, An overuse of that ability will lead to my blindness. We must contemplate alternative strategies. Hearing Nanfeng's words, Nafti's countenance also changed. He had initially believed that Nanfeng's extraordinary power would effortlessly guide them to the Eternal Emerald. The realization of such a limitation left them no choice but to seek other means. Sitting down, Nanfeng meticulously reviewed all his abilities. The 8 Extremes technique was a combat skill, unsuitable for dealing with insects. The Sharingan was similarly rendered ineffective. Spatial transfer was feasible, but it placed a heavy burden on the body. He could manage it, but Nafti could not, as his body had undergone modifications through the 8 Extremes technique. Thus, only the Conqueror's Haki remained. Observation and armament Haki were of no use. Only the Conqueror's Haki could serve. Noticing the look of delight on Nanfeng's face, Nafti inquired, "Have you devised a good plan?" "Indeed, we shall utilize Haki, specifically the Conqueror's Haki. Although my mastery is not yet at its peak, it should suffice to intimidate these pests." Nanfeng replied, "I have also thought of a promising method, but it requires experimentation," Nafti added with a grin. "What method?" Nanfeng asked, curiosity piqued. "Naturally, the ability of water," Nafti said, a hint of pride in his voice. "Water ability?" Nanfeng's interest was piqued further. "There are 3 states of water. The air contains moisture, albeit too dispersed. My idea is to gather the moisture from the air and transform it into ice, thereby freezing these insects in place." Nafti exclaimed with excitement, "That's a brilliant idea. Give it a try. Consider it your opportunity to develop a new ability," Nanfeng encouraged enthusiastically, believing it to be a viable plan. With Nanfeng's approval, Nafti began to condense the moisture from the air. It was known that this world, reminiscent of Pirate King lore, held a high moisture content in the atmosphere. In a short span, Nafti managed to form a large water sphere above the stone chamber. Controlling the water sphere to envelop the chamber, Nafti attempted to freeze the water, a task far more challenging than merely condensing it. After considerable effort, he succeeded in solidifying the water into ice, creating a surface upon which they could walk. As they reached the center of the chamber, Nanfeng turned back, noting 2 openings in the direction they had come from. This indicated that in the next chamber, both central paths would be viable options. Standing before the openings, after careful consideration, Nanfeng selected the central passage and stepped inside. Thus, Nanfeng and Nafti continued their journey, passing through chamber after chamber, both feeling quite fatigued. They had arrived at the 27th stone chamber, the closest point a pirate could reach to the Eternal Emerald, for since the 10th chamber, no human remains had been sighted. With their accumulated experience, they understood that each chamber contained 3 more openings than the previous one, and the correct path always lay in the central opening. The stone chamber has expanded in size with the increase of entrance openings. Upon reaching the entrance of the 27th stone chamber and witnessing the creatures within, Nanfeng felt an overwhelming sense of madness. Throughout their journey, they had undoubtedly vanquished countless guardians, yet none compared to the sheer awe inspired by what lay before them. Before them was a colossal dragon, its scales a deep obsidian hue, adorned with a pair of magnificent wings. The dragon's eyes were tightly shut, lost in slumber, while behind it, the stone wall displayed 81 openings. The moment Nanfeng laid eyes on the dragon, he collapsed onto the ground, desperately in need of respite. It is worth noting that the passage through the 27 stone chambers grew increasingly treacherous, with some chambers navigable by cunning, yet many necessitated confrontation. Nafti also sank to the ground, his garments tattered beyond recognition, and his body riddled with innumerable wounds. Faced with the monumental dragon, both Nanfeng and Nafti were compelled to rest. Otherwise, they would lack the strength to combat such a formidable foe. Even if they regained their energy, defeating this legendary creature, a dragon, would remain uncertain. At this moment, Zilaoya and her companions were also resting. They had traversed for quite some time, yet still had not arrived at the fabled site of the magical legacy. Jindi had questioned Zilaoya multiple times, but each inquiry was met with her retort, urging him to abandon his doubts. He was unwilling to concede, for he yearned for immortality, and even if it did not grant him eternal life, it could bestow upon him immense wealth. Presently, Princess Zilaoya sat beside Nonia and Dandi, deliberately distancing herself from Jindi and his entourage. As she articulated, she had no desire to mingle with the detestable men under Jindi's command, fearing it would tarnish her purity. While seated next to Nonia, Zilaoya attempted to subtly extract more information about Nanfeng from the duo. However, her efforts were destined for disappointment. Despite their youth, Nonia and Dandi embodied cunning wisdom. As the saying goes, three women create a drama, and the trio's interaction was indeed a grand spectacle, as none of them were easily outmaneuvered. They engaged in a spirited exchange, with Zillowoya seeking insights into Nanfeng while Nonia and Dondi aimed to discern their motives. Though they had their suspicions, acquiring additional information would prove beneficial. Meanwhile, Jean D, eavesdropping on the trio's conversation, felt an unsettling chill, beginning to question whether he had unwittingly attracted formidable adversaries. While they addressed each other as sisters, the myriad traps woven into their dialogue were nearly impossible to evade. If Nanfeng were present, he would undoubtedly remark upon the unfolding drama akin to a court intrigue. Chapter 25. The Guardian Beast of the Secret Method Within the Dimly Lit Underground Passageway. Jean D and his companions pressed onward, navigating the winding cave in search of the miraculous secret method capable of controlling the emerald bird. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until they finally glimpsed a glimmer of light, igniting a wave of excitement throughout the group. After a prolonged search, they had finally caught sight of hope. Even Jean D could not suppress a gleeful expression upon witnessing the light, and a shared glance between Nonia and Dondi revealed mutual delight. Yet, only Zillowoya remained devoid of any joy, her countenance instead reflecting grave concern. According to ancient texts, in order to deter the descendants of the Emerald Royal family from seeking the secret method and eternal life, the ancestors had stationed a formidable guardian beast at the site where the secret method was concealed. The rationale behind their decision to leave the secret method while also imposing a powerful guardian remains a mystery to all. Despite being aware of the guardian beast, Zillowoya withheld this information from Jean D and the others. In her heart, she harbored a desire for their demise. As Carlos and the others rushed toward the illuminated area, only Zillowoya, Nonia, and Dondi lingered behind. Observing the rush of Carlos and his companions, Zillowoya discreetly retrieved several keys, intending to free Nonia and Dondi. However, before she could unlock their restraints, a fearsome roar emanated from the radiant area, accompanied by the anguished cries of men. Following the roar, Carlos's furious shouts and the sounds of battle echoed through the corridor. Zillowoya anxiously turned to unlock Nonia and Dandi's chains, only to find the previously imprisoned duo smiling faintly. In an instant, Dondi conjured a searing flame that reduced her restraints of sea tower stone to mere ash, while Nonia's shackles shattered as if struck by an unseen force. The energy within the sea tower stone altered by her vector manipulation. Witnessing their effortless escape from the confines of the sea tower stone left Zillowoya aghast. How could this be? Their powers had been restrained by the sea tower stone. How could they still manifest such abilities? With a gentle smile directed at Zillowoya, Nonia reassured her, "Princess Zillowoya, there is no need for alarm. This is not the power of a devil fruit. Thus it cannot be bound by the sea tower stone." Dondi echoed her sentiments. Indeed, the sea tower stone poses no threat to us now. Upon hearing their words, Zillowoya's expression shifted dramatically. "You could have escaped at any time. Yet you chose to follow us. Are you also coveting the eternal emerald?" "No, we merely wish to observe your intentions and to follow Carlos, the Golden Emperor. For he dares to scheme against us, and thus must face the consequences. We are not his adversaries, which is why we continue to shadow him. Were it not for the captain, Carlos would have long been reduced to mere fragments upon Nonia's visage, which now bears no trace of its earlier gentleness, replaced instead by an aura of lethal intent. Indeed, the present moment is opportune for addressing Carlos. Had you not attempted to set us free earlier, you two would now be our target," Dondi coldly remarked. Perhaps due to spending an extended period alongside Southwind, their methods have begun to align closely with his. The entire youthful pirate crew has adopted a singular principle: one does not provoke me, nor do I provoke others. Should one transgress against me, I shall exact vengeance. As Nonia and Dondi moved toward the luminous source, they adjusted their uncomfortable wrists and ankles, shackled by handcuffs and leg irons, their murderous intent palpable. Behind them, Zillowoya, initially dazed, quickly regained her composure and followed suit, for the desire for retribution against Carlos was not limited to Nonia and Dondi. She too harbored the same sentiment. The trio drew nearer to the radiant locale, revealing a vast stone chamber within which lay 3 colossal lions. 2 of the lions lounged motionless, while the third was engaged in a frenzied assault on Carlos. In that stone chamber, apart from Carlos, no other soul remained standing. His companions had all succumbed to the onslaught of the lion. At the moment the trio entered, the 2 reclining lions suddenly sprang to their feet and lunged at Nonia and Dondi. As they narrowly evaded the lions' attacks, Nonia tried to shout a warning for Zillowoya to take cover, but was struck by an unforgettable sight. The two lions did not pursue Soroya. Having failed to ensnare Dandy and Nonia, the lions redirected their attention, each seeking out a different opponent, yet none targeted Soroya. Initially, upon seeing Nonia and Dandy enter unshackled by Sea Stone, Carlos felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing they might ally with the lions against him. However, upon witnessing Nonia and Dandy also under siege by the lions, he exhaled with relief, focusing intently on the lion before him. Unconcerned with how Nonia and Dandy had freed themselves from their restraints, the stone chamber echoed with the sounds of conflict. 3 individuals battled against 3 lions, locked in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, Soroya stood frozen, perplexed as to why the lions spared her, pondering if it was due to her royal lineage. Gradually, the intensity of the skirmish escalated as each combatant summoned their utmost strength, striving to behead the lions. Powerful winds howled around Nonia, with unseen energy strikes assailing the beasts. Dandy unleashed flames that engulfed the area in molten lava, raising the temperature to alarming levels, while Carlos transformed into an embodiment of metal, clashing with the lions in brutal melee. Logically, as all 3 were capable individuals, overcoming 3 lions should have posed little challenge. Yet, they found themselves struggling against these peculiar beasts, whose attacks, despite lacking haki, felt as though they were infused with it, rendering elemental transformations utterly ineffective against them. Not only was their offensive prowess formidable, but their defensive capabilities were equally remarkable. The trio's assaults seemed to have little effect, leaving them in a state of disadvantage, even when exerting their fullest might. Observing Nonia and Dandy being thoroughly overwhelmed by the lions, Soroya felt a surge of anxiety. The 3 were, in a sense, bound in a cooperative endeavor, and should anything befall Nonia and Dandy, the entire Emerald Kingdom would suffer, for they were backed by a formidable captain. The more desperate she became, the more helpless she felt. Suddenly, Soroya seemed to discern something, advancing toward a stone slab within the chamber. It was a large azure stone tablet, inscribed with strange characters, while others may have been unable to decipher it. Soroya recognized it as the royal script of the Emerald Kingdom. Upon the surface of the stone tablet was inscribed a poignant phrase: "The descendants of the Emerald royal family shall drip their blood upon this stone, claiming the treasures that rightfully belong to them." Observing the inscription, Soroya hastily bit her finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the stone. At that very moment, the tablet erupted in a dazzling radiance, and a golden light surged into Soroya's forehead, causing her to topple backward. The lion, previously engaged in combat with the 3 adversaries, abandoned the struggle the instant the golden light appeared. One lion, concerned for the faltering Soroya, caught her with its massive paw, gently lowering her to the ground and guarding her closely. Witnessing this, Nonia and Dandy quickly huddled together, vigilantly watching for any opportunity for the Golden Emperor to strike, while he too remained wary of them. Although he held confidence in defeating either of them individually, the prospect of facing both together posed a significant threat. Their initial strategy had been sound, to incite a mutual destruction between the Golden Emperor and the guardian beasts, and then take advantage of the aftermath. However, they had not anticipated facing 3 guardian beasts. Now, with all 3 combatants injured, the most prudent course was to tend to their wounds before devising any further plans. Exchanging a glance with Nonia, Dandy addressed Carlos: "Golden Emperor, we are all wounded, and none can impose harm upon the other. How about we set aside our grievances for the moment, heal, and then resolve our conflicts?" "Agreed," the Golden Emperor replied eagerly, having long desired such an arrangement. His prolonged battle with the lions had inflicted considerable injuries upon him, and he realized that should Nonia and Dandy decide to confront him now, he would find himself at a disadvantage. Dandy's suggestion aligned perfectly with his intentions. Meanwhile, Neafong and Nafti, after some deliberation, resolved to confront the dragon. United, they believed they possessed sufficient strength to challenge the formidable creature before them. Sharing a knowing glance, they rose simultaneously and approached the dragon within the stone chamber. They understood that although the dragon's eyes were shut, it remained fully aware. The moment they entered, it stirred, for stealth was not an option. As the 2 figures finally advanced into the chamber, the dragon opened its eyes, regarding the diminutive humans with an expression devoid of emotion. "You are the first humans to arrive here," it rumbled, its voice resonating throughout the chamber. "Impressive. I sense your power, yet you are not my equals. Depart." Chapter 26. The Dragon Duel. The deep timbre of the dragon's voice echoed, its golden pupils reflecting a heartless disdain. Throughout the encounter, the dragon remained languidly sprawled atop its hoard of gold, a testament to the Dragonkin's affinity for glittering treasures. Neafong and Nafti, undeterred, simultaneously drew their swords and charged at the dragon, resolute in their commitment to battle. For them, retreat was not an option. Without confrontation, the coveted emerald would remain out of reach, thwarting their subsequent plans. Incensed by the humans' refusal to heed its warnings and their relentless aggression, the dragon rose to its full height, engaging Nanfeng and Nafti in a fierce struggle. However, the duo proved no match for the dragon's might. Their blades failed to penetrate its scales, while the dragon easily overpowered them. With a scornful gaze upon the two who struggled futilely beneath its might, the dragon sneered. "Those who dared to challenge me, Arafat the dragon, have perished. Are you prepared to face the same fate as your predecessors? You who provoke the dignity of dragons?" Though Arafat's massive form was somewhat hindered by the confines of the chamber, his agility remained formidable, allowing Nanfeng and Nafti to evade his strikes with remarkable speed. Yet, even constrained by the environment, Arafat's combat prowess was undeniable. His body served as a colossal weapon, rendering any defense nearly impossible. As Arafat observed Nanfeng and Nafti's distressed attempts to resist, he bellowed with derision, "Surrender. My scales can withstand any assault. My claws can rend asunder all matter. My horns can pierce through any obstacle. My tail can sweep away all injustice, and my breath can incinerate the world." Upon concluding his words, Arafat unleashed a searing breath of fire, its intensity enough to induce shivers. Curiously, despite the extreme heat, the stone chamber bore no marks of its presence. Nanfeng noticed the peculiarity of the chamber. It seemed remarkably resilient, impervious even to the legendary fire that could incinerate the world. Before he could ponder this further, Arafat swept his tail violently, forcing Nanfeng to dodge hastily, aware that a direct hit would spell doom. As he evaded Arafat's strike, Nanfeng's eyes transformed into kaleidoscopic Sharingan, a sight of profound insight. In a moment of fervor, he contemplated attempting to forcibly sever a portion of Arafat's being and send it into another dimension using his divine powers. He focused his left eye on Arafat's right leg, yet was compelled to halt. Arafat's overwhelming strength posed a grave risk. Should he force the separation, he would inevitably sacrifice his left eye. The pain from his earlier exertion was already excruciating, and his vision had begun to blur. In truth, Nanfeng had considered activating Susanoo, but after weighing the pros and cons, he decided against it. The stone chamber was significantly larger than others, yet it felt cramped once Arafat rose. Employing Susanoo here would be impractical, as even in its incomplete form, it was colossal, and Nanfeng lacked confidence in overcoming Arafat without its full might. He believed he could defeat Arafat, but only when utilizing the 8 extremes technique. Generally, he preferred to hone his other abilities. Nanfeng was certain that unleashing the 8 extremes would lead to Arafat's demise, as it was a technique capable of dominating the cosmos. Nonetheless, he refrained from employing it, adhering to a self-imposed restraint that compelled him to reserve its use for dire circumstances. As Arafat's assaults grew fiercer and faster, both he and Nafti found it increasingly difficult to evade. Reluctantly, Nanfeng resorted to Haki, while the armament and observation Haki offered some utility. The Conqueror's Haki proved utterly ineffective. In that stone chamber, Arafat's presence was the most formidable. After activating Haki, although the damage inflicted on Arafat was minimal, it at least provided the duo with a semblance of self-preservation, resulting in a fierce standoff. While engaged in battle, Nanfeng reflected on the inherent flaws in all living beings. Nothing was perfect. He pondered what weaknesses dragons possessed, but found himself at a loss. Amidst the chaos, he observed an oddity. Arafat took great care to guard his neck. Upon closer inspection, Nanfeng noticed a palm-sized crescent-shaped white scale beneath Arafat's throat, a reverse scale that seemed to be of utmost importance to him. In that instant, Nanfeng recognized it as the dragon's reverse scale, known for its lethal consequences upon contact, yet it now appeared to be Arafat's greatest vulnerability. Suddenly, Arafat's tail struck, sweeping Nanfeng off his feet, and Nafti, witnessing this, attempted to intervene but was intercepted by Arafat's massive claw. Indeed, Arafat's strength was overwhelming. He single-handedly subdued both opponents without a hint of mercy. In a moment of mockery towards Nafti, Arafat emitted a deafening roar, only to discover Nanfeng had somehow appeared beneath his neck. His sword plunged into Arafat's reverse scale. To Nanfeng's astonishment, the reverse scale turned out to be Arafat's most fragile point, and he successfully pierced it. Enraged by the violation of his reverse scale, Arafat's fury knew no bounds. The dragon's reverse scale was sacrosanct, and any harm inflicted upon it could disrupt the flow of fresh blood from the heart, potentially leading to death. In a fit of rage, Arafat pinned Ninfeng to the ground and unleashed a torrent of fiery breath upon him. Seeing Ninfeng trapped, Nafti lost his composure, attempting to replicate Nanfeng's earlier feat by thrusting his sword into Arafat's reverse scale. However, having sustained a prior injury, Arafat now guarded his reverse scale with heightened vigilance. Before Nafti could reach the scale, Arafat's tail struck him, though he managed to deflect the blow with his sword, which suffered a slight crack. After dealing with Nanfeng, Arafat turned his attention to Nafti, perceiving Nanfeng as already dead. No one could survive the dragon's breath at such close range. Driven to madness by the assault on his reverse scale, Arafat swore to annihilate these audacious insects, determined to send them to meet death. Both Arafat and Nafti were engulfed in fury, with Nafti believing Ninfeng to be deceased. Unbeknownst to them, Ninfeng stood unharmed behind them, though his shirt was in tatters. At that moment, Nafti and Arafat were locked in a fierce struggle, with Nafti's sword sustaining more cracks until, after enduring a powerful blow from Arafat, it shattered completely. Ninfeng, witnessing the destruction of Nafti's sword, was taken aback by Arafat's ferocity, which had shattered Nafti's blade in mere seconds. Observing Nafti's loss, Ninfeng swiftly hurled his own Amatsukami sword towards Nafti, calling out his name as he activated the spatial abilities of the Rainbow Stone, delivering the sword directly into Nafti's hands. Both Arafat and Ninfeng were startled by the unexpected voice amidst their fierce combat, and Nafti's face lit up with joy, while Arafat bore a look of disbelief, unable to fathom how Ninfeng had survived so close to his breath. Seizing the Amatsukami sword, Nafti capitalized on Arafat's moment of shock and thrust it towards Arafat's massive pupil. By the time Arafat reacted, Nafti was already upon him. However, Arafat's tail swept Nafti away. Yet Ninfeng swiftly traversed the space to catch the flying Nafti. Both retreated to the cave's entrance, and Ninfeng hurriedly assisted Nafti inside. Nafti's body had not endured the forging of the 8 extremes, and Arafat's strike was devastating, leaving him gravely injured. Observing Nafti's condition, Ninfeng quickly exchanged for a life and death pill from the illusory realm system, a renowned healing elixir said to bring the dead back to life. After administering the pill to Nafti, Ninfeng rose slowly, while Arafat within the stone chamber cackled maniacally, for his pierced reverse scale had fully healed. The reverse scale, Arafat's greatest weakness, could rapidly mend as long as it wasn't obliterated in a single blow. Now restored, Arafat rejoiced, oblivious to the impending doom that awaited him. Ninfeng was poised to utilize the 8 extremes. In the current predicament, he could not afford to use the 8 extremes. He must acquire the Eternal Life Emerald. Chapter 27. The 8 Styles of Dragon Slaying. Gazing at the cackling Arafat within the stone chamber, Ninfeng stood at the cave's entrance. Retrieving the Amatsukami sword from Nafti's grasp, sheathing it and leaning it against the wall, he stretched his limbs and gradually crouched down. Since the sword could not penetrate your scales, let us instead compare our physical might. Witness as I pierce your scales, shatter your claws, sever your spikes, and truncate your tail. 8 Styles of Dragon Slaying. In the midst of his laughter, Arafat recalled that 2 insects remained unvanquished. After scanning the area, he spotted Ninfeng crouched at the entrance, his left hand on the ground and his right hand gripping his wrist. Ha ha, boy. Is that your way of begging for mercy? How intriguing. Before Al-Fateh could finish his words, he felt a powerful kick strike his chin, forcing his lowered head to jerk upwards violently. The sheer force of the blow inflicted pain even upon his draconic form, and to his horror, he sensed the scales at the point of impact slowly shattering. How could this be? How could a mere human shatter his proud scales with a single kick? It was unthinkable. Only then did Al-Fateh hear a voice whisper in his ear, clearly the name of a technique. 8-fold heaven, first form, raging step. Before he could react, before even a roar of agony could escape his throat, another devastating strike landed upon his back. This one was even more brutal. Al-Fateh felt something pierce through his armored scales, striking directly into his flesh. Worse yet, he could sense the surrounding scales cracking under the force, each one suffering varying degrees of damage. Upon his back, Ninfeng knelt on one knee, his fingers piercing through the dragon scales, his index and middle fingers forming a deadly sword. Then, with a chilling tone, he uttered a name, 8 Extremes Heaven, second style. Sheath break. With each of Ninfeng's powerful strikes, Arafat let out a harrowing cry, more pitiful than the piercing of his reverse scales. Yet, Ninfeng remained indifferent to Arafat's agonizing wails. Today, he was determined to slay the dragon, to immerse himself in dragon's blood, and to savor the delicacies of dragon flesh. After the anguished cries subsided, Arafat attempted to retaliate. However, Before he could launch an attack, he was struck hard by a powerful punch to his side, causing the scales on his body to shatter around the point of impact. To his horror, Arafat felt the scales on his opposite side begin to crack as well. Indeed, a gaping hole suddenly erupted on the other side of his body, revealing the internal organs within, all suffering varying degrees of injury. Arafat's massive form was punctured by this formidable blow, and unable to contain the tumultuous blood within, he spat forth a mouthful of dragon blood, clearly indicating the grievous wounds he had sustained. Ninfeng maintained his stance, fist poised, and slowly uttered, 8 extremes heaven, third style, fist break. Seizing the opportunity, Arafat lashed out with his tail, but once again, he struck nothing but air as Ninfeng vanished from his sight. Reacting with remarkable speed, Arafat turned to counter. Yet it was too late. Ninfeng, with hands shaped like claws, swiftly seized Arafat's right foreleg. In a shocking display, he exerted force and drove his claws deep into Arafat's leg, tearing it away with brutal strength. The stone chamber was soon drenched in dragon blood, accompanied by Arafat's anguished cries and frenzied roars, his breath spraying wildly throughout the chamber, while his iron-like tail swept violently. In the face of Arafat's fury, Ninfeng remained coldly detached, uttering once more, 8 extremes heaven, fourth style, thunder split. After the fourth style, Arafat was gravely injured, yet his attacks grew increasingly frenzied. Ninfeng, however, remained unfazed. The vow to slay the dragon would not be fulfilled with mere injuries. Reappearing, Ninfeng tightly grasped Arafat's wildly thrashing iron tail, rendering it immovable despite Arafat's desperate struggles. Before Arafat could turn to bite, Ninfeng's right hand shimmered with an otherworldly glow, striking down fiercely upon the dragon's tail. With a single blow, he severed the proud appendage. Arafat howled in agony, the pain almost unbearable, while Ninfeng, undeterred, calmly announced the technique. 8 extremes heaven, fifth style. Blade break. With a fierce toss, he flung the severed tail aside and once again vanished from Arafat's sight with a swiftness akin to lightning. Having lost his dragon tail, Alafate could no longer maintain his balance, his body swaying precariously as if he might topple at any moment. The once arrogant Alafate had now been reduced to a pitiful state. His bloodied form and anguished cries were testament to his dire condition. In a frenzied manner, he gasped desperately, hoping that his breath might reach the south wind, who moved with a speed he could not match. Perched atop Alafate's head, South Wind beheld the 2 sharp horns before him. He extended his arms, enveloping one of the horns between his hands, then performed a gesture of prayer. It was as if 2 colossal hands emerged from the air, clasped together, and with a decisive motion, he shattered the horn in 2, reducing the visible fragment to mere dust. A mournful howl escaped Alafate as the horn broke, the sound echoing his despair. Standing above him, South Wind slowly parted his hands, a cascade of powder raining down upon Alafate. Having executed the technique known as 8th level heaven, 6th style, heavenly union, South Wind reappeared on the stone chamber floor, aligning himself once more with Alafate's trembling hind legs. He clasped his hands together again, yet this time, he did not break anything. Gradually lowering his hands to his sides, South Wind closed his eyes, only to abruptly open them again, vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he was now on the other side of Alafate, his hands shifting from his sides to the front. With a heart-wrenching cry, Alafate's entire body lurched forward as his robust hind legs, once the pillars of his support, were severed in the middle, leaving him unable to uphold himself any longer. Maintaining his stance, upon hearing Alafate's anguished wail, South Wind uttered a few words, 8th level heaven, 7th style, divine slash. With that, he vanished once more, reappearing in the air above the stone chamber, and with a fierce thrust, he pierced through Alafate's heart, like an arrow, penetrating his very being. This marked the culmination of Alafate's demise. With his hands in his pockets, South Wind stood beside Alafate's head, coldly observing him in silence. Yet, in a sudden turn, Alafate laughed, asking, "Can you tell me what this final move is?" 8th level heaven, final style, starfall. Upon hearing South Wind's words, Alafate erupted into laughter, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, yet he appeared almost ecstatic. Ha ha ha. 8th level heaven, 8 styles to slay dragons. I shall finally be liberated. After this outburst, tears unexpectedly streamed down Alafate's face, the sorrow in his eyes unmistakable. Despite being on the brink of death, Alafate, without a word, turned away to the side of Nefuti, who was now peacefully asleep, his wounds entirely healed. Disturbing Nefuti was not South Wind's intention, so he sat down to rest. The stone chamber fell into a profound silence, the only sound being Aliphate's increasingly faint breaths. Meanwhile, Nonaya, Dandy, and Carlos were rapidly recovering from their injuries, while the three lions diligently guarded Soroya. Each faction remained focused on their own affairs, unaware of the intricate schemes at play. As the slumber of Zaloya extends, the vigilance of the three-headed lion intensifies, to the point where even the slightest movement evokes the warning roars of the trio. At present, Zoroya finds himself immersed in an ethereal white expanse. The entire atmosphere is tranquil and serene, yet it evokes a sense of trepidation due to its profound stillness. Suspended in this space are countless royal inscriptions, which Zoroya is either perusing or committing to memory. Beside Zoroya stood an elderly man, his face radiating kindness, and his emerald-green pupils signifying his lineage from the Emerald royal family. At that moment, the two were engaged in a casual conversation. Zoroya, once you fully memorize the text above, you shall be able to leave this place, this land of heritage. How long will that take? That depends on your innate talent. Is this truly the secret method to control the emerald bird? Indeed, but it encompasses more than just the emerald bird. It is a beast-controlling technique that enables you to command most of the wild creatures in the world, though it does not include the marine monarchs. That sounds immensely powerful. Yes, upon earning the recognition of the everlasting emerald, you shall gain the ability to control legendary beings, such as, for instance, dragons or other formidable creatures. Why did you choose to seal away such a potent secret? Because the greatest secret of this world, my dear friend once foretold, would be unveiled when my descendants arrive here, signifying that the time has come for that secret to be revealed, and my descendants will assist that individual in uncovering it. Chapter 28. The emergence of the everlasting emerald. Time passed, second by second, until Zoroya finally committed the text to memory. As he completed his recollection of the beast-controlling technique, the royal ancestor vanished. Abruptly, Zoroya opened his eyes, a golden light flashing within them. Upon awakening, he comprehended why the three lions had been steadfastly guarding him. It was because he bore the bloodline of the Emerald royal family, and those lions were the ancestral beasts of the royal lineage. Upon witnessing Zoroya rise, Nonaya and her companions displayed varied expressions. Nonaya and Dandy radiated excitement, while Carlos appeared somewhat guilty, even retreating a few steps, as he realized Zoroya possessed control over the lions. Approaching Zoroya, Nonaya and Dandy learned of his ability to command beasts, which thrilled them, for it meant they were now fully capable of slaying the Golden Emperor Carlos right there. However, when the trio set out to find the Golden Emperor, they discovered he had already vanished, evidently having fled, as he sensed the precariousness of his situation. Left behind was merely an iron cage containing the emerald bird. As Zoroya picked up the cage, preparing to depart, the three lions obstructed their path. Curiously observing the lions that barred their way, Zoroya smiled gently. Is there something else? We are on our way to seek the everlasting emerald. Would you care to join us? To his surprise, the lion merely shook its head and pointed towards a stone wall. Then, one of the lions effortlessly clawed a large hole in the wall, from which emanated a captivating spectrum of light. The three women stood in awe before the mesmerizing colors, never having encountered such enchanting hues. Eagerly, they approached the opening and discovered it was a passageway, with the other side radiating that same alluring glow. Without hesitation, they ventured into the passage, feeling a magnetic pull from the wondrous entity that awaited them on the other side. After a brief respite, Nanfeng rose to his feet. Continuing to rest would result in the depletion of his dragon blood, rendering any thoughts of a rejuvenating dragon bloodbath futile. He exchanged for a sizable spatial ring within the illusory realm, and his consciousness swept through the stone chamber, collecting all items from his dragon form into the ring, which preserved their freshness. After securing Aliphate's, he activated his kaleidoscope, unleashing the powers of his left eye to gather all of Aliphate's treasures. Had he not been hesitant to frequently utilize the illusory realm, he would have long since exchanged for countless items to enhance his own strength. Nonetheless, despite a previous pact of mutual trust, Nanfeng remained reluctant to rely heavily on the illusory realm. Once he had meticulously organized the items within the stone chamber, Nanfeng retrieved the Eternal Emerald radar once more, scanning the 81 openings. As anticipated, the central 9 entrances proved to be the safe ones, arranged in a 9x9 pattern. Confirming the correct entrance, Nanfeng approached the adjacent passage and gently shook the still sleeping Nafti awake, mistakenly believing he was still engaged in battle with Aliphate's. Nafti seized the Tian Tsung Yun sword left by Nanfeng and prepared to charge out. Restraining the bewildered Nafti, Nanfeng smiled and reassured him, "It's all right, Nafti. I have dealt with Aliphate's, but your sword is broken. Use mine for now, and I will ensure a new one is forged for you from dragon bone." Hearing these words, Nafti began to regain his senses, glancing at the still damp patches of blood in the stone chamber, which reinforced his belief in Nanfeng's words. Although he was unsure of what transpired during his unconsciousness, he was certain that his captain had vanquished the colossal dragon. Shaking off the lingering fog in his mind, Nafti rose to his feet and surveyed the empty stone chamber. Turning to Nanfeng with a look of disbelief, he struggled to comprehend the extent of his captain's newfound power. With a gentle pat on Nafti's shoulder, Nanfeng took the lead, advancing toward the other side of the stone chamber. The radar indicated they were drawing closer to their destination. Nanfeng had a premonition that the next chamber housed the Eternal Emerald. As they entered the central opening, Nafti hesitated momentarily, glancing back. Had his captain truly grown powerful enough to slay dragons? They traversed a path that Nanfeng initially believed would only require 500 meters to reach the next chamber. Yet after walking over 1,000 meters, they had not yet arrived. However, a faint, enchanting glow soon appeared before them. Upon seeing the glow, both Nanfeng and Nafti felt elation. This signified they were nearing the Eternal Emerald. They quickened their pace towards the mesmerizing light. As they advanced, the glow intensified. And after traversing over 3,000 meters, they finally beheld an exit. The moment they burst forth from the opening, they were left in awe. Before them lay a small valley, dominated by a magnificent phoenix tree. Beneath its bough stood a stone table adorned with a radiant, multicolored gem, beside which stood 3 young women, none other than Nonaya and her companions. Above the majestic sycamore tree stood 2 magnificent birds, both adorned with chicken-like heads and serpentine necks, resplendent in a riot of colors. One was predominantly crimson, while the other exhibited a striking azure hue. To the untrained eye, they might be mistaken for 2 colossal emerald birds. However, the south wind, bearing the memories of 2 worlds, perceived them differently. In his eyes, these were divine phoenixes, legendary creatures that rivaled even the dragon. It was highly plausible that these 2 birds were among the 5 distinct types of phoenixes. The phoenix, rich in variety, embodies different symbols depending on its kind. According to legend, there are 5 categories: the Feng bird, the Yuan bird, the Yuanchu, the Yuezhua, and the Honghu. Ancient texts indicate that the phoenix manifests in 5 colors. Predominantly red signifies the Feng, yellow, the Yuanchu, purple, the Yuezhua, blue, the Qingyuan, and white, the Honghu. Observing the 2 birds before him, it was likely they represented the Feng and the Qingyuan. Many might wonder how it was possible for the Feng and Yuan to coexist in proximity. However, this is not unusual, as both belong to the same echelon of colorful avians. The classic of mountains and seas states, there are 3 types of colorful birds. One is the Huang bird, one is the Luan bird, and one is the Feng bird. This implies that the Feng and Luan share a status, both being vibrant birds. Thus their congregation is not a matter of curiosity. The south wind's focus remained fixed upon the 2 avian entities. A flicker of trepidation coursing through him at the thought that they might prevent him from seizing the Eternal Emerald. Meanwhile, Nafti had caught sight of Nonaya and her companions, as well as the fabled emerald, the Eternal Emerald. The gem upon the stone table radiated 5 luminous hues: white, green, azure, crimson, and yellow. Strangely, its shape resembled that of a human heart. After observing the 2 birds for a while and noting their indifference to his arrival, the south wind redirected his gaze toward the so-called Eternal Emerald. To him, the stone appeared to be merely a multicolored rock. Confusion swirled within him. Was this truly the world of One Piece? Why were phoenixes, Yuan birds, and 5-colored stones present? Such elements belonged to a mythical realm. Were they perhaps in an alternate dimension? With no time to ponder these uncertainties, the south wind turned his attention to Nonaya and her companions, who appeared entranced by the Eternal Emerald. Reluctantly, he roused them from their stupor, inquiring about their experiences over the past few days. Awakened by the gentle breeze of the south, the group regained their senses and began recounting their recent experiences. It was during this exchange that Nanfeng became acquainted with the Emerald Princess, Ziluoya. At least for the moment, it appeared that Ziluoya harbored no ill intentions towards them. Upon discovering that Carlos had drugged the 2 individuals to capture them, Nanfeng's animosity towards the Golden Emperor Carlos intensified. He now harbored no affection for the 4 emperors, each more cunning and unscrupulous than the last. Regardless of the well-being of Nanfeng and his companions, the outside world was engulfed in chaos. Emerald Island had abruptly closed its borders, forbidding any ingress or egress. While the news emanating from the island left everyone astounded, the legendary Eternal Emerald had been found, and it was none other than the rising young king, Nanfeng. Presently, Emerald Island was exhibiting signs of turmoil. Although suppressed by the royal army, their authority was waning, revealing that both Nanfeng and the Emerald King had underestimated the allure of the Eternal Emerald. Within the Emerald Palace, as the king reviewed the various reports from his subordinates, he felt overwhelmed. However, for the sake of Nanfeng's plans, he had to endure. Outside Emerald Island, it was besieged by an array of pirate factions, and even the Navy's attempts to provide support had been repelled. Upon analysis, the naval forces have concluded that a certain power is covertly orchestrating these pirates. And the most likely individual behind this machination is none other than Das, the Earth Sovereign, one of the three sovereigns. Intelligence reports suggest that only Das harbors an interest in the Eternal Emerald, while other formidable pirates show no inclination towards it. Subsequently, the Navy dispatched Admiral Dasky, both to support Emerald Island in persuading King Emerald to join their ranks, and to engage in a collaboration with Southwind. Chapter 29. The Phoenix Clan. As time progressed, the chaos enveloping the Emerald Kingdom grew increasingly uncontainable. The previously sealed islands had been forcibly breached by pirates, leading to the unraveling of the kingdom's defenses. Presently, the Emerald Kingdom is in utter disarray, with countless pirates storming the islands in search of the youthful pirate crew, even locating the ship known as the Youngster. However, despite relentless searches, the elusive Youngster pirate crew remains unfound, as if they had vanished into thin air. Speculations arose that perhaps the crew had already departed from Emerald Island. Yet the pirate vessel anchored along the coastline indicated their continued presence on the island. The Emerald Palace now mirrors this chaos, although Admiral Dasky stands guard. Her efforts are in vain, for facing her are three formidable adversaries: the Earth Sovereign Das, the Warlord Mind Reader Cuba, and the Warlord Illusionist Chin. Dasky's expression darkens as she realizes that the warlords have audaciously chosen to oppose the Navy, signaling that the elders have resolved to bring the conflict between the two factions into the open. Cuba and Chin, what are your intentions? Do you intend to renounce the title of warlord? Oh, not at all. We merely seek to acquire the Eternal Emerald and perhaps catch a glimpse of the legendary young king. Chin, clad in magician's attire, replied with a smile. Cuba, however, paid no heed to Tashiji's words, instead engaging in casual conversation with the Earth Emperor while occasionally stealing glances at the Emerald King. The Emerald King found himself in profound distress, for his initial underestimation had plunged the entire Emerald Island to chaos. To compound matters, neither Nanfeng nor Gold Emperor had made an appearance thus far. Moreover, the formidable figures before him showed no inclination towards ceasing hostilities. Just as the Emerald King's headache intensified, Gold Emperor arrived at the Emerald Palace with his remaining crew in a storm of fury, intending to capture the king alive and use him as leverage to coerce Saloya into serving his purposes. However, upon entering the palace, Gold Emperor's bravado withered instantly at the sight of those assembled within. Each individual present was beyond his capacity to challenge. The moment the Emerald King spotted Carlos, he sprang to his feet in agitation, rushing forward to seize Carlos by the collar with trembling hands. "Where's Saloya?" he demanded through gritted teeth. "What have you done to her?" Carlos, stunned by the king's sudden outburst, soon erupted in rage, shoving the monarch's hands away. "You wretched old man," he roared. "Don't you dare mention her to me. My score with her remains unsettled." As Carlos moved to strike the king, Tashiji swiftly pressed her blade against his throat, a silent but unmistakable warning that any aggression would be met with decapitation. A heavy silence descended upon the hall. Then, Chun swiftly intervened to mediate, while Cuba issued a commanding order to Tashiji. "Tashiji, lower your sword." As the words of Cuba echoed, an even deeper silence enveloped the hall, leaving all astonished that a member of the seven warlords would speak to Admiral Dasky in such a commanding tone. Despite Dasky being a newly appointed admiral, Cuba's manner was nothing short of a blatant affront to the rank of admiral itself. Even Chun, who had been mediating moments before, was taken aback. He never anticipated Cuba would express himself in such a manner. Their presence on Emerald Island was solely to execute the orders of the five elders. Although there were undeniable tensions between the five elders and the Navy, Cuba's actions clearly sought to bring this discord into the open. In the interest of the world government's dominion, the five elders had been exercising restraint, unwilling to expose this rift. Yet, why would Cuba, a fervent supporter of the five elders, act in such a way? Was it an order from them? Dasky too began to question Cuba's demeanor. Was the five elders planning to take action against the Navy? Had the seven warlords become so audacious? Inside the palace, a chilling quiet reigned due to Cuba's declaration, while outside, chaos reigned supreme. Despite the Navy and the Emerald Army's best efforts to suppress the turmoil, the rebellion showed no signs of abating. As long as Nanfeng remained absent, the unrest would persist. Amidst this external chaos, an astonishing scene unfolded in a secluded valley reminiscent of a paradise. Mesmerized by the stunning multicolored stone before them, Nanfeng and his companions felt an irresistible urge to touch it. Among them, Princess Zoroya was the most excited. She recalled her ancestors' words. If she earned the recognition of the Eternal Emerald, she would gain the power to control legendary creatures, thus becoming a formidable beast master. However, Zoroya was unsure how to attain the Eternal Emerald's acknowledgement, and with the young pirate crew present, she could not hope to monopolize it. Nanfeng, at a loss, attempted to move the multicolored stone, only to discover its terrifying weight was beyond even his enhanced strength. Just as they were at an impasse, two birds perched in a tree began to speak in perfect harmony. The multicolored stone cannot be moved by you. Only those who gain its recognition may possess it. You must drip your blood upon it. Those acknowledged by the stone will be granted its power and the protection of the Phoenix clan. Drip your blood. While Nanfeng and Nefuti remained unfazed, having encountered a talking dragon before, the others were utterly astonished, as they had never seen a creature capable of speech. They wondered if these self-proclaimed phoenixes had consumed the mythical human fruit. After coming to terms with their surprise, Nonaya and her companions tried dripping their blood on the multicolored stone. One after another, Nanfeng, Nefuti, Nonaya, and Dandy each attempted, yet the stone exhibited no response, with their blood simply sliding off. It was only when Zoroya's blood touched the stone that it reacted. Her blood began to be absorbed by the multicolored stone. As it slowly consumed her essence, the stone transformed into a radiant stream of light, shooting directly into Zoroya's heart. Stunned, she watched her chest, feeling her heart merge with the stone, which metamorphosed into a kaleidoscope of colors: red, yellow, green, purple, and white. The two birds, witnessing the fusion of the stone and Zoroya's heart, exchanged glances before descending from the tree, gradually shrinking in size. When they landed on Zoroya's shoulders, they had become sparrow-sized. Gazing at the two exquisitely beautiful birds now resting on her shoulders, Zoroya was overwhelmed. Just moments ago, they had been colossal creatures, and now they were diminutive. At that moment, the bird spoke to her in human language. From this day forth, you shall receive the protection of the Phoenix clan. Allow me to introduce myself. I am one of the 5 phoenixes named Fengniao. At this moment, the Wan bird spoke, proclaiming, I am one of the 5 from the Phoenix clan. Known as Wan, though you may also refer to me as Qing Wan. Upon hearing the introductions of the two birds, Zoroya promptly introduced herself. Although she was unfamiliar with the Phoenix clan. Greetings, I am Zoroya, the princess of the Emerald Kingdom. Could you enlighten me about the Phoenix clan? At this moment, the southern wind spoke. Indeed, the two birds before him were as he had surmised. They belonged to the illustrious Phoenix clan. Apart from him, no one else comprehended the true essence of the Phoenix clan. The phoenix, also known as Fenghuang, is a mythical species and is revered as the king of all birds. The male is referred to as Feng, while the female is called Huang, collectively known as the phoenix. It symbolizes auspiciousness, and the phoenix comes in various forms, each representing different significances. The 5 renowned types of the Phoenix clan include the Feng bird, Wan bird, Yuan Chao, Kezhua, and Hong Hu. Their distinctions are quite simple. Those with predominant red hues are Feng, those with predominant blue are Luan, those with predominant yellow are Yuan Chao, those with predominant purple are Kezhua, and those with predominant white are Hong Hu. Moreover, the Phoenix clan is an extraordinarily powerful race, holding a status that is on par with that of the Divine Dragon clan. Among their remarkable abilities lies one known as rebirth through fire, which grants them a chance of revival even after death. The flames of this clan are formidable and instill fear in the hearts of many. Zoroya, it is indeed a stroke of fortune for you to receive the protection of the Phoenix clan with their guardianship. You possess the capability to traverse this world with unparalleled authority. Upon hearing Nanfeng's introduction to the Phoenix clan, everyone was left in astonishment, taken aback by the immense strength of the clan. The two phoenixes perched upon Zoroya's shoulders also gazed at Nanfeng with curiosity, surprised to find someone in this world who understood the Phoenix clan. However, it is worth noting that in this realm, only 5 phoenixes remain. And now there is but one left, as the lone phoenix spoke up. The south wind keenly detected the flaws in the phoenix bird's words. What do you mean by this world? You come from another realm. The place from which we originate, you should be aware of. I can sense your difference. I believe you ought to know that place. It is called the Celestial Court. The lawn bird smiled as it spoke to the south wind. The words of the phoenix left Nanfeng utterly astonished, engendering a profound sensation of being seen through, as beads of cold sweat instantly adorned his brow. In the 30th chapter, The Dragon's Bloodbath, although the specifics of the conversation between Nanfeng and the two divine birds remained elusive, the wisdom of Nonaya and her companions illuminated a startling revelation. Nanfeng appeared to hail from a realm distinct from their own, much like the celestial avians. This realization struck them with immense surprise. The existence of other worlds was indeed a reality, and the formidable power emanating from that realm instilled a sense of trepidation. Yet, the question lingered, why would such potent beings venture into their world? What motives could drive them? Nevertheless, these ponderings were not within their purview, for at present, it was evident that Nanfeng bore them no ill will. Observing the cold sweat that dripped from Nanfeng's visage, the phoenix and the one exchanged smiles. For their intentions toward him were devoid of malice, they merely sought to amuse him. Fear not, we harbor no ill intentions, they reassured him. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Nanfeng spoke, now, please extract your dragon blood. We shall assist you in better absorbing its essence. Fengniao, with a grave expression, added, dragons are among the mightiest beings in existence. While we may not regard the great dragons highly, the notion of bathing in dragon blood is indeed terrifying for you. Luanio also maintained a serious demeanor. Understand that bathing in dragon blood and absorbing its essence is not a trivial matter. If done correctly, your abilities will significantly enhance. Especially since your dragon blood is fresh. Let us commence without delay. Upon hearing the words of the two phoenixes, Nafti remained oblivious. But Nonaya and her companions were astounded to learn that Nanfeng had slain a dragon. The most shocked was Ziluoya, the princess of the Emerald Kingdom, who had no inkling that a dragon resided on this island. Following the suggestions of the two phoenixes, Nanfeng without hesitation produced the dragon blood, yet found himself lacking a vessel for his bath. Seemingly perceiving the dilemma, Fengniao gently waved her wings, and a branch from a nearby parasol tree was severed. With another wave, the stout branch was divided into 5 segments, hollowed out by Fengniao to create 5 simple bathing tubs. Luanio then waved her wings, and the dragon blood floated into the tubs. Even the dragon carcass from Nanfeng's storage ring was extracted by Luanio, who diligently squeezed out every last drop of dragon blood, leaving not a single drop behind, and even dividing the dragon heart into several portions. Gazing at the massive dragon carcass that had suddenly appeared before them, the group, including Nanfeng, was taken aback, while Nanfeng's expression darkened. The fact that these two birds could extract items from his storage ring was rather unsettling. Nafti stared in disbelief at the almost dismembered dragon carcass, realizing that the once arrogant Oliphate had been reduced to such a state while he was unconscious. Nonaya and Dandi felt a mix of fear and guilt, realizing that Nanfeng and Nafti had fought such a formidable creature to save them. Once everything was prepared, Fengniao turned to Nanfeng and the others, saying, now, disrobe and enter the tubs. I shall heat the dragon blood below to aid your absorption. Her words caused a flush to rise in their cheeks. Although they were comrades, their relationship was not yet one of complete openness, especially for Ziluoya, who was still somewhat unfamiliar with Nanfeng and the others. As if sensing their hesitation, Fengniao waved her wings, conjuring a firewall that isolated each tub. Fear not. The flames bear no heat and will not harm you. Do hurry inside, she urged. Gradually, they stepped into the tubs, loosening their garments in preparation for the bath. Once they were settled, the firewalls suddenly engulfed the tubs, encasing them in flames, leaving the group momentarily bewildered. Outside, Fengniao announced, now, I shall begin heating the dragon blood. How much you can absorb depends on your capabilities. Nanfeng felt a twinge of annoyance, thinking, will your flames not damage the tubs? These two birds certainly had a knack for mischief. Humph, do you think the Phoenix clan's parasol is ordinary? A noble race like ours would never reside in mundane trees. This is the Phoenix parasol, impervious to any flame in existence, lest we inadvertently set our own home ablaze, Luanio remarked dismissively. As the temperature within the tubs rose, the group writhed in pain. The potency of the dragon blood was overwhelming. They could feel their bodies transforming, even Nanfeng, enhanced by the 8 extremes heaven, sensed his physical strength increasing. Listening to the muffled groans emanating from the tubs, Fengniao felt a sense of satisfaction, recognizing the determination of these individuals, signaling they were destined for greatness. With the task of fortifying their bodies underway, Luanio, having idly observed, spotted the drained dragon carcass and seemed to find inspiration. Flying beside the dragon carcass, she clawed open its body, extracting the skeletal structure, and gathered the severed tail and leg bones. arranging the broken horns atop the dragon's head to create a skeletal dragon. Pleased with her handiwork, she unleashed a searing flame upon the dragon bones, intending to forge a blade for Nafti. They had known since entering the first stone chamber that Nefong planned to utilize the dragon bones for something significant. Meanwhile, Nefong endured the agony of the dragon bloodbath, acutely aware of his intensifying strength as the effects of the blood began to wane. He now entered a state of illusion, seeking to further enhance his power. His first step was to exchange for the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, incorporating the abilities of his companion Sharingan into his own, thus augmenting its might. Next, he sought to acquire a measure of haki, anticipating the eventual addition of new crew members, with Zilloya, the Phoenix Protected One, being a prime candidate. Furthermore, he was eager to experiment with something he had long desired, but never attempted, the summoning of characters. This summoning involved calling forth characters from alternate dimensions, albeit with the caveat that it was largely based on chance, as he could not simply summon whomever he wished. After resolving to proceed with this endeavor, Nefong called upon Chi, first upgrading his Sharingan to the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, and then bestowing the abilities of his companions upon his own eyes. However, a minor mishap occurred during this process. Attempting to merge several powerful ocular techniques into a single pair of eyes proved overwhelming, nearly resulting in Nefong losing his sight. It was only with Chi's guidance that he recalled a solution, to fuse the ocular powers of his companions with his own, incorporating Obito's Sharingan as well. Ultimately, after merging all the abilities, Nanfeng's Sharingan transformed into a new form, its three tomo morphing into a rhombus-like shape, encircled by a black ring. He named this new eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan the Eye of the Gods. Having resolved the Sharingan issue, Nefong set aside his desire for additional haki, opting instead to focus on the most crucial task. He summoned the character summoning wheel, preparing to call forth a character. His first choice would be from a powerful world. He hoped to draw from realms like Dragon Ball or Bleach. As the wheel spun and eventually pointed to three words, Nanfeng's heart raced: Star Odyssey. Indeed, it was Star Odyssey, a formidable world, the eight extremes heaven being a product of this realm. When considering this world, Nanfeng yearned most for the character Red Devil Mylan, whose power, while vaguely described in the original text, was evidently immense. After confirming the world, Nanfeng spun the wheel once more. When it came to a halt, a figure appeared before him, clad in a black tailcoat with pointed ears and a hooked nose. A raven perched on his shoulder. It was Keela, an officer from the Galaxy Eye's Special Operations Division. To be honest, while Keela belonged to a department responsible for warfare and commanded formidable foes under the five-colored eyes, Nefong was undeterred. After all, he was up against someone blessed by the protagonist's halo. Drawing Keela was not an unwelcome outcome for Nefong. However, Chi's subsequent announcement revitalized his spirits. Detecting that the host is using character summoning for the first time, the system grants an additional opportunity for a draw. Note, this can only be used within the current world, namely, the world of Star Odyssey. Within the Emerald Palace, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence, shattered only by Dasky's swift strike that struck Carlos's palm, following a remark made by Cuba. Dasky harbored no kindness towards the seven warlords figure who dismissed both her and the Navy with such disdain. She was never one to be intimidated. As she showed no regard for his dignity, a palpable aura of menace began to emanate from Cuba, who felt humiliated in front of so many onlookers. Having allied himself with the elders, he believed there was no one in the world beyond his reach. The tension in the air thickened ominously. Chapter 31. Confrontation, Red Eyes. Demon-slaying blade. The atmosphere within the Emerald Palace was undeniably eerie, with Dasky's sword pointed directly at Cuba, who returned her gaze with a fierce intensity. It seemed that a single misstep could ignite a fierce conflict between them. Meanwhile, Chen was tirelessly mediating, attempting to smooth over the tensions. Unlike the arrogant Cuba, whose intentions remained ambiguous, whether they stemmed from the will of the elders or his own volition, Chen believed that now was not the opportune moment to confront the Navy. Most crucially, intelligence indicated that the Navy had dispatched two admirals towards Emerald Island, the Smoke Man, Smoker, and the formidable Black Maria. Should Cuba choose to strike against Dasky at this juncture, the repercussions would undoubtedly be dire for them. Although four formidable pirates were present, Carlos was essentially ineffectual, lacking the courage to oppose the Navy. For Chun, the wisest course of action was to refrain from any provocation and patiently await the arrival of the southern wind. However, Cuba was intent on confronting Dasky, feeling that Dasky had shown him a lack of respect. The Earth Sovereign, Das, observed from the sidelines, ever ready to intervene. His presence here was due to his collaboration with Cuba and Chen. A few days prior, Cuba and Chen approached him, seeking his assistance to confront the south wind, offering in return a formidable devil fruit, the mythical zoan-type, the flame tiger fruit. Upon learning that South Wind had acquired the Eternal Emerald, Cuba and Chun agreed to concede ownership of the Eternal Emerald to Cuba as well, with Das's only requirement being their joint effort to eliminate South Wind. As Cuba faced off against Dasky, it was natural for him to lend his support. Having already entered into an alliance, it was imperative to demonstrate sincerity. Dasky, what do you mean? Are you refusing to show Cuba any respect? Cuba inquired, anger evident in his voice. Cuba, mind your tone. As one of the 7 warlords, do you intend to abandon that title? Dasky retorted, equally unyielding. The atmosphere within the Emerald Palace grew increasingly tense amidst their standoff. With even the Navy and the crew of the Cuba pirates poised for action, South Wind was now exhilarated, astonished by the unexpected opportunity to receive a summoning gift from the system. This time, he was determined to summon a formidable ally, ideally calling forth Mylan. For those summoned were invariably loyal to South Wind. With fervor, he spun the wheel, repeatedly murmuring his desire to summon Mylan. The wheel gradually came to a halt, and a figure slowly materialized before South Wind. A cascade of vibrant red hair obscured much of the left side of his face, complemented by 2 pointed horns atop his head. His captivating crimson eyes drew attention, and an enigmatic weapon rested upon his back. Adorning his neck was a golden eye, with a rainbow stone positioned above it. His attire, predominantly black with red trim, was accentuated by white bandages wrapped around his hands, presenting an image of a strikingly handsome figure. The first to be summoned, standing behind Nanfeng, was Clara. Upon seeing the figure that had appeared, he began to tremble uncontrollably. He hastily knelt on the ground, paying utmost respect to the individual. Even the crow perched on his shoulder lowered its head. Clara uttered a few words. Greetings, Lord Red-Eyed. Indeed. The person who stood before Nanfeng was none other than one of the 5 most formidable managers of the Galactic Eye, Red-Eyed Roman. One of the most powerful figures in Star Odyssey. Nanfeng was greatly exhilarated by the presence of this individual, sensing a formidable strength emanating from him. He felt that Roman's power was sufficient to vanquish the 5 Elder Stars. Upon his arrival, Roman first surveyed his surroundings, then bowed slightly to Nanfeng, expressionless, addressing him as Sir. After Nanfeng acknowledged him, Roman fell silent, again scanning the area. Roman then turned his gaze to the kneeling Clara and uttered a disheartening question. Who are you, and how do you know me? Lord Red-Eyed. I am an underling of Lord Blue-Eyed, belonging to the Specialized Assault Division responsible for warfare. Currently, I serve under Mr. Nanfeng. My name is Clara. Clara dared not voice any complaint regarding Roman's indifference, aware that although he was a subordinate of Blue-Eyed, Roman was recognized as the most powerful manager within the Galactic Eye. Observing the 2 before him, Nanfeng smiled, realizing that with their assistance, he could navigate the vast ocean with ease. With Clara, who could rival the latter ranks of the Pirate King's elite, and Roman, capable of slaying the 5 Elder Stars, along with his own strength that could withstand them, and the newly empowered Nafti, along with Feng Niao and Luan Niao, he felt no fear of the ocean ahead. Gazing at the 2, Nanfeng spoke with a smile. You may remain in this space for now. Allow Qi to explain this world to you. I will bring you out shortly to witness the new realm. Very well, sir, both Roman and Clara replied in unison. Subsequently, Nanfeng departed the illusionary realm, and before Roman and Clara appeared a large screen, elucidating the world of One Piece. Upon exiting the illusionary realm, Nanfeng opened his eyes to his surroundings, recalling that he was undergoing the baptism of dragon blood. However, it seemed that the dragon blood had lost its efficacy for him. He knocked on the barrel's wall and shouted, My dragon blood is of no use. Let me out. Hearing Nanfeng's words, Feng Niao controlled the flames to dissipate from the barrel. Stepping out of the wooden barrel, Nanfeng retrieved a new outfit from his spatial storage and donned it, appearing revitalized, his aura stronger than before. After stretching, he noticed Feng Niao attentively observing the situation of the others and chose not to disturb it. He turned to see a large mass of white liquid floating before Luan Niao, and upon noticing that the dragon corpse nearby had been stripped of all bones, he understood that Luan Niao was forging weapons. As he watched the 2 busy birds, Nanfeng suddenly felt a sense of idleness, prompting him to find a place to sit down and re-enter the illusionary realm, wishing to bring Roman and Clara out. Upon entering the illusionary space, Roman and Clara had already gained a basic understanding of their current situation. When they saw Nanfeng reappear, they both bowed and expressed joy upon learning that he intended to bring them out. As consciousness returned and eyes opened, Roman and Clara found themselves standing before Nanfeng. curiously examining their surroundings. Clara's crow, upon spotting the two phoenixes nearby, was so frightened that it fell to the ground. After all, they were the kings of birds. At that moment, the others were also clamoring from within their barrels. Evidently, the effects of the dragon blood had completely worn off, and they sought to emerge. Controlling the flames once more, a firewall formed as they exited the barrels and donned their garments. Now, everyone appeared invigorated, with Dandy and Nonia drawing the most attention. Both were adorned with dragon scales. Nonia's were azure, while Dandy's were crimson, reflecting their respective devil fruit attributes. Nafty's eyes had transformed into those of dragons, enhancing his observational skills and strength. Zyroya, however, remained largely unchanged, akin to Nanfeng. Most importantly, each individual's haki had progressed significantly. The three types of haki had experienced remarkable evolution. The dragon's keen perceptiveness had amplified their observation haki. The dragon's physique rendered their armament haki more formidable. And the dragon's oppressive aura made their conqueror's haki even more terrifying. Currently, Nonia and Dandy were quite displeased. Although the dragon's scales augmented their defenses and were aesthetically pleasing, they were not fond of them. However, upon Nanfeng's suggestion, they realized that the dragon scales could indeed be retracted. Soon after, several individuals noticed Roman and Clara, who were situated behind Nanfeng, and they could sense their formidable presence. Curiosity arose among them regarding when the captain had summoned such powerful allies. At this moment, the Phoenix was assisting Navdi in crafting a sword, even fashioning a scabbard for it. The entire sword radiated a pristine white, complemented by a matching scabbard. Navdi accepted the weapon with delight, thoroughly satisfied. Observing Navdi's joy, Nanfeng remarked, "Navdi, why not bestow a fitting name upon your new blade?" "Indeed, Navdi," chimed in Nanya. "Such an exquisite sword deserves a splendid name. How about calling it the Dragonbone Sword?" "I believe Dragon Slayer would be more fitting," Dandy interjected enthusiastically. "Perhaps we should call it Godslayer," Zyroya suggested with a smile. "Let Nafti make the final decision," Nanfeng interposed, watching the lively exchange among the group. "I can sense this is a truly exceptional sword, imbued with its own spirit. Let it cleave through this chaotic world of demons. I shall name it the Demon Slayer." Nafti declared with unwavering conviction. "The blade has since become a revered symbol, instilling fear in all who behold it, a weapon that commands respect across the globe. Through its might, Nafti has ascended to the ranks of the most formidable swordmasters." After a brief respite, Nanfeng resolved to return to the Emerald Palace. Having been absent for several days, the most pressing concern among the group was that Carlos had already fled. Should he take action against the Emerald King, the repercussions could be dire. They needed to return swiftly to rectify the situation and prevent calamity from unfolding. Little did they anticipate that the entire Emerald Island had devolved into chaos, and only Nanfeng's arrival could bring an end to this turmoil. All eyes in the world were now fixated on Emerald Island, reminiscent of the earlier incident at Hidden Island. Chapter 32. The battle commences following the route taken by Soroya and the others. Nanfeng's group began their descent to the surface. On the journey back, Soroya brought along 3 fearsome lions. Yet when these lions caught sight of the foam bird and the Luan bird, they exhibited unmistakable signs of trepidation. Clearly, to the lions, the foam bird and Luan bird might represent a terrifying nightmare. With the addition of the 3 lions, their party grew even larger. Nanfeng, Nafti, Nanya, Dandy, Soroya, Roman, and Clara, accompanied by 2 birds and 3 lions. Despite the size of the group, their pace quickened as the 7 adeptly distributed the lions, employing them as steeds, which significantly enhanced their speed. Within an hour, they burst forth from the dark underground cavern. Upon emerging from the depths, the group instinctively furrowed their brows as they were met with utter chaos. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and though they found themselves in an empty vicinity, the horrific sounds of battle echoed from afar. The intensity of the bloodshed was palpable even at this distance, revealing the extent of the turmoil engulfing Emerald Island. With a frown, Nanfeng turned to Soroya, whose face was etched with concern, and called out, "Soroya, lead the way ahead. We must make our way to the Emerald Palace and ensure the king's safety." Heeding Nanfeng's words, Soroya promptly mounted his lion and pointed in a specific direction, prompting the group to set forth towards the Emerald Palace. As they drew nearer, the scent of blood intensified, and Nanfeng's frown deepened. He had underestimated the greed of mankind. This chaotic state was entirely the result of his own hubris. He bore significant responsibility for the turmoil before him. Had he not held himself in such high regard, this situation might never have arisen. The more he berated himself, The more his killing intent surged, it seemed he had been far too merciful. When they encountered the first assailant, Nanfeng leaped from the lion's back and cleaved the pirate, who was attacking civilians, in two with a single strike. He then sprang back onto the lion and continued toward the Emerald Palace. Under Nanfeng's leadership, the youthful pirate crew unleashed a terrifying massacre upon all pirates in their path. Yet, the chaos did not abate. Rather, Nanfeng and his companions' intrusion only exacerbated the disorder. Observing the increasingly tumultuous crowd, Nanfeng bellowed a command that reverberated throughout the area. All stop. Anyone who dares to continue will be considered an enemy of the young pirate crew and shall be met with no mercy. In a moment, aided by the Feng bird, Nanfeng's furious declaration echoed across the entire island, bringing the previously chaotic Emerald Island to a hush. Even the tense standoff within the palace was disrupted by his words. As all eyes turned towards the entrance, anticipating the arrival of the one they awaited, with the crowd silenced by his shout, Nanfeng and his companions hastened forward on their lions towards the palace, where everyone instinctively parted to grant them passage. All understood that this upheaval was on the verge of reaching its climax, a pivotal moment that would determine the course of events. Should Nanfeng and his companions emerge victorious, all pirate crews incited by Dars to compete for the Eternal Emerald would face dire consequences. Conversely, if Dars and his allies triumphed, the entire Emerald Kingdom would descend into ruin. Now, every soul on Emerald Island had ceased their actions, awaiting the outcome, a resolution that would dictate the direction of this conflict. Within the main hall of the Emerald Palace, as the chaos quieted in response to Nanfeng's words, all gazes were fixed with anticipation, their heartbeats quickening in unison. At last, three imposing figures burst into the hall. The three lions, upon regaining their footing, emitted a thunderous roar, causing the weaker individuals to cower in fear. The assembly within the hall gazed in terror at the three proud figures, rendered speechless. Upon entering the hall, Nanfeng surveyed the room. From the scene before him, it was evident that the king was safe, alleviating the concerns of him and his companions. Among those present, he recognized Darski and the Emerald King, but was unfamiliar with the other formidable presences. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon a man adorned with gold coins around his neck. "You are the one who conspired against me, King Carlos?" Initially, upon witnessing the entrance of Nanfeng and his entourage, Carlos had recoiled, discreetly taking several steps back, yet he could not evade Nanfeng's notice. Hearing Nanfeng's inquiry, Carlos donned a facade of cordiality. "My lord Nanfeng, you misunderstand. I merely wish to extend hospitality to these two lovely ladies. I have no ulterior motives." "Oh, is that so? Then who penned this?" Nanfeng retorted, producing the letter he had left aboard the ship, a smile playing on his lips. "That was not written by me. You must believe me," Carlos exclaimed, a sheen of cold sweat breaking out as he frantically waved his hands, instinctively retreating further. "Humph, what a fool." Observing the once mighty Carlos, one of the four emperors, reduced to such a state by Nanfeng, the Earth's sovereign Dars let out a derisive snort, successfully diverting Nanfeng's attention towards himself. A companion of Dars behind him also disdainfully scoffed at Carlos, sneering, "I truly wonder how a waste like you ever came to hold a position among the four emperors, cowering before a mere child." However, the words of that individual successfully captured Roman's attention as he gazed upon the one who dared to show disrespect towards Mr. Nanfeng, marking him with an inevitable fate. The individual also noticed Roman's murderous intent towards him, sneering dismissively as he remarked, "What's this? The red-haired boy? Do you wish to lay a hand on me? Do you dare to test the might of Aoki Kinzo's hammer? Humph, you think you're worthy of my attention?" Roman coldly replied, "You are not worth my effort. Such bravado. You nearly frightened me." Aoki Kinzo laughed heartily, dismissing Roman's words as mere jest. In his eyes, a person's age was the best measure of their strength. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, Roman radiated an aura of menace, clearly infuriated by the man named Aoki Kinzo. Sensing Roman's deadly intent, Nanfeng smiled softly and encouraged him, "If you wish to strike, then do so. In the future, take down anyone who displeases you." As soon as Nanfeng's words fell, Aoki Kinzo, who had intended to mock him, was taken aback. 6 black spikes suddenly pierced his body, emerging from his own shadow. These spikes manifested from the shadow at his knees, elbows, heart, and head, delivering a fatal blow. "I told you, you are unworthy of my engagement," Roman declared. The hall fell into a profound silence. The newly emerged figure of the young pirate crew was astonishingly powerful. Observing the scene, Dars glared furiously at Roman, exclaiming, "You dare to harm my subordinate? Do you think I, the Earth's sovereign Dars, am to be trifled with? Upon finishing his words, a spike of earth erupted from beneath the lion that Roman rode, yet the lion deftly evaded it. Nanfeng smiled at Roman, play with him a little. Take your time, there is no rush. Heeding Nanfeng's command, Roman launched an attack, instantly appearing beside Dars. The terrifying speed was unknown to others, but Nanfeng recognized it as the Eight Extremes Heaven. Though the reason behind Roman's use of this technique was unclear, it mattered little to Nanfeng. Dars began to engage Roman in combat, while Qin and Cuba rushed towards Nanfeng and his companions without hesitation. Noting their aggressive approach, Nanfeng exchanged a glance with Clara, who promptly intercepted the mind reader Cuba. Meanwhile, Nanfeng descended from the lion to confront the illusionist Qin. The three parties clashed fiercely, yet it was evident that they were merely testing one another. Dars's physical prowess was formidable. Cuba wielded his meteor hammer with fierce momentum, and Qin's cards flew through the air like a storm. Despite their strengths, they felt immense pressure. While Dars's physique was robust, it paled in comparison to Roman, who had mastered the Eight Extremes Heaven. Cuba's meteor hammer was effectively countered by Clara's trident formed through steel manipulation, and Qin's cards were sliced in half by Nanfeng's blade. As the skirmish unfolded, their subordinates engaged with Nonia and her companions, resulting in an equally intense battle. Navdi, eager to test his new blade, had set his sights on the Gold Emperor, one of the four emperors. Even the three lions found their opponents, but the most leisurely among them was Soroya. Her combat abilities were not particularly high. Her true strength lay in the beast she commanded. Yet the Phoenix and the Wand showed no interest in the fray. Currently, Soroya approached the Emerald King to apologize. Although her previous actions were meant to protect the citizens of the Emerald Kingdom, she acknowledged her mistake and the distress it caused her grandfather. However, the Emerald King bore no resentment towards Soroya, understanding her intentions were for their sake. Dars, at that moment, found himself the most at ease on the battlefield, as no one was engaging him. All had been encompassed by Nanfeng's youthful pirate crew, leaving him to observe the unfolding events with a sense of leisure. After an intense exchange of martial arts between Das and the trio of Nanfeng, Das and his companions found themselves severely suppressed. With no other recourse, they were compelled to unleash their respective abilities. In Chapter 33, titled Roman and Clara, Das was in a rather helpless position. The red-haired youth he faced, known as Roman, possessed formidable strength, effectively keeping Das under control. Although Das had yet to exert his full power, he sensed that Roman was also concealing significant strength. Despite being a user of the devil fruit, Das typically relied on his physical prowess, taking great pride in his body. However, before Roman, even his esteemed physicality proved futile. Reluctantly, Das resorted to utilizing his devil fruit ability. As a wielder of the nature-type earth fruit, he was aptly dubbed the Earth Sovereign, a title befitting his formidable powers. With a dark expression, Das raised his hand and shouted, "Earth Spike." Instantly, multiple sharp spikes erupted from beneath him, hurtling towards Roman, who effortlessly leaped to evade them. Surprisingly, just as Roman ascended, he plummeted downward towards the spikes, but in an instant, he regained his composure and propelled himself forward through the air towards Das. Observing Roman's sudden advance, Das pressed his hands against the ground, summoning a wall of earth, exclaiming, "Earth Wall." However, this meager defense was no match for Roman's assault. The moment Roman made contact, the wall crumbled, revealing Das's absence behind it. Das's voice then emerged from behind Roman, expressing astonishment at Roman's ability to escape his gravitational domain. He acknowledged Roman's prowess, declaring that he would now unleash his full strength. Roman, however, regarded Das with disdain, dismissing him as merely a free user of earth abilities. Underestimating his capabilities, kneeling, Das placed a hand on the ground and shouted, "Earthgon, harden." A spear of earth surged from the ground, enveloped in the black hue of armament hockey. Intrigued, Roman contemplated the nature of this so-called hockey, having gathered insights from cheese knowledge. In mere moments, Roman appeared before Das, delivering a kick to his chest. Yet, to his astonishment, his foot sank into Das's torso, which had transformed into a mass of earth, inflicting no damage. Seizing the opportunity while Roman was momentarily stunned, Das thrust his spear towards him, only for Roman to grasp the spear's tip firmly. Testing its strength, Roman exerted force, shattering the hardened spear before swiftly retreating. Roman found himself fascinated by the notion of free users being able to elementalize their bodies. The so-called devil fruit was indeed capable, albeit with conspicuous drawbacks. The shattered spear tip reverted to its original form in an instant. Observers were left in utter shock. While they had witnessed Nafi severing an ordinary man's arm, Roman had just crushed the hardened spear of one of the three emperors using nothing but his hands. Das was astounded that someone could crush his spear tip so effortlessly. Despite fighting within his established gravitational domain, it seemed Roman was unaffected. How can you possess such strength? And why are you able to move freely within my gravitational field? Roman replied, your gravitational domain pales in comparison to that of gravitational star. Having lived on 8 polar star for 16 years, my martial arts have reached unparalleled heights. The connection between Roman and MacDon was evident, as well as the speculation surrounding Roman's bandaged arm, often compared to the infamous Red Devil. Furthermore, characters from the original narrative who established the 8 polar heaven were commonly associated with the Red Devil. Roman was also considered the adopted son of the Red Devil, and his status as one of the 5 colored eyes led to conjectures about him being an undercover agent or perhaps even the supreme ruler of the Galaxy Eye. Regardless of the truth behind these speculations, it was undeniable that Roman and MacDon were acquainted. Given such intriguing origins, it was hardly surprising that Roman found himself in the 8 polar heaven after decades of life on 8 polar star. After battling with Roman for a while, Das made a new discovery. The lad with red hair, known as Roman, seemed to possess a limited understanding of the powers granted by the devil fruit. Otherwise, he would not have attacked Das without employing Haki, or perhaps he simply did not utilize it at all. With a glint in his eye, Das chuckled. What's the matter? Boy, unable to land a hit on me? My elemental transformation is not something you can breach unless you resort to Haki. You need not probe me. I indeed do not wield the so-called Haki, Roman replied coldly. As one of the 5 colored eyes of the Galactic Eye, Roman possessed not only formidable strength but also a terrifying intellect, despite his significant shortcomings in navigation and celestial matters. Although Das had his suspicions, he was still somewhat surprised to hear Roman admit that such a powerful individual did not utilize Haki. Even others were taken aback. How could someone capable of suppressing Das lack the ability to use Haki? Hearing Roman's words, Das erupted in laughter. You can't even use Haki and yet you aspire to defeat me? That is utterly hilarious. Is that so? Well then, I shall unleash my abilities as well. Brace yourself for the shadow contract manipulation technique. As Roman's words fell, Das's own shadow unexpectedly launched an assault against him, leaving him defenseless. The battle between Roman and Das had escalated to a climax, while the confrontation between Clara and Kuba was also reaching its peak. Kuba, once merely a psychologist known as the Mind Reader, had transformed into a pirate and altered his style to wield a meteor hammer. However, after consuming the mind-reading fruit, the meteor hammer became more than just a weapon. He frequently employed it to hypnotize others. Yet today, facing his adversary, he found himself in a predicament. This opponent's physique was exceptionally resilient, and his spear danced with ferocity. More alarming was the explosive technique that rendered defenses futile, causing unexpected detonations in various locations. Moreover, the peculiar bird accompanying him consistently shed feathers that landed upon Kuba. Despite sensing the oddity, Kuba had no time to rid himself of the feathers, as Clara's onslaught was relentless. At this point, Kuba was nearly covered in feathers. And although he had grasped Clara's intentions and understood the terrifying nature of the gunpowder crow's feathers, he found himself powerless, as Clara offered no opportunity to eliminate them. From the outset, Clara had noticed Kuba's peculiarities, almost as if he anticipated Clara's strategies, consistently predicting his next moves. Yet, no matter the awareness, Clara's goal remained unchanged, to cover Kuba in the explosive feathers, preventing him from clearing them away. Regardless of Kuba's knowledge, he was unable to halt the onslaught. The synergy between the gunpowder crow and Clara is remarkably seamless. During Clara's battle with Kuba, the gunpowder crow persistently adhered its feathers to Kuba, biding time for Clara's most formidable strike. Now, Kuba is entirely adorned with the feathers of the gunpowder crow, and Clara has broken into a sinister grin, transforming the spear in her grasp into a multitude of long, piercing spikes. Ha ha ha, do you know that this crow is known as the gunpowder crow? One of the rarest species in the cosmos? Its feathers, upon sustaining a powerful impact, detonate. And now, your body is already covered in its feathers. What do you think will be the consequence when those feathers explode? Upon hearing Clara's words, Kuba recoiled in terror, retreating several steps. Clara swiftly cast all the long spikes from her hand, directing them towards Kuba, who found it too late to evade. The spike struck Kuba, triggering a tremendous explosion that obliterated a significant portion of the Emerald Palace. The fierce detonation interrupted the battles of others nearby, leaving everyone in shock as they gazed at Clara. The furious south wind, affected by the blast, shouted angrily at Clara, "Damn it, Clara. Take your fight with Kuba to the square." Feel free to explode as much as you wish. Even Roman, usually indifferent, wore a grim expression as he urged Clara, take it outside. Upon hearing the words of the two adults, Clara hastily apologized. However, he realized that he could no longer engage in battle with Cuba outside. The explosion had left Cuba severely injured, with half of his body devastated. Had it not been for his timely application of armed color hockey, he would have perished long ago. Yet, the current state of affairs was scarcely better, as he was left with but half a life. Observing the gravely wounded Cuba, who was on the brink of death, everyone gasped in shock. This was one of the most formidable figures among the 7 warlords, the mind reader Cuba, reduced to such a pitiful condition by another. Chapter 34, Illusion and Crimson Shadow Technique on Emerald Island. A tremendous explosion set everyone on edge, drawing all attention to the shattered Emerald Palace. Within the palace, the illusionist Chin gazed at Clara with a mix of fear and disbelief. How could such a figure bow before the feet of this young man? Just how powerful was this youth? Chin now regretted having heeded the instigations of the 5 elder stars in Cuba to confront Nan Feng, resulting in this dire predicament. Whether he would survive the day remained uncertain. Yet he still harbored intentions of slaying Nan Feng. Sensing Chin's wavering resolve, Nan Feng smiled and remarked, I hear you are known as an illusionist? Your illusions must be formidable. Not too shabby, I suppose, Chen replied, maintaining a demeanor of calmness, even when faced with an adversary like Nan Feng. Although fear gripped him internally, he never allowed it to manifest on his face. Shall we have a contest? Nan Feng suggested, his eyes transforming into the eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan, seemingly intent on competing in illusions. In truth, he harbored ulterior motives. He aimed to infiltrate the enemy ranks with a spy. As Chun beheld the sudden transformation of Nanfeng's eyes into a peculiar shape, his heart raced. For reasons unknown, those eyes instilled in him an inexplicable dread, as if they were his natural nemesis. In that fleeting moment when Nanfeng's gaze locked onto Chin, the latter swiftly released several playing cards. This time, the cards were strikingly different. Previously adorned with images of various weapons, the backs of these cards displayed white snowflakes, yellow deserts, green forests, blue oceans, and red magma, all set against a backdrop of the sky. As he cast the playing cards, the surrounding environment began to transform. The once dilapidated Emerald Palace had vanished entirely, replaced by a vast expanse of ice and snow. Within this frigid realm, Nan Feng and Chen stood amidst the wintry landscape. A gust of wind swept through, and Chen completely dissolved into countless snowflakes that surged toward Nan Feng. As the flurry approached, the snowflakes morphed into sharp blades, piercing directly toward Nan Feng's face. Then, it directly penetrated Southwind's body, vanishing without a trace. The once icy expanse transformed into a vast desert. Before Southwind could regain his footing, countless scorpions began to emerge from beneath the sand. As he beheld the swarm of dark scorpions advancing toward him, Southwind's eyes gradually shifted, and suddenly the entire desert appeared as though it had been violently torn asunder. In an instant, the desert vanished, morphing into a crimson battlefield strewn with lifeless bodies, charred trees, and an innumerable chorus of cawing crows. Even the moon in the sky had taken on a blood-red hue. However, Chen lay beside a lifeless corpse, shaking his head as he struggled to sit up. When he raised his hand to touch his head, he was horrified to discover that his hand had begun to rot, revealing patches of bone beneath the decaying flesh. In sheer terror, he stood up and surveyed his body. His clothes had completely disintegrated, and parts of his body were also in a state of decay. Scanning the surroundings, he found nothing but corpses, with himself as the sole living being amidst the death. And although he suspected he might be trapped in an illusion, the scene felt alarmingly real, akin to an ancient battlefield. Dragging his broken body, Chen chose a random direction to move forward, aware he needed to find a way to escape this illusion, as he could not allow himself to be ensnared in someone else's dream. Yet, he had never been adept at dispelling illusions, he only knew how to create them. Believing that only those who had consumed the illusion fruit possessed such powers, and he had consumed it himself. Just as he took a step forward, his leg was suddenly seized. The corpse that lay on the ground grasped his leg tightly, its previously closed eyes snapping open. Gradually, all the corpses on the ancient battlefield began to rise. In panic, Chen shook off the grasping hand and fled, only to be blocked by the rising dead. Their numbers encircled him, and they began to gnaw at his flesh. In a matter of moments, he felt himself being devoured completely. Within the grand hall of the Emerald Palace, the illusionist Chen held a deck of playing cards, motionless. After a long silence, he suddenly erupted in a terrified scream, his eyes snapping open as he gasped for breath, released from the confines of the illusion. He glanced at the cards in his hand, their backs adorned with images of snowflakes, deserts, forests, oceans, lava, and the sky. It dawned on him that from the very beginning, he had been ensnared in Nanfeng's illusion. The initial scenes of icy landscapes and deserts were mere fabrications of Nanfeng's creation. Unable to maintain his former calm demeanor, Chen managed a bitter smile, acknowledging, "You are indeed formidable. I am no match for you. I believe that only those who had consumed the illusion fruit, like myself, could wield such powers. But I did not anticipate the presence of such a strong adversary as you. This overwhelming illusion I concede, do I not? You are aware that your illusion fruit is immensely powerful, yet you have yet to unlock its full potential. In the realm of illusions, there exists a potent mirage known as the hallucination, which can inflict genuine harm upon its victims. I believe that if you were to fully develop your illusion fruit, you too would wield such abilities. Alas, it seems you will not have that opportunity." Upon finishing his words, Nanfeng thrust his sword through Chen's body, deliberately avoiding his heart, merely creating an opening in his flesh. To the onlookers, it appeared that Nanfeng intended for Chen to bleed out. But that was not his true intention. When Nanfeng initially drew Chen into the realm of hallucination, he had already employed the power of his Sharingan, the Kodo Amatsukami, capable of infiltrating one's mind undetected and permanently altering their will and thoughts. When Chen eventually succumbed to blood loss and fell unconscious, he would become a puppet for Nanfeng, a covert agent embedded within the world government, a pivotal figure in the future rebellion against it. As Nanfeng and Clara dealt with their foes, Roman struck decisively, no longer entangled with Das' shadow. Seizing the moment when Das was unaware, Roman appeared directly before him, pressing his thumb forcefully against Das' forehead. Upon removing his hand, a black mark was imprinted on Das' brow. Roman resumed his entanglement with Das' shadow, and upon seeing the mark left on Das' forehead, Nanfeng immediately understood its significance. Clara gasped, exclaiming, "The red-eyed shadow technique." Nearby, the onlookers, including Zyroa, questioned Clara about the nature of this technique. Clara glanced at them before turning back to Roman's battlefield, explaining, "The red-eyed shadow technique belongs to the esteemed Lord Roman. Do you see the mark on Das' forehead? That is the emblem of the red-eyed shadow technique. Watch closely. He will soon become an unthinking, soulless shadow." Hearing Clara's description, everyone was struck by the power of the red-eyed shadow technique, while Das' gaze grew ever more solemn and resolute. Among them, Das was likely the most tormented. He had heard Adam's words and now felt his consciousness gradually fading. His shadow was shortening. He could see his body merging with his shadow, aware that the moment they fully fused, it would be his end. The people in the hall stared in horror as Das' form slowly vanished, his body merging with the shadow, which turned black. As if a shadow with substance stood before them, his awareness growing fainter. Finally, his body completely merged with the shadow, and in that instant of fusion, he abruptly disappeared, like a bubble bursting into nothingness. After Roman dealt with Das, Nanya and Dandy also dispatched their respective adversaries, though their methods were not as astonishing as Roman's. Ignoring the astonished gazes of others within the grand hall, Roman turned his attention to the sole battleground remaining, where Nafti was engaged in a fierce struggle with Carlos. Although Nafti had been baptized in dragon blood, acquired the dragon eye, and wielded the demon-slaying blade, he had yet to master these gifts. He was currently in the process of harmonizing his abilities with those of Carlos. Carlos, known as the Golden Emperor, earned this title not only due to his insatiable greed, which made him the wealthiest pirate in the world, but also because of his formidable powers as a user of the metal fruit. His abilities allowed him to manipulate metal and even to transform his own body into metal, rendering him a formidable adversary. While the battle within the grand hall raged on, outside on the streets, a group of individuals clad in naval uniforms steadily approached the hall, led by a man and a woman. The man sported short silver hair, wore windbreakers around his neck, and had several cigars clenched in his mouth, with a sea-stone weapon hanging from his waist. The woman, with her striking light pink shoulder-length hair parted down the middle, held a cigarette between her lips, donned a vibrant rose-red professional outfit, and wore deep purple gloves. The two individuals who came to aid Dasky were none other than the Marine Headquarters Admiral, Smoker, and the formidable Tina. Chapter 35. The demise of the Golden Emperor. As Smoker and Tina stood before the entrance of the Emerald Palace, they successfully captured the attention of all present. Upon their arrival, Dasky approached them to exchange greetings, subsequently leading them aside for a private conversation. Yet, it was evident from their occasional glances towards Roman and Clara that Dasky was introducing the two to them. With a nod towards Nanfeng, Smoker and the others engaged in a discussion with the Emerald King, though these matters were of little concern to Nanfeng. His primary focus remained on Nafti and Carlos. Carlos had undergone complete metallic transformation, rendering him exceptionally resilient. Coupled with his potent armament haki, he had Navdi firmly suppressed, leaving Navdi, despite his dragon blood-enhanced physique, battered and bruised. However, he had yet to unleash his own haki. At this juncture, Navdi's primary objective was not to secure victory in this battle. Nor did he concern himself with the severity of his injuries. He sought solely to swiftly master his newfound abilities amidst this life-and-death struggle, elevating his strength to new heights. Truth be told, upon the appearance of Roman and Clara, a sense of crisis had washed over Navdi. He realized he had become the weakest among the youthful pirate crew. Though this had always been the case, the previous crew had consisted of only 2 members. Everyone could clearly discern Navdi's intentions. He was honing his skills through this perilous encounter, earning the respect of both the Phoenix and the Lawn Birds. Observing Navdi's relentless determination, Nanfeng turned to Roman and Clara, urging them to assist Navdi in future battles without holding back. Roman and Clara readily agreed. As all eyes converged upon him, Navdi finally revealed his haki. The black armament haki enveloped his white demon-slaying sword, transforming it entirely to a dark hue, glimmering menacingly. Carlos, witnessing Navdi's display of haki, ceased to hold back, revealing his utmost strength. He understood that with Nanfeng's arrival, retreat was no longer an option. Despite this realization, a sliver of hope lingered within him, an aspiration to escape amidst the chaos. However, as Clara, Nanfeng, and Roman successively vanquished their opponents, Carlos's hopes dwindled. With no hope of escape remaining, he resolved to fight valiantly. Although he had intended to slay Navdi, he found Navdi's vitality remarkably resilient and his strength formidable. Raising his jet-black longsword, Navdi thrust it towards Carlos's face without hesitation, only for it to halt before Carlos as if obstructed by an unseen force. Clara, intrigued by this development, remarked on Navdi's unexpected technique, finding it truly fascinating. "What do you perceive?" Nanfeng inquired, curious as to why the longsword could not pierce through. Logically, with such a sharp demon-slaying sword augmented by armament haki, it should have been even more lethal, yet it was thwarted. He remained perplexed about the nature of the obstruction. That golden-haired one has metallized the air before him. A remarkable ability, indeed. I cannot replicate it. However, my steel body is far more resilient, even with his armament haki. It cannot surpass the defense of my steel form, Clara confidently asserted. Clara's words illuminated Nanfeng's understanding. He realized that Carlos's metallic fruit could achieve such feats. Even capable of metallizing the air, a formidable power. However, it appeared that this ability had limitations, likely a precursor to the awakening of his fruit. As he blocked Navdi's thrust, Carlos unhesitatingly evaded the attack and lunged towards Navdi. Fortunately, Navdi reacted swiftly, successfully deflecting Carlos's assault, sparing himself from more severe harm. Though he was still sent sprawling by Carlos's kick. Gripping the demon-slaying sword tightly, Navdi attempted to rise, only to be struck again by Carlos, sending him flying. This time, Navdi seized the moment to twist in midair, landing but retreating a few steps. Steadying himself, Navdi charged at Carlos, who reciprocated the charge, leading to a fierce collision that stirred a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the scene revealed Navdi standing firm with his weapon drawn, while Carlos mirrored his stance. Navdi coughed up blood, swaying slightly but ultimately regaining his composure. Meanwhile, a deep gash marred Carlos's chest, though it was not fatal. The two turned to face one another. Carlos, clutching his chest, struggled to speak. "I truly underestimated you. You have utilized metallic air, armament haki, and my own metallic form, yet you still cannot claim my life. This battle is mine to win. Have you celebrated too soon? I have yet to fall, which signifies I have not lost. If you can withstand my final strike, then you shall emerge victorious," Navdi replied with difficulty, raising his longsword once more. With both hands gripping the blade, he lifted it above his head, inhaling deeply before proclaiming, "The blade and I are one, demon slay." From Navdi's longsword emanated a massive wave of sword energy, hurtling towards Carlos with ferocious intent. Even as Carlos contemplated evasion, it was too late. He had no choice but to shield himself with both arms over his head and maximize his air metallization ability, hoping to withstand Navdi's formidable assault. A tremendous roar erupted from the Emerald Palace, reverberating across the entirety of Emerald Island. The palace, already half destroyed by Clara, suffered further devastation, reducing the once majestic structure to a mere quarter of its former glory. Even the Marine Admirals and the Emerald King, engrossed in their discussions, were taken aback, with Smoker's cigarette falling from his mouth in shock. As silence enveloped the scene, the onlookers beheld Navdi sprawled on the ground, his demon-slaying sword lying abandoned nearby, while Carlos stood motionless in the same position. Just as everyone presumed Carlos had successfully defended against the attack, a fissure split his body down the middle, widening until he was cleaved in two, lifeless and beyond revival. It seems this battle has culminated in a resounding victory for our youthful pirate crew, Nefong remarked lightly as he moved to support Navdi, who had fallen. Nonia approached to retrieve the fallen sword. Indeed, but Navdi has sustained grave injuries. Should we seek a ship's doctor? Dandy expressed concern. Rest assured, we will manage, Nefong replied softly, offering a gentle smile to the earth, as Navdi claimed victory over Carlos. Smoker and Tina exchanged glances, nodding in mutual understanding before apologizing to the Emerald King and making their way towards Nefong. Youthful King Nefong, we meet once more. This time, how do you intend to escape? Smoker exhaled a smoke ring, his expression dark as he spoke. It is indeed an honor to meet you for the first time. However, Nefong, Tina will not allow you to escape today. Tina, with unwavering confidence, echoed his sentiment. As for Dashki, she remained silent, instead drawing her long sword, her actions clearly indicating her stance. Of course, Nefong replied, and at that moment, a colossal purple figure surged forth from his body. It was Susanoo. With a powerful punch, it struck the ground before Smoker and his companions, stirring a whirlwind of dust. Once the dust settled, Nefong retracted Susanoo and instantly appeared beside Zilloya, offering a smile to the Emerald King. I am taking Zilloya with me. I sincerely apologize for the trouble caused. With that, Nefong grasped Zilloya's hand and, along with the others, dashed out of the Emerald Palace toward the coastline. When the dust finally cleared, Smoker and his companions realized that not a single member of the young pirate crew remained before them. With gritted teeth, Smoker and his team pursued Nefong, leading all the Navy forces after him. The Grand Hall was left littered with numerous corpses, alongside the severely injured and unconscious illusionist Chun, who had been rescued by the Navy, as well as a crowd of stunned nobles from the Emerald Kingdom. On Emerald Island, Nefong and the others rode atop three majestic lions, racing toward the coast. Zilloya remained silent, occasionally glancing back at the receding Emerald Palace. Despite the formidable lions, Smoker soon caught up, delivering a fierce strike with his jutty against Nefong. However, Nefong retaliated, kicking him back. In that fleeting moment, Smoker whispered into Nanfeng's ear, "Wait for us at sea. I have matters to discuss with you. Please, trust me." Upon reaching the shore, the young pirate cruise ship lay quietly anchored, untouched, for the area had long been secured by the elite forces dispatched by the Emerald King. Those present made no attempt to obstruct Zilloya and Nefong, allowing them passage without hesitation. Yet, an unexpected predicament arose during their boarding. The three lions were far too large to embark. Reluctantly, Zilloya resolved to leave the lions behind, realizing that their presence could ensure the safety of the Emerald King. Chapter 36. Collaboration. With the conclusion of the Emerald Island adventure, a definitive end was drawn. However, the harm inflicted upon the Emerald Kingdom due to Nanfeng's missteps remained irreparable, a source of profound regret for him. With sails raised, the young pirate crew finally departed from Emerald Island, closely pursued by the Navy. Although the chase was largely performative, it was crucial to maintain appearances, ensuring that the five elders were not given any justification for their actions. Tensions between the five elders and the Navy were nearing the surface. Within the dilapidated Emerald Palace, the nobles watched as Nefong and the Navy receded into the distance. Eventually, one voice broke the silence. Are we truly allowing them to take Princess Zilloya? She will inevitably depart, just as her parents did. The sea is her true home. The Emerald King felt a pang of sorrow. His only family was leaving, stepping toward the vast ocean. At this moment, the Navy surged toward the coast, boarding their vessels to pursue the young pirate crew. The other pirates on the island, witnessing the escape from the Emerald Palace, understood the outcome. The young pirate crew had emerged victorious. As the young pirate crew was pursued by the Navy, the remaining pirate crews scattered in disarray, desperate to flee. The prominent pirates instigating the conflict had undoubtedly been dealt with by the young pirate crew. Though their fates were uncertain, that mattered little now. They could not afford to linger, waiting for the young pirate crew to return for retribution, especially with so many Navy forces in pursuit. In an instant, chaos reigned across the island, with all fleeing in a frantic rush toward the coastline. On the sea, the young pirate cruise ship raced ahead, swiftly navigating the waters, closely followed by a Navy fleet, while countless pirate vessels sped off in every direction, resulting in several unfortunate incidents. Subsequently, the events that transpired on Emerald Island were disseminated by the fleeing pirates across the globe, leaving the world in utter astonishment. This pirate crew, having only embarked on their journey less than half a year ago, had already committed numerous frightful acts, with a multitude of formidable foes perishing at their hands. They had eliminated 2 of the 7 warlords and severely injured another, nearly decimating half of the warlords in their wake. Among the 10 most powerful pirates, they had vanquished 1 emperor and 2 kings, their emergence seemingly heralding the end of all mighty beings. The war concluded, transforming the once prosperous and beautiful Emerald Island into a vast wasteland. Under the leadership of the Emerald King, the island's inhabitants were engaged in a strenuous reconstruction effort. Shortly after the incident on Emerald Island, a solitary ship, the Youngster, found itself at odds with a naval warship upon the open sea. Within the confines of the young pirate crew, 9 individuals gathered around a grand round table, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Apart from Nafty, the remaining 6 crew members were present, while the last 3 consisted of the Navy's 3 admirals, Smoker, Tina, and Daz. Nafty was currently receiving treatment from the Phoenix and the Feng Wang, both of whom possessed regenerative abilities and a modicum of medical expertise. Gazing at the 3 admirals before him, Nanfeng took a sip of coffee and, with a calm demeanor, inquired of Smoker, "What is it that you wish to discuss? I fail to see any matter between us that warrants negotiation." Exhaling a puff of smoke, Smoker remained silent, while Tina lowered her cigarette and spoke. "The Navy wishes to propose a clandestine collaboration with you, hoping for your consent." "Uft! Collaboration? Are you jesting? We are sworn adversaries," Nanfeng exclaimed, unable to suppress his disbelief as he spat out his coffee. Not only was Nanfeng taken aback, but the others also displayed shock, though Clara and Roman maintained their composure. Viewing the proposal as a mere formality, for them, any animosity could be set aside in the face of mutual benefit. Grabbing a nearby napkin, Nanfeng wiped his mouth and regarded the 3 admirals with a grave expression. "I wish to understand the nature of this matter, which necessitates a partnership between your Navy and myself. Clearly, this is not a trivial affair, and I have the right to know the details." Smoker glanced at Tina and Daz, receiving nods of affirmation from both before he removed his cigar and solemnly stated, "What I am about to share must remain confidential among us, regardless of whether our collaboration succeeds or fails." Upon seeing Nanfeng and the others nod in agreement, Smoker took a deep breath and continued, "During the tenure of Admiral Sengoku and later Admiral Akaina, the Navy was rife with corruption and moral decay. Often referred to as the lapdogs of the celestial dragons, with true justice nowhere to be found within its ranks. Following the Holy Land War, whether by design or fate, the more radical elements within the Navy's upper echelons were nearly eradicated, leaving behind those who upheld their own sense of justice. Once Mr. Qingchu and Mr. Yixiao ascended to power, they tirelessly endeavored to reform the Navy, striving to establish a genuine force for justice. However, as long as the 5 elders remain, the Navy will never attain true righteousness. Years ago, we initiated a global undertaking known as the Navy's Light, with the ultimate aim of liberating the Navy from the control of the world government, allowing it to exist as an independent entity. This endeavor has been ongoing for quite some time, and we are now nearing its conclusion. Yet, we have drawn the attention of the 5 elders. The warlords are no longer under the Navy's dominion but are firmly in the grasp of the 5 elders, serving as their sharpest weapons. Once the 5 elders became aware of us, they began to impose constraints in various forms. While we have yet to reach an open confrontation, we have engaged in numerous covert skirmishes, establishing a precarious balance. However, your emergence and the pressure you exert on the 5 elders have disrupted this equilibrium. The current state of the warlords is dire, and our proposed collaboration seeks your assistance in curbing their influence, as well as support on the battlefield when the Navy and the 5 elders inevitably clash. In return, the Navy will bestow a formidable nature-type devil fruit, the air fruit. I hope you will consider this," Smoker declared before lighting a cigar, plunging the room into silence. Although the discord between the Navy and the 5 elders had been noted, it was unexpected that they had already engaged in covert confrontations multiple times. Even more astonishing was the Navy's inclination to sever ties with the world government, a plan that was nearing fruition. Southwind could comprehend the Navy's proposition for collaboration. If the Navy sought to extricate itself from the world government, neither the 5 elders nor other organizations within the world government, such as CP, would acquiesce. Thus, for a successful detachment, the Navy would inevitably need to confront the world government. Given the current strength of the Navy, it was clear that they could not withstand the world government alone, leading them to seek alliances, making their approach to themselves unsurprising. Casting a glance at the other members of the pirate crew, Southwind rapped the table to capture their attention. What do you all think? Should we involve ourselves in this matter? Upon hearing Southwind's inquiry, a myriad of expressions emerged. Nonia appeared conflicted, Dandy bowed her head in thought, while Shiroya smiled knowingly at Southwind, indicating she was already aware of the situation. Likely from when the Navy had courted the Emerald Kingdom, Roman and Clara wore impassive expressions. Mr. Southwind's decision is also mine and Clara's, Roman stated, voicing his opinion first, with Clara nodding in agreement. Observing the attitudes of Roman and Clara, Southwind turned his gaze to the remaining 3 young ladies, awaiting their verdict. Since the Navy is making sacrifices, it wouldn't hurt to get involved, and I believe this could be beneficial for the world. Nonia finally spoke after much deliberation. The Emerald Kingdom has already allied with the Navy, and my grandfather also views this as significant for the world, so I naturally cannot oppose it, Shiroya added, aligning her stance with Nonia's. Finally, all eyes turned to Dandy, the last to voice her opinion. Still looking down, Dandy eventually felt the weight of everyone's gaze upon her. Clenching her fists tightly, she lifted her head. I can agree, but the price of a single devil fruit is far too low. We must also demand a portion of the historical texts. Don't tell me the Navy lacks this. Hearing Dandy's words, Southwind smiled at Smoker. Did you hear that? As long as a portion of the historical texts is provided, we shall agree to assist you in curbing the 5 elders, even eliminating them if necessary. In that case, we can help you realize your plans. Smoker, without a moment's hesitation, acquiesced to Southwind's demands, not even consulting Tina and Dashji. It was evident that this price was significantly lower than their initial discussions. In an instant, Southwind felt as if he had been shortchanged. As he clearly discerned the gleeful expression on Smoker's face, which could hardly be termed as concealed joy, it was brazenly evident. Once the collaboration was agreed upon, Southwind instructed Dandy to prepare a feast, for such an alliance surely warranted a celebration. However, unbeknownst to all present, an inconspicuous corner of the room harbored a listening device. Chapter 37. Winds of Change following the conclusion of the Emerald Island incident. The world's attention once again gravitated towards the youthful pirate crew, perpetually at the center of turmoil. Within a chamber of Mariejois, the 5 elders sat in silence, each at a loss for words, as they grappled with the rapid ascent of Southwind. Initially, they had perceived him merely as a dangerous seed to be snuffed out in its infancy. Yet that seed's growth had become astonishingly swift. Hirano Masato's expression was dark. His original proposition had been to deploy the 5 elders to eliminate Southwind directly. Although this could have endangered one of their own, it would have been temporary. Yet now, the situation had spiraled beyond their control. Currently, nearly half of the 7 warlords had suffered at Southwind's hands, while Chin had miraculously survived. The 7 warlords were now severely diminished. The previous day, news had arrived that one of them, the formidable tyrant dragon Tenya, had been slain by the Round Table Knights pirate crew on another sea route. Now, 3 of the 7 warlords were dead, and 1 gravely injured, resulting in significant losses. Noda Keiichi's demeanor was equally grim. The visible depletion of their elite combat forces was alarming. What can be done? The Navy's adherence to our commands is waning. Within their ranks, they are apprehending those pirates who have not harmed civilians, labeling them pursuers, signifying dreamers. The Navy is increasingly slipping from our grasp. I believe our immediate course of action should be to implement a major overhaul within the Navy, disregarding other pirates, Azumaya Kenkichi proposed, having emphasized the Navy's issues numerous times, yet each time met with resistance from the other 2. Junji makes a valid point. I too perceive the Navy's problems as grave. However, our balance with them has been disrupted, placing us at a disadvantage. My suggestion is to abandon attempts to extinguish emerging pirates and concentrate our forces on Mariejois. That individual is on the verge of awakening, and we must not allow any disturbances here. We must also remain wary of the Navy. I suspect they are planning significant actions against us, the typically radical Hirano Masato astonishingly voiced. Even Noda Keiichi and Azumaya Kenkichi were taken aback by this remark. Indeed, I concur with Masato's suggestion. The Navy has been behaving oddly, Noda Keiichi said after a moment of contemplation, aligning with Hirano Masato's proposal. I have no objections. Let us proceed as such. Azumaya Kenkichi concurred with the decision of the 2. At that moment, A sudden buzzing emanated from Noda Kiichi's pocket. It was a snail phone. Upon answering, an excited voice resonated from the other end. Lord Noda, we have succeeded. The transformation of the Pacifista has been completed. We have named the new Pacifista, Pacifistias. Upon hearing the voice on the other end of the phone, the three originally troubled individuals sprang to their feet, overwhelmed with excitement. Their concerns regarding combat strength had dissipated. Meanwhile, within the intelligence pirate crew, numerous high-ranking officials were in disarray due to the unexpected emergence of Nam Feng, which had successfully disrupted their original plans. My lord, we must issue a warning to Nam Feng. If he continues down this path, our plans will be utterly ruined. We cannot allow years of effort to go to waste because of him. Indeed, my lord, if this continues, we will suffer the greatest losses. I believe we should meet with Nam Feng, explain the situation, and attempt to win him over. Are you foolish? Do you really think someone like Nam Feng can be easily swayed? While the lower ranks were embroiled in heated debate, the figure seated above remained still, quietly observing the conflict below. She was weighing the pros and cons of whether to assist Nam Feng or to teach him a lesson, as his actions had severely impacted their plans. Suddenly, as she was contemplating, her phone snail rang. It was a call from Eagle Eye. Hello, Eagle Eye, it's me. What is the matter? I wish to hear your thoughts on Nam Feng. I'm also troubled. He is causing chaos like no other, even more so than Luffy back in the day. He might very well be the next pirate king. Who could argue with that? Before he could finish his thought, the door burst open, and a frantic figure rushed in, shouting about momentous news. He stumbled several times before finally reaching their leader, prompting an immediate hush among the high-ranking officials. What news could possibly leave you in such a state? Where is the polite Rafford we once knew? Speak up, what is this significant news? The newcomer was indeed Rafford, the first member of the intelligence pirate crew to make contact with Nam Feng. His attire was disheveled, clearly lacking the composure he usually exuded. After swallowing hard, he surveyed the room and, trembling, began to speak. I've just received word that the Navy. It seems they are on the verge of a rupture with the world government. What? The revelation stunned everyone, including Eagle Eye on the other end of the line. This was a monumental event that would undoubtedly shock the entire world. The leader of the intelligence pirate crew abruptly rose from his chair, eyes blazing as he regarded Rafford. Is the information accurate? Where did you obtain it? Absolutely accurate. It came from Emerald Island, where Admiral Smoker is reportedly discussing matters with Nam Feng. It was Smoker himself who disclosed this. Nam Feng is in dialogue with an admiral? How could you possibly know this? Don't tell me they spoke in your presence. The leader's tone grew serious. Both Nam Feng and Smoker were formidable figures, making it highly unlikely for anyone to eavesdrop on their conversation. Was it possible that Nam Feng and Smoker had orchestrated this? The leader felt compelled to take this matter seriously. Well, the people from Emerald Island managed to install several listening devices on the boy pirate ship while it was unguarded. Therefore, whatever discussions they have will be overheard. Which is how we came to know about Smoker and Nam Feng's conversation, Rafford admitted, a hint of unease in his voice. Upon hearing this, the leader felt somewhat reassured. But he swiftly reprimanded Rafford for the oversight. Installing listening devices on Nam Feng's ship without detection was fortunate, but if discovered, the consequences could be dire. What are your thoughts? After chastising Rafford, the intelligence pirate crew redirected their focus to the phone snail. The leader was convinced that Eagle Eye had been informed of this significant development, and it was essential to strategize a response. Do not act recklessly on your end, nor take any extreme measures against Nam Feng. Although his presence has disrupted our plans, do you not agree that a powerful Nam Feng is worth more than several dars? I will reach out to the Navy. We must endeavor to collaborate with them to undermine the world government. Both they and he are on the brink of revival, and we must swiftly consolidate our power. I understand. Let us proceed with that for now. I appreciate your assistance with the Navy. As he ended the call, the leader of the intelligence pirate crew exhaled deeply, glancing at the gathered high-ranking officials. You all heard that, right? We must refrain from taking any action against Nam Feng. Our strategy towards him remains unchanged. We will continue to assist him as best we can. Yes, we understand. In the Navy's internal conference room, only 4 individuals remained: Ching Chu, Yi Xiao, KB, and Barumber, as the others were at sea, aboard the boy pirate ship. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense with silence as they awaited news from Smoker. Only once they had clarity on Smoker's situation could they accurately determine their stance towards the boy pirate crew, friend or foe. However, such profound silence was not conducive to comfort. Berenberg could no longer endure the oppressive quiet. I propose we discuss other matters instead of sitting here doing nothing. What do you all think? That sounds reasonable. We cannot simply wait idly. Moreover, I have faith in Smoker. He will surely succeed, Qingchu responded. First, we should address our plans. If Nanfeng agrees to cooperate, our strength will significantly increase, giving us more leverage against the world government, allowing us to execute our plans swiftly. Yixiao interjected. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. We can revisit this once we receive news from Smoker. Are there any other pressing matters? Indeed, there is another notable emerging pirate crew, the Round Table Knights. They recently defeated the warlord of the sea, Bartholomew Kuma, further weakening the power of the Five Elders. KB, please provide an overview of this Round Table Pirates, Yixiao requested. Certainly. The Round Table Knights are a formidable new pirate crew, and we have witnessed an increasing number of powerful new pirates rising, reminiscent of the supernovas from Luffy's era, KB replied. Is that so? The original 11 supernovas have long ceased to be supernovas, and a new generation of supernovas is on the verge of emergence. One can only hope that they do not gather in the Sabaody archipelago as before. History often bears an uncanny resemblance, does it not? Now, allow me to introduce the Round Table Knight pirate crew. As he jested, Kobe opened the folder in his hands, revealing the dossier of the Round Table Knight pirate crew. The document comprised 12 pages, each adorned with a photograph and information of an individual. These individuals, whether male or female, share a commonality, a cross tattoo emblazoned upon their foreheads. Chapter 38. The Round Table Knight pirate crew. The term knight denotes those endowed with formidable combat prowess and survival skills, possessing commendable qualities of character. They are not merely brutes. Once they shed their armor, they compose poetry, understand romance, strive for self-improvement, and harbor an unwavering devotion to their faith. They embody nobility and valor. To truly become a knight, one must master the 7 knightly skills: equestrianism, swimming, spear throwing, swordsmanship, hunting, poetry, and chess. One must also embody the 8 knightly virtues: humility, integrity, compassion, valor, justice, sacrifice, honor, and soul. The Round Table Knight pirate crew was born on the island of Arthur in the West Sea, where every resident aspires to become a worthy knight. Each generation on Arthur Island births 12 Round Table Knights, safeguarding the island's tranquility while awaiting the return of King Arthur. Legend has it that in ancient times, a legendary monarch known as King Arthur was born on Arthur Island, and the 12 Round Table Knights were his most esteemed followers. They were fierce and loyal, renowned for their martial prowess, having earned the right to dine at the Round Table bequeathed by King Arthur's father, thus earning the title of Round Table Knights. On Arthur Island, regardless of one's origins, upon becoming a Round Table Knight, one inherits a new name and title, those of the original 12 Round Table Knights. Therefore, the entire Round Table Knight pirate crew consists of only 12 members, namely, the first knight, the Knight of Judgment, Lancelot; the second knight, the Eternal Knight, Geraint; the third knight, the Guardian Knight, Bors; the fourth knight, the Radiant Knight, Lamorak; the fifth knight, the Crusader Knight, Gaheris; the sixth knight, the Knight of Fighting Spirit, Gareth; the seventh knight, the Thunder Knight, Bedivere; the eighth knight, the Wise Knight, Gawain; the ninth knight, the Knight of Holy Light, Percival; the 10th knight, the Knight of Glory, Tristan; the 11th knight, the Knight of Justice, Geraint; the 12th knight, the Knight of Loyalty, Kai. The Round Table Knight pirate crew has no captain, only a vice-captain. The first knight, Lancelot. Their captain is none other than the once reigning King Arthur, who is said to be returning from a wondrous realm, and they are tasked with aiding him in the search for the lost sword, Excalibur. On this occasion, the Round Table pirates engaged in a confrontation with the warlord of the sea, Tyrannosaurus Amano, allegedly because Amano possessed clues regarding the legendary sword in the stone. However, it was ultimately revealed that Amano had merely been deceiving them. In this recent event, it was the fourth knight, the Radiant Knight Lamalok, who took action. This clearly illustrates the formidable strength of the Round Table Knights pirate crew. Fortunately, they are a band of righteous pirates, embodying the spirit of knighthood, which grants them an unwavering sense of justice. As for the Round Table Knights, I believe we might forge an alliance with them. Kobe's commentary came to a close, and the meeting room fell into silence. Qingchu, feeling a slight headache, remarked on the prowess of today's youth, noting the emergence of both the South Wind and now the Round Table Knights. It seems that the term supernova barely suffices to describe them. Indeed, This generation of pirates is exceptionally formidable. These two crews are merely the most conspicuous. There might be many more powerful pirates yet to reveal themselves. Thankfully, both crews possess a sense of righteousness. I have some reservations about the young pirate's crew. Although I have yet to encounter the South Wind, I sense he is not to be underestimated. I actually believe the South Wind is a decent individual. I can sense he is not malevolent, Kobe countered. At that moment, the telephone snail positioned in the center of the table began to ring, capturing everyone's attention. They all turned to Qingqiu, who understood their unspoken request and promptly answered the call. Hello, is this Mr. Qingqiu? This is Smoker. Before Qingqiu could respond, Smoker spoke. His tone imbued with excitement that even Kobe and the others could detect. They exchanged glances, realizing that Smoker and his team had succeeded, although it remained a mere assumption. How goes it, Smoker? What is the South Wind stance? He has agreed. However, we must provide the air fruit and a portion of the historical text as compensation. Is that all? Qingqiu questioned, uncertainty creeping into his voice. They had prepared to make significant sacrifices to collaborate with the South Wind, and this revelation felt trivial in comparison to their initial plans. Indeed, we are currently celebrating our successful collaboration. Do you wish to speak with the South Wind? Yes. Please pass the phone to him. On the other end, the South Wind was indulging in a drink when he noticed Smoker approaching with the telephone snail. He understood the purpose of the visit and accepted the device. Hello, Mr. Qingqiu. This is the South Wind. I sincerely appreciate your generous assistance, Mr. South Wind. Do not mention it. I have benefited as well. When do you plan to implement your strategy? We are still deliberating. We will inform you once a decision is reached. Understood. I shall await your news. Notify me before you take action, as I am always ready. The South Wind took a sip of his drink, remaining composed. Please hand the telephone snail back to Smoker. I have a few matters to discuss with him. Taking the phone from the South Wind, Smoker stepped away, cautious that the South Wind might overhear. In the meeting room, Qingqiu eagerly addressed the telephone snail. Smoker, please return promptly. We need to discuss the timing of our plan's execution. Understood. We will return shortly. After hanging up, both Qingqiu and Ishu were visibly excited, shedding the composure expected of their positions. They shared a glance and erupted into laughter. Suddenly, the telephone snail rang again. Upon answering, a familiar voice resonated on the other end, silencing the previously jubilant group. They recognized the voice instantly. Mihawk. Qingqiu, how have you been lately? Mihawk, it is you. What brings you to call? Qingqiu responded, unsure of the purpose behind Mihawk's call. I wish to propose a collaboration. Mihawk's tone remained as calm and unwavering as ever. What kind of collaboration? I do not believe we have any common ground, Qingqiu retorted without hesitation. My subordinates have inadvertently learned of a plan from your navy, and I wish to collaborate on this matter. Your rift with the world government presents an opportunity for us to intervene as a third party. Of course, we will assist you. How did you come to know of this? The moment Mihawk's words reached them, a cold sweat broke out on several faces. Do not be concerned. No one else is aware of this. I only learned of it recently. Your confidentiality measures are commendable, as even the intelligence pirates have no information on this matter. While Mihawk's voice remained steady, Qingqiu's tone grew increasingly cold. What do you propose? Collaboration. I will rally a faction of pirates to wage war against the world government in your name, seeking vengeance for the second pirate king. This would significantly enhance your chances of success. Given your current strength, it would be impossible to confront the world government alone. You will surely need to unite with others. But whether it be the Revolutionary Army or the pirates, it would tarnish your reputation. However, with our collaboration, such concerns would be alleviated. You need not worry about my motives. This is a prime opportunity to weaken the world government, and I will not let it pass by. As Mihawk's words settled in, the meeting room fell into a hushed silence. They weighed the pros and cons of his proposal. Mihawk was right. To achieve success, they needed to ally with others. Although they knew this would not reflect well on their reputation, they had little choice. With Mihawk's involvement, they could secure additional support and potentially enhance their standing. Yet, Qingqiu remained wary of Mihawk's ulterior motives. While he claimed to seek to weaken the world government, Qingqiu felt a twinge of apprehension. After much deliberation, Qingqiu finally spoke. Very well, we agree to collaborate with you. We will notify you when we are ready to act. Then our collaboration is settled. I have one more matter to discuss, which should aid you in understanding the strength of the Gorosei and help you devise a more rational plan. What is it? My intelligence personnel informed me a few days ago that the world government's pacifist transformation program has been completed and has entered the testing phase. It should have been tested by now. The new pacifist has been designated as Pacifist S, possessing formidable combat capabilities alongside considerable intelligence. You must exercise caution. Is there anything else? No, that is all. After saying this, Eagle Eye hung up the phone, and the conference room fell into silence once again. It was unexpected that just after successfully collaborating with Southwind, Eagle Eye approached for cooperation as well. Although I am uncertain how Eagle Eye became aware of their plans. His sincerity is evident, especially with the significant news he brought, the emergence of Pacifist S, presenting yet another dilemma. Furthermore, the intelligence that Pacifist S embodies high intelligence is even more shocking. The thought of intelligent war machines is indeed terrifying. Chapter 39. Wek Island, the next target island for the young pirate crew, is an exceedingly prosperous isle. However, unbeknownst to many, beneath Wek Island lies a vast factory engaged in a series of mechanical productions culminating in assembly. This underground factory, secretly constructed by the world government, serves as the base for transforming the pacifists. It is a covert facility that even the Navy is unaware of. Once the pacifists are successfully transformed, mass production of Pacifist S will commence here. Within the factory on Wek Island, in an opulent office, Alesh, the highest authority of the entire facility, is receiving instructions from the 5 elders. According to intelligence, young King Southwind is about to arrive on this island, and Alesh's mission is to lead a formidable group of Pacifist S to ambush him. Since the successful transformation of the pacifists became known, the 5 elders have commanded Alesh to dispatch 100 pacifists to the Holy Land Mary Geos. Meanwhile, the secret base on Wek Island continues to tirelessly produce Pacifist S, which will be employed to target Southwind. The 5 elders' hatred towards Southwind has reached a terrifying level. This time, they intend to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. The ship slowly docked at the shore. After leaving Clara to guard the young ship, the others proceeded to the island for procurement. Previously, due to a lack of manpower, they had never secured the ship. However, with ample personnel now available, they left Clara to watch over it while tending to the still slumbering Nafty. Despite the assistance of the Phoenix Bird in healing, Nafty has yet to awaken. On Wek Island, Alesh, monitoring the entire island, finally awaited the appearance of Southwind and his companions. However, he did not rush to act. In his view, Wek Island is his territory, where he can arbitrarily determine a person's fate. Currently, Southwind and his crew remain oblivious to the fact that they are being watched, as they joyfully indulge in shopping on Wek Island. Upon arriving at an island, they always pause for supplies and to consult the permanent log posts. While the crew on Wek Island revels in their shopping spree, the world outside is far from tranquil. Firstly, regarding the major incident in the Emerald Kingdom, the Navy astonishingly has not updated its bounty notices, leaving many puzzled. Secondly, the Navy's intelligence department is actively engaged globally, seemingly searching for something and seeking particular information. Even the most mysterious intelligence pirate crews have been frequently surfacing, as if they're also in pursuit of something. Lastly, the strongest pirate, Mihawk, has mobilized his crew throughout the New World, leading to numerous pirate crews uniting into a formidable force that instills fear, leaving many uncertain of their intentions, including the 5 elders who have begun to feel trepidation. The once boisterous revolutionary army has suddenly vanished from sight, behaving unusually without instigating any incidents in these turbulent times. The entire world exudes an eerie atmosphere, with those keenly observing global affairs feeling a sense of dread. At the Revolutionary Army's headquarters, a man with wavy golden hair, a scar over his left eye, and a confident smile is conversing on the transponder snail. It is Sabo, and on the other end is the recently restless Mihawk. In any case, Sabo, do not involve yourself in this matter. Although it presents a prime opportunity to overthrow the world government, I cannot shake the feeling of unease. We should proceed according to our original plans. We cannot act recklessly, or it will all be in vain. This time, we aim to weaken the world government's power while also probing their weaknesses. You must refrain from acting impulsively, Mihawk advised. His last words were directed at Clara, who accompanied Sabo, aware of Sabo's tendency to act recklessly. Upon hearing Mihawk's words, Sabo remained silent for a moment, lost in thought, while Clara assured him she would keep a close watch on their leader, prompting Sabo to refrain from expressing any discontent. Mihawk felt compelled to forewarn Sabo, fearing he might seize this opportunity to launch a full-scale assault on the world government. Should that occur, even if the Navy's plans succeeded, everything would ultimately unravel. Sabo harbors a profound hatred for the world government, ranking high among those who despise their existence. As a member of the Revolutionary Army, his animosity is palpable, especially since his 2 sworn brothers perished at the hands of the world government. Even Dragon, whom he has always regarded as a father figure, met his demise at their hands. The world government owes him too much. After hanging up the phone, Sabo fell into a prolonged silence, seemingly lost in memories. Once, 3 children ventured forth with dreams of grandeur, but after all these years, only he remains. He vividly recalls the one who never backed down from a fight and the foolish younger brother who lost his memory, only to regain it after Ace's death jolted him back to reality. For years, he has been plagued by guilt. If only he had not lost his memory. If only he could remember, would Ace still be alive? He has always blamed Ace's death on himself, believing that had he remembered, he could have led the Revolutionary Army to participate in the Marineford War, perhaps leading to a different outcome. The Marineford War cost him Ace due to his memory loss. And during the Holy Land War, his weakness led to the loss of Luffy. He was unable to stand before Luffy as Ace once did. He once fell into deep despair, but upon learning of someone's plans, he vowed to fulfill that mission for Luffy, for Sabo, for everyone who strives for their dreams. Observing the man beside her lost in memories, Clara felt a pang of sympathy. He is a strong man, yet life has been cruel to him. She has seen him spiral into memories countless times, unable to escape the shadows of past mistakes. In the Marine Headquarters conference room, the high-ranking officials once again gathered. The matter of the pacifists has plunged the Navy's upper echelons into silence. They must devise a strategy to neutralize pacifists. Yet, thus far, they have received no intelligence, as the world government has tightly sealed off information regarding this matter. The pirates seem to be privy to information that eludes the Navy. Now, they await news from Eagle Eye, having already established a collaboration with him. Since the world government has restricted the Navy's access to information, they must rely on the pirates to gather intelligence. They are now anticipating the insights Eagle Eye may uncover regarding the pacifists, adopting a strategy of indirect engagement. Suddenly, the transponder snail on the table rang, capturing everyone's attention. "Hello, this is Green Chick," a voice announced. "This is Eagle Eye. I have uncovered information about pacifists. The world government has established the research and transformation base for the pacifists on Wek Island. As you know, there was previously a secret arms factory there. Moreover, Wek Island has supplied the world government with 100 pacifists, and they are continuously manufacturing more." "Understood. We will devise a plan," came the response. "I can provide you with additional information. Aside from the initial 100 pacifists, the remainder has not yet been shipped to the world government. You should consider destroying the remaining pacifists on Wek Island. Additionally, the reason the rest of the pacifists remain on Wek Island is that the young pirate crew has arrived. The 5 elders intend for the pacifists to engage the young pirate crew, both to test the pacifists and to attempt to overwhelm the crew with their numbers. That is all. I shall hang up now." With that, Eagle Eye hung up decisively. Although he is allied with the young pirate crew, they remain unaware of this collaboration. Only the Whitebeard pirates are privy to their alliance, and thus, Eagle Eye refrains from informing Southwind, leaving it to the Navy. After all, they are cooperating, and this action indirectly aids Southwind, as Eagle Eye trusts the Navy will relay the information. Upon hearing Eagle Eye's words, the Navy officials, without hesitation, discerned their course of action to inform Southwind of the impending threat from the world government. Given Southwind's character, he would surely seek to annihilate the pacifist production base. Having made this decision, Smoker promptly contacted Southwind via transponder snail in front of the others. However, it was not Southwind who answered, as he was unaccustomed to using such devices. "Hello, may I speak to Lord Southwind?" Smoker inquired. "I am Clara. The gentlemen have gone out. Is there something you need? Are you currently on Wek Island?" "I believe so, but I am not entirely certain." "Why do you ask?" "You must exercise caution. There is another military base of the world government on Wek Island, engaged in the transformation and production of pacifists. We have received intelligence that many pacifists are currently gathered on Wek Island, and the world government plans to unleash these pacifists against you." "What are pacifists?" "Forget it. I have no interest in knowing. I simply recognize that there are those who wish us harm, so let us obliterate this island." With that, Clara decisively ended the call. For him, the safety of Nan Fong surpassed all else. He was not a virtuous man, and it was hardly surprising that he would utter such words as to destroy an island. Chapter 40. The Training of Nafti in a Realm of Pure White. Boundless and devoid of any color, 2 figures stood opposed, one clad in black and the other in white. The 2 bore an uncanny resemblance to each other. Save for the hues of their attire, even the blades they wielded were indistinguishable apart from their colors. The white figure was none other than Nafti himself, while the dark figure, obscured and shadowy, resembled Nafti as well. Days prior, Nafti had found himself here after losing consciousness. At that time, He lay unaware of the presence of the shadowy figure beside him. Upon awakening and attempting to comprehend his surroundings, the dark figure struck. For the past few days, they had engaged in an unceasing battle. With time, Nafti discerned that this entity was akin to his own shadow, possessing equal strength to his own. Upon realizing the nature of his opponent, Nafti felt a rush of exhilaration. He had long desired to engage in combat with himself, as it would reveal the flaws in his swordsmanship, allowing him to refine his skills and bolster his power. Now, that wish had finally come to fruition. Ever since grasping the situation, Nafti had maintained a state of fervor, relentlessly clashing with his shadowy counterpart. His swordsmanship advanced continuously, yet, to his dismay, he noticed that while his strength grew, so too did that of the dark figure. It became evident that he would never be able to vanquish this shadow. At that moment, Nafti recalled that he had been in this realm for several days, longing to find a path back. However, the dark Nafti stood resolute, refusing to yield. It appeared that unless he was defeated, he would not relent. With no other choice, Nafti continued to engage in battle. Time became a blur, and Nafti recognized that their skirmishes had been relentless. His swordsmanship flourished, yet he remained unable to triumph over his shadow, nor could he discover an escape route. Unbeknownst to all, this was the realm of the Demon Slayer sword. Even Luan, the creator of the blade, was unaware of such a space existing within it. Only one being was privy to this realm, and that being, not quite human, was the spirit of the illusion realm, Chi. Somewhere within the illusion realm, Chi observed Nafti's every move intently. The space within the Demon Slayer sword had been intentionally crafted by her to provide Nafti with rigorous training, thus enhancing his prowess. The original design of this space dictated that the shadow would grow in strength alongside Nafti, albeit at differing rates. If Nafti's progress was swift enough, he and the shadow would have settled their contest long ago. Now, Chi felt a tinge of frustration. She had expended considerable effort to implant this space within the sword to better prepare Nafti for aiding Nanfeng. Yet he had not made significant breakthroughs during this prolonged period. As time passed, Nafti's movement slowed, yet his strikes bore greater force, a stark contrast to his earlier abilities. Through the prolonged combat, Nafti realized that while both he and his shadow had grown stronger, there remained a discernible disparity. At last, Nafti triumphed over his dark counterpart. Just as he intended to rest, a swirling mass of black energy coalesced before him, forming yet another figure. Its identity eluded him, but it was evident that each hand brandished a blade, and a knife was clenched between its teeth, while a bandana adorned its head. Upon seeing this figure, Nafti's heart raced. It was none other than his idol, the pirate hunter Zoro. Could it be that he was to battle his idol today? What an internal conflict. Zoro was once the world's preeminent swordsman, having defeated his former master, the legendary Mihawk, now the strongest pirate in the world. As Nafti wrestled with his emotions, Zoro spoke. Kid, this is merely the strength I possessed before entering the new world. Defeat me, and you shall earn the right to enter the new world and escape this place. Come, let me witness the prowess of the new generation of pirates. Zoro had always been a man of action, striking fiercely and without mercy. Reluctantly, Nafti readied himself for combat, and the arena transformed into a whirlwind of motion, blades clashing. From a distance, Chi watched with keen interest. Truth be told, Nafti had already acquired the capability to defeat Zoro from before the New World. The reason he had yet to achieve victory lay in his psychological barriers. He did not believe himself to be a match for Zoro. Zoro perceived this flaw as well. Though their encounter was brief, he sensed that his current strength was not enough to contend with Nafti. The reason Nafti had not yet triumphed was not due to a desire to humiliate him, but rather his own lack of confidence. Kid, are you truly a man? What is your dream? Zoro inquired. My dream is to find the legendary ocean, all blue. You know of it, right? Nafti replied. Humph. To have the same dream as that filthy cook is quite the embarrassment. As a swordsman, how can you lack the resolve to become the world's greatest swordsman? I seek the legendary sea. Then come, strike me, and see if you can. Tell me, are you truly giving it your all? What do you fear? I am indeed giving it my all. I fear nothing. Nafti shouted, unleashing a powerful downward strike that pushed Zoro back. But ultimately, it was but a fleeting moment. For deep down, he remained unconvinced. Kid, not bad. Keep talking, Zoro urged as he lunged forward, their swords crashing together once more. Remember this, in this world, there is nothing to fear. No one can remain invincible forever. Beyond every adversary, there are stronger beings yet. You must cultivate a truly fearless heart. Only then can you pursue your dreams. Do you know why Luffy became the second Pirate King? It's because he feared nothing. He has faced his greatest fears, even having once bested his most daunting foe, Captain Carp. Remember, To realize your dreams, you must possess a heart devoid of fear. Trust in your blade's might. Let it be known that none can rival you. Come now, kid. My blade's might shall be unmatched, Nafti proclaimed, gently uttering these words. Nafti felt a profound transcendence wash over him. In that moment, he relaxed entirely, standing still with his blade pointed silently at Zoro. Thank you, my senior. Although this may not be the right course of action, I must apologize. With a swift motion, the Demon Slayer's sword cleaved toward Zoro, and when it reappeared, Nafti was already behind him. Sheathing his sword and turning around, Nafti bowed deeply toward the fading figure of Zoro. Young man, it is truly a pleasure to encounter someone like you. I believe we shall meet again soon, so do not be surprised when that happens. With those words, Zoro dissipated, leaving Nafti puzzled by the notion of a reunion. Could it be that Zoro would return to life? With thoughts of such matters pushed aside, Nafti noticed the entire white space around him steadily vanishing, his own form gradually transforming into a myriad of white specks, until at last, the final glimmer was swallowed by darkness. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, surveying his surroundings. Thankfully, he found himself aboard the young pirate's ship, though oddly, it was devoid of any crew. Just as he contemplated leaving his quarters, a sudden noise from next door caught his attention. Through the observation hockey, Nafti discerned a figure within the room, sneaking about with several listening devices in hand. It appeared this individual was no friend. Vandersah, a minor leader of the intelligence pirates, was tasked with overseeing all matters on Wake Island. Today, under the orders of his superior, he was to stealthily board the young pirate's ship and retrieve all the listening devices placed there by the fools from Emerald Island. Initially, upon seeing that the ship was still manned, Vandersah contemplated abandoning his mission, waiting for another opportunity. However, he was taken aback to find that the last person left on the ship had also departed, leaving only Nafti behind. Given reports of Nafti's injuries and his current state of unconsciousness, Vandersah seized the chance to execute his task, never expecting Nafti would awaken at such a moment. Having successfully retrieved the last listening device, Vandersah sighed with relief, cursing the incompetence of the Emerald Island crew for causing trouble that he now had to clean up. He vowed that when next they crossed paths, he would give them a proper reckoning. Just as he was lost in these thoughts, humming a tune, Vandersah opened the door and was met with a bewildering sight. The listening devices slipped from his grasp, and sweat poured down his brow as he stood before Nafti, who regarded him with an amused expression. This individual was indeed an intriguing sight. Did he truly believe this was his own backyard? Casually singing as if the young pirates were so easily trifled with? Vandersah felt a surge of panic. How could he have been so mistaken? The supposed unconscious Nafti stood before him, vibrant and alert, a stark contrast to the heavy injuries he was rumored to have sustained. Nafti watched Vandersah with a playful gaze, while Vandersah returned the look, guilt flickering across his features. The two locked eyes in silence until a gust of sea breeze swept through, prompting Vandersah to hastily drop to his knees, claiming he had merely boarded the wrong vessel. Nafti was left exasperated. Did he truly appear so easily deceived? Chapter 41. The Frenzied Kara. An officer of the Galaxy Eye, was affiliated with the Special Operations Division responsible for warfare, serving under the blue-eyed faction of the Five Color Eyes. Cold-blooded and warlike, he was a merciless killer. Kara was a man driven by madness, willing to resort to any means necessary to achieve his aims. Presently, he was fiercely loyal to Nan Fong, convinced that anything detrimental to Nan Fong must be extinguished before it could manifest. Upon learning of the impending threat from the world government against Nan Fong, Kara rushed to Wake Island, determined to relay this crucial information to him, even abandoning the unconscious Nafti in his haste. Nafti had initially intended to seek out Nan Fong and his companions on Wake Island, but given the vastness of the town, locating them proved challenging. Although the Gunpowder Crow was assisting from above, the sheer number of people rendered even it powerless to help effectively. In a moment of desperation, Kara summoned the Gunpowder Crow and initiated his plan. With a thunderous shout of war armament, he fused with the Gunpowder Crow. The so-called war disguise was the ultimate steel armor created from this fusion, embodying the pinnacle of Kara's abilities. He gained the power of flight, his body encased in a formidable shell, capable of wreaking havoc equivalent to that of an entire fleet. Once fully armed for war, Kara soared into the sky, leaving onlookers in stunned silence, their faces etched with fear, while Kara remained indifferent to their terror. Once airborne, he began releasing a deluge of Gunpowder Crow feathers, forming a conical vortex high above that enveloped the skies over Wake Island. Though the island's inhabitants were unaware of its significance, the oppressive atmosphere instilled fear in all. Meanwhile, at the snack street, Nan Feng was enjoying a meal with others when the ominous black clouds began to cover the island. Both he and Roman grew uneasy. While the others were oblivious to the threat, Nan Feng and Roman recognized it as Kara's ultimate technique, the gunpowder cloud, an attack capable of obliterating half a planet. Uncertain of Kara's motives for unleashing the gunpowder cloud, Nan Feng's expression darkened. Was it truly so difficult for him to enjoy a moment of peace? In an instant, Roman appeared behind Kara, patting his shoulder, prompting Kara to turn around. What has happened? Roman inquired calmly. Lord Roman, where is Lord Nan Feng? I just received a call from Smoker. There is trouble. Kara's voice was somber. Let us go meet the Lord. We can discuss it there. Roman, too, was not pleased. Following Roman to Nan Feng's side, Kara did not dismiss the gunpowder cloud. He intended to seek Nan Feng's approval before obliterating the entire island, thereby thwarting any possible conspiracy. Upon reaching Nan Feng, Kara's prominent wings drew the attention of 3 young women, who were taken aback by this unexpected display of ability. Kara, what has transpired? My lord, I just received a call from Smoker. He informed me that the world government intends to assassinate you here. Do they truly believe they can succeed? Smoker mentioned that the world government has established a base on this island, dedicated to producing and modifying so-called peacekeepers. The new generation of peacekeepers has been completed, and they plan to use them to eliminate you, even resorting to overwhelming you with numbers if necessary. The new generation of peacekeepers, you say? The world government truly possesses grand ambitions. Nan Feng let out a cold laugh, expressing disdain for the despicable individuals within the government who dared to instigate war in a pivotal stronghold. Upon hearing KLA's words, Nanya and her companions were taken aback. Their journey had indeed been fraught with obstacles, and just as tranquility returned, trouble loomed once more, escalating in severity. Although the original pacifists were not necessarily powerful, the capabilities of the new generation remained uncertain, yet they were undoubtedly formidable, bolstered by their significant numerical advantage. My lords, please return to the ship. I shall handle this matter, KLA declared ominously, his countenance twisted with ferocity. The only one maintaining composure in the face of KLA's fervor was Roman, for to him, war bore no justice, only victory and defeat. If a simpler solution existed, he had no objections. KLA's radical suggestion left Nan Feng in shock. It was utterly insane. A testament to KLA's warlike nature. Nanya and her companions were drenched in cold sweat at KLA's declaration. After a prolonged silence, Nan Feng finally spoke, raising his gaze to meet KLA's expectant eyes, then shifting to Siroa and the others. Let us return to the ship. We cannot abandon Nafti. KLA, allow the smoke to linger in the air for now. If necessary, we shall resort to destroying this island. On board the youthful vessel, Nafti sat leisurely at a table on the deck, sipping coffee, accompanied by Vander Saa, the individual caught red-handed. Nafti was attempting to extract information from Vander Saa, but the outcome was somewhat disappointing. Meanwhile, above Wick Island, a massive vortex formed from feathers gradually took shape, instilling a sense of dread in both Nafti and Vander Saa. Yet, Nafti distinctly recognized the figure at the vortex's center, KLA. As Nafti pondered KLA's actions, he noticed Roman appearing within the vortex, summoning KLA away. Though the purpose of their meeting was unclear, Nafti could not leave. Their pirate ship had been infiltrated, necessitating vigilance. He glanced at the trembling Vander Saa beside him and asked darkly, Do you know something? Who are you, and what do you intend? I advise you to speak quickly. Should they return to inquire, your situation will be far worse. Despite Nafti's insistence, Vander Saa remained tight-lipped, resolutely loyal to his organization, a true stalwart. Nonchalantly shrugging, Nafti continued to sip his coffee. Before long, Nan Feng and the others returned to the ship, and upon seeing Nafti, who was still leisurely enjoying his coffee, excitement surged through them. Nan Feng immediately embraced him, only to notice Vander Saa, tightly bound nearby. Furrowing his brow, Nan Feng inquired, What is the situation? Who is this? I don't know. When I regained consciousness, he was already on the ship, equipped with several listening devices. He doesn't appear to be a good person. I searched the ship, and aside from his devices, there were no others. He must have come aboard to collect the devices, but the person who installed them is likely connected to him. I suspect the devices were placed on the ship while we were at Emerald Island. Nafti's revelation darkened Nan Feng's expression further, and the others shared his concern. Dandy even gasped in disbelief. What? They were installed at Emerald Island? How is that possible? Are you certain? Nafti asked, his voice laced with tension. If the devices were indeed installed at Emerald Island, it suggested their dealings with the Navy had been uncovered. The exposure of such a plan would jeopardize their entire strategy and tarnish the reputation of the young pirates. unaware of the gravity of their collaboration with the Navy. Nafti found it puzzling that everyone appeared so gravely affected. Is it truly that serious? Seemingly reading Nafti's confusion, Nanya replied coldly, Nafti, during your unconsciousness, we engaged in a collaboration with the Navy. This cooperation has significant implications for the global situation, and should our plans be revealed, the consequences would be beyond our capacity to bear. In a fit of rage, KLA kicked Vander Saa, sending him crashing against the ship's wall, gripping his neck menacingly and demanding, Who are you? What is your objective? Though he had distanced himself from the pirates due to the pacifists' affairs, Vander Saa's presence aboard the ship was intolerable, fueling KLA's fury and risking Nanfang's displeasure. Approaching, Nanfang gently patted KLA's arm, signaling him to release Vander Saa. Once freed and gasping for breath, Vander Saa looked up fearfully at the menacing figure before him. Do not be afraid. Tell me who you are, who you serve, and who your highest leader is. Nanfang spoke softly, his eyes transforming into a kaleidoscope of Sharingan, rendering Vander Saa susceptible to his hypnotic influence. Under the effect of the Sharingan, Vander Saa divulged everything, stating, I am Vander Saa, the head of the Wick Island intelligence pirate crew. Very well, I understand. Nanfang replied, his countenance darkening as he comprehended Vander Saa's background. He had initially perceived the intelligence pirate crew as a potentially amicable faction, not enemies. Yet their audacity to plant listening devices on his ship was unforgivable. Producing a transponder snail, Nanfang dialed Lafford, the only associate he knew from the intelligence pirate crew. Lafford was anxious, fearful that something might happen to Vander Saa that would jeopardize their mission. His greatest concern was that Vander Saa might be captured by Nanfang and his crew, for if that were to occur, he could scarcely fathom the wrath that would ensue. As Rafford was consumed with worry, the telephone bug on his desk emitted a startling sound, bring, bring, bring. Chapter 42. The eve of war. The sudden ringing of the telephone bug startled Rafford, causing him to tremble as he answered it. The voice on the other end shocked him so much that he nearly dropped the device. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Rafford endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor, pondering whether Mr. Nanfang's call was prompted by something else entirely. Mr. Nanfang, this is quite unexpected. It is rare for you to reach out to me. May I inquire about the purpose of your call? Nanfang, remember, I am a villain. A villain acts decisively and seeks revenge for the slightest offense. This time, I have noted your intelligence pirate crew. After the situation on Wick Island concludes, we shall settle the score, Nanfang declared, cutting off any chance for Rafford to seek clarification before abruptly hanging up. There was nothing more to be said. Once a decision was made, one must face the consequences. This was Nanfang's creed. Having temporarily resolved matters with the intelligence pirate crew, Nanfang dialed Smoker's number once more. This situation necessitated an explanation to the Navy. Clarity was imperative. As Smoker pursued the pirates, he answered the telephone bug. Upon hearing Nanfang's words, his demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. He, too, had not anticipated that someone would install a listening device aboard the youthful pirate ship. The implications of this revelation filled him with dread. Should the information become public, their efforts would be in vain. The best course of action now was to instigate a coup before the world government caught wind of the situation. After a brief conversation with Nanfang, Smoker ended the call, determined to inform his fellow Navy admirals to return to headquarters immediately. The specter of war loomed ominously. On the other side, Qinglu, engaged in assessing the feasibility of the entire plan, was momentarily taken aback when he received Smoker's call. Setting aside any reprimand for Smoker, he recognized the urgency of the moment and instructed him to inform the other admirals to return at once. War seemed imminent. Once he hung up with Smoker, Qinglu swiftly contacted Mihawk. Time was of the essence, and Mihawk was still in the New World. He needed to relay the message urgently. Hello, Mihawk. This is Qinglu. How prepared are you? We must act swiftly. Isn't this a bit hasty? I have yet to meet my expected standards. This feels too rushed, Mihawk replied, his own anxiety ignited by Qinglu's tense tone. There is no alternative. The information has leaked. Our best option is to promptly announce the situation and execute our plan without delay. How could this have happened? Your confidentiality measures have always been exemplary. Mihawk expressed disbelief. He was aware that while the tension between the Navy and the Five Elders was evident, no one anticipated the Navy would sever ties with the world government. Well, you learned of it too, didn't you? A few days ago, when Smoker sought collaboration with the youthful pirate crew, the information was disclosed. The intelligence pirate crew had installed listening devices on Nanfang's ship, and today, someone was caught removing them, Qinglu explained. Initially tense, Mihawk sighed in relief upon hearing Qinglu's words, then mentally berated Vandessa, whom he did not even know. Qinglu, do not fret. My information comes from the intelligence pirate crew. They are allied with us and will not divulge any information. Rest assured and remain calm. Hearing Mihawk's reassurance, Qinglu's breathing steadied, and the tension within him dissipated. Then, with exasperation, he exclaimed, Mihawk, you fool. You could have said this sooner. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Very well. I shall inform the others to disengage from intelligence. Aboard the youthful pirate ship, silence enveloped the crew. They faced two formidable dilemmas, the threat on Wick Island and awaiting Smoker's call, which would determine whether they should head to the Navy headquarters. During his earlier conversation with Smoker, he had not explicitly stated whether to commence action. He merely instructed Nan Feng and the others to prepare for his call. As he needed to communicate the situation to Qinglu and gauge his decision, Nanfeng's expression was grave. These individuals were utterly reckless, truly believing him to be easily manipulated. Anger surged within him, tempting him to agree to Keela's proposal to obliterate Wick Island entirely, demonstrating to everyone that the youthful pirate crew was not to be trifled with. However, he restrained himself. Bring, the telephone bug rang again. As he answered, Nanfeng's countenance brightened. It was Smoker calling, primarily to inform him that the alert had been lifted. The intelligence pirate crew maintained a collaborative relationship with the Navy and would not leak any information. Smoker, may I annihilate Wick Island? I believe such a decisive action is warranted to show everyone that although the youthful pirate crew is small in number, our power is formidable. Nan Feng proclaimed, a smile gracing his lips, yet those present could sense the underlying chill and murderous intent. It was evident that this incident had incensed Nan Feng, nearly resulting in calamity. Stunned by Nanfeng's words, Smoker fell silent for a prolonged moment before erupting. Nan Feng, do not be reckless. While it is true that most of the higher-ups on Wick Island favor the world government, the ordinary civilians are innocent. Do not act impulsively. Such actions are contrary to justice. Smoker, remember, whether an invader or the invaded, war has never been just. But you cannot destroy an entire island. Do you have any idea how many residents inhabit Wick Island? Your actions would be indistinguishable from those of the vile pirates. Of course there is a distinction. They kill for plunder, while I kill for self-preservation. I detest being manipulated, for I am not one who thrives on scheming. You are currently drowning in anger, losing your rationality. You must compose yourself. Obliterating an island would harm countless innocent civilians. Smoker, instead of squabbling with me, consider how to evacuate the residents of Wick Island. You know a war is imminent. The world government intends to use me as a test for their so-called pacifists. While you seek to employ my hand to dismantle the world government's base. Regardless of whether I destroy this island, war is unavoidable and civilian casualties are inevitable. You should hastily devise a plan to evacuate the civilians. Knowing a war is approaching yet failing to disperse the populace is hardly an act of justice. Smoker was momentarily rendered speechless by Nanfeng's words. Indeed, although he was acutely aware that an inevitable conflict was destined to unfold on Wake Island, he had turned a blind eye to the plight of the island's civilians, a stance that was, without a doubt, a violation of justice and unbecoming of the Navy. Unless there are pressing matters at hand, I shall initiate this war, he declared. Wait, Nan Feng. Grant me 3 days. I must evacuate the civilians. You are correct. Knowing that another unavoidable war looms, I bear the responsibility to safeguard the innocents. Thank you for helping me realign my sense of justice. Very well. I shall commence this war punctually in 3 days. As for the opposing party, whether they will launch an assault prematurely remains uncertain. However, judging by the current circumstances, they do not appear to be impulsive. I understand. Farewell. I must prepare. With that, Smoker ended the call, intent on hastening to Wake Island to evacuate the civilians. Although this course of action might attract the attention of the world government, he could not idly stand by while innocent lives were at stake. Subsequently, he dialed to Shiji's number to inform her of his intended course of action. Although he was under no obligation to do so, he felt it necessary to convey his resolve. Ever since the Navy had embarked on that plan, he had increasingly taken on the demeanor of a politician rather than a soldier. Moreover, he yearned to ascertain whether Chi-Chu still upheld the ideals of justice within his heart, or if he had become as merciless as the world government. Upon receiving Smoker's request, Chi-Chu readily acquiesced and offered his apologies to Smoker for neglecting the civilians. Subsequently, Chi-Chu informed the other admirals of the Navy, and together they hastened to Wicker Island to assist Smoker in evacuating the populace. After receiving Chi-Chu's notification, several admirals convened a brief telephonic conference to devise a more effective strategy for the evacuation. Ultimately, They resolved to issue a statement urging the island's residents to prepare for the arrival of rescue vessels, allowing those with ships to evacuate promptly, thereby facilitating a larger-scale rescue operation. Upon learning the outcome of their deliberations, Chi-Chu and the Admiral issued a statement in their capacities as the commander of the world government and the fleet admiral, respectively, and arranged for countless newspapers to be dispatched to Wicker Island. The inhabitants of Wicker Island were taken aback upon reading the statement, which clearly stated, "The notorious pirate crew, the young pirates, is approaching Wicker Island. The world government will launch an assault on the young pirates while testing its newly modified pacifist unit, Pacifist S. A war of necessity is imminent, and to prevent civilian casualties, the Navy will facilitate the evacuation of residents. All inhabitants are urged to cooperate with the Navy's efforts. Those with vessels may evacuate immediately, while those without are kindly requested to remain patient for the Navy's assistance." Beneath the statement, photographs depicting the 5 admirals of the Navy, along with Fleet Admiral Smoker, leading 10 fleets from various directions towards Wicker Island were printed. Following the dissemination of the statement, Wicker Island erupted into chaos, with those possessing vessels hastily preparing to leave, while others anxiously awaited the Navy's arrival. Within the base on Wicker Island, Alesh held a copy of the declaration, glancing at it with a furrowed brow, while his aide stood silently beside him. At that moment, the telephone bug beside Alesh rang. "Hello? Alesh? This is the 5 elders. I command you to take immediate action against the young pirates." Without allowing the caller to finish, Alesh decisively hung up the phone and smashed the telephone bug onto the ground. Chapter 43. The Notion of Justice. The aide observed Alesh's actions without surprise. Having served alongside him for an extended period, he understood that Alesh was a man of his own principles, albeit one who had aligned himself with the wrong master. After shattering the telephone bug, Alesh exited the room and addressed his aide, Kochi, "Gather all operational pacifist S units to maintain order on Wicker Island. We cannot allow civilians to panic and create chaos. Ensure their evacuation is orderly. Once Nafong and his crew land, you and the pacifist S will confront them." "And what about you, sir?" Kochi inquired. "I shall meet with Nafong to negotiate for more time, hoping he will grant the civilians a reprieve." "What?" Kochi exclaimed in disbelief. "You cannot go. They are pirates and will not agree. This is incredibly dangerous." "Kochi, while I may be a mere pawn of the world government, I possess my own sense of justice. I cannot stand idly by while so many civilians perish due to my actions. It is my duty to intervene." Alesh replied with a determined smile, fully aware of the peril that lay ahead. "Sir, you should take more personnel with you. You cannot go alone," Kochi urged anxiously, unwilling to see Alesh undertake such a risk. "Going alone signifies my sincerity." "Kochi, cease your objections and execute your orders to maintain order," Alesh nearly shouted, before striding toward the base's exit, leaving behind a resolute silhouette. On board the young pirate ship, Nanfong and his crew held a copy of the same declaration. They were astonished by the Navy's overwhelming mobilization, deploying 10 fleets, admirals, and a multitude of captains and vice-captains. Nanfong remarked that the Navy's show of force was more formidable than any extermination order they had encountered. Observing the rising turmoil on Wicker Island, Nanfong called out to Nonia, signaling her to set sail. "We cannot linger here. It may lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. We must distance ourselves from the island, and once the time is right, we can return. Wicker Island is destined for destruction." After instructing Clara to stow away the ominous clouds of smoke above, the young pirate ship prepared to depart, only to be intercepted by a man. A small boat obstructed their path, and on it stood a man clad in a sharp suit. Approaching the vessel, Nanfong smiled and inquired, "May I ask who you are and what business you have?" "I am Alesh, the chief overseer of the secret base on Wicker Island. I wish to speak with you," the man replied. Despite Alesh's youth, he commanded respect, and Nanfong could not underestimate him. "Oh, you are the head of the secret base. What do you wish to discuss?" Nanfong and his crew, who had intended to depart, paused in curiosity. Their relationship was adversarial, leaving them uncertain about the nature of Alesh's request. "I do not know your reasons for coming or leaving, but if you suggest that you are afraid, I cannot believe it. You are not the type to be intimidated by such circumstances. Regardless of the motivation, I implore you to postpone the commencement of the conflict, granting the civilians time to evacuate. Just 4 days will suffice." Though Alesh's request bewildered Nanfong and the others, he had no time to ponder their reactions, as urgency permeated his words. Upon hearing Alesh's plea, disbelief washed over Nanfong and his crew. Alesh was a staunch loyalist of the world government, entrusted with the critical role of overseeing such a vital secret base. Yet now, this unwavering loyalist was asking for a delay, leaving them astonished. Sensing their incredulity, Alesh sighed softly, aware that his words would raise suspicions. I understand that my request may seem peculiar, but there is no ulterior motive. I sincerely wish to afford the civilians a chance to evacuate. Just 4 days. Consider it the last vestige of justice from someone who has committed wrongs. I beseech you. As he spoke, Alesh unexpectedly knelt, leaving Neophone and his crew momentarily speechless, struggling to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Taking a deep breath, Neophone replied coldly. Prior to your arrival, Admiral Smoker requested that I grant the Navy a 3-day reprieve. You, however, have successfully requested 4 days. I shall grant you 1 week. In 7 days, we shall engage in a decisive battle on Wicker Island. We depart. With that, Neophone turned and retreated to the ship's cabin, followed by his crew as they gradually vanished from Alesh's sight. The young pirate ship slowly drifted away from Wicker Island. Bowing slightly toward the receding vessel, Alesh murmured, "Thank you, young king." In the cabin, Zaloya gazed at the leisurely Neophone, who sipped coffee while gently stroking the feathers of the phoenix nestled in her arms. She smiled and remarked, "I never imagined you would make such a decision. I always thought you were a villain, yet here you are displaying a different side." "There's nothing surprising about it," Neophone replied coolly. "No one is entirely good or entirely evil, much like the interplay of light and darkness. Where there is light, shadows inevitably follow. A benevolent person harbors their own darkness, just as an evil one possesses their own goodness. Those who embody absolute goodness or evil are inherently flawed," spoke the phoenix perched on Zaloya's shoulder. "Indeed, goodness and evil are oppositional yet coexistent. I may be deemed a villain, but even a villain possesses their own sense of goodness. I can be merciless to my enemies, yet I will stand by my friends without hesitation. This, too, is a form of goodness. Each individual's goodness is unique, just as their sense of justice varies. Ultimately, it's about living without remorse," Neophone mused, taking a sip of coffee. Lost in thought. Upon hearing Nonfing's words, Zaloya fell into contemplation. Both Neophone and the phoenix were correct. Everyone harbors their own facets of goodness and justice alongside their darkness. These two sides coexist. On Weka Island, Alesh stood quietly at the port, waiting. Behind him was a neatly arranged group of civilians, burdened with various belongings, all anticipating the arrival of the naval ships. At last, a colossal fleet emerged on the horizon, growing larger from a mere speck. As the ships docked, the naval personnel promptly began evacuating the civilians, assisting them with their baggage. Led by Commander Ishio, the 5 generals disembarked and approached Alesh, clearly recognizing him as their leader. Bowing respectfully, Ishio expressed gratitude. "Sir, thank you for helping us maintain order on Weka Island and preventing any stampede. On behalf of the entire Navy, I extend my thanks." "Commander Ishio, there is no need for thanks. It is my duty," Alesh replied. "After all, I am part of the world government, and this incident was entirely my doing." Upon hearing Alesh's words, even the dullest among them understood his identity. The chief overseer of Weka Island's secret base, the principal executor against the sniper boy pirates, and a loyal servant of the world government. Yet, Ishio and his companions were astounded that Alesh would assist these civilians. To them, the world government had long since rotted beyond redemption. They never expected to find such a noble figure within its ranks. "Why would a paragon of justice like you assist the already decayed and dark world government, becoming a mere lapdog to the 5 elders?" Ishio questioned, his brow furrowed, struggling to reconcile Alesh's actions with his role as a servant of the government. "It is merely to uphold my own sense of justice," Alesh replied. "Even if it means becoming a vicious mad dog, I must pursue my own ideals. But why assist these civilians? I cannot justify the loss of countless lives in the name of my justice. Hence, for the first time, I defied the 5 elders, choosing to side with the people. Yet, is this not a form of justice in itself?" "Indeed," Alesh reflected. "Once, I was just a starving beggar, sneaking onto various ships and wandering aimlessly, subjected to abuse and scorn, until I met Lord Noda, who granted me power and authority. I recognize many things are wrong, yet this is my justice. For Lord Noda, I would sacrifice everything. However, this time, I may disappoint him by not attacking as he wished. Strangely, I do not feel regret. Once all residents have evacuated, I shall fulfill Lord Noda's mission with my life." For a moment, silence enveloped the group. They were at a loss for words. Each individual possessed their own sense of justice, and none had the right to alter another's ideals. What seemed wrong to one may embody justice for another. True justice lies in steadfastly adhering to one's own heart. doing what one believes to be right. That, in essence, is one's own justice. To live without remorse is to embody justice. Chapter 44. The war begins a week later. The Navy had successfully evacuated the residents of Wake Island. Once a bustling locale, it had transformed into a ghost town, eerily silent. A somber atmosphere permeated Wake Island as Alesh, leading all forces, stood at the heart of the town square, preparing to confront Nan Fong in a decisive battle. Light rain fell from the sky, yet it did nothing to sway their resolve. The entire contingent stood in perfect formation, comprising both pacifists and other military factions. Throughout Wake Island, videophone bugs had been strategically placed, and numerous news birds equipped with videophone bugs hovered above, evidently intent on broadcasting the impending clash. The broadcast had been live for a day, the scene remaining unchanged, showcasing Alesh and his troops standing in solemn silence. This marked the first glimpse the public had of the new pacifists. They appeared more human than ever, blending seamlessly within a crowd, some even wielding long blades strapped to their backs. However, the true extent of the new pacifist strength remained unknown until they took action. For a full day, the scene remained static, and those anticipating the battle grew restless. Some began to voice their frustrations, questioning the malfunction of the video phone bugs. What is going on? Why is it not moving? I suspect the young pirates are afraid. After all, what are they? Just a bunch of kids. Indeed, just a bunch of kids. Haha. The prolonged absence of Nan Fong and his companions puzzled many, yet Alesh understood the reason for their delay. With 7 days not yet complete, they would not make their appearance. Although merely an hour remained, they were still absent. Nevertheless, Alesh comprehended that in 1 hour, this vibrant Wake Island would plunge into chaos, perhaps even be sunk entirely. As the hours slowly passed, a pirate ship finally emerged in the distance, entering the view of the video phone bugs. Its splendid pirate flag signaled the arrival of the young pirates, heralding the long-awaited conflict. The pirate ship anchored far from the shore, refusing to advance any further. Just as everyone began to wonder, 2 magnificent birds soared skyward from the young pirate's vessel. Each bird was resplendent in color, one adorned predominantly in crimson, the other in verdant hues. The phoenix and the one immediately captivated the attention of the masses, their beauty unmatched. As they soared, they created a stunning rainbow in their wake. Even the dreary rain seemed to pause in their presence. As soon as they appeared, the news birds soaring above Wake Island trembled, a fact evident from the unsteady images. Nonetheless, some observers noted that 7 individuals stood atop the 2 birds. Upon arriving over Wake Island, Nan Fong, Nanya, Nafti, Dondi, Roman, and Keela leapt down from the birds, while Zyroya, lacking formidable strength, remained on the Phoenix to watch the battle unfold. Once on the ground, the group turned their gaze toward Nan Fong. Their meaning unmistakable. How should they proceed with this confrontation? Each would act independently with the ultimate goal of sinking the island. However, Keela was instructed not to employ explosive clouds, as it would reveal that Ame had arrived days prior, drawing the attention of the vigilant. Now, let us act, Keela concluded. Without delay, Roman surged forward, fearless in the face of any adversaries. To him, the solution was simple: eliminate the enemies. Following Roman's lead, Keela fused with the gunpowder crow, showcasing her war armament and soaring into the sky toward the location with the most inhabitants. Nanya, not to be outdone, conjured a small whirlwind beneath her feet, lifting herself into the air while a multitude of wind blades spun around her, forming a miniature tornado. After Nanya took flight, Nafti gestured toward the ocean, summoning 3 vivid water dragons that erupted from the sea. He mounted the largest water dragon, circling above Wake Island, while the 2 smaller dragons whirled around him, ensuring his protection. This was Nafti's new technique, Dragon Guard, conceived after witnessing a giant dragon. Initially, his dragon resembled a colossal beast akin to Olafate, but it was transformed into this divine creature by Nan Fong. With only himself and the captain remaining on the shore, Dondi smiled faintly at Nan Fong, saying, "Captain, I too shall take my leave. Farewell." With that, Dondi transformed into a magma dragon, ascending into the sky, brilliantly radiant against the dreary, drizzling backdrop. Meanwhile, Zyroya and the 2 phoenixes circled above, observing the unfolding events. In truth, before the might of the 2 powerful phoenixes, nothing in this world instilled a sense of danger. Nan Fong had long wished to converse with them, yet opportunity eluded him. Watching his companions unleash their abilities, Nan Fong smiled subtly, recognizing their burgeoning strength. Particularly impressive were Nafty's Dragon Guard and Dandy's transformation, both refreshing and formidable techniques. As he contemplated, Nanfeng ambled calmly toward the center of the town. Though composed, the onlookers were far from at ease. Despite the battle yet to commence, the displays of power showcased by the group indicated they were anything but ordinary. To the spectators, the entire young pirate crew appeared to be wielders of exceptional abilities, further heightening their fear. Unfamiliar with the truth, they assumed each member possessed potent powers. In their eyes, Nanfeng's space fruit, Nafty's water fruit, Nanya's wind fruit, Dandy's magma fruit, Roman's shadow fruit, and Keela's steel fruit were all immensely powerful. What they did not realize was that among them, only Nanya and Dandy had consumed devil fruits. The others derived their powers from rainbow stones. Roman was the first to arrive at the town center, not due to the extraordinary speed of the 8 Extremes Heaven, but rather through his unique technique, which he termed the red-eye shadow technique. This ability allowed him to traverse shadows. Any shadow visible to the eye could serve as a conduit from one to another, akin to spatial travel. In Roman's words, all shadows are interconnected. Those with the right qualifications could navigate the shadow realm where time stood still, while those unqualified would be assimilated into shadows. Thus, the red-eye shadow technique merely facilitated entry into the shadow realm through one shadow and emergence from another. Upon reaching the town center, Roman immediately launched his assault. Though defenses were hastily erected, he swiftly incapacitated several pacifists. The scene resembling a tiger among sheep as the battle unfolded overwhelmingly in his favor. Viewers of this spectacle gasped in astonishment, despite the apparent slaughter. The pacifists possessed considerable strength. Their actions revealed a level of intelligence and skill, wielding blades with finesse while a small aperture in the palm of their left hand occasionally emitted lasers. Moreover, they exhibited the presence of armed color hockey, which astonished all. The emergence of armed color hockey among the pacifists raised questions. Did this imply they could also wield observation hockey? The thought was too daunting to pursue. If true, this generation of pacifists was indeed formidable, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary foes. As Roman commenced his rampage, others began to arrive and join the fray. However, their presence contrasted sharply with Roman's one-sided slaughter, where he faced no resistance. The others, while unable to replicate Roman's ferocity, could still contend with multiple pacifists at once, particularly Keela, whose explosive feathers could devastate large areas. On the battlefield, Alesh regarded the others with indifference, his attention only slightly diverted by Roman's overwhelming prowess. His gaze shifted elsewhere, where Nanfeng approached at a leisurely pace. In truth, Nanfeng held a degree of admiration for Alesh. Though a loyal servant of the 5 elders, he was not blindly devoted. He possessed his own thoughts and considerations for the common folk, rendering him a unique figure within the world government. Had Alesh not been so devoted to the world government, Nanfeng might have considered recruiting him. Although Alesh was not youthful, age held little significance. The young pirate crew was merely a title, without real implications. Moreover, Nanfeng contemplated granting Keela independence, allowing her to form a new pirate crew as an affiliate of the young pirate crew. Unfortunately, Alesh's unwavering loyalty to the world government prevented such an alliance. Chapter 45. The glory of warriors. The two stood opposed, neither speaking nor acting, both awaiting the other's initiative. They remained still while chaos reigned around them, with Roman continuing his slaughter. Though he fought against lifeless machines, the display was still fearsome. Kra relies on his formidable defensive capabilities and the explosive characteristics of gunpowder crow feathers to continuously trigger explosions. The 2 water dragons guarding Nafty are also formidable. Under Nafty's control, they appear almost alive. When others attack them, they transform into mere water, yet when they retaliate, parts of their bodies become impenetrably hard ice. A technique Navdi devised based on the divine might of the south wind's Sharingan. Nonia's winds are insidious, and coupled with her vector manipulation, she unexpectedly alters the energy sources within the pacifists, thereby weakening their strength. The pacifists find themselves in a fierce struggle against her, with numerous fallen at her hands. Dandy, on the other hand, is even more fearsome. With the power of magma fruit combined with flames, the temperature surrounding Dandy has reached terrifying levels. Even the pacifists, enveloped in armament hockey, cannot withstand such extreme heat, leading to overheating of their internal systems and subsequent explosions. Overall, the young pirate crew is unafraid of the pacifists. Their abilities pose a significant threat to them. Conversely, the pacifists, despite wielding blades laced with sea prism stones, find themselves utterly incapable of restraining the powers of individuals like Nonia. The spectators worldwide, witnessing this one-sided massacre, are incredulous. How could this be a war? The newly developed pacifists by the world government were supposed to be so powerful. Why are they being slaughtered? Or perhaps the pacifists are not as formidable as assumed. Don't be foolish. Do you think you can stand against these pacifists? Even a single one possesses enough strength to annihilate you countless times over. It is not that the pacifists are weak, but rather that the young pirate crew is overwhelmingly strong. The disparity in their abilities is insurmountable by mere numbers, especially that red-haired, red-eyed lad. I know him. He is Roman, the one who effortlessly dispatched the Earth's sovereign, Das, on Emerald Island. In a room in Mariewa, the five elders watch the unfolding scene with grim expressions, feeling as though they are being slapped in the face. Previously, the world government had confidently declared their intention to overwhelm the South Wind using the powerful pacifists. However, the situation has far exceeded their expectations. The strength displayed by the red-haired youth is now on par with their own, if he conceals his true power. Even they would find it impossible to contend with him. Hiranoya's voice is low and his expression unstable. After witnessing Roman's prowess, he senses a tremendous threat. A fear-inducing one at that. His true power is certainly not as it appears. He is merely employing physical techniques now. On Emerald Island, he utilized the ability of shadows, and his physical prowess is astonishing. Although Kitsuya speaks ominously, there is a hint of joy in his tone, for he is a martial arts enthusiast, relishing in physical combat. Encountering a formidable opponent naturally excites him. Ignoring the two, Kazuki only sips his tea, regardless of their anger. There is nothing they can do to confront the young pirate crew. They are like a well-aimed arrow, unstoppable. The scene shifts once more, revealing the opposing figures of Southwind and Alash. Upon seeing Alash, Hiranoya's fury ignites, pointing at Alash and shouting to Kitsuya, "Kitsuya, look at your subordinate. He dares to hang up on me." If he had taken action while the Navy was en route to Wake Island, while Southwind and his crew were still present, he could have forced the Navy's admiral to intervene. The upper echelons of the world government are aware of Southwind's comings and goings on Wake Island. Hiranoya's words ring true. Had Alash acted against Southwind after the Navy issued their statement, he could have compelled the admiral to act in defense of the civilians, potentially capturing Southwind. Yet Alash failed to do so. It is evident that both the Navy and Southwind wish to avoid conflict. Southwind's temporary withdrawal from Wake Island is a show of courtesy to the Navy. Otherwise, the Navy, fully aware of the young pirate crew's presence, would be criticized for not intervening, while Southwind's retreat allows them to claim they could not locate him. Hiranoya's complaints fall on deaf ears. Kitsuya remains silent, his earlier excitement dimming. Truth be told, Kitsuya sees Alash as a son. He would not have entrusted him with the pacifist project otherwise. This is a significant achievement that could benefit Alash's future advancement. Had it not been for the pacifist's formidable strength, Kitsuya would not have agreed to Alash's involvement in this operation. Although Kitsuya believes Alash should have followed Hiranoya's advice, he is reluctant to scold him or contradict Hiranoya. Clearly, in Kitsuya's eyes, Alash's actions were misguided. He believes Alash's choices have rendered him passive, even risking his life. Yet, despite his faith in the pacifists, Kitsuya still attempted to contact Alash to order a retreat when Southwind did not appear, but Alash refused to listen. In that moment of rejection, Kitsuya could hardly believe it. Alash, whom he raised, felt more distant than ever before. Wake Island has been completely transformed into a wasteland due to Roman and the others' battles, with buildings crumbled and the island bearing the marks of devastation. Finally, seemingly unable to hold back any longer, Alash strikes. With a powerful shout, Alash vanishes, only to reappear before Southwind. However, he is immediately sent flying by a kick from Southwind. Despite the strength of Alash's movement technique, Southwind has mastered the eight extremities heaven. The sounds of their fierce battle resonate throughout the town square, yet neither combatant can be seen. Their speed's too swift for the naked eye. Only Roman, a master of martial arts himself, can discern their movements. As the fight escalates, both engage in a pure contest of martial prowess. Southwind's eight extremities heaven is formidable, and Alash, having learned martial techniques from the five elders, is no slouch either. Their battle is closely matched, yet Roman, observing from the sidelines, foresees the outcome. Even from afar, Kitsuya senses the inevitable defeat of Alash and sighs, choosing to remain silent. As the conflict progresses, Alash realizes his impending defeat, yet he does not relent, continuing his relentless assault. He seeks no pity from anyone, rather, he grows bolder with each clash. Viewers across the globe fall into silence, for the war effectively concluded the moment they clashed. Yet many remain transfixed, their focus on Southwind's power. Now witnessing Alesh's unwavering resolve against Southwind's tempestuous onslaught, they begin to root for Alesh in their hearts. Such is human nature. In the absence of clear right or wrong, they invariably support the side that elicits their empathy. Alesh's actions have undeniably garnered widespread approval. His resilience is admirable. Alesh, stop enduring, concede. You are not my match. You are destined for defeat. Do not throw your life away, Southwind implores, feeling a twinge of pity for Alesh. Despite their opposition, hearing Southwind's words, Alesh surveys the desolate battlefield, the charred earth, and the body of his officer nearby. Wake Island lies nearly in ruins. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Alesh manages a smile. Southwind, for a warrior, not dying on the battlefield is the greatest regret. The greatest insult to a warrior is to be pitted by his enemy. To be slain by an admired foe is a mark of honor. Come, Southwind. Grant me a swift end. Then, I must apologize. Alesh raises his hand, forming a blade-like gesture, and delivers a fierce horizontal slash toward Alesh. A visible ripple in space follows, causing Alesh's expression to freeze as he collapses to the ground. After slaying Alesh, Southwind stands solemnly, lost in contemplation. Chapter 46. The Hero's Monument. Gazing at the devastation radiating from the town's center, all spectators of this war are taken aback, staring silently at the few remaining figures standing amidst the ruins. On Wake Island, not a single pacifist remains standing. Amidst the rubble, Nafti and her companions rest. Concluding this one-sided massacre, quietly observing Alesh's corpse, Southwind softly declares, "You are a hero, and I admire you. Let this soon-to-be-destroyed Wake Island serve as your grave." With that, Southwind turns to leave, followed closely by Nonia and the others. The island is on the brink of obliteration. After safely returning to the young pirates, Southwind stands atop the Phoenix, gazing coldly at the shattered island below. His eyes shift, revealing the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, as a massive swirling vortex manifests in his left eye. A colossal stone monument emerges, far exceeding his size. With great force, Southwind thrusts the immense stone into Wake Island, splintering it into countless smaller islands. Henceforth, Wake Island shall be known as the Wake Archipelago. After shattering the island, the towering monument pierces the ocean, soaring skyward. Before it, Southwind's left eye unleashes a torrent of black flames, Amaterasu. Under the influence of his right eye's Kagaya's Earth Command, the black flames morph and imprint upon the monument. Once the Amaterasu flames are retracted, the monument bears the inscription, Hero Monument in memory of Wake Island's hero, Alesh. After erecting the grand monument in Alesh's honor, Southwind pours a bowl of sake at its base. He and the Phoenix then circle the shattered Wake Island, akin to a water burial ceremony. With the Wake Island incident resolved, Southwind leads the young pirate crew away, for there are other matters to attend to. In a room in Mariewa, witnessing Alesh's demise, Wake Island's destruction, and the establishment of the Hero Monument, Katsuya silently exits. Neither Hiranoya nor Kazuki utter a word. They understand that what Katsuya needs now is not consolation. After years of shared lives, they know each other well. They recognize Katsuya's sorrow. He will undoubtedly immerse himself in intense training, a ritual he resorts to in times of distress. It serves not only as an outlet for his frustrations but also enhances his strength, achieving two objectives simultaneously. Within the ranks of the Revolutionary Army, the High Command gathers, witnessing the colossal monument ascend. All are unsettled. From where did such a massive stone originate? And its hardness is astonishing. Fitch, who experienced the Hidden Path incident, wears a grim expression, having witnessed Southwind's strength then. He realizes that Southwind has since grown exponentially more powerful. In truth, following the Hidden Path incident, Fitch has repeatedly suggested an alliance with Southwind, a notion supported by Sabo. Yet the internal opposition within the Revolutionary Army was vehement. They believed Fitch exaggerated, viewing Southwind as too young to possess such power, forcing Fitch to abandon the collaborative plan. However, others have forgotten. Their current leader was once no ordinary youth. Now, the southern wind has directly obliterated an island. Seizing the moment when everyone is still in shock, Fiki resolved to act swiftly, urging all to endorse his proposal in collaboration with the southern wind. Clearing his throat, Fiki remarked, "Following the incident on Hidden Isle, I proposed a partnership with the southern wind. After facing opposition, I refrained from further discussion. However, this time, I believe it is imperative to revisit that proposal. Our previous dissent against Fiki's proposition was a misstep. We were unaware of the southern wind's true power. Now, I stand in agreement." "I too concur," another voice echoed. Witnessing the unanimous agreement, Sabo smiled. He had long contemplated collaborating with the southern wind, but had previously bowed to dissent from certain factions within the Revolutionary Army. Out of respect for his seniors, He had chosen his words carefully. With everyone's accord now, Sabo felt a surge of joy. Thus, as before, Fiki, you are entrusted with full responsibility for this matter. Expedite contact with the Southern Wind to establish cooperation. With that, this meeting is adjourned. You may disperse. After concluding, Sabo departed with Keela, burdened with numerous responsibilities as the Revolutionary Army's influence expanded. On board the naval warship, a group of admirals, led by Yi Xiao, mourned the loss of Alash. Their collaboration on Wake Island had been seamless, and through their brief interaction, they had come to appreciate Alash as a man of honor, embodying the heroism inscribed upon the monument erected by the Southern Wind. After a long silence, Tina sorrowfully remarked, Mr. Xiao, did we err in our actions? Should such a person truly meet his demise? Tina was heartbroken. Tina, even had you wished to save him, he would not have accepted. As he stated, that is the honor of a warrior. If we had remained to assist him, he would have declined. Perceiving us as enemies despite our collaboration, he would feel that our help was mere charity. Indeed, Tina, a warrior holds his honor as the most noble of ideals. Alash required neither our assistance nor our pity, but rather our respect, Smoker added, exhaling a puff of smoke, his tone heavy with unspoken turmoil. Looking around the room filled with brigadiers and commanders, even a few majors, KB smiled and addressed them. You are the future of the Navy, warriors in your own right. You must cultivate your own sense of justice and honor, much like Alash. He stands as a paragon for you all. True. While he may be affiliated with the world government, his spirit is one that every naval officer should embody. I propose we integrate the education of such values into the Naval Academy's curriculum. Bayrumber spoke up, expressing his profound admiration for Alash's actions, and thus proposed the incorporation of spiritual education into the naval curriculum. I concur with Admiral Bayrumber's suggestion, as I too believe that such spiritual education is essential. Dasky showed great interest in Bayrumber's proposal. Subsequently, a group convened to deliberate on the detailed execution plan for this proposal, unanimously agreeing on its merit. Within the intelligence pirates, the war had ceased, and Wicker Island lay in ruins. A heavy silence enveloped the group, and beads of cold sweat trickled down Lafford's brow. Neafong discovered the eavesdropping incident and promptly reported it to the higher-ups within the pirate crew, who took the matter seriously, recognizing their wrongdoing. Moreover, given Nonfing's demonstrated might that instilled fear across the world, they were compelled to pay heed. According to Lafford, Neafong was infuriated by the incident, placing the blame squarely on the intelligence pirates, and it seemed he was preparing to take action against them. My lord, what should we do? It appears Nonfin's strength is formidable, and our pirate crew lacks the capacity to withstand their assault unless we exhaust our connections and rally most of the world's strongmen for support, someone suggested. Indeed, as Lafford mentioned, this incident has incited Nonfing's wrath. We must seek his forgiveness, or the entire intelligence pirates could face annihilation. Why fear? Let him find our base first. He poses no real threat to us, another countered. Exactly. Our stronghold is well concealed. He will never locate it. In a moment, the room erupted into a cacophony of opinions. Some argued for calming Nonfing's fury, while others dismissed the need for concern, believing their safety assured. Yet, amidst the clamor, the figure seated at the top remained silent. Disregarding the heated discussions below, the cloaked individual produced a transponder snail and dialed Hawkeye's number. This decision was too monumental for him to make alone. Whether to oppose or ally with Nanfeng required counsel from Hawkeye. The stakes were too high, and their grand plan could not afford any missteps, lest it all unravel. Hello. This is Hawkeye, came a voice. Hawkeye, it's me. I've encountered a situation. What kind of situation? I have matters to discuss with you as well. Please, go ahead. Nanfeng has discovered the eavesdropping device you installed on their ship. I see. I wanted to ask you how we should resolve this issue. I am en route to your location. We must deliberate on this matter thoroughly. Meeting in person is imperative, as we must arrive at a sound decision. Hurry. I await your arrival. Thus, their brief conversation concluded, and the cloaked figure surveyed the still bickering crowd before quietly departing. Chapter 47. Confidential discussion upon learning of the exposure of the eavesdropping device from Chishu. Hawkeye hastened towards the intelligence pirates base to discuss the situation regarding Nanfeng with the crew's leaders. After receiving the call from the cloaked figure, Hawkeye's urgency escalated. They needed to devise a plan promptly. Recent intelligence indicated that after Nanfeng and his crew vanished from Wicker Island, no sightings had occurred along that route, which was peculiar and unsettling. Hawkeye harbored several theories regarding their strange disappearance, one being that they evaded the world government's pursuit, and another that they were investigating the intelligence pirates' secret base, possibly having already discerned its location. Although he found the latter theory somewhat implausible, the peculiar capabilities of Nanfeng's group unsettled him. They had the potential to locate the elusive Eternal Emerald, which also made the secret base vulnerable. Upon arriving at the intelligence pirate's hidden base, Hawkeye was greeted by the familiar scenery, and he exhaled a sigh of relief, as if a weight had lifted from his chest. Prior to this, he had feared that Nanfeng's group had already discovered their location. Seeing a scene of harmony, he naturally felt reassured. At the bar's entrance, a guard, feigning the demeanor of a patron, acknowledged Hawkeye with a respectful nod before returning to his drink. As a seasoned secret guardian, such behavior was expected of them. Upon entering the base, Hawkeye directly found the cloaked figure in a private chamber, the usual venue for their discussions. After closing the door, he gestured for silence, then circled the room before taking a seat. This was a customary practice for Hawkeye. Each meeting required absolute confidentiality, and he had been using his observation hockey to ensure no eavesdropping devices were present. Once seated, the cloaked figure removed their hood and mask, revealing a striking visage, long, blue hair cascading to her waist. It was Nefertali Vivi, the reigning monarch of the Alabasta Kingdom and a descendant of the king who had once facilitated the formation of the world government. Now the sole surviving member of the Straw Hat Pirates. Upon witnessing Vivi's reveal, Hawkeye remarked, "I fail to comprehend why you feel the need to conceal your identity. I fear that my actions may endanger my citizens. You must understand that I am not only the head of the intelligence pirates but also the queen of Alabasta. I cannot allow the land I cherish to descend into chaos again." Vivi replied with a smile, her love for her country evident. "Very well, let us discuss our plans." For over a decade, Nami's strategy has been executed flawlessly, remaining on course. However, now, with Nanfeng's emergence, our plans have deviated, necessitating a serious approach to this individual. Hawkeye said, his tone cool, yet the implications of Nami's plan were startling. Indeed, first the Light Emperor, then the Gold Emperor, and now Dasky. 3 of the 10 strongest pirates have perished at their hands, which could yield dire consequences for our plans. However, if we collaborate with Nanfeng, their current strength could rival the 3 formidable figures we have lost. Vivi pondered, clearly conflicted regarding Nanfeng, whose presence was a source of great frustration. Indeed, their strength may exceed our expectations. Those peculiar giant birds have yet to engage in battle, yet I sense their immense power. Furthermore, Nanfeng and the Red-Eyed Roman have not demonstrated their full capabilities, and that madman Clara, while not as concealed in strength, certainly has something hidden. As for the others, aside from the Emerald Princess, Soroya, who lacks concrete prowess, the rest are continuously growing stronger, with many wielding formidable Logia abilities. This situation is indeed troubling, Hawkeye analyzed, shaking his head in exasperation. My opinion is to ally with them. They represent a potent force, albeit small in number. Much like the early Straw Hat Pirates who were few yet powerful. I have faith in them, Vivi expressed, her tone lightening as she recalled happier memories. I too wish to collaborate with them, but what of your subordinates' actions? After resolving the Wicker Island incident, Nanfeng may be searching for your base as we speak. What is your plan? Engage in battle? I am uncertain, which is why I sought your counsel for a mutually beneficial solution. Moreover, the youth pirate crew has vanished from the seas, and I cannot shake the ominous feeling that they may strike here at any moment. Perhaps I am merely overthinking. Vivi sighed. You share this sentiment as well? It astonishes me, Hawkeye replied, taken aback. While such feelings were not always credible, the fact that both experienced a similar unease warranted significant attention. Let us hasten to devise a plan. What price do you think we must pay to quell their ire and successfully collaborate with them? I am utterly at a loss, and Vivi is quite perturbed. This predicament is indeed a conundrum. The most precious treasure in this world is the great treasure itself. Perhaps you should relay this to him. Do not jest. Do you truly believe he is one who seeks answers from others? It is the devil fruit, of course. How many fruits are you willing to offer? Ordinary devil fruits would unlikely pique his interest. Alas, I possess no noteworthy devil fruits. How about you? Might you lend me one? A loan with no return, I presume? Yes. Very well, I do indeed have 2 powerful devil fruits, which may captivate their interest. I have recently acquired them and am loath to part with them. Yet for the sake of our plan, I see no alternative. Ultimately, Hawkeye chose to compromise, producing 2 devil fruits to assist Vivi through this crisis. Both fruits bore humanoid forms and wings. One was white, while the other was black, 2 peculiar devil fruits. Curiously glancing at the fruits on the table, Vivi inquired of Hawkeye. How strange are these 2 devil fruits? Aren't they based on actual fruits? Do such fruits truly exist? Indeed, the world boasts a myriad of fruits, each more diverse than the last. And what are these two devil fruits? I do not recall any such fruits in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. Indeed, these two fruits are quite unusual. Typically, a single plant yields but one devil fruit, yet these two were discovered growing on the same plant, which is rather extraordinary. Although they are absent from the encyclopedia, I did uncover information about them in ancient texts. Is that so? What fruits are they? Vivi was intrigued by the notion that these two fruits could sprout from the same plant, truly a remarkable phenomenon. Both of these fruits belong to the human fruit category. Akin to the Buddha fruit, representing a form of the human fruit. Deep within the ocean, the ship named the Youngster navigated through the waters. Above, an expansive sea loomed. Yet it did not encroach upon the vessel, which glided smoothly as if traversing the surface. The ship's ability to glide through the ocean was solely attributed to Nafi's powers, allowing the Youngster to vanish from sight, eluding those who sought it. Moreover, sailing through the depths offered glimpses of the underwater scenery and an abundance of culinary delights, resulting in sumptuous meals for the crew during these days. In Southwind's hand was a device reminiscent of a Dragon Ball radar. A radar produced by the Illusory Realm system, albeit under a different name this time. Observing the approaching target on the radar, Southwind smirked coldly. He had located the base of the intelligence pirates. Did they truly believe he would be unable to find it? After navigating beneath the waves for a time, Southwind noted the luminous dot on the radar, indicating they had arrived at their destination. Emerging from the depths, he beheld two mountains and a quaint town at their base, unable to grasp the reality before him. Having traveled underwater for a considerable time, he was not particularly familiar with their trajectory. Thus, upon seeing the island ahead, Southwind was incredulous. They had returned to Whiskey Peak. In the original narrative of One Piece, Whiskey Peak is a haven for pirates, yet the truth reveals it as a gathering place for bounty hunters and a subordinate branch of the clandestine Baroque Works organization. It is also where Vivi began her journey as Luffy's companion. Geographically, Whiskey Peak is the island one reaches after traversing the Twin Cape, marking the entrance to the Grand Line. Hence, it could be said they had returned. What? How can this be? This utterly defies logic. In the hidden chamber, upon hearing Hawkeye's revelation, Vivi was taken aback, as his words shattered her understanding of the world, leaving her in a state of disbelief. There is nothing astonishing about it. Have you forgotten the truth of history? If you are aware, then you should comprehend that this world is not as simple as it appears. Indeed, I have underestimated this world. Chapter 48. The Meeting at Whiskey Peak. Southwind and his companions successfully disembarked, following the radar's guidance to the very tavern where Hawkeye had first entered. Inside, a group of revelers paused in their merriment to behold the sudden arrival of newcomers, erupting into raucous laughter. Ha ha, which brat is this? This place is not for the likes of you. Go home and drink your milk. Yes, yes. Children your age should be nestled in their mother's arms, not here. Ha ha ha. Off you go to drink your milk. The tavern resonated with jeers, save for two guards stationed at the entrance, who remained silent, their faces betraying fear as beads of sweat trickled down their brows. One even dropped his glass in shock. Exchanging terrified glances, one guard urged the other, quickly, notify the others. I will handle this. Go now, or it may be too late. I will manage here. You must be cautious. Be on your guard. How could they have found this place? With that, one guard hastily retreated into a hidden passage, vanishing into its depths. The situation was far too alarming. Southwind and his companions had actually located this place, and the implications were too dreadful to contemplate. Inside the tavern, Southwind and his companions paid no heed to the jeers, indifferent to their laughter. Let them laugh. When they can no longer find humor in it, they will face the consequences. Surveying the tavern, Southwind approached the remaining guard. I assume you recognize us? Recognize you? How could I know such insignificant figures? Are you certain? Where's the base entrance? What base? I know nothing of it. With each inquiry, the guard became increasingly agitated. Southwind's questions revealing an undeniable awareness of the base's existence somewhere within Whiskey Peak, amplifying the guard's dread. Do you wish for this place to resemble White Island? I am not a particularly patient individual. What say you? Southwind remarked with a smile, though his words caused sweat to pour from the guard's forehead, as if he were caught in a deluge. I. The guard was at a loss for words, unsure whether to speak up or remain silent. Ha! Najia, what are you discussing with those children? A drunken man shouted loudly, his tone brimming with arrogance. Damn it, shut your mouth. Do you not realize who the esteemed individuals before you are? Najia, being a clever man, swiftly diverted attention away from the pressing inquiries of Nan Foam, instead engaging in a boisterous argument with others, clearly reluctant to converse with him. Haha, esteemed individuals. Nejia, have you lost your mind? They're just a bunch of kids, right? Isn't that so, little ones? Haha. Silence. Do not be disrespectful to your elders. As those words escaped the man's lips, Nejia's fear intensified. He was utterly dismayed by his companion's foolishness. Despite the warning to refrain from reckless talk, they only exacerbated the chaos. Haha. Look, Nejia has gone mad. Nejia, are you drunk? Shut up. These are the esteemed members of the young pirate's crew. Do not speak frivolously. Are you trying to court death? Nejia roared, as the group consisted of his drinking companions, and although they were merely acquaintances, he felt a bond with them. Nejia truly did not wish to see his friends perish in such a manner. Haha, did you hear that? Nejia claims they are the young pirate's crew. Young pirates crew. The entire bar fell into stunned silence at Nejia's revelation. This was indeed the most talked about pirate crew recently. The very same that had wreaked havoc on Wick Island just days prior. The horrific massacre during that unilateral slaughter had been etched in everyone's memory, and the gruesome scenes replayed in their minds. Everyone was left speechless by Nejia's words, some even dropping their jaws in disbelief, while others shattered their glasses in shock. The bar was engulfed in an eerie silence. Inside the base, a guard stumbled in, panting heavily. His legs trembled at the sight of Nan Feng and his companions. Fortunately, he was met by the captain of the guard, Jifeng. Upon seeing the captain, the guard hastily called out, "Captain Jifeng, hurry, there's trouble." Curious about the commotion, Jifeng approached, only to find one of the guards responsible for monitoring the entrance, named Inoue, slumped on the ground. Frowning, Jifeng queried, "What is going on? Weren't you supposed to be guarding the entrance? Why are you sitting here? Get up. Don't you feel ashamed?" Captain Jifeng, forget about that. We have a situation. The young pirate's crew has appeared at the bar above, and Nejia is trying to block them. Quickly relay this information back to the base. What? Are you certain it's them? Inoue's words startled Jifeng. The appearance of Nan Feng's crew was too swift. The Wick Island incident had only concluded a few days prior, and they had already arrived here, suggesting they had been heading here all along without hesitation. But how did they know this location? Without time to ponder further, Jifeng quickly took out his transponder snail and dialed their leader's number. Vivi, who was discussing matters with Hawkeye, frowned at the sudden ring of the transponder snail. Such calls were only made in emergencies. Her heart raced with concern. Hello, what has happened? Sir, this is Jifeng. According to reports from the entrance guards, the young pirate's crew has appeared in the bar above, and they seem to know the location of the base. You must leave quickly. I will hold them off. What? Are you certain it's them? Yes, sir, it's undoubtedly them. Do not act impulsively. I will handle matters regarding Nan Feng. Please, do not take any reckless actions. With that, Vivi decisively hung up, gazing somewhat helplessly at Hawkeye. Did you hear that? It seems our instincts were correct. They have indeed come looking for us. Let us go meet them, and given how swiftly they found our location, I believe we should engage in a deeper collaboration and share our plans with them. There could be unforeseen benefits. Certainly, let us proceed. I fear that if we delay, my subordinates may cause further trouble. With that, Vivi donned her mask and black cloak, restoring her original appearance before stepping out of the secret chamber alongside Hawkeye. In the bar, Nan Feng was keenly observing Nejia with interest. Truth be told, he found the guard intriguing. He displayed a hint of cleverness and an aptitude for social interactions, a true talent. Despite his interest, Nan Feng did not forget the purpose of his visit. He was not one to be easily distracted. Observing the stunned patrons in the bar, he coldly declared, "You all must leave. We have matters to discuss with Nejia, and I do not wish to be disturbed." As soon as Nan Feng finished speaking, the others hurriedly vacated the tavern, realizing the peril of their situation after learning that the person they had mocked was part of the young pirate's crew. However, as Nan Feng remained silent, none dared to move, fearful that any action might mislead him and result in dire consequences for themselves. Once the others had been cleared out, Nan Feng regarded Nejia with a bemused smile, tilting his head slightly as he asked, "Now, can we proceed? My patience is wearing thin." Nejia was once again at a loss for words when, at that moment, his saviors arrived. Vivi and Hawkeye had entered the tavern. "Captain Nan Feng, he is merely a subordinate. Please do not trouble him," Vivi implored. Upon seeing Hawkeye and the figure beside him clad in black, Nan Feng was momentarily taken aback. What was Hawkeye doing here? Did he have connections with the intelligence pirates? Or could it be that he was the mastermind behind them? However, the current situation was not conducive for Nan Feng to ponder further. With a gentle smile, Nanfeng addressed the figure in the black cloak, inquiring about his identity, expressing that they were unfamiliar with one another. I am the chief officer of the intelligence pirates. I believe we can engage in a conversation regarding our previous encounter. We take responsibility for our actions and wish to resolve any misunderstandings from that time. Indeed, I also feel that a discussion is necessary. Though whether it was a misunderstanding remains to be seen, the cloaked figure replied. Please, let us proceed. With a light smile, Nanfeng followed the figure, known as Hawkeyes, as they made their way to the rear of the base. Behind them, Roman and his companions kept close, ensuring Nanfeng's safety, as they were not inclined to let him venture alone into the unknown. Navigating through the winding corridors of the base, Nanfeng was taken aback by its vastness. Throughout the journey, he observed Hawkeyes with keen curiosity, particularly intrigued by the presence of such a formidable figure in this location. Upon entering the previously concealed chamber, Hawkeyes once again verified its security before inviting Nanfeng and his companions to sit. He exchanged a knowing glance with Vivi, to which she responded by removing her disguise, revealing her exquisite features. The moment the figure in the black cloak removed his hood and mask, astonishment washed over all but Roman and Clara, as they realized that the chief of the intelligence pirates was none other than Her Highness, Princess Vivi of the Alabasta Kingdom. Chapter 49. The Divine System. The Devil Fruit, a powerful entity in the world of pirates, grants extraordinary abilities to its consumers. While these fruits bestow significant powers, they also possess a glaring weakness, an aversion to seawater and sea prism stone. The fruits typically resemble common varieties, such as bananas or melons, yet are adorned with spiral patterns from skin to flesh. However, the devil fruits before Nanfeng were unlike any he had seen. They bore human forms, complete with wings. The peculiar markings on the two fruits confirmed their identity as devil fruits. Looking up at Hawkeyes and Vivi, Nanfeng smiled lightly. Surely you do not intend to compensate us with these two devil fruits. That would be rather insufficient. Or do you truly believe they are adequate recompense? Hawkeyes replied with a calm smile. Though this is our first encounter, I assure you that these two devil fruits are indeed sufficient compensation. Once regarded as a fearsome figure, Hawkeyes now bore a smile that struck Nanfeng as somewhat mercantile. Was this truly the same solitary and intimidating Hawkeyes from before? Is that so? Could you enlighten us about these two devil fruits? I require further understanding to determine their adequacy as compensation. Of course, rest assured. The capabilities of these two fruits are formidable, Vivi responded with a smile. These two devil fruits were indeed peculiar. Typically, a single plant yields only one fruit, yet these two grew from the same plant, marking their first oddity. The second peculiarity lay in their shape. While most devil fruits resemble common fruits, these took on human forms. Though human-shaped fruits are rare, their existence added to the intrigue. The third oddity was their names. My research into the devil fruit compendium yielded no information on these two. It was only after extensive examination of ancient texts that I discovered their identities. The black devil fruit is known as the demon fruit, while the white one is called the angel fruit. Before Hawkeyes could elaborate further on the fourth peculiarity, Nanfeng interrupted. A fruit named the demon fruit? How could such a name exist? I was equally perplexed at first, but upon learning of their abilities, it became clear. Let me first discuss the fourth peculiarity before revealing their powers, Hawkeye said, unfazed by the interruption, smiling gently, as he too had been astonished by the name at first. Please, continue. I am beginning to believe these two fruits may indeed compensate us adequately, though I desire to learn more. Nanfeng's curiosity surged. He yearned to possess these two fruits, regardless of their immediate utility, as he sensed their significance. The fourth peculiarity is that these two devil fruits can be consumed by a single individual due to their growth on the same plant. Thus, one person could acquire the powers of both fruits, making them a rare dual devil fruit user, second only to the likes of Blackbeard. Hawkeye smirked, confident that Nanfeng would find them enticing, for even he hesitated to part with them. Oh, is that so? What extraordinary devil fruits these are. I am even more intrigued. Might we now discuss their abilities? Nanfeng's eyes sparkled with fascination, akin to a child captivated by a wondrous sight. You are likely familiar with the former Marine Admiral Sengoku's abilities as he wielded the power of the Buddha fruit. These two devil fruits belong to the same category as the Buddha fruit. Previously, it was believed that the Buddha fruit was an animal type, mythical beast form of the human fruit. However, this is not the case. My research revealed that this series of devil fruits is classified under the divine system. This series of devil fruits is indeed immensely powerful. Even the abilities of the devil fruits from the other three categories are merely branches of a particular fruit within the holy category. The consumer of a devil fruit transforms into a demon, acquiring all the powers associated with it. It is essential to comprehend that demons wield a multitude of formidable abilities. Consuming a devil fruit is akin to partaking in several varieties at once, such as the darkness fruit or the plague fruit, as demons preside over darkness and disease. The consumers of angel fruits and the wielders of devil fruits possess remarkably similar abilities, enabling them to metamorphose into angels and gain angelic powers. Most crucially, as I previously mentioned, these two fruits can be consumed by a single individual. Can you fathom the immense strength that would be bestowed upon one person consuming both? Instantly attaining power comparable to that of a general would not be an exaggeration. To be frank, I genuinely hesitate to part with these two devil fruits. Mihawk's expression reveals his reluctance, showcasing his deep attachment to such remarkable fruits. Even Nanfeng is visibly captivated by Mihawk's description of them. However, Nanfeng's expression soon turned pensive as he regarded Mihawk with curiosity, inquiring about why he had never heard of a holy category devil fruit before, especially since even the Buddha fruit was classified under the Zoan category. Is this not rather strange? The existence of the holy type devil fruits has always been a reality, albeit one that is rarely manifested. This particular series of fruits requires an extensive period for maturation, with their ripening time determined by the magnitude of the powers they confer. Among these, the Buddha fruit can be considered rather weak, thus allowing it to surface earlier than others. Due to the formidable nature of this series, they have previously been collectively obliterated through unique means. Even the records chronicling their existence have been annihilated once. Consequently, these fruits have not been seen for an extended duration. As Hawkeye solemnly explained to Nanfeng. Upon hearing Hawkeye's words, Nanfeng fell into a contemplative silence, taken aback by the revelation. His curiosity deepened as he pondered who could have orchestrated such a destruction of these potent fruits, what motives lay behind it, and what methods were employed in their eradication. Furthermore, he questioned why these fruits would reappear if they had indeed been destroyed collectively, implying that the existence of at least two must remain. As he raised his gaze to Hawkeye, Nanfeng was about to voice his inquiries when Hawkeye raised his hand to halt him. With a smile, he said, "I know what you wish to ask. It pertains to the obliteration of the holy type devil fruits. However, I cannot divulge this information. Such secrets are enshrined within the great treasure of the Pirate King. You do not strike me as someone who seeks to uncover these secrets through others. Even if you were to ask, I would remain silent. If you wish to know, become the Pirate King. Given your assertion, what more can I say? Rest assured, I am determined to become the Pirate King. Now, with that settled, may I take my leave?" With that, Nanfeng rose, intending to depart, yet was once again intercepted by Hawkeye. "I recall that we share a partnership. Initially, I intended to await your arrival in the New World to gauge your strength before entering into a comprehensive collaboration. However, given the unexpected events and your demonstrated prowess, I now wish to pursue a full partnership with you. What say you?" In response to Hawkeye's words, Nanfeng slowly retook his seat. Intrigued by the man before him, he perceived that Hawkeye possessed not only formidable martial might but also a staggering intellect, which only piqued his interest further. Thus, he was more than willing to listen to Hawkeye's proposal for collaboration. "Of course, I am all ears. Please, proceed. Let us first discuss the Navy's plans. You are likely well aware of them, perhaps even more so than I, given that we eavesdropped on your discussions. I have already established a partnership with the Navy. To ensure the success of their plans without marring their reputation, we intend for me to lead the pirates under the pretense of avenging the second Pirate King, assisting the Navy in their victory. My inquiry is whether your youthful pirate crew will join me in this endeavor. I shall not accompany you. I will act independently under the guise of vengeance, for the five elders have pursued me more than once. Additionally, our collaboration would inevitably raise suspicions among others." Upon receiving Nanfeng's answer, Hawkeye nodded and then looked at him with a serious expression, lowering his voice. "There is one more matter, a significant secret. I implore you to keep this under wraps. It must not be disclosed to anyone." Chapter 50. Monkey Island in the south. The sea lay tranquil as Nanfeng and his companions departed Whiskey Peak, their destination set for Monkey Island in the South Bay. Standing silently at the bow of the ship, Nanfeng gazed at the vast expanse of the ocean, his eyes vacant as he contemplated his thoughts. Behind him, Nonia and the others were also restless, particularly Dandy, whose expression was a mix of solemnity and subdued delight. Since learning of Hawkeye's plans, Nanfeng had been lost in thought, grappling with a growing sense of confusion. Was this truly still the world of the Pirate King? Why did it feel increasingly absurd? Roman quietly approached the bow, his expression impassive as he observed Nanfeng. What occupies your mind? What could possibly warrant such distraction? There are few things in this world worthy of your concern. You are familiar with the history of this world, are you not? Thus, you should comprehend the ramifications if Hawkeye's plans succeed, which would undoubtedly be a scene of global astonishment, an era filled with unparalleled strength. Then why do you still consent to collaborate with them? Even if we were to refuse, they cannot detain us against our will. I understand that. However, I wish to witness such an era, the age of formidable powers, which is precisely what I desire. What then occupies your thoughts? Shouldn't you be elated? I am contemplating how to expedite the realization of my goal, to become the third Pirate King. Their plans will soon come to fruition, and I have but a few years to achieve my ambition. As he spoke, Nanfeng's gaze hardened, filled with unwavering determination. He must secure his position before the success of that plan, so that he may reign supreme in the forthcoming age of might. The journey to Monkey Island in the south felt like a nostalgic pilgrimage, retracing the steps they had previously taken along the Grand Line. Hidden Isle had largely succumbed to the sea, leaving behind only a volcano jutting above the water, the land once known now submerged and relegated to history. After casting a distant glance at Hidden Isle, the group pressed onward without hesitation toward their next destination, with the most exhilarated among them being Soroya, as it was her homeland. Upon arriving at Emerald Island, Soroya could hardly contain her excitement. As the ship docked, she soared towards the Emerald Palace on her phoenix wings, while Nanfeng and the others remained on board, acutely aware of their time constraints. Originally, Nanfeng had over 9 years to fulfill his goal. Yet with Hawkeye's plans nearing success, his aspiration to become the Pirate King would undoubtedly become more challenging. Thus, he needed to hasten his ascent to become the third Pirate King. Although he bore no fear of adversity, Nanfeng detested complications. As a former recluse, laziness had become his hallmark, and he was unwilling to invite unnecessary burdens into his life. After departing Emerald Island, they set their sights on the next isle, the recently devastated Whiskey Peak. From a considerable distance, they could discern the towering Hero Monument. To their astonishment, upon their arrival at Whiskey Peak, they discovered a group attempting to excavate the Hero Monument, believing it to be a treasure capable of shattering the island itself, while remaining impervious to damage. After swiftly dispatching the band of thieves seeking to steal the monument, Nanfeng and his companions continued their journey towards their ultimate destination, Monkey Island in the South Bay. The youthful pirate crew was on the move. South Bay Monkey Island, an ancient isle along the Great Maritime Route, stands distinct from other primordial islands. Unlike those ruled by formidable dinosaurs, this island is governed by a myriad of powerful monkeys. From the outer shores to the interior, various species of monkeys thrive, their strength rendering it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to traverse its terrain. The endeavor to record this island with a permanent pointer is exceedingly challenging. Legends whisper of a tremendously potent devil fruit residing atop South Bay Monkey Island, fiercely guarded by these monkeys, who await a worthy champion capable of claiming its power. Over countless years, treasure seekers have flocked to this island. Yet most have met their demise at the hands of the monkeys. Only those who successfully reach the heart of South Bay Monkey Island are deemed worthy of the fruit. Currently, a grand vessel is anchored at the shore of South Bay Monkey Island, where the majority of monkeys have already perished. A crimson trail of blood stretches from the island's exterior deep into its core. At the center of a vast plaza, a small tree stands quietly, adorned with a monkey-shaped devil fruit that shimmers with a golden glow. In the plaza, a confrontation unfolds between a group of monkeys and a contingent of humans. Behind the monkeys, a small, bloodied monkey, though gravely injured, is adorned with radiant golden fur. Humans, depart from Monkey Island. This place is not meant for your kind. Neither the sacred fruit nor the sacred monkeys are within your reach, declared the leader of the monkeys, an elderly ape cloaked in white fur, his voice laced with palpable menace and disdain for the intruders. Do you take us for fools, old monkey? Given your evident animosity towards us, it is clear you would not simply allow us to leave. What, then, lies beneath your apprehension? Replied the human leader, a gentle smile gracing his face. Yet his tone betrayed no warmth. Upon hearing the human leader's words, the old monkey narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the assembly before him. Their attire was uniform and orderly, indicative of a disciplined organization, unlike pirates who would never don matching garb. To his understanding of the world, only one entity is known for such uniformity and strict discipline: the world government. Among the world government's notable factions are the Navy and the CP organizations. However, the group before him clearly did not belong to either. They appeared to be a secretive organization hidden within the folds of the world government. Moreover, their insignia clearly indicates their allegiance to the world government, whose banner is adorned with a cross, each of its 4 points embellished with a large circular dot. The symbols upon these individuals closely resemble that of the world government, nearly identical, save for the addition of an S at each of the large circular dots and SS inscribed at the intersections. I am aware of your affiliation with the world government, yet I remain oblivious to which organization you belong. Historically, we have maintained a peaceful coexistence, so what is your intent? Do you seek to disrupt this tranquility? Allow me to formally introduce ourselves. We are the newly established secret organization of the world government, known as the Holy Knights. As for our responsibilities, that is information you need not concern yourself with. However, if you wish to uphold our mutual non-interference, you must surrender what you refer to as the sacred fruit to us. Absolutely not. The sacred fruit shall never be relinquished to you. You are not its rightful owners, unless you wish to tread over our corpses to obtain it. Then there appears to be no alternative. Since you refuse, we shall simply take it by force. Upon uttering these words, the leader adopted a battle-ready stance, and his entourage followed suit. Yet, before they could engage, they found themselves frozen in place. For at some unknown moment, 4 monkeys had appeared around them, each wielding a stick. The instant these 4 monkeys materialized, the members of the Holy Knights were rendered motionless, paralyzed by the overwhelming pressure emanating from the monkeys. Although formidable in their own right, they could sense that these 4 monkeys were far more powerful. Observing the arrival of the monkeys, the lead monkey smirked coldly and addressed the Holy Knights. Do you truly believe I fear you? I am merely biding my time until the arrival of the 4 elders. I have stated it clearly. You shall not take the sacred fruit. It does not belong to you. Monkeys, I cannot believe I fell for your ruse. But do you seek to wage war against the world government? Are you not afraid of the Demon Slayer Order wiping out the entire Monkey Island? From the moment you took the life of our first descendant, our relationship has become one of unending enmity. Today, you shall not escape Monkey Island. Elders, I implore you, annihilate them without mercy. Very well, responded the lead monkey. Raising its long staff high, with a merciless strike, it descended upon them. As the first blow was struck, the other monkeys wasted no time in launching their own attacks, decimating the audacious intruders with ruthless efficiency. The 4 monkeys exhibited exceptional skill in wielding their staffs, turning their enemies into mere remnants of defeat. Even the leader found himself no match for the 4 elders, swiftly meeting his demise beneath the weight of their blows. Subsequently, an elder produced some herbs to treat the severely injured golden monkey, while the other 3 elders gazed gravely at the exterior of Monkey Island, where they sensed several formidable forces approaching. On board the vessel, as they neared South Bay Monkey Island, Nan Feng felt a surge of excitement, for he held a particular fondness for monkeys, creatures renowned for their high intelligence and endearing nature. Chapter 51. The Divine Monkey Fruit. As they drew closer to South Bay Monkey Island, the expression on Nan Feng's face grew increasingly somber. A potent scent of blood assailed their senses from a distance, pungent and overwhelming. Upon setting foot on the island, Nan Feng beheld a gruesome scene. Countless corpses littered the ground, predominantly that of monkeys, interspersed with a few human remains. Raising his gaze toward the depths of South Bay Monkey Island, he discerned several powerful auras that could not be underestimated. After exchanging glances, the group began their trek into the heart of the island. The further they ventured, the more their hearts sank. It was a veritable hell on earth, with bodies strewn about. Some of the girls felt nauseated, although they were not virtuous themselves. The horror of the scene surpassed their own misdeeds. It appeared that Nan Feng and his companions were among the easiest to access South Bay Monkey Island, as their passage was unhindered. Yet, the deeper they moved, the more they felt the weight of those powerful auras, rivaling their own true strength. After traversing a shadowy woodland path, they emerged into a vast square, where a congregation of monkeys had gathered. Among them, 4 monkeys exhibited the most formidable presences, standing behind a diverse assembly of larger and smaller monkeys. Among this throng, one golden-haired little monkey shone the brightest, its fur glistening like gold, its eyelids sparkling with a golden hue, reminiscent of eyes ablaze with fire. This was the reason for Nan Feng's intense focus on it. Noticing Nan Feng's unwavering gaze on the golden monkey, one of the 4 elder monkeys unhesitatingly raised its staff and charged toward him, aiming to strike. Despite the elder's fierce demeanor, Roman effortlessly intercepted the blow, preventing it from reaching Ninfeng. After catching the elder's massive staff, Roman yanked it forcefully, leaping up and delivering a kick to the elder, sending it staggering several steps back until it was caught by the other elders, stabilizing itself. Witnessing the elder being so easily repelled, the elder monkey, who had been overseeing the situation, approached without fear, fixing a penetrating stare on Ninfeng and his companions. It inquired, "Who are you, and what brings you to my monkey island? Humans are not welcome here. We bear no ill intentions. We merely seek to rest on the island for a time. Once the permanent pointer records our location, we shall depart." Initially, we intended to rest at the periphery, but curiosity led us inward upon witnessing the state of the island. Ninfeng hastily responded, wishing to avoid conflict with the monkeys. After a lengthy contemplation, the elder monkey glanced at the four elders, who nodded in agreement. The elder then turned its gaze back to Ninfeng and his companions, nodding slightly, evidently granting them permission to rest. "Thank you," Ninfeng exclaimed gratefully. Truth be told, he had not anticipated such leniency from the monkeys, having heard tales of their hostility towards outsiders. It seemed that recent events had altered their demeanor, as evidenced by the numerous casualties scattered about. "You may rest here, but we have a few stipulations that we hope you will adhere to. First, you are to remain at the periphery and must not approach the central area of the square. Second, you must not harm any monkeys on the island. Third, you are to leave immediately once the permanent pointer has recorded your location." Although the elder monkey had granted permission for them to rest, it still laid down these conditions, for they held no fondness for humans, especially after suffering such losses at their hands. Had it not been for the tragic events that unfolded, they would never have allowed humans to linger here, particularly since this island housed a sacred fruit. What if humans were to covet it? "Understood. We agree to your terms," Ninfeng replied without hesitation. The elders' demands were not overly stringent and did not conflict with their objectives. Thus, there was no reason to decline. Upon receiving Ninfeng's affirmative response, the elder monkey gestured to the others, signaling them to withdraw, while the four elders remained to oversee the humans and ensure they behaved. With the other monkeys departed, only 6 remained in the square: the 4 elders, the elder monkey, and the peculiar golden-haired monkey. They did not leave the square, but lingered, observing the newcomers. Once the monkeys dispersed, Ninfeng and his companions retrieved tents and other supplies from their self-made spatial gear, setting up a temporary camp. After successfully erecting the tents, they busied themselves with various tasks. Suddenly, Nonaya dashed to Ninfeng's side, tugging at his clothing and pointing towards a small tree in the center of the square, where a devil fruit resembling a monkey hung. The moment Ninfeng laid eyes on the fruit, he recognized it as the divine monkey fruit, a sacred type devil fruit. During their time at Whiskey Peak, Mihawk had provided Ninfeng with a fragmented ancient catalog of devil fruits, which detailed the existence of this extraordinarily powerful fruit. Realization dawned upon him. Legends surrounding South Bay Monkey Island were indeed true. A treasure resided here, and it was this formidable devil fruit that the monkeys were safeguarding. However, Ninfeng found it perplexing that this divine monkey fruit appeared ripe, yet the monkeys merely guarded it without consuming it. Was there some peculiar reason behind this? It was not surprising for Ninfeng to ponder such questions, as he had previously contemplated having Soroya consume the angel fruit and the devil fruit to grant her immense power. Yet, his intentions were thwarted by the phoenix and the Luan birds, who insisted that Soroya should not partake of those fruits, as they would help her find another sacred fruit, the holy phoenix fruit. Might the monkey's refusal to consume the devil fruit stem from some other underlying reason? It was indeed a perplexing conundrum. Despite the sight of the divine monkey fruit, Ninfeng had no inclination to seize it. For one, it did not belong to them. And for another, it was a treasure protected by the monkeys, and he could not simply take it. Shaking his head at Nonaya, he resumed other tasks. And seeing his response, Nonaya followed suit, understanding that as a crew member, she must adhere to the captain's orders. In front of the tent, Dandy was grilling meat, procured from elsewhere and preserved in their spatial gear, fresh and ready for consumption. Truly, Dandy's culinary skills were commendable, as the aroma wafted enticingly even before the meat was fully cooked. In the square, Roman was engaged in a duel with the elder who had previously confronted him. Having been sent flying by Roman's kick, the elder was indignant and seized the opportunity to challenge Roman while Ninfeng and the others were resting. Typically, someone of Roman's stature would not acquiesce to such demands, Yet he found himself unable to resist the elder's persistent coaxing and ultimately agreed. The ensuing clash between the two was intense. Although the monkey's staff techniques were formidable, Roman's physical prowess surpassed them. Their battle inevitably attracted a throng of curious monkeys, as these creatures are inherently drawn to commotion, and the sight of a fight was particularly captivating. The once empty square soon became crowded with monkeys. As their numbers swelled, the fighters found themselves with little room to maneuver, forcing them to conclude their bout prematurely. The monkey, however, seemed rather displeased, clearly yearning for more action, yet resigned to the nature of its kind. Unexpectedly, amidst the spectators, Dandy discovered that the freshly roasted meat he had prepared was mysteriously missing, evidently pilfered by the mischievous monkey. Scanning the surroundings, he ultimately spotted remnants of grease around the mouth of a golden-haired monkey, indicating its involvement in the theft. With a resigned glance at Nan Fong, Dandy retrieved fresh meat from his spatial equipment to grill anew. Recognizing that Nan Fong did not intend to pursue the matter further, he exhibited a remarkable leniency towards the monkeys. The elder monkey, having noticed the golden-haired monkey's mischief, shot at an irritated glare before leaving the square. Upon his return, he carried a sturdy wooden post. Approaching Nan Fong, he apologized, explaining that Chi Tian had been disobedient and had stolen their meat. He offered the monkey wine contained within the post as compensation, urging them not to take offense. Not at all. If he enjoys it, he is welcome to join us for a meal. There is plenty to share. After all, we are friends, he added amiably. Indeed, as the saying goes, one does not truly know another until they have clashed. We are friends now? Before the elder could respond, the elder who had challenged Roman burst into laughter, slinging an arm around Roman's shoulder, prompting eye rolls from both the elder monkey and Roman, while the other three elders sighed in exasperation. The elder monkey had offered the monkey wine to distance himself from Nan Fong and his companions, remaining cautious of them, as he perceived humans as inherently untrustworthy, driven by ulterior motives. Little did he anticipate the foolishness of the elder's actions. Chapter 52. The Four Divine Monkeys with the Elder's Interference. The elder monkey found it difficult to voice further objections and reluctantly acquiesced. The elder monkey, who had gained the default approval of the old monkey, was quite familiar with Roman. Despite Roman's evident aversion towards him, the elder maintained an air of indifference. Influenced by this monkey, several other elders gradually joined in, and more monkeys continued to come together. Even the golden monkey, Chi Tian, was seen mingling with Nan Fong, their camaraderie evident. This, however, kept Dandy preoccupied as she had to prepare additional roasting racks. The meal became an extravagant affair, extending from day into night, and then from night back into day. Eventually, even the old monkey succumbed to the allure of Dandy's culinary creations and joined the feast, partaking in the monkey's brew with Nan Fong and the others. By the time it concluded, only a few remained sober. The rest, humans and monkeys alike, were sprawled on the ground in slumber. In front of the tent, Nan Fong was still drinking with Roman and several monkeys. As a reclusive individual, Nan Fong's tolerance for alcohol was rather poor. Were it not for his spatial abilities providing an advantage, he would have been intoxicated long ago. Animals are remarkably simple. One moment they are foes, and the next, friends. This is not due to foolishness, but rather a reflection of their benevolent nature and the ability to perceive the hearts of others, possessing a kind of spiritual vision. After a hearty round of drinks, Nan Fong and the others were exhilarated, as were the monkeys. The golden-haired Chi Tian curled up, resting his head on Nan Fong's lap, while several monkeys lay beneath Nonia, and Zyroya, too, had succumbed to drink, resting his head on Nonia's abdomen. Observing the peculiar sleeping positions resulting from their inebriation, Nan Fong chuckled, having never seen the girls in such a state, which he found amusing. The old monkey looked on, bemused, at the sea of sleeping monkeys around him, a smile gracing his face. Having just endured a life-and-death struggle the previous day, to see them in such a state now was indeed remarkable. Raising his glass unsteadily, the old monkey addressed Nan Fong. "Come, my young friend, let us continue to drink." He himself was quite tipsy. Glancing at the sprawled figures of both humans and monkeys, Nan Fong turned to Roman, smiled, and then collapsed onto the ground, slipping into unconsciousness. Although he and tea consumed much alcohol, his constant use of spatial abilities had drained him significantly, and now he longed for rest. In the chamber of Mariawa, the five elders convened once more. However, this time their discussions bore no relation to Nan Fong, but rather revolved around a weighty topic. What on earth was happening lately? Troubles seemed to arise incessantly. The young pirates had yet to be dealt with when the Round Table Knights emerged, and now, to complicate matters further, the Reaper pirates had appeared. The 7 warlords were nearing annihilation, with 4 already fallen and 1 gravely injured, leaving only 2. The strength of their forces had diminished severely. As Hirano spoke, he appeared to age decades in an instant, resembling a true elder. Was it that the 7 warlords were inept? Or was it that this new generation of pirates was exceptionally formidable? Not to mention the young pirates and the Round Table Knights. The newly emerged Reaper pirates could not be underestimated, especially their captain, Reaper Eckrel, whose prowess was alarming. Observing his abilities, I harbor an ominous premonition. I suspect he has consumed a fruit from the series of those that were obliterated. The Reaper fruit, Noda Kiichi stated solemnly, having discerned something significant. Upon hearing Noda's words, Hirano and Azuma Yasunori abruptly lifted their heads, their gazes intense as they looked at Noda, their faces reflecting disbelief. Are you serious? Could the holy fruit have re-emerged in this world? Azuma whispered, his voice low. I do not know. It merely feels that way. Furthermore, reports have emerged that the once nearly defunct organization has begun to stir, seemingly having discovered something and is in pursuit. However, only a small faction within the organization is active. The truly powerful higher-ups have yet to make a move. I suspect it is highly likely that the holy fruit has resurfaced, Noda continued. From Eckrel's abilities, it was nearly impossible to ascertain what fruit he had consumed, as he exhibited multiple powers, akin to utilizing several devil fruits. The only possible candidates for such a phenomenon would be the holy-type devil fruits. And it is quite plausible that it is indeed the Reaper fruit, given the similarities between his capabilities and those documented of the Reaper fruit. Hirano interjected. The Holy Knights are an ancient organization under the direct jurisdiction of a particular individual. No one else possesses the authority to mobilize them. Their existence is dedicated to the search for holy-type fruits. Since the destruction of the holy fruits, they have not acted for a long time. Their sudden reactivation likely indicates that the holy fruits have indeed reappeared. Noda stated gravely, regardless, we shall not involve ourselves with this matter. It is beyond our purview. Let the Holy Knights handle it. Now, let us discuss other matters. As Nanfeng opened his eyes, he rubbed his head and sat up, surveying his surroundings. Most of those who had been sprawled on the ground were now stirring, attempting to rise and stretch. He discovered that the golden monkey Chi Tian was still asleep on his lap, rendering his legs numb. Shaking his head with a smile, Nanfeng affectionately patted the golden monkey on the head. He lifted his gaze to find the old monkey watching him with a benevolent expression. You're awake? How was your rest? The old monkey inquired. Quite well. Your constitution is remarkable. After consuming such copious amounts of alcohol, you still appear so spirited. I'm holding up, though not as well as before. Young man, would you be interested in hearing a tale of Monkey Island? Certainly. I would love to hear it. I've always been curious why you guard the sacred monkey fruit yet refrain from consuming it. Upon hearing Nanfeng's words, the old monkey paused, surprised that Nanfeng recognized the fruit as the sacred monkey fruit. The fact that he was aware of its power yet harbored no ill intentions indicated that he was indeed a good person. Monkey Island has always been a sacred place for the monkey tribe, the dream destination for every monkey. The island possesses great power and has historically been the sole birthplace of the sacred monkey fruit, no matter how many times it undergoes rebirth. The sacred monkey fruit will always regenerate on Monkey Island. In every new era, a sacred monkey, represented by a golden monkey, emerges when it seeks to realize its dreams by consuming the sacred fruit, i.e., the sacred monkey fruit. In the past, Monkey Island has birthed the sacred monkey fruit 3 times and consequently 3 sacred monkeys, resulting in 3 formidable sacred monkeys. These sacred monkeys evolved after consuming the sacred monkey fruit. The 3 distinguished sacred monkeys were the long-armed monkey, capable of grasping the sun and moon, traversing mountains, discerning fortune and misfortune, and manipulating the cosmos. The red bum monkey, adept in understanding the dualities of existence, navigating human affairs, and prolonging life. And the 6-eared macaque, a master of sound, insightful in understanding the intricacies of life, and possessing profound clarity regarding all things. And Chi Tian shall ascend to become the next divine monkey. Once he harbors his own aspirations, he will undoubtedly transform into a formidable deity of the simian realm. Although the exact form of this transformation remains uncertain, it is assuredly one of great power. After listening to the old monkey recount the hidden truths of the Monkey Island, Ninfeng found himself unable to regain his composure for an extended period. The events he encountered in this world have thoroughly shattered his preconceived notions of the One Piece universe. He even began to question whether this truly was the realm of One Piece. The primary reason for Nanfeng's predicament lies in the words of the old monkey, along with the myriad peculiar occurrences he has encountered. When reflecting upon the strangest phenomena he has encountered in this world, the emergence of the phoenix in the Lunaria stands out. Initially, he believed their appearance to be a mere coincidence. However, he was taken aback to discover that even the 4 great divine monkeys have made their entrance, although presently only 3 of the divine monkeys are visible. Nanfeng is confident that once Chi-Tian partakes of the divine monkey fruit, he will undoubtedly transform into the illustrious Lingming stone monkey. Nanfeng's mind is now a tempest of confusion, leaving him at a loss for what to do. The sight of the phoenix and Lunaria was already astonishing enough. Now, with the appearance of the 4 great divine monkeys, it feels as though events are unfolding in accordance with the mythological tales of a bygone era. Moreover, there are angels and demons. Most crucially, Nanfeng has glimpsed the fragmented depiction of the holy-type devil fruit in the ancient compendium at Eagle Is. The holy-type devil fruits are predominantly named after deities, and the scant descriptions reveal that they possess divine capabilities. These fruits are not solely derived from the gods of the Eastern world, but also include those from the Western pantheon, indicating a pressing need for a clandestine discourse with the phoenix bird. Setting aside his wandering thoughts, Nanfeng smiled at the old monkey, suddenly struck by a notion. To enlist the golden-haired monkey, Chi-Tian, onto his vessel, such an addition would provide a formidable ally, albeit one that would require his cunning to achieve. Despite his musings on other matters, Nanfeng astutely sensed that the old monkey had ulterior motives in sharing this information with him. Upon hearing Nanfeng's inquiry, the old monkey chuckled, remarking on the convenience of dealing with an astute individual. In truth, I have a request of you, one I hope you will honor. Curious, Nanfeng urged him to elaborate, stating, I must first understand the nature of your request before deciding on my acquiescence. I wish for you to take Chi-Tian with you. He is the holy monkey of this generation and will one day become the divine monkey. However, his presence, along with the existence of the divine monkey fruit, poses a threat to the island. I find myself unable to manage this situation, but with you to take him, I can rest easy. Upon hearing the old monkey's words, Nanfeng, who had been contemplating how to abscond with Chi-Tian, immediately agreed. It was as if the universe had conspired to grant him an opportunity at the most opportune moment. Chapter 53. The Birth of the Divine Monkey and the Journey to the West. The Buddha Tathagata once remarked about the 6-eared macaque, one of the 4 great divine monkeys. Within the universe, there exist 5 immortals, embodying the quintessence of God, human, spirit, and demon, and 5 creatures, representing the myriad forms of life. This entity transcends the realms of heaven, earth, divinity, humanity, and demonhood, evading classification into the 10 categories of existence, thus revealing that the 4 great divine monkeys are extraordinary beings beyond the 6 realms of existence, possessing immense power that should not be underestimated. Though the reasons behind the transformation of so many deities from the past into devil fruits remain elusive, Nanfeng understands that all these occurrences are intricately linked to his previous life's world. At present, his foremost desire is to engage in earnest dialogue with the phoenix bird and the wand bird, for they surely hold vital knowledge. Although Nanfeng had contemplated conversing with the spirit Q, he ultimately abandoned the idea, knowing well that Q would be reticent to share any insights. It would be more prudent to inquire of the phoenix bird and the wand bird instead. However, given the multitude of individuals present, he hesitated to voice his questions. For reasons unknown, the 2 birds had not ascended to Nan-Wan Monkey Island, instead claiming to be guardians of the youth ship. The old monkey, delighted by Nanfeng's affirmative response, reveled in the prospect of the divine monkey's emergence. However, after the incident involving the Holy Knight Brigade, the strength of Monkey Island had diminished considerably, prompting him to seek a means to entrust the holy monkey to another. Despite their brief interaction, the old monkey perceived Nanfeng's essence with remarkable clarity. He recognized him as a harbinger of death, yet found him to be a steadfast protector of his own kin. The old monkey also discerned Nanfeng's true identity. Each day, newsbirds flitted through the skies above Monkey Island, and having lived for such a long time, the old monkey had acquired the ability to speak human language, gradually learning to read and write. When Nanfeng first appeared, the old monkey felt an uncanny familiarity. which crystallized into realization after he sobered up. Ninfeng was the young man frequently featured in the newspapers, known as the Youth King. It was upon recognizing Nanfeng's identity that the old monkey conceived the idea of entrusting Qi Tian to him. Despite the media's portrayal of Nanfeng as a ruthless figure, he had demonstrated kindness toward his associates, evidenced by the Emerald Island incident sparked by the Golden Emperor's capture of his crew. After successfully entrusting Qi Tian to Nanfeng, the old monkey jubilantly performed several somersaults before hastening to the divine monkey fruit, carefully plucking it and reverently carrying it to Nanfeng's side. Gently shaking the slumbering Qi Tian, whose mouth still bore traces of drool, the old monkey roused him from his deep sleep. Dazed, Qi Tian wiped his mouth and rubbed his eyes, gazing at the old monkey who had called him, appearing adorably bewildered. Presenting the divine monkey fruit to Qi Tian, the old monkey smiled and said, "Qi Tian, have you not longed to escape Monkey Island and explore the world beyond? Consume this fruit and become the divine monkey." Initially still in a daze, Qi Tian suddenly snapped to attention upon hearing the old monkey's words, his spirit soaring as he locked eyes with the old monkey. "Do you truly consent? Can I finally partake in this fruit?" "Indeed, Qi Tian, this fruit is destined for you. I had previously refrained from allowing you to consume it, fearing for your safety in the outside world. However, now that you have companions in Nanfeng and his crew, I can rest assured as you set sail." The old monkey said kindly, extending his hand to affectionately pat Qi Tian's fluffy head before placing the divine monkey fruit into his grasp. Hearing the old monkey's words, Qi Tian, cradling the divine monkey fruit, turned to look at Nanfeng, who nodded encouragingly. Then, he faced the old monkey, who too nodded in affirmation. At long last, Qi Tian focused on the fruit in his hands, carrying the divine monkey fruit to the center of the square. He gazed at the small tree that had withered since the fruit was harvested. Tears welled in his eyes as he opened his mouth wide and took a substantial bite of the divine monkey fruit, followed by several more vigorous bites. Devouring the entire fruit as if he were oblivious to its flavor, perhaps because the turmoil in his heart overshadowed any taste. As Qi Tian swallowed the last morsel of the divine monkey fruit, the entire Monkey Island trembled violently, awakening both humans and monkeys from their slumber. Their faces etched with confusion as they looked around, fearing some calamity had befallen them, such as an earthquake or tsunami. As the island trembled, countless stones hurtled from all directions, burying Qi Tian beneath them, ultimately forming a massive boulder that enveloped him, rendering him invisible. The sight left the old monkey and the others utterly astonished. The old monkey yearned to rush forth and rescue Qi Tian, but was firmly restrained by Nanfeng. Turning around, he glared at Nanfeng with a face full of murderous intent, exuding a terrifying aura. It was only when he saw Nanfeng solemnly nodding at him that the old monkey gradually quelled his raging fury and fell silent. "Do not be anxious. You must trust him. The moment he breaks free from the stone is the moment of his ascendance, the moment he gains his power." Upon hearing Nanfeng's words, the old monkey said nothing, instead fixating intently on the colossal stone, anticipating the instant when Qi Tian would emerge victorious. Time drifted on, and when the sun shone most brilliantly in the sky, the great stone suddenly began to develop fine cracks. The fissures expanded, culminating in a golden figure erupting from the stone, while the remnants disintegrated into fine dust. Suspended in midair, the golden figure sparkled radiantly, rivaling the brilliance of the sun itself. Then, an astonishing event unfolded. The previously clear sky became engulfed in dark clouds. Above the ominously clouded sky, a black vortex slowly materialized, from which a colossal staff emerged, gradually revealing itself. When the staff was fully visible against the heavens, Nanfeng finally discerned its entirety. On either end were golden hoops, with a segment of dark iron in between, inscribed with the words, "Rui Jingu Bang," weighing 13,500 pounds. Grasping the staff firmly in its center, Qi Tian twirled it gracefully, watching as it gradually shrank until it fit comfortably in his hand. After a brief flourish, he raised his gaze once more to the swirling vortex above, where another object began to materialize. It was a complete set of battle armor, comprising a suit of golden chainmail, a phoenix-crowned helmet, and a pair of cloud-stepping boots. The armor disassembled upon appearing, swiftly adorning Qi Tian, and his striking cape billowed in the wind, transforming him into a formidable figure reminiscent of Sun Wukong from another realm. Once fully clad, the black vortex in the sky began to dissipate, and Qi Tian descended gracefully to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust upon landing. With a flick of his wrist, he transformed the golden staff into a sewing needle, hiding it within his ear. Approaching the old monkey, Qi Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had finally become the divine monkey. Witnessing the awe-inspiring figure of Chi Tian before him, the old monkey erupted into joyous laughter, exclaiming praises, while the 4 elder monkeys beside him shared in the exhilaration. After many years, a divine monkey had graced the island once again, igniting a frenzy of elation among the island's inhabitants. Chi Tian, tell me, which divine monkey are you? Are you the Lingming stone monkey? However, unlike the jubilant monkeys, Nianfeng stood in stunned silence. At the moment the golden staff appeared, he was bewildered. How could this be? Wasn't the Rui Jingubang the weapon of Sun Wukong? Why was it here, along with that set of armor? Upon hearing Nanfen's inquiry, the previously jubilant monkeys halted, their gazes turning towards Chi Tian, equally curious about which divine monkey he truly was. Chi Tian, slightly taken aback, replied, "Indeed, I am the Lingming stone monkey." "How did you know?" Nanfeng fell into contemplation, uttering a casual remark that sparked a realization within him. He sensed that his mere presence had altered the very fabric of the world of One Piece, had he not known better. He could hardly fathom that he was in a realm reminiscent of mythology, where angels and demons roamed freely. Why now did even the 4 mischievous monkeys appear? Is this truly still the world of One Piece? Although Nanfeng's behavior is rather peculiar, the exuberant monkeys remain oblivious to this anomaly. Only the members of the young pirate crew have noticed Nanfeng's oddities, yet they refrain from inquiring further. Fully aware that he hails from another realm and harbors his own intentions, they trust that one day, Nianfeng will divulge his secrets to them. Quickly, Chi Tian, enlighten me about the Lingming stone monkey and its formidable powers. The elder monkey is filled with excitement at the prospect of witnessing a divine monkey. The Lingming stone monkey possesses the ability to transform, discern the celestial timings, and manipulate the stars. Additionally, I possess other extraordinary capabilities. I can transform 72 times, traverse vast distances in a single day, have fiery eyes and a diamond-like physique, manifest 3 heads and 6 arms, summon winds and rain, and even shift mountains and chase the moon. I can manipulate the stars as well, and possess powerful techniques such as corporeal projection and astral projection. However, many of these abilities remain beyond my reach for now, as I am still too weak. Truly remarkable. Upon hearing Chi Tian's words, all the monkeys, including the elder, are utterly astonished. Even Roman is somewhat taken aback by Chi Tian's might. Is this the true strength of a divine-type devil fruit? Chapter 54, Departure Surrounding Namwan Monkey Island. Pirate ships are hastening towards their destination at an astonishing speed. Whenever these vessels encounter one another upon the sea, a brutal melee ensues, devoid of mercy. The Hunter Fong pirate crew, being an older faction, has always roamed the first half of the Grand Line, never daring to venture into the New World due to the terrifying conflicts among the pirate crews there. On this day, the Hunter Fong pirate crew finds themselves resting on a small island near Namwan Monkey Island when suddenly, a brilliant orb of light rises from the island, shining with a radiance that rivals the sun itself. Following the emergence of this celestial light, the previously clear skies become shrouded in ominous clouds, obscuring the sun. Yet the golden glow remains unimpeded and shines even more brilliantly against the darkened backdrop. Soon after, the clouds begin to swirl, forming a massive vortex, from which a colossal rod appears, only to vanish inexplicably. A few objects then emerge from the whirlpool, but even those with telescopes struggle to discern what they are. Although the exact nature of the golden light and the subsequent objects remains unclear, it is certain that they are treasures of some kind, which have conveniently landed upon Namwan Monkey Island. This revelation sends the entire Hunter Fong pirate crew into a frenzy, a treasure descending from the heavens. Should they lay claim to it, they would undoubtedly secure their passage into the New World, possibly even ascend to the status of new monarchs or kings. Thus, when the vortex in the sky dissipates, the captain of the Hunter Fong pirate crew joyfully bellows, rallying his crew towards Namwan Monkey Island in pursuit of the mysterious treasure. The grand spectacle of Chi Tian's transformation into a divine monkey was not only witnessed by the Hunter Fong pirates. Nearly all pirate crews in the vicinity of Namwan Monkey Island were stirred by the event, sharing the same ambition to seize the treasure that had fallen from the sky. In an instant, countless pirate crews set their course for Namwan Monkey Island, and upon their ships' inevitable encounters, fierce battles would ensue, united by a common desire. They aimed to eliminate as many rivals as possible before reaching the island, thereby increasing their chances of obtaining the coveted treasure. On Namwan Monkey Island, Chi Tian, having successfully evolved, is elated, frolicking joyfully with the other monkeys. He understands that this is his final opportunity to revel with them, for he is soon to depart from the island that has nurtured him. According to the ancient customs of the island, a divine monkey cannot remain. Meanwhile, the young pirate crew finds themselves idly passing time, experiencing perhaps the most tranquil moments since their voyage began. Absent of enemies and war, it is a time of leisure. However, their leisurely respite is nearing an end, as the Eternal Pointer has long since recorded their course, and their delay in departing the island is due to waiting. Ever since Qi Tian successfully transformed into a Lingming stone monkey, Nanfeng has been pondering the implications of such an event. How could there exist such a formidable devil fruit in the world of One Piece? The divine-type devil fruits possess the ability to rectify the shortcomings of other devil fruits. For instance, after consuming the divine monkey fruit, Qi Tian has nearly become akin to Sun Wukong from Journey to the West, possessing many of the legendary figure's abilities, albeit not yet mastering them completely. However, he can bypass the typical weaknesses of devil fruits, such as transforming into a fish upon entering water or casting a water-repelling spell. Could such a powerful divine-type fruit truly be a product of the world of One Piece? This is a question Nanfeng has pondered repeatedly. The Phoenix once mentioned their origins from the heavenly realm. Could it be that the divine-type devil fruits also originate from another world? As the gentle southern breeze flowed, the previously joyous Qi Tian, who had been frolicking with the other monkeys, suddenly adopted a grave demeanor. In an instant, he leaped into the air, his golden eyes scanning the distant horizon. There, upon the shimmering surface of the sea, countless pirate ships were making their way towards southern Bay Monkey Island. Descending gracefully to the side of the elder monkey, Qi Tian knelt before him, bowing his head in reverence 9 times. With tears glistening in his eyes, he addressed the elder, saying, "Great elder, I must depart. They are coming. I shall return." Without waiting for a response, he walked over to Southern Wind, nodding to him and the others. Upon seeing Qi Tian's nod, the previously languid Nafty sprang to his feet in excitement, followed by the others who gathered around Southern Wind. Their gazes fixed on him. Feeling their eyes upon him, Southern Wind cast a sweeping glance at his companions. A smile crept onto his lips, realizing that the young pirate crew had grown so numerous. Then, as if struck by a thought, a mischievous grin appeared on his face, and he addressed the group. "Firstly, let us welcome Qi Tian into our fold. Secondly, it is time to set our plans in motion. We must take our leave." The group nodded in agreement, exchanging glances with the silent Qi Tian before following Southern Wind away from the central square of the Monkey Island. All the monkeys watched with longing as the group departed, wishing to bid them farewell, but the elder intervened, unwilling to let Qi Tian see his tears. A man's farewell does not require tears. Indeed, upon witnessing Qi Tian transform into the spirit enlightenment stone monkey amidst such grandeur, Southern Wind had foreseen the looming troubles. Such a spectacle would undoubtedly attract many to Southern Bay Monkey Island. Although the island was presently guarded by 4 venerable elders, Southern Wind was aware that they often succumbed to slumber for various reasons, unable to remain vigilant on the island indefinitely, otherwise they would perish. While the elder monkey possessed great strength, it was a remnant of past prowess, and he now struggled to exhibit his full capabilities. If this situation could not be effectively addressed, a steady stream of intruders would invade, and given the current state of Southern Bay Monkey Island, they lacked the power to withstand formidable external assaults. Thus, Southern Wind and his companions resolved to bide their time. When the first wave of invaders arrived, they would draw attention to themselves, engaging in battle, and ultimately allow one or several survivors to escape, carrying news of their encounter and shifting focus away from Southern Bay Monkey Island. Upon boarding the pirate ship, Qi Tian, who had initially seemed disinterested, suddenly felt as if he had discovered a new world. His excitement surged, restoring his innate monkey nature, and he leaped about with unrestrained joy, shedding any remnants of his previous despondency. As the invading pirates drew near, Southern Wind commanded their departure from Southern Bay Monkey Island, and the first to arrive, the Fangya pirate crew, successfully captured the young pirate crew's vessel. In an instant, upon sighting the young pirate crew, the Fangya pirate crew was ensnared by greed. Blinded by their desires, they failed to recognize the flag they were attacking, which perfectly aligned with Southern Wind's strategy. As cannonballs hurtled towards them, Qi Tian unhesitatingly extracted his golden staff from his ear, striking a cannonball, which then ricocheted back towards the Fangya pirate crew with remarkable precision. Witnessing the cannonball they had fired hurtling back towards them, the members of the Fangya pirate crew erupted into chaos. However, the sharpshooter on board reacted swiftly, firing another cannonball, resulting in a mid-air collision and explosion. Qi Tian, observing the spectacle, wore an intrigued expression, as if a new idea had sparked within him. With a peculiar smile, he extended the golden staff in his hands, elongating it until it reached a considerable length. Gripping it tightly, he thrust it forcefully, piercing through the ship of the Fangya pirate crew, leaving it thoroughly chilled. As he thrust the golden staff into the pirate ship, Chi Tian then began to thicken it. The crew of the Fangya pirate crew stood in stunned disbelief at the sight of the staff. Recognizing it as the very one that had descended from the sky, they realized that it had been claimed, leading them to ponder whether the other treasures had also been taken by the earlier group of pirates. Amidst the wreckage of the Fangya pirate cruise ship, one pirate, trembling in fear, pointed at the flag of the young pirate crew and shouted to his captain, "Captain, it's the youth, the young pirate crew. They must have taken all the treasures." Upon hearing his subordinate's words, the captain of the Fangya pirate crew finally spotted the fluttering flag of the young pirates. "Watch the young ship retreating into the distance," he bellowed in rage, smashing his fist onto the shattered deck. At that moment, another pirate ship appeared on the horizon. Upon sighting it, the captain's eyes gleamed with a sinister thought, and he cried out for help. He envisioned revenge against the young pirate crew for their destruction of his ship, intent on spreading the word of their treasures. In his quest for retribution, he unwittingly fell directly into Southernwind's plans. Chapter 55, Night talks. The ocean at night lay in serene tranquility, deep and mysterious. With a luminous moon hanging in the distant sky, gazing at its brilliance, Southernwind felt a sudden pang of longing for home. Although he had lost both parents shortly after birth, they had left him with enough wealth to live. Raised by his grandmother, he faced the world alone after her passing when he was 10. From that age onward, he navigated life independently, attending school, sleeping, shopping, cooking, all on his own, becoming a little adult capable of self-sufficiency. Though many had considered sending the young Southernwind to an orphanage, he had resolutely rejected such notions, refusing to leave the only home he had ever known. On this night, gazing at the luminous full moon in the sky, Nanfeng was suddenly reminded of his solitary home, a place that, albeit desolate, had been his residence for several decades. His fervent ambition to become the Pirate King was driven by the desire to return home. He missed it dearly, especially on such a night when the moon was full, evoking a profound sense of nostalgia. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, everyone had succumbed to slumber. Even the usually restless monkey, Chi Tian, had begun to rest. The only two beings still awake aboard the ship were Chi Tian and the two phoenixes perched upon the parasol tree. When the parasol tree first appeared on the ship, even Nanfeng was taken aback. He distinctly remembered not taking the tree when departing from the small valley, and given its considerable size, it would have been impossible to carry. It was later revealed to him that the phoenix and the one bird had brought the parasol tree along. As for the tree's impressive stature, according to the phoenix, it was a divine tree, imbued with spirit, thus its size could easily be altered. Regarding the reason for bringing the parasol tree, the one bird stated that as divine birds, they could not possibly reside anywhere else. Furthermore, the tree held other purposes, although they did not elaborate on what those might be, clearly cherishing the tree immensely. Chi Tian had even been shooed away when he attempted to rest upon it. Noticing that the two phoenixes had not yet retired, Nanfeng stood at the bow of the ship and regarded the birds in the tree. Upon noticing his gaze, the two birds gracefully descended from the parasol tree and perched upon Nanfeng's shoulders. "We understand your curiosity," the one bird began. "Yet there are matters you are not yet ready to comprehend, and we are unable to disclose much. Nevertheless, you may inquire about certain things, and we shall share what we can." Turning his head toward the tranquil sea, Nanfeng had long anticipated this outcome. Wasn't it always the case in novels? However, any additional knowledge could prove valuable, perhaps leading to some revelations. Firstly, why do you not venture to Nanwan Monkey Island? Is it due to the divine monkey fruit? He asked. That could be one reason, but more importantly, we are forbidden from setting foot on the ancient island. We cannot access the ancient island of this world, and the reasons behind this prohibition cannot be revealed, they replied. Secondly, how is it that you exist in this world? And what do you mean by claiming to hail from the heavenly court? Nanfeng inquired. You should be aware of the nature of the heavenly court, the one bird explained. It governs the 3 realms, the 6 paths, the 5 elements, and the interplay of yin and yang. However, your understanding of the heavenly court is somewhat misguided. The 3 realms governed by the heavenly court refer to heaven, earth, and the underworld. This is a generalization as every world possesses its own versions of these realms. What the heavenly court oversees are the heaven, earth, and underworld of all realms. The 6 paths refer to the cycle of reincarnation. The 5 elements pertain to the celestial realms, and yin and yang signify life and death. Thus, the heavenly court presides over the cycle of life and death across all realms. In this realm, which also falls under the dominion of the celestial court, our presence here is hardly astonishing, nor is it peculiar that we hail from the celestial court. However, your appearance here raises questions that cannot be disclosed. If I recall correctly, you mentioned the existence of 5 phoenixes in this world, yet now only the 2 of you remain. We have been separated. And when Zaloya gathers all 5 phoenixes, she will obtain the sacred phoenix fruit. What does that imply? Do you know the whereabouts of the sacred phoenix fruit? In truth, the sacred phoenix fruit has always existed, but it can only be acquired when all 5 phoenixes are present. At this juncture, the phoenix glanced back at the parasol tree on the ship, a gesture that did not escape Ninfeng's notice. Are you suggesting that when all 5 phoenixes alight upon the parasol tree, the tree will bear the sacred phoenix fruit? Yet, if I remember correctly, the fruits of the parasol tree are inedible, are they not? This particular parasol tree will yield but a single fruit, and that fruit is indeed edible. Now, for the third query, what of the holy type devil fruit? Why do I sense that the holy type devil fruit seems to embody the essence of deities? Or is it that the celestial beings above the celestial court encountered misfortune, transforming them into the holy type devil fruit? You are overthinking it. The celestial court is immensely powerful. Do you truly believe they could perish, let alone transform into mere fruit in this derivative world of the ancestral star? As for why the holy type devil fruit exists, we cannot divulge that information. As the phoenix spoke, a look of pride adorned her visage, seemingly dismissive of the world of One Piece. While Nanfeng keenly sensed something amiss. A derivative world, what does that mean? Are you implying that this is merely a derivative world? And when you refer to the ancestral star, are you speaking of Earth? A derivative world is one that emerges from another, originally non-existent until someone imagines its existence, at which point it gradually takes shape, ultimately becoming a new world. This is indeed a derivative world, and yes, the ancestral star refers to Earth. Thus, does the emergence of divine monkey fruits and other holy-type fruits in this world stem from its nature as a derivative world, giving rise to elements from the ancestral star? How do you know this? However, that is only part of the reason. The more significant aspect is, before the phoenix could reveal what was of greater importance, the lawn bird swiftly covered her mouth with its wing, casting a stern glare that conveyed the gravity of the matter that could not be spoken. Prompted by the interruption, the phoenix immediately fell silent. Is there more to share? Why the sudden reticence? Please continue. All right, enough with the questions. Even if you ask, we won't tell you anything. And what you learn from us would be of little significance. It would be far more intriguing for you to discover things on your own, wouldn't it? Just as Nanfeng was about to probe further, he was interrupted by Wang Yao, who felt a twinge of fear. She sensed that Nanfeng's intuition was alarmingly sharp. Feng Yao, too, was apprehensive, worried that their continued conversation might lead Nanfeng to uncover everything, and then they would surely face dire consequences. Upon hearing Wang Yao's words, Nanfeng reluctantly relinquished his inquiries. He realized that if she was unwilling to share, he could not force her, and he had already learned quite a bit for the night. He would save any further questions for another time. After conversing with the 2 birds, Nanfeng felt rejuvenated, the tension that had been building within him dissipating. Wang Yao was right. The thrill of discovery made it all the more exhilarating. This was the essence of true adventure. With a lightened heart, he decided to retire for the night but was suddenly drawn by the clattering sounds emanating from the kitchen. Curiosity piqued. He tiptoed towards the kitchen and opened the door. In the late hours of the night, Chi Tian, still in a drowsy stupor, sat up and rubbed his flat stomach. His eyes darted around as he donned a shirt emblazoned with a cartoon monkey and a cap, stepping out of his room. However, upon opening the door, he was startled and quickly shut it again, having caught sight of Nanfeng conversing with those troublesome birds at the bow of the ship. After a moment, Chi Tian gathered his courage and opened the door once more. To his astonishment, Nanfeng remained seated. Oddly enough, it seemed that he could not hear a sound. The noise from his earlier door slam should have been audible in the stillness of the night, yet Nanfeng appeared unfazed. Moreover, he found it peculiar that he could not discern what the birds were discussing with Nanfeng. Regardless, this was of little consequence. Silence was preferable, allowing him to act unobtrusively. He stealthily made his way to the kitchen, flinging open the refrigerator door to reveal an array of delectable food. His excitement surged as he prepared to indulge himself, oblivious to the fact that Nanfeng had silently approached him from behind. As Nanfeng observed Chi Tian pilfering food in the kitchen, he felt a rare impulse to tease him. He crept up behind Chi Tian, who suddenly halted in his actions, sensing a chilling presence behind him. Slowly turning around, Chi Tian was taken aback, realizing that Nanfeng had somehow managed to sneak up on him. In that fleeting moment when Chi Tian turned, Nanfeng, who had intended to scold him, couldn't contain his laughter. Chi Tian's face was smeared with remnants of various foods, with 2 streaks of cream adorning his mouth, resembling a pair of whiskers. A dollop of whipped cream sat atop his forehead, looking remarkably like a third eye, combined with Chi Tian's startled expression. It was an amusing sight. Ninfeng's laughter roused the other occupants of the ship, save for Nonaya, who enjoyed her slumber undisturbed. Amidst the chaos, Dandy's had seemed to ignite with a literal flame. Bewildered, Chi Tian hastily grabbed a basin of water and splashed it onto Dandy's head. Unaware that the fire was merely a manifestation of Dandy's abilities, believing it to be a genuine conflagration, even Nanfeng was momentarily taken aback by Chi Tian's sudden action. Realizing that if Dandy were to lose her temper, it could spell disaster for them all. He quickly signaled to Nafti to take Dandy outside before the situation escalated further. Chapter 56. Aegean Island. As dawn broke, Nonaya emerged from her room, stretching her arms wide in a grand yawn, only to be met with the sight of the eerily empty deck. Rubbing her eyes in disbelief, she pondered the unusual silence. Normally, she was the last to rise, with many already bustling about when she awoke. Scanning her surroundings, she eventually spotted Chi Tian slumped over the ship's edge, a bucket for fish beside him, devoid of any catch, and a fishing rod loosely clutched in his hand. Evidently, he had dozed off while fishing, drooling slightly at the corner of his mouth. Curiosity piqued. Nonaya roused Chi Tian, and after some probing, she learned the humorous events of the previous night. She couldn't help but chuckle at Chi Tian's antics. Last night, he had been caught red-handed stealing food, leading to a comical incident where water was splashed onto Dandy. Although it was an innocent mistake, Dandy was not one to tolerate such behavior lightly. If it weren't for Nafti and Zyroya restraining her, a full-blown confrontation would likely have ensued. Ultimately, while Dandy forgave Chi Tian for the splash, she imposed a punishment. He was to go fishing. To ensure compliance, Dandy even enlisted Feng Yao and Wan Yao as supervisors. This was a dire predicament for Chi Tian. As a spirited monkey, he found it nearly impossible to remain still. Fishing required an abundance of patience, which was utterly torturous for him. He was convinced that Dandy was exacting revenge. In his quest to catch a fish, he tried countless positions throughout the night and eventually succumbed to sleep on the deck. Upon grasping the full context of the previous night's escapades, Nonaya looked at Chi Tian, whose face was a portrait of indignation, and gently patted his head. "Let us see if you dare to steal again. Go on. Rest in your cabin for a bit. I'll speak to Dandy and persuade her to lift your fishing punishment. I'll prepare breakfast for everyone." Upon hearing Nonaya's words, Chi Tian perked up, showering her with gratitude before retreating to his room, envisioning the delectable dishes she would prepare. Little did he realize, this was merely the prelude to an even more daunting punishment. After preparing breakfast, Nonaya knocked on doors to rouse everyone. Upon learning that she was responsible for breakfast, both Nanfeng and Navdi's expressions soured dramatically. They had experienced Nonaya's culinary skills firsthand, which were nothing short of terrifying, especially in comparison to Dandy's cooking. Meanwhile, the others remained blissfully unaware of the brewing disaster, with Dandy expressing her gratitude to Nonaya profusely. In the end, everyone endured and consumed all the food. Chi Tian, in particular, clung to Dandy's leg, weeping loudly in repentance and vowing never to steal food again, even going so far as to promise a series of unequal treaties. Meanwhile, Nonaya, oblivious to the turmoil she had caused, remained unaware of how truly unpalatable her creations were, mistakenly believing that Chi Tian had genuinely changed his disposition. The weather was splendid, with a clear blue sky. On the deck of the ship, South Wind was engaged in fishing with Roman, while Nafti and Chi Tian were embroiled in a playful scuffle, and Clara was feeding the birds. A group of girls sipped coffee and chatted amiably. They were all heading towards the enchanting Aegean Island, renowned as the musical capital of the entire Pirate King world, a sacred place for music where nearly all occupations were intertwined with this art form. Renowned musicians and esteemed instrument makers could be found on this island, and South Wind and his companions were on a quest to reach this paradise of melody. Unbeknownst to them, a colossal shadow loomed over Aegean Island, inching ever closer. The island hosted a myriad of musical events nearly every week, and all musicians aspired to hold concerts there, for not every artist had the privilege to perform on this hallowed ground. The air above the musical owl resonated with an array of melodies, all composed by world-renowned musicians. The island was entirely enveloped in music, with even the architecture shaped like notes and instruments, reflecting the inhabitants' fervent obsession with their art. Today, however, Aegean Island was particularly extraordinary, for it marked the arrival of the prodigious musician Schumann, a legendary figure who, at the tender age of 15, had already gained international acclaim. Even many distinguished musicians held her in terrifyingly high regard, and she was widely celebrated as a genius of music. As the week unfolded and Schumann's 15th birthday approached, she received invitations from several renowned musicians on Aegean Island, beckoning her to perform on the grandest stage in the heart of the music capital, with the date set for her birthday itself. For Schumann, achieving such a feat at her tender age was not merely a testament to her extraordinary talent, but also a result of a fateful encounter with a devil fruit during her childhood, the soundwave fruit. This remarkable fruit heightened her sensitivity to sound and amplified her control over it manifold. The soundwave fruit belongs to the paramecia category and has not been a stranger to the seas, as others have consumed it before. However, the outcomes varied significantly due to the differing abilities of each consumer. Schumann focused her powers primarily on the realm of music. Even with this musical inclination, Schumann wielded formidable strength. Should she choose, she could effortlessly transform the melodies into powerful sound waves for offensive purposes. She discovered that different compositions yielded varying effects. For instance, when performing a lullaby infused with her abilities, the resulting sound waves could induce a state of hypnosis, with each piece producing unique powers. Upon arriving in the music capital, Schumann savored the experience of a normal life. The island's inhabitants, having encountered numerous celebrities, regarded her with indifference, allowing her a rare glimpse into an ordinary existence that brought her immense joy. Unbeknownst to her, however, a few individuals from a distant building were fixated on her silhouette, identifiable as members of the Blackbeard pirates by their attire and tattoos. After drifting at sea for an extensive period, the youthful pirate crew finally caught sight of the music capital's coastline, arriving at the island for much-needed respite. This voyage marked their longest stint adrift. Upon reaching the shore, under the command of Nanfone, Navdi propelled their pirate ship away with waves, sending it straight to the seabed. Following the eavesdropping incident, Nanfone devised this strategy to ensure no one could tamper with the ship, thus eliminating the need for a watchman, a dual benefit. Anyone wishing to infiltrate the depths to access the youth's ship was merely indulging in folly. The ship was submerged in deep waters where the pressure rendered it perilous for those without abilities. As soon as he set foot in the music capital, Nanfone was enchanted by the melodious tunes and the island's unique architecture, piquing his curiosity about the experience of residing in such structures. The three ladies in the crew were particularly thrilled, for Aegean Island's musical prominence had spurred the flourishing of the fashion and perfume industries, making its gowns world-renowned and its fragrances unparalleled. The presence of gentlemen and noblewomen in the city further nurtured the prosperity of these sectors. After a lavish shopping spree, each member of the youthful pirate crew adorned themselves in new attire, including Chitian, who donned a crisp suit at the insistence of the three ladies. Although he initially resisted wearing such clothing, he ultimately acquiesced under Dandy's playful threat. Unbeknownst to them, their arrival on the island had not gone unnoticed. In a shadowy room, those in attendance smiled upon receiving news of the crew's landing. Their targets had arrived. Among them were members of the Blackbeard pirates. Blackbeard, not known for his benevolence, was certain to seek vengeance for the death of Shiryu of the Rain at the hands of Nanfone and his crew. Although preoccupied in the New World for a time, he was now intent on settling the score. His indifference towards Shiryu's demise stemmed from a deeper grievance, Nanfeng's perceived disrespect. In his eyes, Nanfeng, a mere child, dared to disregard the formidable reputation of the Black Sorcerer. Despite Nanfeng's fearsome track record, Blackbeard remained undaunted, driven by the desire for retribution. Currently, the music capital was teeming with Blackbeard's subordinates, who had even set up camp in a certain location within the city. Their mission was of utmost significance, with the youthful pirate crew being just one of three primary targets, Schumann, the musician, and Dandy being the other two. Chapter 57. A chance encounter with Schumann on 5th Avenue of Aegean Island, the most illustrious commercial street in the music capital. A plethora of shops and establishments dazzled the senses. Inside a renowned sushi restaurant's private room, the youthful pirate crew indulged in delectable sushi, with Chitian brimming with excitement at his first taste of such cuisine. Suddenly, the doors swung open, revealing a young lady who stood in astonishment at the sight before her. After quickly bowing and apologizing for her intrusion, she attempted to leave, only to be halted by Ziluoya. As the princess of the Emerald Kingdom, Ziluoya possessed a deep appreciation for music, and Schumann, a prodigy, was her favorite musician. To encounter Schumann while dining was an extraordinary surprise for her. Elated, she grasped Schumann's hand and enthusiastically introduced her to Nanfeng and the others, while Schumann courteously acknowledged her companions. Nanfeng invited Schumann to join them for a meal. and surrounded by peers, she set aside her reservations, blending seamlessly with Nanfeng's group. Though their acquaintance was brief, Schumann felt the warmth of their camaraderie and harbored a tinge of envy for their spirited bond. As a world-renowned musician, Schumann was obliged to maintain her dignity. Yet this was not her true self. However, in the company of Nanfeng and others, she found solace in letting go of her constraints, for they were indifferent to the so-called etiquette. In the adjacent room, Lafitte and several of his subordinates were seated, keeping a watchful eye on Nanfeng and his companions. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a pirate rushed in, breathless. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lafitte inquired, "Weren't you tasked with monitoring Schumann? What has transpired?" "My lord, Schumann just entered the room of the young pirate crew, and now all our targets are gathered together," the subordinate reported. Lafitte was momentarily taken aback, astonished that such an occurrence had unfolded. After a brief contemplation, he lifted his gaze and instructed his subordinate, "We must act swiftly. Go inform Schumann's manager to summon her and lead her into this room. I shall deal with Schumann." "Yes, my lord," the subordinate responded, bowing before exiting to seek out Schumann's manager. Little did Schumann suspect that her ever-loyal manager had already betrayed her. Fear had been Schumann's manager for 5 years. But 3 years prior, due to unforeseen circumstances, she was compelled to forsake Schumann and began serving the Blackbeard pirate crew, becoming a pawn embedded within Schumann's circle. The reasons behind the Blackbeard pirate crew's interest in Schumann were beyond her knowledge. Her sole duty was to relay information regarding Schumann's whereabouts to them periodically. Upon arriving at Aegean Island, after learning of Blackbeard's intentions towards Schumann, Fear seized the opportunity to meet with Blackbeard and devise a meticulous plan. Originally, they intended for Fear to take Schumann out for a celebratory meal at the hotel, where they would intoxicate her under the guise of celebration, allowing Blackbeard to effortlessly abduct her. However, to their astonishment, Schumann inadvertently mingled with the young pirate crew, creating an unforeseen complication. Although Blackbeard and his crew were dismissive of the young pirate crew, they nonetheless posed a significant nuisance, prompting Lafitte to alter their plans. Inside the private room of the young pirate crew, the revelry was abruptly interrupted by a series of knocks at the door. The door opened to reveal a young girl standing outside, her expression laden with apology. Upon seeing her, Schumann realized she had been away for quite some time and needed to return. With an apologetic farewell to Nanfeng and the others, she hastily followed Fear out of the room. As they exited, the expressions of Nanfeng and his companion shifted, while only Chi-Tian remained engrossed in his sushi. Observing the altered demeanor of his companions, Nanfeng spoke, "What's wrong? Do you sense something amiss? Schumann's manager seems rather peculiar." When she called for Schumann, her gaze kept scrutinizing us, and there was a hint of evasion in her eyes, one remarked. "Indeed, I sensed something was off." When she beckoned Schumann, she appeared somewhat reluctant, another agreed. "There's definitely something suspicious. Should I go and investigate?" Zyroya suggested eagerly. "I should go instead. If something is indeed amiss, I can handle it," Nanya countered, considering Zyroya's lack of self-defense skills. "I'll accompany you. If an unexpected situation arises, 2 of us will be better prepared," Nanfeng interjected, expressing his concern over Nanya going alone. "Perhaps Nanya and I should go. It would be more appropriate for 2 girls to check on their room," Dandy proposed. Although her time with Schumann had been brief, Dandy felt a strong affinity towards her and wished to accompany Nanya, believing that their presence together would provide some assurance. After a moment's reflection, Nanfeng acquiesced to Dandy's suggestion, allowing her and Nanya to investigate. As he harbored suspicions regarding Schumann's manager and had already earmarked her as a potential new crew member. Upon exiting the private room, Nanya and Dandy knocked on the door of the adjacent room, recalling Schumann's mention that she had mistakenly entered the wrong room due to their proximity. For a considerable time, the silence in the room was palpable, and with no one knocking at the door, the 2 women exchanged concerned glances before hastily opening the door. The room appeared somewhat disheveled, yet it was devoid of any inhabitants. An unsettling realization dawned upon them, prompting Dandy and Nonaya to search the bathroom for assurance. But to their dismay, it too was unoccupied. After inquiring with a staff member, the 2 women came to the alarming conclusion that something was indeed amiss, as the staff informed them that the room had not been checked out and that they had not seen anyone leave. Rushing back to their companions, they relayed the unsettling news. Upon hearing their words, Nanfeng's expression darkened. This was someone he had specifically arranged for, and now an unforeseen incident had occurred. He then turned his attention to Chi-Tian, who was indulging in food. "Chi-Tian, cease your eating and ascertain Schumann's precise whereabouts. Since she has not left the hotel, she must still be in one of the rooms here." Upon hearing Nanfeng's command, the others regarded Qi Tian with curiosity. Sensing their gazes, Qi Tian grinned mischievously, pulled a strand of monkey hair from his person, and with a gentle puff, transformed the hair into a swarm of tiny flying insects that darted out of the room, leaving the onlookers in astonishment, while Qi Tian reveled in his cleverness. Meanwhile, in the room occupied by Lafitte, Schumann lay slumped over a table, unconscious, while Feyre gazed at her with a face full of guilt. After ushering Schumann out of the young pirate's room under the pretense of introducing her to a few friends, Schumann, trusting Feyre implicitly, followed her into Lafitte's quarters. Upon Schumann's arrival, Lafitte signaled his underlings to present her with a drugged drink. Unaware of the danger, Schumann accepted the toast and downed the concoction, promptly collapsing onto the table. With Schumann successfully incapacitated, Lafitte awaited the departure of Nanfeng and his crew. He feared that leaving too soon might lead to losing track of them, and crossing paths with them would surely spell trouble. However, he was oblivious to the extraordinary abilities of Nanfeng's new crew member, Qi Tian, who could locate Schumann through his unique methods. In the young pirate's room, Qi Tian, having released the tiny insects, suddenly stood up and exclaimed that he had found her. Hearing his words, the others hurriedly rose, their eyes fixed on him, clearly eager for him to disclose the location. In the adjacent room, the so-called agent was present, along with the unconscious Schumann slumped over the table. It seemed a crisis was unfolding. As Qi Tian spoke, the group turned their attention to Nanfeng, who, with a grim expression, seated himself and took a sip from his glass. He then addressed the men, instructing them to rescue Schumann and bring back the one leading this scheme. "I wish to see who it is," he stated ominously. As his words fell, several young men, including Qi Tian, burst through the door, their target being the room across the hall. With a forceful kick, Qi Tian broke open the door, casting a brazen glance at the occupants before fixing his gaze on Feyre, his eyes brimming with hostility, for he loathed traitors above all else. Behind Qi Tian, Roman entered the room, his unwavering gaze fixed on Lafitte, who now stood in bewilderment. He had not anticipated that Nanfeng's subordinates would arrive so unexpectedly. Yet, being a man of some stature, Lafitte darkened his expression and confronted Roman with an irate tone, demanding to know their purpose for barging in. As if he were not to be trifled with. "Enough of the charade. We have come for Schumann," Roman retorted, his disdain for Lafitte palpable. Following closely behind them, Nafti regarded Lafitte with contempt, looking down upon him for his underhanded actions. The last to enter was Keela, who, wordlessly, began to engage the other occupants of the room. Chapter 58. Qi Tian displays his might upon hearing Nafti's words and witnessing Keela spring into action. Lafitte ceased to hide his intentions, drawing the sword concealed within his cane and lunging at Nafti. Anticipating the attack, Nafti raised his sword to block, only to be taken aback when Qi Tian intercepted Lafitte's strike with his golden staff. Turning to Nafti, Qi Tian flashed a grin. "Nafti, leave him to me. I wish to test my strength, and since joining our pirate crew, I have yet to engage in battle." Acknowledging Qi Tian's earnestness, Nafti nodded and redirected his focus, joining Keela in dispatching the remaining henchmen. Meanwhile, Roman stood back, observing the clash between Qi Tian and Lafitte, his curiosity piqued by Qi Tian's prowess. Lafitte's swordsmanship was formidable. Yet Qi Tian, being of the monkey clan, was no slouch in staff techniques, especially after consuming the divine monkey fruit. Thus, in their duel, Lafitte found himself thoroughly outmatched, unable to mount a meaningful counterattack. As the battle raged on, Lafitte felt a sense of foreboding. He sensed that the Blackbeard pirates' mission might lead to significant trouble, potentially even their downfall, for he could tell that the monkey before him was not exerting its full strength. "I must escape. I cannot afford to confront him," was the singular thought racing through Lafitte's mind. Having spent enough time with Blackbeard, he had grown increasingly unscrupulous, willing to do anything to achieve his goals. After a fierce clash, Lafitte utilized Qi Tian's momentum to propel himself backward, crashing through the wall. Suddenly, a pair of white wings sprouted from his back, and he soared into the sky, believing that even though the young pirates were strong, they could not catch him with his newfound advantage. As he ascended, Lafitte glanced back at Roman and the others, declaring, "You will regret this. I shall return for vengeance." The Blackbeard pirates are not to be trifled with. However, as he uttered those words, Lafitte keenly noted the absence of the monkey from the group. Almost instantly, he sensed something descending from above, and before he could react, a tremendous force struck him in the back, sending him plummeting to the ground at an alarming speed. The crowd below, having gathered to witness the spectacle, dispersed in a panic, realizing that should Lafitte collide with anyone, it would likely result in serious injury or death. With a deafening crash, Lafitte crashed into the ground, struggling to rise. Yet, to his dismay, he discovered that his wings were rendered completely useless by Chi Tian's blow. In midair, Chi Tian stood triumphantly atop a cloud, gleefully observing Lafitte's predicament, laughing heartily while pointing at him. Once his amusement waned, Chi Tian brandished his golden staff and descended upon Lafitte, aiming to strike his legs. To him, breaking Lafitte's legs would suffice, as Nan Feng desired him alive, and the extent of his injuries mattered little. Just as Chi Tian's staff was about to connect with Lafitte's legs, he suddenly sensed an ominous presence. The staff's trajectory shifted, and he swung it to his right with great force. With a sharp clang, he caught sight of a bullet. Yet when he glanced in the direction from which it had come, he found no one there. As curiosity gripped him, an overwhelming barrage of bullets rained down from that direction. Chi Tian swiftly spun his staff, forming an impenetrable barrier before him. Though the divine monkey fruit granted him near invulnerability, the black bullets instilled a sense of danger within him. Nevertheless, Chi Tian realized that by harnessing the fruit's powers further, he could withstand the bullets' onslaught. While Chi Tian contended with the oncoming black bullets, a figure emerged beside Lafitte, a burly man donning a wrestling mask, with violet hair and a matching beard, clad in a championship belt. It was Zacius Bosches, a member of the Revolutionary Army. Extending his hand to assist Lafitte's escape, he was suddenly met with a swift blow from Chi Tian's staff, which knocked him off balance. In an instant, he felt the staff press against his neck. Looking up in shock at the grinning Chi Tian, he exclaimed incredulously, "How is this possible? You were entangled with Venoka." As he spoke, he turned his gaze to see another monkey wielding a staff, deflecting all the bullets aimed at them. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Bosches found himself unable to contemplate further as his body transformed into a translucent substance that surged towards Chi Tian. However, what perplexed Chi Tian was that the watery form of Bosches, after cascading over him, abruptly darted towards Lafitte. Just as Chi Tian intended to intervene, he discovered, to his astonishment, that he was rendered immobile, as though some force had anchored him to the ground. Bosches, now beside Lafitte, observed Chi Tian's predicament and erupted into laughter, exclaiming while supporting Lafitte, "I am indeed a wielder of the natural type gum fruit ability. How does it feel to be powerless, you fool? We must leave at once. The members of the young pirate crew are here. Do you wish to be intercepted by them?" Noticing Bosch's excessive arrogance, Lafitte felt compelled to issue a warning. Upon hearing Lafitte's words, Bosches promptly assisted Lafitte in turning to depart. Yet, to his surprise, upon pivoting, he beheld Chi Tian standing behind them. A glance back revealed that the previously immobilized Chi Tian had vanished, leaving only a single strand of monkey hair in his wake. Startled by Chi Tian's sudden presence, Bosches gasped and released his hold on Lafitte. Once again, he transformed into a puddle of glue and charged towards Chi Tian, convinced that he could not be contained, believing the monkey would be powerless against him. However, Bosches was unprepared for the moment he launched himself as a blob of glue toward Chi Tian, only to hear Chi Tian utter a command. In that instant, Bosches felt himself rendered immobile, and the puddle of water plummeted directly to the ground. Beneath him, a large bottle had inexplicably appeared, into which all remnants of the glue that had transformed from Bosches were poured without a single drop remaining. Subsequently, the bottle's mouth was sealed by Chi Tian, who shook the bottle in his hand and flashed a grin. Lafitte, witnessing the absurdity of Bosches being confined within the bottle, found himself at a loss for what to do. The monkey's methods were exceedingly perplexing. To this day, he could not fathom the nature of the devil fruit power wielded by the monkey, only that it was indeed a fruit user. Suddenly struck by an idea, Lafitte gazed intently into Chi Tian's eyes, intending to hypnotize the monkey and make his escape. However, to his astonishment, his hypnosis failed. What a farce! It was as if the monkey possessed eyes of fire, rendering his meager hypnosis utterly ineffective. The failure of his technique backfired, causing Lafitte to spit out a mouthful of blood. Before he could take any further action, he felt the monkey's grip tighten around his neck, lifting him effortlessly. Chi Tian then soared back to the room, and upon his departure, the monkey on the ground vanished, leaving behind only a single strand of fur. From a distance, Venoka felt a chill rise from the soles of his feet. He was well aware of Bosches and Lafitte's strengths. Yet today they were captured alive by a mere monkey from the young pirate crew. Remarkably, the monkey emerged unscathed, and its abilities were terrifyingly bizarre and extensive. Venoka, now gripped by fear, felt an urge to counsel Blackbeard to retreat. That monkey was too formidable, and the young pirate crew possessing such overwhelming power was even more alarming. Upon returning to the room, Qi Tian unceremoniously tossed Lafitte onto the floor and placed the bottle containing Bosch's on the table. At that moment, Schumann had also awakened. Fury etched across his face as he glared at his manager, Phil. Nan Feng, however, was utterly bewildered by the turn of events. What was happening? Why was there a bottle? Wasn't he at just a fight? Qi Tian, what is this bottle? What S inside it? He inquired. That S one of my associates. A user of a glue-like devil fruit, whom I've confined in this bottle. As he spoke, Qi Tian nudged the prostrate Lafitte with his foot, indicating that the contents of the bottle were indeed associated with him. Turning his gaze to the man on the ground, though disheveled and beaten, Nan Feng instantly recognized him as Lafitte, the captain of the 5th ship of the Blackbeard pirates, known as the Devil S Patrol. Upon sighting Lafitte, Nan Feng's expression darkened. He held no affection for the Blackbeard pirates, not only due to their actions in the original narrative but also because of Shiria's previous demeanor towards them, which had left Nan Feng with a strong distaste. Chapter 59. The reason for betrayal. Nan Feng harbored an inexplicable aversion towards Blackbeard and, facing Lafitte, bypassed any inquiries and activated his Sharingan. Once he had Lafitte under control, he directly demanded, "Why did you capture Schumann? Tell me." "I do not know why. It was the captain's orders." "It seems Schumann possesses some crucial information," Lafitte replied mechanically, under the influence of Nan Feng's control. Lafitte's response caused Nan Feng to furrow his brow. He was astonished that Lafitte had no knowledge of their true intentions. What could possibly be so significant about Schumann that warranted such drastic measures from Blackbeard? Who from the Blackbeard pirates has come here? Who leads them? The entire Blackbeard crew has gathered in the City of Music, led by our captain. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths for just one Schumann? It is not solely about Schumann. Our other objective is to eliminate all members of the young pirate crew, and also to capture the flame user, Dandy. As the words of Lafitte echoed in the room, a ripple of shock swept through the gathered crowd, all eyes turning to Dandy. Her complexion darkened, revealing the unexpected weight of Lafitte's revelation. She had become a target for the Blackbeard pirates. Since the moment Dandy boarded the ship, Nan Feng had sensed that she was concealing something. Yet he had not anticipated that she would attract the attention of someone as formidable as Blackbeard. Clearly, Dandy was not as she appeared. Casting a sidelong glance at the troubled Dandy, Nan Feng remained silent, his focus shifting back to Lafitte as he inquired, "Do you know the whereabouts of Blackbeard's hideout?" "I do," Lafitte replied, "but they may have already relocated. Blackbeard is exceedingly cautious. He has likely learned of our capture through Van Oka, and I suspect he has already moved." Reluctantly, Nan Feng abandoned his plans to strike at Blackbeard. Initially, he had intended to launch a surprise attack on the pirate once he discovered his location. But Blackbeard's prudence had thwarted that ambition. Raising a glass from the table, Nan Feng took a thoughtful sip, contemplating his next move. With Blackbeard poised to act against them, it might be wiser to preemptively strike, but the challenge of locating him was indeed frustrating. The room fell into a contemplative silence. The young pirate crew's gaze fixed upon Nan Feng, awaiting his command. "Leave," Schumann said with a weary wave of her hand toward the kneeling Feyre. Her voice carried the weight of betrayal. After all, Feyre had been her companion for 5 years. In that time, they had forged an unbreakable bond, akin to sisters, sharing everything. Schumann had believed that her parents and Feyre were the only ones who would never betray her. Yet, the painful reality was that she had placed her trust in Feyre, only to be abandoned. Upon hearing Schumann's words, Feyre was overcome with remorse, tears streaming down her face. "I'm sorry, Schumann. I had no choice. They kidnapped my brother. If I didn't comply, they would have killed him. I truly had no other option. I'm so sorry. I never wanted this. Why didn't you tell me sooner? We could have devised a plan together. You even claimed that Liko had joined the Navy and had no time to see us. I'm sorry. I had no choice. Leave. I do not wish to see you again." Despite understanding that Feyre had not acted with malice, Schumann could not accept this betrayal, regardless of the circumstances. The fact remained that Feyre had betrayed her. The resolve in Schumann's voice was palpable, and Feyre, finally rising to her feet, bowed her head and slowly exited the room, leaving an oppressive silence in her wake. After a prolonged pause, Dandy seemed to gather her resolve, inhaling deeply before standing to address the young pirate crew. "I apologize, everyone. It is my fault. I should not have concealed the truth. In fact, Dandy, regardless of what you have hidden. We will settle this once the war concludes. Whoever seeks to extinguish us shall pay the price. It matters not who they are. War is upon us." Before Dandy could articulate further, Nonfing's cold interruption silenced her. After a moment's daze, Dandy managed to utter a single word. "Good." Whatever the reasons that had placed Dandy in Blackbeard's sights, it was inconsequential to Nan Feng. He perceived Dandy's concealments as an internal matter, easily resolvable. However, Blackbeard's audacity to target Dandy marked him as an external threat, one that could not be overlooked. Blackbeard must face the consequences. Nonfing's declaration ignited excitement among the young pirate crew, who stood in unison. Indeed, war was imminent, and the world-renowned city of music was on the brink of destruction. For both parties involved were anything but ordinary. With an impassive gaze sweeping over everyone in the room, Nanfeng began issuing commands. This adversary was formidable, and no one could predict the extent of Blackbeard's power after lying in wait for so long. Preparation was essential. Qitian, you will track Blackbeard's movements. I will provide you with his bounty notice shortly. Soroya, ensure Schumann's safety alongside the two phoenixes. As for the rest, be ready. We may engage at any moment. Understood. I do not agree. Amidst the chorus of assent, a discordant voice emerged. Schumann, her expression resolute. Feeling the weight of everyone's gaze, she firmly declared, I do not agree. I do not require protection. I am capable of fighting. I am not a burden. I will rescue Liko from Blackbeard's clutches. Even if Feyer has betrayed me, I will save him. Nanfeng, taken aback by Schumann's determination, fell silent. He had not anticipated such a decision from her. She truly was a remarkable individual. Very well. Then you shall join the fight. Soroya, the two phoenixes will join as well. I intend to make this place the site of the Blackbeard pirates' demise. In the makeshift headquarters of the Blackbeard pirates, after listening to Van Oka's report, Blackbeard's countenance darkened. He was taken aback by the formidable strength of the current young pirate crew. A mere monkey could withstand the combined assault of his 3 officers. And 2 of them had been captured alive. From Van Oka's words, it was evident that had it not been for his long-range sniping, even he might have been taken captive. Although Blackbeard suspected Van Oka was somewhat exaggerating, he nonetheless rose to his feet, surveying all his subordinates, and unequivocally ordered a relocation of their base. The potential betrayal by Lafitte and basis did not concern him, in his eyes. There was no one in this world worthy of trust except himself. While Blackbeard was not afraid of the young pirate crew, he felt compelled to remain cautious of them, as they were indeed a powerful band of marauders. The adage holds true. One fears not the thief who steals, but the one who covets. With such a formidable crew watching him, Blackbeard could not feel at ease. Backstabbing others was his specialty. As the order to relocate was issued, everyone sprang into action. Except for Van Oka, whose expression grew increasingly peculiar. Blackbeard ignored his advice to retreat, opting instead to move, clearly exhibiting a lack of complete faith in his own words. After turning away, Van Oka's demeanor shifted to one of profound peculiarity, and as if having made a resolute decision, he quietly slipped away from the base and made his way to the seaside. Blackbeard had yet to witness the true might and enigma of the young pirate crew. But Van Oka had. He was confident in his inability to confront them. In Van Oka's view, even the current Blackbeard was not a match for the young pirate crew. Although Blackbeard had grown stronger, Van Oka lacked any confidence in his ability to prevail. He understood he must flee from this place, or he would meet his demise. Having spent considerable time with Blackbeard, he had learned the virtue of self-preservation. Upon reaching the seaside, Van Oka casually found a small boat and stealthily departed from Aegean Island, vanishing into the vast ocean. Back at the Blackbeard pirates' temporary headquarters, upon discovering that Van Oka had audaciously abandoned Aegean Island, an enraged Blackbeard slaughtered several of his underlings. He was astounded that someone would dare to betray him, and even more incredulous that Van Oka had fled in the face of danger. As calmness descended, Blackbeard found himself consumed by thoughts of Van Oka, his fear intensifying with each passing moment, beads of cold sweat forming upon his brow. He recalled Van Oka's prior counsel urging him to flee from Aegean Island and to avoid any confrontation with the young pirate crew. His refusal to heed this advice had led to Van Oka's departure, leaving him to ponder whether the young pirate crew had indeed grown formidable beyond measure. The more he contemplated, the more his heart raced. Trembling, he retrieved a bottle, taking a hearty swig of spirits to steady his nerves. Yet, he remained unconvinced of the young pirate crew's might. Regardless of the circumstances, he resolved that he could not afford to escape this time. His previous flight before Luffy had brought him immense disgrace, fracturing his crew in the process. This time, he vowed not to flee, even if it meant facing death. Chapter 60. Elevating strength in the room where the young pirate crew gathered, 9 individuals sat around the table, awaiting news from Qitian, following Nanfing's orders. Qitian had unleashed countless small insects to scour for Blackbeard's whereabouts. However, Aegean Island was vast, offering an abundance of hiding places, making it a challenge to locate him in a timely manner. As they awaited Qitian's updates, each member occupied themselves with various tasks. Nafti diligently polished his Demon Slayer sword, Clara entertained herself with her gunpowder crow. Roman meditated in silence. Nonaya perused a magazine. Dandy pondered deeply with his head bowed. Chi-Tian fidgeted restlessly. And Zilawoya gently caressed the phoenix bird in her arms, lost in her thoughts. Meanwhile, Schumann adjusted the strings of his guitar. As Nanfeng closed his eyes, his consciousness entered the realm of illusions. Ever since he promised Chi to frequently visit this ethereal space, he had often come here to converse with her. While Nanfeng was reluctant to rely on the abilities of the illusionary realm, it did not preclude him from engaging in dialogue with Chi. Moreover, he was eager to glean any valuable information from her. Chi, I wish to enhance our strength. Do you have any recommendations? By the way, you are aware of my current situation, right? I recall that I have an unused power, while Roman, Clara, Chi-Tian, and Ziluoya lack such abilities. Could you assist me in exchanging for 4 powers? With my original power, that would make 5 in total. Additionally, Ziluoya, Chi-Tian, and Schumann do not possess any rainbow stones. Please help me procure 3 rainbow stones. It is imperative that Ziluoya's strength is bolstered. I still do not know when I might find the other phoenixes, and it is crucial that Ziluoya has at least the means to protect herself. Very well. All the items you requested have been successfully exchanged, and I have stored them for you. You may retrieve them at your convenience. As for the methods to enhance strength, I am currently calculating a reasonable plan. Please grant me some time. All right, please expedite it. I want the young pirate crew to be truly fearless in this world. With that, Nanfeng's consciousness withdrew from the realm of illusions, observing the individuals in the room. He produced the rainbow stones from the illusionary space and presented them to Ziluoya and the others, explaining the detailed usage of the stones. Upon hearing about the capabilities and applications of the rainbow stones, Chi-Tian was the first to take one into his hands, experimenting with communication with it. Ziluoya, too, joyfully grasped a rainbow stone. For a long time, she had been the weakest member of the pirate crew. Although she possessed the ability to control beasts, she lacked sufficiently powerful creatures to command, and the 2 phoenixes rarely engaged in combat. Today, witnessing the unique powers of the rainbow stones and learning of their capabilities, Ziluoya was understandably exuberant, for this meant she could finally acquire formidable strength. Schumann was somewhat astonished. She had not anticipated that Nanfeng could produce such extraordinary items. Akin to a different kind of devil fruit, devoid of any obvious shortcomings and liberated from the constraints of the sea and sea prism stone. As the 3 of them handled the rainbow stones, they each endeavored to establish communication with them. Ziluoya was the first to succeed. The rainbow stone seamlessly attached itself to a piece of jewelry around her neck, and upon sensing her newfound abilities, Ziluoya beamed with delight. She felt the power bestowed upon her by the rainbow stone. Although it manifested in only 2 abilities, both were immensely potent and immensely appealing to her. One ability was beast manifestation, which allowed the user to conjure a beast in midair using the power of the rainbow stone. The form and strength of the summoned beast were entirely contingent upon the user's imagination. The other ability was beast fusion, which, as the name suggests, permitted the user to merge with a beast, combining their imaginations of the beast's abilities and appearance into a powerful being akin to a beastman. Although there were merely 2 abilities, the potential strength they could yield was formidable. As long as one could envision it, diverse powers could be attained. Schumann was the second to succeed, her rainbow stone affixed to a hairpin atop her head, reminiscent of Dia from the Starry Journey. Schumann's ability revolved around sound. The capability of Schumann's rainbow stone bore similarities to that of a devil fruit, both concerning sound. However, the power of the rainbow stone was more complete. Its energy even granted Schumann the ability to perform celestial melodies, as if there were strings in the void from which sounds resonated, producing tremendous force. Although Chi-Tian had been the first to grasp a rainbow stone, he had yet to awaken its powers. Watching the success of the other 2, he grew exasperated and flung the rainbow stone away in frustration, declaring that he would no longer pursue its awakening. As Chi-Tian engaged in his antics, the once tense atmosphere grew a touch lighter, and the oppressive air dissipated entirely. Shaking his head with a smile, Nanfeng felt a sense of helplessness towards Chi-Tian, realizing that with Chi-Tian's impulsive nature, it was unlikely he would successfully awaken the rainbow stone. Picking up the stone from the ground, Nanfeng decided to keep it for future use by others. After securing the rainbow stone, Nanfeng presented several orbs of light in 3 distinct colors to Roman and the others. Curiously accepting the orbs, they turned to Nanfeng with puzzled expressions. Consume these, he instructed, and you shall gain newfound powers, known as Conqueror's Haki. Subsequently, Nanfeng elucidated the concept of Haki, revealing to them the formidable strength their past adversaries possessed. Roman and Clara, unwaveringly loyal to Nanfeng, promptly swallowed their respective orbs of light, with Chi-Tian following suit. No sooner had the five consumed the hockey orbs than their forms transformed, enveloped in a cloak of darkness. The black hue of their armament hockey dissipated, giving way to a formidable aura, Conqueror's hockey. The overwhelming presence they exuded shattered the very room around them. Had it not been for the foresight of Nanfeng and his companions, they might have sustained significant harm. Moments later, as the tumultuous energy gradually subsided, Roman and the others slowly opened their eyes, astonished at the revelation of hockey's magnitude. They marveled at the notion that such immense power could be imparted by Nanfeng. What manner of being was he? With no time for contemplation, and at Nanfeng's insistence, they began to acclimate themselves to their newfound abilities. Roman quickly adapted to the application of hockey, followed closely by Clara. Meanwhile, on another front, Zyroya eagerly summoned various beasts, merging with them to familiarize herself with her powers. Suddenly, while adjusting to the use of hockey, Chi-Tian paused, blinking at Nanfeng with a grin. "Hey, I found that bearded fellow. They're on the move. Should we pursue them now, or wait a while? Let us observe them until they stabilize. Then strike when they least expect it," Nanfeng replied with a sly smile. In a house at the center of Aegean Island, a man bowed his head, reporting to a figure seated in the foremost position, who bore an impassive expression. "Are you saying that Blackbeard's crew intended to attack Schumann, but were thwarted by a monkey from the young pirates, resulting in the loss of 2 officers? Indeed, Your Excellency. Are you aware of Blackbeard's motives regarding Schumann? Their relationship is tenuous at best. It is perplexing why Blackbeard would target him, especially given that his crew does not seem to be driven by lust. We are diligently investigating, but the precise reason remains unclear. What of Blackbeard and Nanfeng now? Have any conflicts erupted? Blackbeard is relocating his base, while Nanfeng remains at the sushi shop. However, it appears Van Oka from Blackbeard's crew has betrayed him and abruptly left the island. Given the current dynamics, it is highly probable that a fierce battle will erupt between them. What evidence supports your certainty of impending conflict? According to our spies, Blackbeard's agenda extends beyond Schumann. He aims to eliminate the young pirates, particularly Dandy. Is that so? It seems a deadly confrontation is inevitable. However, you must strive to pacify both parties. We cannot allow them to wreak havoc on this land. Given their might, this continent would be utterly incapable of withstanding their assault. Understood. It was astonishing that they possessed such comprehensive knowledge of Blackbeard's every move, even his intentions. The sheer terror of their insight was palpable, regardless of Blackbeard's objectives. It was imperative to avert a clash between these factions, lest their war lay waste to the island. Should they fail to placate Nanfeng and his adversaries, this place would undoubtedly devolve into a desolate wasteland, stripped of its value. He could not afford to bear the consequences of such devastation, nor could he deliver an unfavorable report to his superior. Had Blackbeard been present, he would have been utterly astounded, for he recognized the figure seated at the head of the table, none other than Fleetrid, one of the top commanders under Sky Sovereign Fiona, one of the 3 emperors. Chapter 61. The 3 factions. The 3 emperors of the pirate world were Earth Sovereign Darth, Sky Sovereign Fiona, and Ocean Sovereign Poseidon. However, only 2 of them remain now. Earth Sovereign Darth had consumed the Logia-type dirt fruit, granting him dominion over the Earth's power, a fitting reason for his title. Ocean Sovereign Poseidon was arguably the most enigmatic figure among all pirates. After seizing his throne with overwhelming might, he vanished without a trace. Some whispered that he dwelled in the ocean's depths, honing his mastery over the seas, while others claimed he had long been captured by the world government, a theory that gained traction after Nafti demonstrated his water-based abilities. Not only was his whereabouts shrouded in mystery, but the nature of Poseidon's devil fruit also remained unknown. Some speculated it to be the Logia-type water fruit, though this remained unverified. Regarding this enigma, only the conjectures of the 5 elders come closest to the truth, as they have long been aware of the existence of the divine demon fruit. As for the Sky Sovereign, Fiona, she stands as the sole female among the 3 emperors, hailing from the Sky Island. She has been a wielder of the natural cloud fruit since her youth, and through extensive development, she has honed its powers to an extraordinary level. She can dictate her methods of attack by altering the color of the clouds, even influencing weather conditions. Fiona's domain lies not in the New World but on the Sky Island, yet she holds sway over certain islands in the Blue Sea, one of which is Aegean Island. However, such matters are known only to formidable powers. Ordinary factions lack the privilege of such knowledge. Aegean Island serves as a significant source of wealth for Fiona, a fact she places immense importance upon. hence the rotation of her subordinates to oversee it. After all, they are pirates, unlikely to settle in one location permanently, making it impractical for any singular officer to remain stationed there indefinitely. Fikret is a legendary figure among pirates, his strength rivaling that of the three emperors, yet he willingly serves Fiona, harboring deep admiration for her as her most devoted suitor. Currently, it is Fikret who oversees Aegean Island. Glaring at the sky pirates before him, Blackbeard huffed heavily, aware that Aegean Island is Fiona's territory. However, he was taken aback when one of Fiona's men dared to calm him, suggesting that any grievances should be resolved outside the island. Initially, this would have posed no issue, but Blackbeard was incensed by the man's audacity. After all, Blackbeard was one of the 4 emperors of the previous era and one of the 2 devils of the current age, yet someone dared to look down upon him. Blackbeard had intended to teach the man a lesson, only to discover that the individual had invoked Fikret's name. This revelation caught Blackbeard off guard, as he believed someone of Fikret's stature would not be stationed at Aegean Island. Thus, he had never bothered to investigate who was in charge there. In Blackbeard's original calculations, he considered it worthwhile to offend Fiona by annihilating the youthful pirate crew on Aegean Island to capture Dondi and Schumann. However, the current situation exceeded his expectations. The youthful pirate crew was formidable, and engaging them directly would likely result in mutual destruction. Furthermore, if he were to offend Fikret now, should Fikret ally with the southern wind, his chances of victory would be utterly diminished, compounded by the departure of 3 of his most trusted subordinates. Blackbeard found himself at a severe disadvantage, leaving him no choice but to swallow his rage. Blackbeard is a quintessential coward. When at a disadvantage, he can endure silently. But once in a position of power, he will eliminate his opponents without mercy, akin to his earlier treatment of Whitebeard. Had it not been for Shank's timely intervention, Whitebeard's crew might have been completely obliterated in the battle at Marineford. Observing Blackbeard suppressing his fury, the Sky Pirate's envoy smirked triumphantly, his disdain more pronounced. He then tossed an invitation to Blackbeard, derisively stating that Lord Fikret invites him to a banquet at the central piano castle of Aegean Island the following day to mediate between him and the youthful pirate crew, hoping for his timely attendance. With that, he swaggered out of Blackbeard's base, entirely unconcerned by Blackbeard's murderous glare. Once the envoy departed, an infuriated Blackbeard shattered the furniture within his base, recognizing his unsavory reputation across the seas. Yet he was astonished that even a mere lackey dared to treat him with such contempt. In a private room of a sushi restaurant, Fikret's envoy gazed at the disarray, feeling a twinge of fear. Being a rather gentle individual, he spoke politely to the southern wind and his companions. Unlike other envoys who might have been more imposing, though it seemed that whichever faction Fikret aligned with would have a higher chance of victory, this did not guarantee success. After all, the youthful pirate crew had experience in slaying emperors, and the Sky Pirates intended to mediate. Upon receiving the invitation from the envoy, the southern wind opened it briefly before passing it to the others, looking up at the envoy. I had no idea this was the territory of the Sky Sovereign, Fiona. Is she not satisfied with occupying all the Sky Islands that she extends her reach to the Blue Sea? Even though she occupies the Sky Islands, is not the essence of the world still the Blue Sea? Surely, we should have a base of sorts in the Blue Sea as well. I can accept your mediation, but I hope you can genuinely resolve this conflict, for we are the ones who have suffered. Very well, I shall take my leave. Upon hearing the southern wind's words, the envoy involuntarily twitched his lips, but still responded courteously. Internally, however, he grumbled at the audacity of the southern wind claiming to be the injured party when his youthful pirate crew had suffered no losses, while Blackbeard had lost 2 subordinates and had 1 frightened away. The true victim should be Blackbeard, yet the envoy dared not voice this, as the situation ultimately stemmed from Blackbeard's own miscalculations and his inferiority to the youthful pirates. As the envoy contemplated the capture of Blackbeard's subordinates, he turned to leave, discreetly glancing at Chitian, who was engrossed in playing with a bottle containing bashes. The creature within the bottle was nearly driven mad. As the confines were too small, even if it wished to transform and break free, it was impossible. The envoy knew precisely what lay within the bottle bashes, treated like a mere plaything. A glance at the unconscious Lafitte on the ground hastened the envoy's departure. Once the envoy had exited, the southern wind surveyed the room before settling his gaze on Schumann. Schumann, can you ensure our conversation remains contained within this room, preventing any eavesdropping? Of course. I can isolate the sound within this space, Schumann confidently replied, assured of his abilities. Thank you. Please proceed to create the sound barrier, allowing only us to hear. Very well. After a few gestures in the air, Schumann smiled at the southern wind, indicating he was ready. Once Schumann completed the sound isolation, the southern wind spoke earnestly. What are your thoughts on this matter? It is crucial to harbor no ill intentions, yet remain vigilant. Regardless of whether Fikret truly wishes to mediate, we must be prepared. Indeed, we should attend. Otherwise, we risk appearing weak. Even if they form an alliance, I believe we can ensure our safety. There is no need for fear. At a critical moment, we still have the phoenix and the wandbirds. We need not fear, Zyroa remarked cheerfully. Hearing the consensus among his companions, the southern wind smiled. Since we are in agreement, let us meet with the sky pirates tomorrow. Zyroa, take this time to familiarize yourselves with your respective powers. In the center of Aegean Island. Upon receiving reports from his two envoys, Fikret smiled, then ordered preparations for the banquet the following day. After dismissing his subordinates, he contacted Fiona, informing her of the situation and the proposed resolution. To his surprise, Fiona announced her intent to come to Aegean Island, conveniently located not far from the island in the sky, making her arrival swift. After hanging up with Fiona, Fikret fell into contemplation. Were this situation to unfold on another island, he might consider intervening to align with one of the factions. However, this was Aegean Island, their stronghold. Even if a conflict were to erupt on Aegean Island, it would be inconsequential, and the destruction of its structures would be of little concern. Yet, the capabilities of the Southern Wind and Blackbeard posed a threat. Should they engage in battle, it would undoubtedly sink the island, a prospect Fikret could not accept. Ultimately, Aegean Island is a vital source of revenue for the Sky Pirates, essential for their operations at sea. Otherwise, Fikret would have definitively sided with the Southern Wind, permanently eliminating Blackbeard, thus giving hope for Fiona to ascend to the ranks of the two devils. Chapter 62. The Meeting Piano Castle. A magnificent edifice located at the heart of Aegean Island, stands as the sole piano-inspired structure on the island. Within its grand halls, a spacious banquet hall and concert hall reside, where all musicians take pride in the honor of performing within the castle's music hall. And every noble dreams of attending a banquet hosted within its walls. Today, a grand banquet is to be held within the enchanting confines of the piano castle. At the pinnacle of this majestic edifice, Fikret basks in the gentle embrace of the morning sun, gazing at a cloud that races toward him from afar. A sight that transcends mere drifting, for it is more aptly described as soaring. The pristine white cloud gracefully descends upon the castle, before dissipating to reveal an exquisite lady before Fikret. Her hair, a cascade of pure white, complements her immaculate attire, and her stunning features captivate Fikret completely. With a courteous bow befitting a gentleman, Fikret tenderly addresses the lady. Fiona, welcome to this place. Let us descend and converse. Fiona gently spoke. All right, Fikret. Let us descend and discuss this matter. I wish to understand what has transpired. Her tenderness was almost unimaginable for someone of her stature as a pirate. And it was inconceivable that such a woman could be one of the three sovereigns, the Sky Monarch. As Fikret escorted Fiona into the castle, he recounted the events that had unfolded since their arrival on Aegean Island. If Blackbeard and South Wind were present, they would surely be astonished. For Fikret began his narration from the moment they set foot on the island. Little did they realize that the Sky Pirates had long been monitoring Aegean Island to an alarming extent, infiltrating every facet of it. Even South Wind's revelation of the Rainbow Stone and its ability to bestow dominance had been reported to Fiona by Fikret. After Fiona listened to Fikret's exposition, she became intrigued by the evening meeting between the two factions, primarily fueled by her curiosity about the youthful pirate crew and the enigmatic South Wind. Analyzing Fikret's report, it was revealed that South Wind possesses a wondrous stone that grants extraordinary abilities, a power that rivals even that of the devil fruits. However, whether this stone bears any shortcomings remains a mystery to them. Moreover, the ability of the South Wind to bestow others with the formidable power of hockey evokes a sense of intrigue, even igniting a spark of avarice. One can only imagine the experience of a vast pirate crew, from the captain to the most junior member, all wielding such prowess. After conveying the situation to Fiona, Fikret fell silent, awaiting her decision. In truth, upon learning that the South Wind could confer hockey, Fikret had contemplated an alliance with Blackbeard, yet he ultimately relinquished that thought, unwilling to allow Aegean Island to vanish from the map. Unbeknownst to Fiona, Fikret was born on Aegean Island. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Fiona turned her gaze towards Fikret and gently inquired whether he had any sound advice to offer, fully aware that he must possess some. Upon hearing Fiona's words, Fikret fell momentarily silent, apprehensive that she might instigate a war on Aegean Island, yet reluctant to betray her. He found himself ensnared in a dilemma. However, after an extended silence, Fikret resolved to observe the unfolding situation, realizing that his counsel was not paramount. The ultimate decision lay in Fiona's hands. I have several suggestions, he began. Firstly, we could ally with Blackbeard to retain the south wind on Aegean Island. However, this approach bears considerable risk, as the strength of the young pirate crew remains somewhat elusive, and they may possess means to counter our alliance. Secondly, we could feign ignorance, allowing them to pursue their own path while we navigate ours, thereby resolving the conflict between our factions without direct involvement. Thirdly, we might consider collaborating with the young pirate crew, offering them alternative assistance in exchange for their stones and hockey orbs. After reflecting on Fikret's proposals, Fiona plunged into deep thought. His three suggestions stemmed from distinct perspectives, that of an adversary, a bystander, and an ally. Yet, for Fiona, who aspired to become the first female pirate king, acquiring the treasures possessed by the South Wind was paramount. Thus, the bystander option was swiftly dismissed. It was inconceivable for Fiona to act as though nothing had transpired. This led her to waver between the paths of enmity and camaraderie. Should she confront the young pirate crew as foes, a decisive strike would be essential, compelling the South Wind to divulge its secrets. Yet, such a course of action was fraught with peril. There was no guarantee the South Wind would comply. Nor could she be certain that an alliance with Blackbeard would guarantee success in a single blow. Nevertheless, the potential benefits were enticing, promising her immense power in a short span of time. If one were to befriend the young pirate crew, it would be impossible to obtain a substantial amount of the two items from Southwind. While this may offer some assistance, achieving the desired outcome would require considerable time and undoubtedly entail a significant cost, although it would be a safer approach. One method promises speed, while the other guarantees stability, leaving Fiona in a quandary. Should she strive to amass a formidable power at the earliest opportunity, or should she adopt a more cautious and gradual strategy? After much contemplation, Fiona directed her gaze towards Fikret, whom she regarded as her most trusted strategist, always capable of providing sound counsel. Fikret, the second suggestion must certainly be dismissed. Do you believe it is better to have enemies or allies? Undoubtedly, allies are preferable. As the saying goes, with more friends, there are more paths. In my view, collaborating with the young pirate crew is the most advantageous course of action, although it entails a hefty price and a lengthy timeline to achieve our goals. It is undeniably a prudent choice with minimal risk. Furthermore, should others discover that we possess these two items, we would inevitably come under attack. However, through an alliance with Southwind, he would be the rightful owner of these items, and if others were to covet them, they would first seek out Southwind and his crew. Furthermore, in collaboration with Namfeng, our partnership extends beyond this single facet, as cooperation in other realms proves exceedingly advantageous for us. Therefore, my suggestion is to pursue collaboration, although the ultimate decision rests in your hands. After listening to Fikret's words, Fiona nodded, clearly swayed by his persuasion. However, until she articulated her thoughts, it was all for naught. Such situations were not new to Fikret. Thus, let us proceed with cooperation. A cautious approach is prudent. At last, Fiona resolved her stance towards the young pirate crew, and Fikret exhaled in relief, his apprehensions alleviated, thankful that Fiona had not placed him in a difficult position. So, shall we continue with the mediation tonight, or join forces with Namfeng to vanquish Blackbeard? Naturally, we shall persist with mediation. The matter of collaborating with Namfeng can wait until after the negotiations. We cannot instigate war on Aegean Island, yet once Blackbeard departs, we may launch an assault at sea alongside Namfeng. I believe he would not object, for harboring such an adversary is inherently unsettling. The Aegean Island at night appeared even more enchanting, with its bustling streets captivating all. The young pirate crew, bathed in moonlight, arrived before the Grand Piano Castle, where Namfeng encountered Blackbeard in the plaza. Upon their initial meeting, sparks flew. Blackbeard fixed a ravenous gaze upon Namfeng, who remained unfazed, his indifference only fueling Blackbeard's ire. However, upon spotting Lafitte, whom Clara was dragging like a lifeless dog, Blackbeard's fury erupted. Yet, before he could act, a young swordsman beside him drew his blade and lunged at Clara. Seeing the sword aimed at him, Clara remained motionless, sensing two individuals nearby had unsheathed their weapons. A sharp clash resonated as Nefuti's sword met that of the swordsman alongside Chitian, who was ever eager for a brawl. Upon glimpsing the golden staff, Nefuti turned to Chitian, who grinned nonchalantly yet wisely stowed away the staff. Just as Nefuti was about to engage the swordsman once more, a crisp applause interrupted their duel. Following the sound, they beheld Fikret, elegantly attired, standing at the castle's entrance. Successfully capturing everyone's attention, Fikret smiled graciously, "Ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of this evening is mediation. I kindly ask both parties to cease hostilities." Neither Nefuti nor the swordsman heeded Fikret's appeal, directing their gazes towards their captain, clearly indicating their desire to continue fighting. Nefong and Blackbeard both shook their heads. After all, as the host, a modicum of respect was warranted. Observing his captain's gesture, both combatants sheathed their swords and returned to their respective crews. With the tension dissipated, Fikret bowed courteously to both factions, saying, "I appreciate your presence tonight. Our captain has been awaiting you inside for some time. Please, follow me, as our banquet is about to commence." With that, Fikret led the way into the castle, with Nanfeng and the young pirate crew trailing closely behind, leaving Blackbeard at the rear. Chapter 63. A lioness demand upon entering the banquet hall. Nifeng finally laid eyes on the true leader of the Sky Pirates, the Sky Sovereign, Fiona. After exchanging a few pleasantries with her, the banquet commenced in earnest. Once the tables had been cleared of their dishes and cups, the main event of the evening truly began. Under Fiona's guidance, the negotiations officially commenced. Nefeng signaled to Soroya, indicating she should engage in dialogue with Blackbeard. As she was once a princess of a nation and possessed considerable negotiation skills within the young pirate crew. Noticing Nefeng's gesture, Soroya nodded subtly. They had agreed beforehand that she would lead the negotiations. "Regarding our recent losses, Blackbeard, how do you intend to address this?" Soroya inquired with calmness, displaying no fear towards Blackbeard. This was to be expected, as she was indeed a princess, and with the assistance of two divine birds, she had no reason for trepidation. Upon hearing Soroya's inquiry, Blackbeard's expression darkened. He perceived this as a slight from Nefeng, feeling insulted by the notion of only dealing with a subordinate. He glared at Nefeng, demanding, "What, do you look down upon me? Do you believe I am unworthy of speaking with you, resorting to sending your underling to negotiate?" Rolling his eyes, Nefeng felt exasperated. Blackbeard's sensitivity was excessive. Where had the cunning, patient Blackbeard of the original tale gone? Initially, he had harbored some apprehension towards Blackbeard, but now that sentiment had entirely evaporated. "You are overthinking. I simply lack negotiation skills," Nefeng retorted. "Humph." Blackbeard scoffed coldly, his countenance growing more sullen. Although Nefeng claimed to be inept at negotiation, Blackbeard interpreted it as a blatant affront. Ever since his retreat from Luffy's confrontation, Blackbeard had transformed entirely. The previous Blackbeard, though ruthless and unprincipled, displayed a certain level of restraint and cunning. Now, he had even abandoned the last remnants of intimidating qualities, perceiving any unintended slight as an affront. After taking a hearty swig of his drink, Blackbeard glared at Soroya, harboring his own desire to send his subordinates to negotiate. Yet, his mistrust had only deepened following Van Oka's betrayal, making him suspicious of everyone. "Losses? Are you jesting? If there are losses, they are mine alone." "What losses have you incurred?" he asserted. "Release my subordinates. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to wage war against you." "Then let us go to war. We have no objections," Soroya replied, unfazed by Blackbeard's threats. This unexpected response left Blackbeard astonished, while Chitian, unable to contain himself, leapt up, exclaiming, "Haha. Grandpa has long been itching for a fight." Producing his golden staff, Chitian hopped onto the table, brandishing it as if to strike, only to be reprimanded by Nanfeng. Nanfeng realized that Chitian was a chaotic spirit. One could not afford to show him any leniency, as he thrived on turmoil, ready to incite conflict at the slightest provocation. Reluctantly, Chitian sheathed his staff, suppressing his frustration. Fiona promptly stepped forward to mediate the situation, sternly warning Blackbeard Teach, "You must understand that my invitation to both parties today is to resolve the conflict. Such an attitude makes mediation impossible. If you truly wish to wage war on Aegean Island, our Sky Pirates will gladly oblige." "Humph, Fiona, are you showing favoritism?" "Not at all. This predicament is entirely of your making. You were the ones who provoked the young pirates first. We merely captured Shumon. How is that a provocation against those kids? They initiated the conflict. Even if I had intentions of dealing with them, I have not acted against them," Blackbeard retorted, visibly irate with Fiona's remarks. "Apologies. But prior to your assault on Shumon, she had already agreed to join our crew. Thus, upon leaving that room, she became one of us," Soroya stated calmly, though a twinge of concern flickered within her. She worried about what Shumon might say that could be detrimental to their cause, as Shumon had never explicitly declared her allegiance to the young pirates. Soroya's words were a masterstroke, leaving Blackbeard speechless while simultaneously enshrining Schumann within the young pirates. However, this maneuver was fraught with risk. Should Schumann utter anything unfavorable, it could lead to disastrous consequences. It was indeed a perilous gambit, a bold stroke, to Soroya's relief. Upon hearing her statement, Schumann merely opened her mouth as if to speak but ultimately refrained. She understood that remaining silent was the wisest course of action. She was no fool and recognized what should and should not be said. Blackbeard was visibly taken aback by Soroya's assertion, while Fiona gestured helplessly, clearly indicating, "You see? Schumann is one of them, and you have acted against their crew member." Turning his gaze towards Schumann, he noticed her silence, which tacitly acknowledged Soroya's claim, confirming her allegiance to the young pirates. Furious, Blackbeard realized that both Schumann and Fiona were aiding Ninfone. He regretted attending this gathering, recognizing that the other factions were conspiring against him, leaving him devoid of any initiative. Suppressing his anger, Blackbeard glared at Soroya, gritting his teeth as he asked, "So, what do you propose?" "Quite simple. You shall compensate us. First, hand over Fios' brother, the boy named Liko. Second, provide 100 devil fruits, 10 from the holy category, 20 from the natural, 30 from the paramecia, and 40 from the zoan. I believe you understand what constitutes a holy devil fruit, especially after surviving for so long. They cannot be artificial. Lastly, you must surrender all documents pertaining to the history of the text, without any concealment." "That is all," Soroya concluded. In response, Blackbeard crushed the bottle in his hand, his men seething with anger, while even Fiona and Fikret were left utterly astonished. Such demands were utterly unacceptable to Blackbeard. They were an outrageous overreach. The first condition posed no real challenge, as the boy had little utility now. However, the subsequent two conditions were utterly impossible. 100 devil fruits? It was rare enough to find a single devil fruit at sea, and she audaciously requested 100, encompassing every category, including the legendary holy type, which even Blackbeard and Fiona had only ever heard of in tales. Moreover, that is 100 fruits, to say nothing of requiring all 4 series. Even acquiring 100 animal-type devil fruits is no easy feat. Furthermore, the comprehensive historical texts in Blackbeard's possession represent decades of his relentless pursuit. Seizing them would be tantamount to appropriating the fruits of his labor. Even for formidable pirates like him, locating these historical texts is a Herculean task, the result of years of effort. Yet, Sierra has the audacity to demand all of Blackbeard's hard-earned results with a mere statement. Such a notion is preposterous. It is not even worth considering. This is not negotiation, but rather a brazen demand. Aside from the first condition, the other two are utterly unacceptable. 100 devil fruits? That is beyond comprehension. Ignoring Blackbeard's furious roar, Sierra delicately lifted her coffee, taking a sip before casting a disdainful glance at him. What he calls negotiation is simply a process of haggling. I have made my offer, yet you lack even the courage to counter. What gives? Have you been so thoroughly intimidated by the second-generation pirate king, Luffy, that you have lost all your resolve? This final remark struck at Blackbeard's most vulnerable point. His retreat before Luffy without a fight stands as the greatest blemish of his life, a fact he loathes others to mention. Yet, the woman before him, adorned with 2 birds perched upon her shoulders, dares to bring it up in front of so many. The more Blackbeard pondered, the more his anger swelled. Culminating in a punch directed at Sierra, his fist enveloped in a sphere of white light, an embodiment of the Tremor fruit's power. As he unleashed his strike, the very fabric of space shattered along the trajectory of his blow. Just as the fractured space approached Sierra, the phoenix perched on her shoulder gently flapped its wings, initiating a remarkable restoration of the damaged space. Blackbeard was left dumbfounded, utterly unprepared for the revelation that someone could neutralize the capabilities of his Tremor fruit. In the midst of his astonishment, a melodious voice emerged from the phoenix. "Human, I hope you do not repeat this folly. Otherwise, I shall not exhibit the same leniency as my counterpart." Blackbeard's heart swelled with a mixture of rage and trepidation. It enraged him to be threatened by a mere bird. Yet he was equally fearful of the astounding power wielded by the 2 avian companions of this young pirate crew. Was he truly left with no choice but to acquiesce to such terms? Though reluctant, he found himself cornered. Chapter 64. Haggling caught in a web of conflict. Blackbeard recalled Sierra's words. Negotiation is merely a process of bargaining. Suddenly, he felt a spark of hope, a surge of exhilaration, unaware that he was gradually ensnaring himself in Sierra's trap. Naturally, Sierra would never expect Blackbeard to produce 100 devil fruits, Such a demand is unattainable by anyone. Her statement was merely a strategy to secure the utmost advantage. This is a straightforward negotiation tactic, evident to many. Yet, in his state of anger and fear, Blackbeard failed to perceive the subtle pitfall that Sierra had crafted, stepping unwittingly into it. Calming the tempest of his fury, Blackbeard, believing he had discovered a resolution, looked at Sierra with composure. Of the 3 conditions you proposed, the first is acceptable, but the other 2 are out of the question. You are correct. Negotiation is about haggling. Thus, I present my terms. The first condition is agreeable. I have no objections. However, I shall part with no more than 5 devil fruits, and only animal type ones. As for the historical texts, we can only offer you 10%. Since we have reached a consensus on the first point, let us not dwell further. 5 devil fruits is simply not feasible. I demand at least 50 in the entirety of the historical texts, not a single page less. 6 devil fruits and 30% of the historical texts. This is my utmost concession. Then let us prepare for battle. I am indifferent. For you exhibit not a shred of sincerity. Upon hearing Sierra threaten combat, Chi Tian felt a sudden urge to leap into action, but thankfully, Niafeng intervened just in time to prevent him from springing onto the table. Fiona continually sought to mediate. Well, Miss Sierra, your valuation is indeed excessively high. No faction could possibly offer so many devil fruits. Indeed, it is not a lack of sincerity on my part. It is your offer that is too steep. Seeing Fiona come to his defense, Blackbeard quickly chimed in. To be honest, after witnessing the Phoenix's abilities, I truly wish to avoid conflict with the young pirate crew. Otherwise, true to his nature, Blackbeard would have instigated Fiona to side with him against Niafeng when Sierra proposed war. Since the Sky Monarch has spoken so, let us concede for Miss Fiona's sake. 40 devil fruits in the entirety of the historical texts. Unacceptable. 10 devil fruits and 50% of the historical texts. 10 devil fruits is agreeable. We have reached an understanding. However, it must include 1 divine type, 2 natural type, 3 superhuman type, and 4 animal type. Thus it is decided. Only the historical text remains. No one expected that Soroya would actually agree to Blackbeard's proposal of 10 devil fruits, reducing the original 40 to just 10. Blackbeard suddenly felt as though he had been deceived and realized that Soroya had been laying a trap from the very beginning. However, it was too late to turn back now. Taking a deep breath, Blackbeard struggled to suppress his anger and gritted his teeth, insisting that the variety of the 10 devil fruits would be determined by them. If that were the case, it would no longer be 10 devil fruits. He now faced 2 options, either present 40 devil fruits, with the variety determined by them, or present 10 devil fruits, adhering to the previously stated varieties. Upon hearing Soroya's words, Blackbeard clenched his teeth and ultimately resentfully conceded that the variety of the 10 devil fruits would be as they had just mentioned. In truth, Blackbeard did not wish to make this choice, yet he found himself with no alternative. Even if he wanted to select 40 devil fruits, it was impossible, as he did not possess that many and had to settle for the other option. Although the varieties were predetermined, he could still manage to provide them with 10. Now, regarding the historical text, a 50% compromise was out of the question. It had to be the entirety of the historical records. 55% was the maximum, while 95% was the minimum. This was unacceptable. I will yield one last time to 70%. This is my final concession. If you do not agree, war will be the only recourse. Heh, it's a deal, 70%. Soroya smiled in agreement with Blackbeard's proposal, casting a proud glance at Niafeng. Prior to their arrival, Niafeng had already communicated his bottom line to Soroya. The strength was essential, 1 devil fruit from each category, and only 30% of the historical records were acceptable. However, after Soroya's negotiations, the outcome was indeed quite fruitful, leaving no room for him to hide his pride. Now, you should return my subordinates. After Soroya's agreement, Blackbeard prepared to retrieve Lafitte and Basis. He was currently short on crew members and urgently needed to bring these 2 back to bolster his strength. Hearing Blackbeard's words, Soroya smirked cunningly and replied, "Have you misunderstood? I distinctly remember stating that was merely compensation, not a ransom for your subordinates. If you wish to reclaim your men, a considerable ransom will be required." What? Blackbeard slammed the table in disbelief. After all this haggling, it was merely compensation? Having paid such a heavy price, to find it was only compensation was hard for Blackbeard to accept. He even contemplated abandoning Lafitte and Basis, but ultimately dismissed that thought. After all, as the captain of a pirate ship, he had many subordinates nearby. If he were to forsake Lafitte and Basis, well, what would the others think? If even these 2 longtime crew members could be heartlessly abandoned, How could he expect loyalty from anyone else if he truly abandoned them? Turmoil would undoubtedly ensue within the Blackbeard pirates, which was the last thing he wanted. Moreover, if he were to forsake these two, his reputation would undoubtedly tarnish further. Betraying Whitebeard had already sullied his name, and fleeing from Luffy had made him the laughingstock of the world. Should he abandon his subordinates due to the young pirate crew? Blackbeard would find it impossible to navigate these seas any longer. Moreover, should one insist on redeeming their subordinates amidst such significant losses, it would undoubtedly enhance Blackbeard's reputation, though it would do little to salvage his honor. At the very least, it could foster greater unity within the Blackbeard pirates and engender deeper loyalty among his crew. Observing the ever-shifting expressions on Blackbeard's face, Soroya secretly chuckled within, determined to exploit the situation. Regardless of whether Blackbeard chose to save them or not, he would incur consequences. Should he opt to rescue them, his losses would only magnify, while if he refrained, he would further alienate his men. Either choice would be sufficient to compel Blackbeard to drink another round. With gritted teeth, Blackbeard resolved to retrieve the two individuals, aiming to mitigate the damage to his crew's strength while simultaneously fostering greater loyalty among his ranks. Though there would be losses, there would also be gains. To choose not to save them would result in inevitable loss. Having already paid a hefty price, he felt indifferent to incurring a bit more. Addressing Soroya, he inquired what price she would demand for the redemption of his subordinates. Upon hearing Blackbeard's decision to rescue the two, his accompanying officers beamed with smiles. For they knew that should they find themselves captured in the future, Blackbeard would surely come to their aid as well. 5 devil fruits of any variety. Along with the remaining 30% of the historical texts, she stated, "Impossible. I cannot part with the remaining historical texts, nor can I spare any more devil fruits." Blackbeard retorted, clearly incensed. Time and again, Soroya was fixated on his historical texts, a notion he could not abide. Even Fiona and Fikrit, who had been observing, were immensely impressed by Soroya's negotiation prowess. She was indeed a master negotiator. Since you cannot provide the devil fruits, let us consolidate everything into the remaining historical texts. I shall not haggle further over the texts. What say you? If you refuse this arrangement, then I suppose I shall have no choice but to eliminate those two useless individuals. Gasping for breath, Blackbeard's eyes blazed crimson with fury. Soroya's words were infuriatingly melodious, as if she were granting him reprieve. Very well, I shall concede the remaining historical texts to you, he ultimately decided, recognizing the inevitability of the situation. He could not allow Nafone and the others to execute Lafitte and Baucis. It was preferable to have never attempted to save them in the first place. Seeing Blackbeard acquiesce to her proposal, Soroya offered him a gentle smile, yet it filled him with trepidation, a foreboding sense of ill fortune. As anticipated, Soroya declared, "Thus, our agreement is settled. Please bring us what we require at your earliest convenience. The two individuals shall remain in our custody for now." Oh. And regarding the damages incurred during the battle on Aegean Island, you shall be responsible for compensation. This matter is to be discussed between you and Miss Fiona. We shall not intervene. However, I trust you won't mind our presence as spectators? In an instant, Blackbeard's countenance darkened further, while Fiona's eyes sparkled with delight. Soroya's intent was crystal clear. Having extorted their due, it was now time for the Sky Pirates to extract their own tribute. Should Blackbeard object, they were prepared to unite against him. Chapter 65, Dandy and the Two-Colored Rainbow Stone. After enduring a series of extortions, even the most patient of souls like Blackbeard could no longer contain his mounting rage. Following the delivery of the items, he stormed away with his crew, his fierce gaze unmistakably signaling to Nafone and Fiona that he would settle this score. Once Blackbeard departed, Nafone did not linger but led the young pirate crew away from the piano castle, their destination set for the seaside, for some matters required resolution. Shumon accompanied them to the shore, marveling as Navdi retrieved the ship from the depths of the sea, her astonishment palpable. Once aboard, Nanya arranged accommodations for Shumon and Lika, after which Shumon guided Lika to rest. In the ship's dining hall, all eyes were fixed on Dandy, for they knew it was time for her to unveil the secrets she had been concealing. Yet before Dandy could speak, Nafone raised his hand to interrupt her, addressing Chitian. "Please fetch Shumon. After all, she is now one of us." "No need. I am here," came Shumon's voice as she appeared at the entrance, beaming with warmth. Her presence signified her acceptance of the crew and her new identity as a member of the young pirates. With everyone present, Dandy finally began to recount her tale. Dandy's parents were archaeologists from O'Hara. When the Navy initiated the Buster Call on O'Hara, Dandy's parents evaded that tragedy by seeking historical texts at sea. After the O'Hara incident reverberated worldwide, Dandy's parents concealed themselves to prevent the true history from perishing, never to be seen again. The world government presumed they had perished in the incident, leading to the erroneous claim that Robin was the sole survivor of O'Hara. Dandy's parents once contemplated searching for Robin, yet they never succeeded in their quest. It was not until Robin joined the Straw Hat Pirates and experienced the events at Eni's lobby that Dandy's parents relinquished their search. Recognizing Robin had found her place in the world, Dandy was born in the year Luffy became the Pirate King, at the moment the Navy headquarters was sunk. From a young age, Dandy immersed herself in archaeological knowledge, determined that O'Hara's legacy must endure and that the truth of history must never be buried. However, the relentless pursuit of archaeologists by the world government has never ceased. In order to conceal Dandy's true identity, her parents insisted that she study culinary arts alongside archaeology. This duality led Dandy to genuinely fall in love with the culinary profession, relegating archaeology to the status of a mere sideline. Initially, everything seemed idyllic. However, when Dandy turned 10, pirates unexpectedly targeted her parents, revealing their identities completely. To ensure Dandy's safe escape, her parents sacrificed their own lives, instilling in Dandy a deep-seated hatred for the profession of archaeology and her lineage as a descendant of O'Hara. To her, it became a cursed vocation, prompting her to never speak of her identity as an archaeologist. Dandy believed she could effectively conceal her past, yet she was ultimately discovered by Blackbeard. Upon hearing Dandy's tale, a profound silence enveloped the group. None could fathom that Dandy was a descendant of O'Hara, nor could they comprehend her aversion to her own identity. Yet, given the circumstances of her parents' demise, such feelings were understandable. After sharing her story, Dandy remained silent, awaiting the judgment of Nan Fong, recognizing her wrongdoing. Unexpectedly, Nan Fong did not cast blame. Instead, he bowed deeply to her, expressing, "Dandy, I am truly sorry. I was unaware of your harrowing experiences, and I regret reopening your wounds." Dandy appeared taken aback by Nan Feng's gesture, unsure of how to respond, her hands awkwardly placed. It was Nonaya and Zyroya who stepped forward to alleviate her discomfort. Nonaya gently embraced Dandy, reassuring her, "My dear, do not be disheartened. Regardless of what you have concealed from us, we bear you no ill will. Our frustration lies not in your silence, but in your tendency to bury your pain. We are comrades, and we shall share your burdens." Zyroya added, "Dandy, you should not dwell in sorrow. You ought to embrace joy. Your parents, who loved you dearly and sacrificed their lives, would wish to see your smile, your happiness. Come, let us see that smile." As Zyroya affectionately ruffled Dandy's hair, tears welled in Dandy's eyes, and a beautiful smile graced her lips. Seeing Dandy smile, Nan Feng too smiled, but soon adopted a serious demeanor, fixing his gaze upon her. "Dandy, you must not harbor hatred. Indeed, being an archaeologist is akin to bearing a curse, for they tread upon forbidden grounds, unearthing not just history, but the truths of the world. Their nobility invites scorn from the ignoble, and they are cursed by those in power. Yet, they are inherently good. You must not despise your heritage. The contributions of O'Hara are immense, and its tragic fate was wrought by the cowardice of the world government. They tremble at the truths of history, fearing those who possess such knowledge. You have no right to loathe the fallen O'Hara, which perished in the quest to unveil historical truths. Dandy, your animosity should not be directed at archaeologists or O'Hara, but rather at the feeble world government. Our existence is a testament to the rebellion against that inept authority. Moreover, Dandy, do you truly harbor hatred? If your animosity towards archaeologists and O'Hara were genuine, you would not have sought historical texts from Smoker, nor would you have attempted to extort the history from Blackbeard. Dandy, do you genuinely believe you are loathing them? Those capable of recognizing their own hearts are indeed remarkable individuals." Upon hearing Nan Feng's words, Dandy stood still, lost in thought. However, moments later, the rainbow stone adorning him emitted a brilliant radiance, dazzling in its brilliance. Within that glow, Nan Feng seemed to perceive golden characters shimmering. As the light dissipated, the rainbow stone transformed into hues of orange and gold. Though the colors were closely related, distinctions remained evident. Following this metamorphosis of the rainbow stone, Roman and Clara were overwhelmed with excitement. To their astonishment, the legend proved true. The rainbow stone indeed possessed the ability to manifest colors. Clara's exhilaration was understandable, but even Roman, typically aloof, shared in this fervor, leaving everyone perplexed. "Roman, what on earth is happening? Why is Dandy's rainbow stone transformed in such a manner?" Nan Feng was equally intrigued, not only by Dandy's rainbow stone, but also by Roman's enthusiasm regarding its transformation. Despite his excitement, in Roman's heart, Nan Feng would always hold the foremost position. When Nan Feng posed a question, Roman naturally responded with utmost respect. "My lord, the rainbow stone is named as such not merely for its colors, but also for the legends surrounding it. According to legend, the rainbow stone can bestow up to 7 abilities upon its wielder. With each additional ability granted, a new color emerges on the stone until it becomes a spectrum of hues. However, to my knowledge, no individual has ever succeeded in transforming a rainbow stone into a multicolored state. I have never even encountered a dual-colored rainbow stone until today." In the lore, the abilities of the rainbow stone grow increasingly potent, with later abilities proving more formidable. Furthermore, these abilities can be combined. Even water and fire abilities can coexist if awakened from the same rainbow stone. Should Dandy fully master the capabilities currently bestowed by the rainbow stone, he might very well be my equal in combat. Roman's words left Nan Feng astounded, rendering him speechless for a time. He had only understood that the rainbow stone could endow its user with abilities, unaware that it could grant up to 7, with the potential for these abilities to synergize. This was certainly not a simple arithmetic addition. With eyes alight with joy, Nan Feng's intent was clear. He yearned to uncover what had triggered the awakening of the rainbow stone's second ability in Dandy and to discern what that second ability entailed. Observing Nan Feng's excitement, Dandy revealed his second ability, which was the power of words. Yet, to this day, Dandy remained uncertain how to harness the potential of this newfound ability. Moreover, Dandy was perplexed as to why he could unleash his second ability. Nan Feng had inquired about this with Qi, but her response was merely to rely on oneself. In his frustration, Nan Feng turned his attention to Schumann, for it was well known that she was a target of Blackbeard. This clearly indicated that Schumann was not merely a musician, either she harbored a hidden second vocation akin to Dandy's, or she possessed knowledge of an extraordinary secret that could entice even Blackbeard. Nan Feng was eager to uncover the nature of this secret, hoping that Schumann would not be as reticent as Dandy had been towards his companions. Chapter 66. Schumann's Secret and the Second Generation. Schumann understood Nan Feng's implication. As partners, transparency was paramount, and trust among allies could not withstand repeated concealment. "I believe Blackbeard's interest in me stems from 2 secrets I possess. These secrets were once inconsequential, yet now they have garnered significant attention. You are likely aware of the 2 pirate crews that have recently gained notoriety, one being the newly emerged Grim Reaper pirates, and the other the Round Table Knights pirates. The secret I hold pertains to the Round Table Knights pirates. It is rumored that the Round Table Knights set sail in search of the legendary weapon of the king from Arthur's Island, the Sword in the Stone. Should they find the Sword in the Stone, King Arthur, the legendary ruler of Arthur's Island, would return. By chance, I have come to know a piece of information regarding the Sword in the Stone, which could explain why Blackbeard has taken an interest in me. He may wish to exchange knowledge of the sword for the friendship of King Arthur. Securing the allegiance of the fabled King Arthur could provide him with a formidable ally. A tremendous temptation for him. Schumann's revelation left everyone astounded. The strength of the Round Table Knights pirates was hardly inferior even to that of the young pirates, and no one anticipated that Schumann held the secret to the Sword in the Stone. This was indeed a momentous development. Once Blackbeard divulges this secret, it will not only be the Round Table Knights pirate crew seeking out the young pirates, but everyone wishing to ally with the Round Table Knights will come knocking. Nan Feng felt a twinge of headache. Their young pirates were increasingly becoming the target of scrutiny. Following the incident at Emerald Isle, the young pirates garnered a reputation for acquiring eternal emeralds. Inciting envy, at Nanwan Monkey Island, they acquired the title of possessing a heavenly treasure, provoking a frenzy among countless individuals. Now, if Blackbeard were to divulge Schumann's secret, the youth pirate crew would undoubtedly become an object of envy for to them. The crew represents a sumptuous feast, a mere bite sufficient to sustain a lifetime. Nan Feng suddenly felt a twinge of imbalance within his heart. The Eternal Emerald had merged with Zyroya, and all the treasures on Monkey Island had been acquired by Qi Tian, while the secret that Schumann possessed offered little advantage to him. Why should the benefits accrue to others while the resentment remained his alone? Taking a deep breath, Nan Feng felt a sense of helplessness. Schumann had claimed to possess 2 secrets. The first had already caused him considerable distress, leaving him to ponder the implications of the second. What could this second secret entail? The second secret pertains to the devil fruits. I wonder if you have heard of the sacred type devil fruits? Indeed. Qi Tian is a wielder of a sacred type devil fruit, and we currently hold 3 such fruits. the angel fruit, the demon fruit, and the white jaw fruit, which was compensation from Blackbeard. Upon hearing Nanfeng's words, Schumann was taken aback. It is well known that the sacred type is more precious than the natural type. Yet here within this pirate crew, there are 4 of these extraordinary fruits. When did such treasures become so commonplace? Swallowing hard, Schumann continued with difficulty. Now that you are aware of the sacred type devil fruits, I must share that I was once told in my youth that these fruits were destroyed long ago and would no longer appear in this world. The re-emergence of the sacred type devil fruits would signify a time of great upheaval. That individual informed me that the existence of these fruits is a consequence of the fall of the gods. To counter the sacred type devil fruits, aside from the inherent properties of mutual restraint among the fruits, the sole method lies in the manifestation of conqueror's haki. Moreover, even armament haki proves ineffective against a wielder who has fully mastered a sacred type devil fruit. This person conveyed that to solidify conqueror's haki, one must acquire a mystical stone, which he referred to as the sea god stone. While the veracity of his claims remains uncertain, this constitutes the second secret I possess. Upon Schumann's revelation, Nanfeng exhaled deeply, relieved that this secret was not beyond his comprehension. However, he had not anticipated the immense power of haki, capable of counteracting even the sacred type devil fruits. After listening to Schumann, Nanfeng fell into contemplation. The youth pirate crew was increasingly attracting attention, necessitating even greater strength. Although the crew was already formidable, Nanfeng still felt it was insufficient. With this in mind, he contemplated performing another summoning. After the previous summoning, a directional summoning option had appeared, yet it required a multiple of mirage points compared to a random summoning. The southern wind harbored another notion, one that had lingered in his mind for quite some time: to separate Keela from the young pirate crew and subsequently establish a formidable pirate faction anew. His vision for the future entailed that the core of the young pirate crew would follow an elite path, comprised solely of various formidable individuals, while the other pirate crews under its banner would operate akin to conventional pirate factions. After much contemplation, a rather mischievous idea dawned upon him, an idea to summon a powerful figure and then detach the young pirate crew. As for the individual he wished to summon, Southern Wind had already identified an excellent candidate, the highly popular character, second-generation Mi Long from Star Journey. Despite appearing in just a handful of episodes, Mi Long had captivated countless fans, admired for both his appearance and prowess. Coupled with his intriguing backstory, Mi Long had always been a character of high popularity, one that Southern Wind held in great esteem. While he was tempted to summon the Red Devil directly, the disparity in his illusion points rendered that impossible. The Red Devil was not attainable with his current standing. However, summoning second-generation Mi Long was well within his reach. In the presence of all, Southern Wind summoned Mi Long, and the sudden appearance of the young man clad in yellow with red hair astonished everyone, except for Roman and Keela, who were accustomed to such occurrences. Upon manifesting before them, Mi Long slowly opened his eyes and respectfully bowed to Southern Wind, before turning his gaze towards Roman and speaking. "Roman, are you here as well?" Roman replied, "Yes, I didn't expect you to be here too." Southern Wind was taken aback that Roman and Mi Long knew each other, but soon realized that both had learned the 8 extremes from the tutelage of the Red Devil, making their acquaintance entirely plausible. "All right, allow me to introduce you all," he said. "This is Mi Long, who will henceforth be a new member of the young pirate crew. His strength is indeed formidable. Mi Long, please introduce yourself." "Greetings. I am Mi Long. It is a pleasure to meet you all," he stated. While Mi Long was not as aloof as Roman, he was not particularly effusive either. After exchanging brief pleasantries, he fell silent, while others remained ensnared in the astonishment of a sudden appearance by Nanfeng, displaying a certain stupor. Nanfeng gently cleared his throat twice to draw their attention. He then announced a shocking decision that left everyone in disbelief. "Ladies and gentlemen, I intend to divide the young pirate crew into 2 factions. The separated faction will be tasked with forming another pirate crew. This new crew will not pursue an elite path. We are not lacking in formidable high-ranking members. What we truly lack is both low-end and high-end combat power. Thus, it is imperative for the young pirate crew to undergo this division. What are your thoughts?" Upon the conclusion of Nanfeng's statement, the room fell into a profound silence, and the matter of Mi Long's sudden appearance was momentarily forgotten. "You are correct. We are severely deficient in low-end combat strength. It is indeed necessary to separate a portion of the young pirate crew for this task. Allow me to take charge." Nefuti was the first to voice his agreement, volunteering for the endeavor. "I have no objections." However, Nanfeng, Who do you intend to separate for this mission? It is not a trivial matter. Let Nefuti and me handle it, responded Chi Tian. Do not be foolish. You must remain on the young ship. Otherwise, you might inadvertently provoke trouble. What did you say? The room erupted into a cacophony of voices, with several individuals volunteering to undertake the task. Only Clara, Roman, and Mi Long remained silent. Enough with the noise. I have made my decision. Clara, Roman, and Mi Long shall be the ones to embark on this mission. You three will separate and form a new pirate crew. With Roman as the leader, and Mi Long and Clara as his aides, I believe you are all capable of fulfilling this responsibility. The new crew shall be named the Starry Sea Pirates. Understood, sir, Mi Long and the others replied in unison. In truth, they had anticipated Nan Feng's decision, as they were all of a similar ilk and had struggled to integrate with the others aboard the ship. Although Roman and Clara had been present for an extended period, they had never truly connected with the rest of the crew. They had always revolved around Nan Feng, never regarding others as comrades. The ship was not as harmonious as it appeared, as Clara lacked common ground with the others. This was yet another reason for Nan Feng's choice to separate them. Since they could not coexist amicably with the rest, it would be better to allow them the freedom to interact amongst themselves at sea. Furthermore, the three individuals shared a common background and should possess a greater affinity for one another. Notably, apart from Mi Long, the other two had previously led large groups, aligning well with Nan Feng's criteria. Chapter 67. Fiona's visit. After determining the future direction of the young pirate crew, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Everyone recognized that while the young pirate crew appeared formidable, it still harbored significant deficiencies in certain aspects. This decision serves to remedy a significant vulnerability within the young pirate crew. Despite their formidable high-end combat capabilities, even the mightiest cannot withstand the onslaught of sheer numbers. The battle at Wick Island hardly represented a true wave of human force. With these issues temporarily resolved, everyone retired to their quarters for rest, while Myron and his companions remained, as Nan Feng evidently had further instructions for them. As the sun rose once more, Myron and his companions were fully prepared and set to embark. Nan Feng stood at the bow of the ship to bid them farewell. However, before the trio could depart, two unexpected visitors arrived. Since uncovering Nan Feng's secret, Fiona had been exceedingly exhilarated, unable to sleep throughout the night. The previous evening had felt interminable to her, and as soon as dawn broke, she sought out the young pirate crew to discuss potential collaboration. Fiona's visit took Nan Feng by surprise. He had thought their interaction was confined to that singular banquet. Requesting Myron and his companions to wait, he sensed Fiona's presence had a specific purpose, making their continued presence essential. Upon boarding the young ship, Fiona displayed palpable excitement, feeling she had taken a significant step towards her objectives. Confident in her ability to forge a successful partnership with Nan Feng, she remained undeterred by the evident strength of the four individuals present. Once invited to the parlor, Fiona wore an innocent smile, appearing harmless. Yet, having witnessed her extortion of Blackbeard, Nan Feng harbored doubts about her simplicity. Why is Captain Fiona not resting on her own ship so early in the morning? He inquired. I am eager to collaborate with Captain Nan Feng. Ever since our alliance yesterday, I have hoped for another opportunity to join forces, and I am delighted that it has arrived so swiftly. Oh, is that so? Yet, I fail to see any grounds for collaboration, Nan Feng replied with a bemused expression, feigning nonchalance, though uncertainty brewed within him regarding Fiona's intent. Certainly, we have common interests, such as the annihilation of the Blackbeard pirates, ensuring he remains forever lost at sea, Fiona stated calmly after sipping her coffee, her words unsettlingly bold. Nan Feng was taken aback by Fiona's assertiveness. He had not expected this seemingly gentle woman to utter such sentiments. Was this the fabled fade of beauty concealing a heart of venom? Indeed, one must not judge by appearances alone. Taking a measured sip of his coffee, Nan Feng maintained his composure. Captain Fiona, I currently have no grievances with Blackbeard. Surely, there must be a rationale for such actions? Are you truly at ease with a foe as formidable as he lurking nearby? You must be aware of Blackbeard's notorious past. Although he may not seem as terrifying since being thwarted by the second Pirate King, this does not guarantee his perpetual docility. He lies in wait like a serpent in the shadows, ready to strike. Fiona's words rang true. Blackbeard's reputation was well known, and such an adversary would not be easily dismissed. However, having just extorted a considerable sum from him, the prospect of turning against Blackbeard felt reminiscent of his own tactics. Seemingly attuned to Nan Feng's hesitation, Fiona seized the moment to press her case further. Do not forget, we are pirates, It is entirely normal for us to engage in conflict amongst ourselves. War does not require justification. Moreover, Blackbeard's contributions were not made for his survival, but rather to compensate for our losses. There is no animosity between us. Attacking him merely removes an opponent from our path to supremacy. Fiona's reasoning illuminated the situation for Nanfeng. Indeed, Blackbeard's payment was merely a reparation, not a ransom for his life. He realized that he had been ensnared in a web of misunderstanding. In truth, Nanfeng was not opposed to eliminating Blackbeard. He simply required a compelling reason to act. Now, Fiona had provided him with that rationale, rendering Blackbeard's continued existence unnecessary. Especially since Nanfeng held a deep-seated aversion toward him. Captain Fiona, you speak wisely. Let us consign Blackbeard to the depths of the ocean. I too believe he should no longer partake in the struggle for dominion over the seas. Together, we shall ensure that the disgrace of the previous era remains buried. Nanfeng understood that Fiona's desire to collaborate in eliminating Blackbeard was undoubtedly driven by her own motives, for she had played a role in extorting him as well. Furthermore, Fiona is one of the three sovereigns, while Blackbeard is one of the two demons. If Blackbeard were to be eliminated, Fiona would have the opportunity to take his place. Once she becomes one of the two demons, the resources at her disposal would naturally multiply. Then, shall we discuss another matter regarding the stones? Fiona's sudden remark left Nanfeng somewhat bewildered. What stones? Moreover, was Fiona actually proposing a collaboration? Nanfeng found himself at a loss. What stones? I'm not sure what you're referring to. Could you elaborate? Nanfeng's confusion deepened as he pondered the only stone that came to mind, eternal jade. Could it be that Fiona truly desired eternal jade? It was possible, as many girls tend to be fond of such treasures. However, Fiona did not seem like the type to be enamored by such things. Observing Nanfeng's expression, Fiona decided to drop the pretense and smiled mysteriously, saying, I don't know what that stone is called, but I'm aware that Captain Nanfeng can procure it. That stone is colorful and possesses the ability to transform an ordinary person into a power wielder, much like a devil fruit. Before she could finish, an overwhelming aura of menace enveloped her, and Nanfeng seized her by the throat, lifting her off the ground. Fiona attempted to escape, only to discover that Nanfeng's hand was already enveloped in haki. Fikret, who had accompanied Fiona, rushed forward to rescue her, but was intercepted by Milan. Despite his urgency, Fikret found himself unable to breach Milan's defenses and could only shout for Nanfeng to release Fiona. As a wave of murderous intent surged within him, Nanfeng was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that someone would unearth the secret of the Rainbow Stone. This stone was a significant secret he possessed, and he could hardly fathom how Fiona had come to know about it. How do you know about the Rainbow Stone? Who else is aware of its existence? In response to Nanfeng's inquiries, Fiona smiled, genuinely delighted. She had wagered correctly. Nanfeng was evidently anxious about the so-called Rainbow Stone. Thus, the initiative was now entirely in her hands. Pointing to the hand that was constricting her throat, Fiona said with a smile, First, kindly release your grip, and we can discuss this matter at length. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, Nanfeng reluctantly complied, loosening his hold on Fiona's neck. However, his murderous intent remained unabated. Upon seeing Nanfeng release Fiona, Fikret ceased his attempts to attack, as he lacked the strength to overcome Milan's blockade. Once freed, Fiona coughed a few times before smiling at Nanfeng. She considered herself to have captured Nanfeng's vital interest, as he was uncertain whether others were privy to this information, which deterred him from taking action against her. Captain Nanfeng, rest assured, few are aware of this matter. However, if anything were to happen to us, the entire world would come to know, she stated. Are you threatening me? Nanfeng narrowed his eyes, the aura of menace around him intensifying. How could I? I merely wish to collaborate with you. I desire to purchase some of those stones from you. What do you say? I will keep this secret, Fiona replied. Not much at all, and only the dead keep secrets. Do you intend to keep me aboard your ship? In that case, your secret would spread throughout the world. Including the ability to wield haki, Fiona's words intensified Nanfeng's hostility towards her, for she knew far too much. Such a person had to be dealt with, either through elimination or other means. At this thought, Nanfeng's eyes suddenly transformed into a kaleidoscopic Sharingan, rendering Fiona motionless as she gazed at him in astonishment. Moments later, her body began to tremble violently before eventually coming to a halt. When Fiona's eyes regained clarity, they were filled with admiration and reverence as she looked at Nanfeng. His eyes possessed the power to cast a formidable illusion known as Kodo Amatsukami. Nanfeng had previously utilized this illusion against a Shichibukai illusionist, embedding a significant spy within the ranks of the world government. Now, He has employed the mystical power of another eye on Fiona, allowing Nan Feng to rest assured. As for Fikret, Nan Feng had long discerned his interest in Fiona. Controlling her would render any concerns about Fikret's defiance moot. Fikret's unwavering obedience to Fiona is evident, as he would resolutely execute any command she issues. Chapter 68. Paving the way after successfully casting the divine enchantment upon Fiona. A bold idea suddenly emerged in Nan Feng's mind. He contemplated the possibility of Fiona collaborating with Roman and the others to confront the Blackbeard pirates, while the young pirates would refrain from intervening in the matter. Nan Feng held faith in the trio, as well as in Fiona's formidable prowess. Here alone, there are 5 powerful individuals, each possessing the strength to vanquish multitudes, which is more than sufficient to deal with Blackbeard. Furthermore, it stands to reason that the Sky Pirates are not limited to just Fiona and Fikret as their formidable members. Thus, the combined might of the Sky Pirates and the Star-Sailing Pirates should be ample to contend with Blackbeard. The reason for Roman and his companions to participate in this war under the banner of the Starry Sea Pirates was to elevate the crew's reputation. A formidable name would undoubtedly attract a multitude of pirates to join their ranks. Nan Feng's plan was entirely aimed at paving the way for the Starry Sea Pirates, and the very thought of it was exhilarating. It meant that 2 of the 4 most renowned emerging pirate crews in the first half of the Grand Line would be under his command, along with an additional Sky Pirate crew. Should Nan Feng's vision come to fruition, it would not only fortify the Starry Sea Pirates, but also serve his own ambitions. As he continued to accumulate strength, although Fiona's recent behavior struck him as peculiar, Fikret was unaware that she had fallen under Nan Feng's control. To dispel any suspicion from Fikret, Nan Feng ultimately decided to provide Fiona with rainbow stones, stipulating that only those of absolute loyalty could obtain them, yet another step in his accumulation of power. Once the other crew members awoke, Nan Feng revealed his decision. The first to react was Qitian, who clamored to join Roman and his companions. His enthusiasm was infectious, prompting Nafti to express his desire to partake in the war as well. Schumann and Dandy were motivated by revenge, and soon, every member aboard the ship was eager to join the battle, leaving Nan Feng feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Eventually, unable to endure the commotion any longer, Nan Feng acquiesced to their wishes, albeit with one condition. Aside from Roman and his companions, no one else could reveal their true identities. For the others, this was a small price to pay, as their sole desire was to engage in battle and bring Blackbeard to his knees, consigning him to the depths of the sea. Meanwhile, within the Blackbeard pirates, an enraged Blackbeard had spent the entire night wreaking havoc in his quarters, leaving the room in utter disarray. The fury stemming from the extortion orchestrated by Nan Feng and Fiona had yet to subside. Lafitte and Basis stood outside Blackbeard's room, their faces etched with bitterness, knowing that their failure to handle the situation had led to this chaos. They had initially thought Blackbeard would abandon them, but to their surprise, he was willing to pay a price to retrieve them, a notion that seemed unfathomable given the time they had spent under his command. Their understanding of Blackbeard's temperament only deepened their gratitude towards him. Finally, the noise in Blackbeard's room ceased, and his voice resonated, calling for Lafitte and Basis to enter. Exchanging glances, the two opened the door to find the room in shambles, with only a single chair miraculously intact, albeit precariously balanced. Upon entering, they knelt before Blackbeard, ready to apologize, yet they were taken aback when he refrained from chastising them. "Rise," he commanded. "This mission's failure and its consequences are not solely your fault. The primary responsibility lies with me. I underestimated the strength of the young pirate crew and overestimated our own. I lost my way. I, Blackbeard, am known for my resilience and cunning, but after fleeing from Luffy, it became a mental burden, rendering me increasingly irritable and weak. But now, that audacious Blackbeard who dared to challenge Whitebeard has returned. This time, no matter the enemy we face, I shall not flee. I will stand with you at the pinnacle of the world. We will have our vengeance, for Shiryu, for you, for me. Stand up. Only the 3 of us remain of those who once fought together. Over the years, the others have perished at sea, and Shiryu fell by Nan Feng's hand. Then Augur betrayed me, leaving only you 2 old friends by my side." Despite the influx of new blood into the Blackbeard pirates, the elders were reduced to just them. "You are the only ones I truly trust. I shall not lose you again. Even in death, I will stand with you." Though aware that Blackbeard was merely attempting to win their loyalty, Lafitte and Basis were nonetheless deeply moved by his words. Indeed, from 10, only 3 remained, and they could not afford to lose another. Following this incident, the original Blackbeard had seemingly made a complete return, now even more unrestrained in his ambitions. Driven by hatred and dreams. On the ship of the young pirate crew, Fickright was strategizing how to strike against the Blackbeard pirates when he abruptly received a call from his subordinate. Upon hearing the voice on the other end, Fickright sprang to his feet in disbelief. He had never anticipated that while they were plotting against Blackbeard, he would simply vanish into thin air. This realization sent a jolt of urgency through him. They could not allow Blackbeard's crew to escape, as it would be detrimental for both pirate factions. After ending the call, Fickright relayed the news to Nan Fong and the others, who were equally astonished by the sudden disappearance. What could possibly be the cause? Upon hearing of Blackbeard's vanishing act, Nan Fong fell into contemplation, pondering methods by which an object could entirely cease to exist. He arrived at two potential explanations: spatial manipulation or direct invisibility. Looking up at Fickright, he said, "Please take me to the location where Blackbeard's crew disappeared. I wish to investigate. Perhaps I can uncover some clues." Nan Feng's intention was to discern which method Blackbeard had employed. If it were invisibility, he could devise a solution, but if it were spatial teleportations, it would pose a significant challenge. Upon arriving at the site of Blackbeard's disappearance, Nan Feng quickly received his answer. Sensing a disturbance in the fabric of space, indicating that Blackbeard's crew had teleported to another location in the world. Noticing the residual tremors of the space, Nan Feng furrowed his brow, deeply dissatisfied at having allowed a formidable foe to escape so easily. Observing his expression, Fickright inquired, "What did you discover? Have you reached any conclusions?" "Yes, it was spatial manipulation. Someone in Blackbeard's crew possesses the power of space, likely someone who has consumed a space-related fruit." "A space fruit? Wasn't that the fruit you consumed?" The words of the South Wind left Ficklet utterly astonished. In his perception, the South Wind's abilities stemmed from spatial manipulation, leading him to assume the spatial fruit had been ingested by the South Wind. Never had he anticipated such a revelation. Glancing at Ficklet, since he was already aware of the Rainbow Stone's existence, the South Wind saw no reason to conceal anything further. "My power does not originate from a devil fruit, but from the Rainbow Stone, the very stone you seek. It grants formidable abilities tailored to the user's disposition, without the weakness to water." "So that's how it is," Ficklet mused. "By your reasoning, then, the Blackbeard pirates must harbor a spatial devil fruit user. But who could it be? I suspect it may be Blackbeard himself. If he can consume two devil fruits simultaneously, there's no reason he couldn't ingest a third, or even a fourth. Knowing his nature, he would undoubtedly seize the spatial fruit's power for himself, either by consuming it or by extracting its abilities from another user through some sinister method. Much like what he did to Whitebeard. The specifics elude us, but the possibility remains." "Sound logic. But what do we do now? We cannot simply let Blackbeard escape. We shall scour the world for him. The moment he is found, we strike together. That venomous serpent must not be allowed to live. I intend to make Blackbeard my stepping stone." With that, the South Wind turned and strode away without hesitation. Blackbeard's escape had foiled their paving plan. But it was time for Roman and the others to set sail. Yet the South Wind refused to abandon the scheme entirely. Blackbeard would be crushed beneath his heel. Chapter 69. Discovery, Sulphur Island. Aboard the young pirate ship, the South Wind dialed Princess Vivi. As the mastermind behind the intelligence pirates, her assistance in locating Blackbeard would prove invaluable. At the intelligence pirate space, Vivi was reviewing reports from her subordinates. The Blackbeard pirates had inexplicably surfaced near Aegean Island, an ability to materialize out of thin air that was undeniably intriguing. More crucially, their allies, the young pirates, were stationed on Aegean Island, necessitating vigilance over its surroundings. The island itself remained beyond surveillance due to certain peculiarities that rendered infiltration impossible, forcing them to monitor its periphery instead. The sudden appearance of Blackbeard near Aegean Island startled Vivi. What could his motive be? Was he targeting the young pirates in retaliation for Shirida's demise? Just as she resolved to warn the South Wind, his call arrived first. "Hello? Who is this?" "It's the South Wind. I require your assistance." "Perfect timing. I was about to contact you. I have intelligence concerning the survival of the intelligence pirates." "Oh? What is it?" The South Wind had expected Vivi to possess such critical information, let alone something tied to their survival. His interest was piqued. "It's Blackbeard. He's appeared near Aegean Island. Be cautious. I suspect he intends to strike at you, seeking vengeance for Shirio." "Haha. Vivi, thank you. I was just about to inquire about Blackbeard." "Inquire about Blackbeard? What do you mean?" Vivi was baffled. Instead of alarm, the South Wind sounded almost delighted. "What was happening?" "Blackbeard fled from Aegean Island after attacking me. Sky Pirate Captain Fiona and I extorted him. Now, we plan to eliminate him together. Tell me his location, I will end him. What? Isn't that too reckless? Blackbeard's strength is undeniable. Shouldn't you reconsider? Vivi urgently dissuaded him. To her, the Southwind's plan seemed fraught with peril. The Blackbeard pirate's might was formidable, whether from his original crew or newly recruited officers. Though the Southwind claimed to have extorted Blackbeard, Vivi remained uneasy. Extortion might wound his pride. But a cornered beast fights most viciously, especially one like Blackbeard. Relax, Vivi. Do you truly believe Blackbeard is invincible? Reflect carefully. The world's perception of his strength rests on 4 feats: slaying Whitebeard, consuming 2 devil fruits, wounding Shanks, and uncovering a hidden revolutionary army base. But scrutinize these, and you'll see he isn't so fearsome. Whitebeard was already on the brink of death, his body ravaged. Blackbeard merely delivered the final blow. Moreover, at that time, Blackbeard wielded the powers of the dark fruit, while Whitebeard's abilities were somewhat constrained. Nevertheless, it was only through sheer numerical superiority that Blackbeard managed to slay Whitebeard. Do you truly believe that in a one-on-one confrontation, Blackbeard would stand a chance against Whitebeard? Does he possess the audacity to challenge him? Regarding the consumption of 2 devil fruits, this is not a matter of concern. Even if he were to consume countless devil fruits, I possess the strength to contend with him. I am not a user of any devil fruit abilities, and his dark fruit cannot restrain me. The incident involving red-haired Shanks indeed indicates Blackbeard's formidable martial prowess. However, my own martial skills are equally formidable, if not superior. The notion that they could discover the Revolutionary Army's base is utterly ludicrous. Their discovery was purely coincidental. Moreover, if it were not for the fear that they might expose the Revolutionary Army's base to the Navy, do you truly think Dragon would be intimidated by that band of inept individuals? Moreover, when confronted with the Straw Hat crew, why did he choose to flee rather than engage? It was out of fear, for at that time, Luffy possessed the strength of the Pirate King, a force even the youthful Whitebeard could not contend with. Blackbeard, fully aware of this, opted for retreat. Just a few days ago, one of my new crew members clashed with Lafitte, Basis, and Van Oka on Aegean Island, successfully capturing Lafitte and Basis. As for Van Oka, he was so terrified that he defected from Blackbeard. Do you truly believe I fear those inept individuals? Enough of this banter. Please inform me of Blackbeard's whereabouts. I have allied with the Sky Pirates and have no reason to fear a single Blackbeard. Nanfeng's words left Vivi momentarily stunned. Clearly, with the statement, she grasped the implication. Indeed, while Blackbeard may possess formidable strength, so too does Nanfeng. However, Vivi found it perplexing that Nanfeng claimed he was not a user of a devil fruit. If what he said were true, then his peculiar abilities would render him unafraid of Blackbeard. Very well, Blackbeard is located not far from Aegean Island, on Sulphur Island. Fiona and the others should be familiar with this place, as it lies in proximity to Aegean Island. Upon severing the call with Vivi, Nanfeng dialed Fiona, imparting the news of their impending confrontation with the infamous Blackbeard. The two swiftly rallied their formidable subordinates and set forth towards Sulphur Island, renowned for its abundant sulfur reserves. Sulphur Island also housed a colossal military munitions factory, firmly under the control of the world government. Even Blackbeard had not anticipated their appearance in this location. After consuming the space fruit, this marked the first occasion he utilized its powers to transport such an extensive array of goods, unaware of where he would materialize. To his astonishment, it was Sulphur Island, a stronghold of the world government, fortified by a significant military presence, with the entirety of CP-7 stationed there. Realizing he had landed in the heart of enemy territory, Blackbeard contemplated retreat. A confrontation with the world government was ill-advised. However, he was taken aback when CP-7 had already detected his presence, and their foolish leader, eager for glory, issued an attack order. Blackbeard sought to flee. Yet the world government would not permit it, leaving him with no choice but to engage in battle. Unbeknownst to him, 2 pirate crews were sharpening their blades along the shores of Aegean Island, heading in his direction. The atmosphere on Sulphur Island was ablaze with gunfire. It lacked nothing but ammunition. Under the fervent encouragement of CP-7's leader, Wilshire, the members of CP were driven into a frenzy. Nearly every individual on the island participating in the assault against Blackbeard's crew. Yet, in his single-minded pursuit of Blackbeard, Wilshire failed to notice that Blackbeard had vanished from their sight. In a secluded warehouse on Sulphur Island, Blackbeard stood with a sinister grin, surveying mountains of gunpowder before tossing a torch into the pile. He then disappeared, reappearing in another storage facility laden with explosives. Recognizing that the war had commenced and that he had already incurred the ire of the world government, he resolved to intensify their enmity. At that moment, He conceived a plan to obliterate Sulphur Island, believing this would liberate his crew from the relentless pursuit of CP7. Though he had contemplated using the space fruit's powers for another escape, he realized he lacked the stamina for such a significant energy drain. However, he could still move alone. As the battle raged on the waters surrounding Sulphur Island, Blackbeard's crew clashed fiercely with CP7. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion rocked Sulphur Island, followed by a series of successive detonations that reduced the island to an expansive, barren plain. On board Blackbeard's ship, he reveled in the aftermath of his handiwork, laughing heartily as he addressed his crew, urging them to depart for the new world. "Oh, let us leave. Ha ha ha, damn CP7. Let us see you try to stop us now." His crew erupted in cheers, exhilarated by their triumph. Meanwhile, the CP7 operatives stood in shock, witnessing the destruction of the island and the munitions base they had painstakingly guarded. As Blackbeard turned the ship to leave, he was taken aback to see several pirate vessels approaching, their flags unmistakably belonging to the young pirates and the sky pirates. A heavy weight settled in his chest, for he had foreseen this outcome. Just as Fiona had predicted, he had offered compensation money but not enough to ensure his survival. Nan Fong would never allow him to escape. Chapter 70. The onset of battle. Upon learning of Blackbeard's survival, Nan Fong resolved that one day he would slay the notorious pirate. No matter when that day arrived, Blackbeard had always been a figure of disdain for Nan Fong. His lack of principles rendered him a perilous individual, one better extinguished early on. With no chance left to flee, the pirate ships faced each other. With a grim expression, Blackbeard addressed Nan Fong. "What do you want? I have already compensated you. We have no further grievances." He was compelled to reason, as he found himself trapped between a rock and a hard place, urgently seeking a way to escape, lest he meet his demise today. "Indeed, you mentioned compensation. We bear no grudges. However, I do intend to strike you. What say you, Teach? You, Nan Fong, have you truly made this decision? Do you genuinely believe I fear you?" A cornered rabbit bites back. "You are pushing me. Teach, you're mistaken. I am not merely pushing you. I am here to kill you. Today, the Blackbeard pirates shall meet their end." With those words, Nan Fong charged at Blackbeard, enveloping himself in a dark aura, infused with the power of Haki. Although he had disparaged Blackbeard during his conversation with Vivi, he recognized that Blackbeard was not as feeble as he had claimed. Facing him directly, Nan Fong was acutely aware of the need for caution, as Blackbeard's true strength had yet to be revealed. As the two foes clashed, their fists collided with such force that the very air around them trembled. The other pirates, witnessing this monumental confrontation, ceased their own skirmishes, captivated by the spectacle and eager to glean insights from this extraordinary bout. Even the CP7, which aimed to pursue Blackbeard, ceased its movements and instead joined the spectators. After a powerful clash, both individuals were propelled backward, retreating to the bows of their respective ships, once again facing off. Blackbeard's strength was indeed formidable. "Humph, kid. Whether my power is strong or not is not for you to judge, though your prowess has truly taken me by surprise." "Oh, is that so? Then allow me to demonstrate this technique, the release of the dark fruit." Immediately, a mass of black gas erupted from Blackbeard, hurling various objects towards the south. However, this maneuver proved ineffective against Nan Fong. Confronting the remnants absorbed by darkness unleashed by Blackbeard, Nan Fong activated the powers of his Sharingan, absorbing all remnants into the spatial realm of the Manjiki Sharingan. Blackbeard was taken aback, unable to comprehend how Nan Fong had countered his own release. Once more, Blackbeard wielded the abilities of the dark fruit, attempting to draw Nan Fong closer to him. This technique, known as dark water, could pull opponents near, rendering their devil fruit abilities ineffective upon contact, as well as absorbing attacks from the fruits. Blackbeard intended to attract Nan Fong to his side, neutralizing his abilities before launching a counterattack with the Tremor fruit, a power he had previously tested. If he could eliminate Nan Fong with it, it would surely bring him immense satisfaction. With Dark Water's absorption, Blackbeard seized Nanfeng's arm, gathering a white radiance in his left hand, a precursor to the Tremor fruit's activation. The left fist, suffused with a white glow, struck fiercely towards Nanfeng's face. To Blackbeard's astonishment, a plume of black flames erupted from Nanfeng's peculiar eyes, enveloping Blackbeard's fist and incinerating the white radiance entirely, subsequently attaching itself to Blackbeard's body. Witnessing this strange flame consume the white aura and adhere to him, Blackbeard's expression shifted dramatically. In desperation, he attempted to utilize the dark fruit's power to absorb this peculiar flame, only to find it utterly resistant to his efforts. As the flames intensified, threatening to engulf him entirely, Blackbeard gritted his teeth and severed his own left hand. Even Neophone did not anticipate such ruthlessness from Blackbeard. Yet it further solidified Nanfeng's resolve to eliminate him. A person capable of inflicting such harm upon themselves could not be spared, especially not an enemy. After severing his left hand, Blackbeard writhed on the ground, clutching his arm and crying out in agony. The pain was excruciating, particularly for one imbued with the dark fruit sensitivity. Skyquake. Enduring the torment, Blackbeard unleashed another technique, the Skyquake of the tremor fruit. Clenching his fist, a white halo enveloped it as he struck forcefully towards Nanfeng, the power of Skyquake capable of shattering its target. In response to Blackbeard's Skyquake, Nanfeng executed a spatial maneuver, appearing behind Blackbeard. However, to Nanfeng's surprise, Blackbeard vanished as well. When they reappeared, Blackbeard's fist was already crashing into Nanfeng's abdomen, causing him to bend over in pain, subsequently sending him hurtling backward. This marked the first time Nanfeng had experienced such severe injury since setting out to sea. Blackbeard's punch was no ordinary strike, but one empowered by the tremor fruit, embedding its formidable force deep within him. Nanfeng could feel his insides being shattered, spitting blood. Nanfeng raised his head to meet Blackbeard's sinister grin. Wiping the blood from his lips, Nanfeng managed a smile. "You've truly surprised me. It seems you've consumed a third devil fruit. Let me guess, is it the space fruit? And to have developed it to this extent. Being able to locate and attack me in the void. Quite impressive. Now, are you prepared to face my wrath? Susanoo." With that, Nanfeng shouted the incantation. And in an instant, a colossal energy entity enveloped his form. This was the complete manifestation of Susanoo. This black energy form, clad in dark armor, wielded a blade radiating a sinister glow in its right hand. The emergence of Susanoo commanded the attention of all present. Its sheer size and the vast energy it contained were awe-inspiring. Even Blackbeard's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape, his muscles trembling in disbelief. "Nanfeng, you." Before Blackbeard could finish his words, the dark Susanoo struck down with a single sword, cleaving Blackbeard's pirate ship in two. The crew members were thrown into the sea, while those with abilities employed their powers to maintain their footing on the fractured vessel. Standing upon the severed ship, Blackbeard's eyes burned with fury. Yet the south wind raised his sword once more, slashing again and further splitting the ship into 4 pieces. Damn you, south wind. You force my hand." With that, dark energy surged around Blackbeard, coalescing into a towering figure. His newly developed ability, the Dark Giant, born from the powers of the dark fruit. Thus commenced a cataclysmic battle between the 2 obsidian giants upon the waves, each exchanging blows with relentless ferocity. However, the Dark Giant held a slight advantage, being composed of dark energy, rendering it nearly impervious to attack, while South Wind's Susanoo lacked the Conqueror's haki necessary to strike Blackbeard effectively. South Wind endeavored to envelop the Susanoo with armament haki, realizing that only in this way could he counter the Dark Giant. Yet, this task proved to be formidable, as no one had ever attempted to wrap such a vast energy entity with armament haki. Nevertheless, perseverance bore fruit. South Wind successfully infused the blade of Susanoo with the haki, allowing him to finally strike the Dark Giant. The haki-wrapped blade struck down upon the Dark Giant's right shoulder, severing the entire arm, which dissipated into a cloud of dark energy. Blackbeard's attempts to regenerate the lost limb were met with dismay, as he realized the terrifying potency of haki-infused attacks, something he had never anticipated. Indeed, South Wind's swordsmanship was commendable. The sword of light wielded by Susanoo danced with vigor under his command, and after a series of exchanges, the Dark Giant was left battered and bruised. At last, Southwind pinpointed Blackbeard's location within the heart of the giant. With his sword poised, he plunged it fiercely into the heart, and as it pierced through, the blade impaled a figure, causing the Dark Giant to gradually fade away. With a wicked grin, Southwind declared, "Blackbeard, you are truly formidable. I must expedite your demise. Your strength and cunning astound me. I have no choice but to eliminate you." "Is that all there is to it, Southwind? You truly are a ruthless individual, showing no mercy to your foes. Your kind is indeed fearsome," Blackbeard retorted, coughing. "I cannot allow even a seed of vengeance to remain. Wildfire cannot be extinguished, especially not with you. I must strike decisively." With that, Southwind exerted more force, attempting to push Blackbeard into the depths of the sea, utilizing the ocean's might to obliterate him. To Southwind's astonishment, however, Blackbeard revealed his capability to wield the powers of the space fruit, vanishing from sight once more. Chapter 71. Total war regardless of one's strength. Any encounter with spatial abilities inevitably produces spatial fluctuations. Although surprised by Blackbeard's continued use of space manipulation, Southwind could sense the disturbances, realizing that Blackbeard was leveraging these fluctuations to target him. Understanding Blackbeard's intention to breach the spatial continuum and appear beside him, Southwind had no choice but to retract Susanoo, as moving such a vast energy form through space was no simple feat. As Southwind sought to escape using spatial abilities, it was too late. Blackbeard had already materialized beside him, employing spatial confinement to completely seal off the area. Even attempts to evade through space were rendered futile. Clearly, Blackbeard's mastery of spatial powers surpassed Southwind's. Seizing Southwind's hand, Blackbeard delivered a punishing blow to the same spot he had struck before, activating the Tremor Fruit's abilities once again. The force of the strike sent Southwind reeling, blood spilling from his lips, and he feared that his internal organs had suffered grave injury. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Southwind straightened up, a sinister smile contorting his features as he glared at Blackbeard. "You are impressive, Blackbeard. I initially believed that consuming 3 devil fruits would hinder your mastery over their powers. Yet it appears that I am the one with incomplete mastery. Thank you for the lesson. Allow me to send you off to your grave." With a fierce roar, Southwind vanished from sight, only to reappear with a fist crashing into Blackbeard's face, knocking several of his teeth loose. "Ah, it hurts," Blackbeard howled, retaliating with a punch that sent Southwind staggering, leaving him unable to withdraw his sword. Through the power of space, the two continued their relentless pursuit, reappearing in a flurry, both injured and gasping for breath, clutching their wounds. Blackbeard was indeed formidable, even after such spatial maneuvers. He could wield the abilities of the space fruit with great efficacy. Southwind realized he was not an easy adversary to defeat. Moreover, Blackbeard's martial prowess is indeed formidable. The ability to inflict injury upon red-haired Shanks is no mere illusion. As he gazed at the ever-expanding wounds on his body, seared by the relentless flames of Amaterasu, his expression darkened considerably. This flame was exceptionally tenacious. Despite his utmost efforts to suppress it, he found himself powerless to halt its spread, and extinguishing it was utterly impossible. Furthermore, he faced the formidable Southwind, whose eerie and terrifying strength he had felt even in their brief skirmish. All of his abilities derived from the dark fruit seemed ineffective against this opponent, leading him to question whether Southwind had even consumed a devil fruit, an idea he found hard to fathom. Everyone, attack together and eliminate him. Blackbeard resolved to employ the same strategy he had once used against Whitebeard, forgetting that they had been able to confront Whitebeard as a group precisely because he had isolated them from one another, unlike Southwind, whose subordinates stood steadfastly behind him. If Blackbeard intended to utilize a strategy of overwhelming numbers, the young pirate crew would not hesitate to respond in kind. They too possessed numbers and were not lacking in strength. Chitian could no longer contain himself, and upon seeing the enemy's intent to employ a tactic of sheer numbers, he was the first to spring into action. With a swift somersault, he found himself beside Lafitte and Basis, seeking to confront these two defeated subordinates once more. Nafty and the others also sought their respective foes. To be frank, the new officers of the Blackbeard pirates exhibited commendable strength, qualifying them as formidable adversaries. However, the outcome would depend on who their opponents were. The chaotic battle finally erupted, with only CP7 refraining from participation. Wilshire aimed to play the role of the opportunistic fisherman, hoping to capture Blackbeard, Southwind, and Fiona, thus absolving himself of the blame for failing to defend Sulphur Island while simultaneously earning significant merit. Observing the full-scale warfare between the two factions, Southwind sneered at Blackbeard, proclaiming, "Your plan has failed. Now, it is soldier against soldier, general against general, king against king. It is time for us to determine the victor. Let us conclude this battle. Come forth. I am Blackbeard, and I shall never be defeated by a mere child like you." Both combatants fell into a frenzied state, shouting as they charged at each other, having exhausted their powers and resorting to a brutal contest of physical prowess. The scene was even more terrifying than any clash of abilities. On board the Blackbeard pirate ship, Nafty faced off against the swordsmen he had previously battled in Piano Castle. With a mighty shout, both commenced their attacks, rekindling the intensity of their last confrontation as their swords clashed and sparked in a dazzling display. The two fighters unleashed their respective techniques, one sword style, sky-severing slash and sword block. Within the combat zone, sword energy surged, deterring anyone from approaching. The swordsman before Nafti invigorated him. He recognized him as a worthy opponent with exceptional swordsmanship, and Nafti was eager to refine his own skills through this encounter. Opposite Chitian, Lafitte and Basis wore expressions of grave concern. The monkey before them was tremendously powerful and ominous, having left a profound psychological scar during their previous encounters. The three of them had been unable to subdue him then, and now, with only two remaining, their chances seemed even slimmer, though fully aware they were outmatched. Lafitte and Basis charged forward without hesitation. It was a desperate gambit. Fighting might afford them a slim chance of survival, while retreating would guarantee their doom. To these defeated subordinates, Chitian wore a mocking expression. They were unworthy of his full effort. In the entire arena, only 4 individuals could compel him to exert himself, 3 of which were his allies, and the remaining one was monopolized by his captain. With no other recourse, Chitian resorted to battling the two, simultaneously testing his newly acquired ability known as Haki. When Chitian unleashed his Haki, Lafitte and Basis were taken aback. Just days prior, he had been incapable of harnessing it. Yet in this brief span, he had mastered the use of armament Haki and appeared remarkably proficient. Although it was his first battle against someone from this world, Myron executed his abilities with exceptional finesse. While he had only mastered the 8 extremes heaven, his grasp of it was terrifyingly profound. The initial 2 forms of the 8 extremes heaven and the supplementary techniques he had developed allowed him to dominate the battlefield effortlessly, rendering his opponents utterly powerless. The series of attacks, 8 extremes heaven, first form, violent foot, 8 extremes heaven, second form, sheath break, blade storm, and blade whirlwind, not only dispatched the officers before him but also eliminated numerous minions nearby, leaving his adversaries with no opportunity to retaliate or even witness the legendary prowess of Myron. In the entire arena, the only adversary worthy of his full power was none other than Blackbeard himself. However, even Blackbeard's time was limited, despite Southwind's current injuries. He had yet to unleash his full potential, and Myron could sense the surging energy within him. The reason for the disparity between the capabilities exhibited by Lord Nanfeng and the energy within him may lie in his desire to conceal his true strength or perhaps in his incomplete mastery over his powers. Meanwhile, after vanquishing his adversaries with his ironclad might, Keela cast his gaze towards the CP-7 members observing from behind, intent on eliminating them. Keela was aware of Nanfeng's plan to slay Blackbeard and publicly declare that the notorious pirate was defeated by the joint forces of the Starry Voyage Pirates and the Sky Pirates. Such a proclamation would enhance the reputation of the Starry Voyage Pirates, attracting other pirates to their cause. Although Nanfeng was currently engaged in battle with Blackbeard, both Roman and Milan from the Starry Voyage Pirates possessed the strength to eradicate him as well. However, for this plan to unfold successfully, it was crucial that only their own people remained alive. Any other factions must be eliminated to prevent the plan from failing, especially considering the looming threat posed by the world government, which sought to gain advantage from the chaos. Spreading his wings, Keela soared above CP-7, shedding a flurry of feathers that coalesced into a colossal black feather vortex, crackling with lightning. He intended to obliterate this force with a powder cloud. Chapter 72, The Death of Teach, The Rise of the Sea Emperor. The powder cloud Keela was wielding had been weakened. Otherwise, its true form could have annihilated half the world. Staring in disbelief at the powder cloud looming above him, Wilshire trembled in fear, sensing the apocalyptic threat it posed. Though he was uncertain of the feather's purpose, the vortex instilled terror within him. Powder cloud, go! Upon Keela's command, the entirety of the powder cloud began its descent. When the feathers made contact with CP-7, it marked the end of their existence. Wilshire attempted to flee, but his legs betrayed him, ultimately causing him to kneel on the deck. Boom! A tremendous explosion seized everyone's attention, silencing the chaotic battlefield as they turned to the source of the sound. The ship of CP-7 had vanished, leaving behind a massive whirlpool in the sea, while nearby pirate ships were engulfed and destroyed. Above, a man with outstretched wings hovered ominously. What terrifying power! Is this our opponent? Do we truly stand a chance of victory? I must escape. I must escape. This is terrifying. The members of the Blackbeard pirates were left in shock by the might of the powder cloud, with many contemplating a hasty retreat. The destructive force was so immense that even the seawater was evaporating from the intense heat. Casting a scornful glance at Blackbeard, Nanfeng disdainfully remarked, "Do you see this, Blackbeard? This is your inevitable fate, leaving you with nothing. Boy, don't spout empty threats. If it weren't for this peculiar flame, do you really think you could be my match? Then let us see if you possess such capability," Blackbeard retorted defiantly. With that, Nanfeng vanished, his speed reaching an astonishing level. And the brief respite had allowed him to regain some strength. Thud. The sound of their physical clash reverberated between them, while Nanfeng continued to unleash Amaterasu, determined to incinerate Blackbeard. The enveloping flames prompted Blackbeard to attempt to absorb them with the powers of the dark fruit, but to no avail. The flames consumed even the darkness created by his abilities. Ah, damn you, Nanfeng. Is this all you can do, relying on flames against me? Are you too cowardly to face me in a fair fight? Blackbeard, you have no right to judge me. A being like you is unworthy of an honorable duel. With blinding speed, Nanfeng pierced through Blackbeard's body, maintaining his stance. Behind him, Blackbeard coughed up blood and slowly knelt, his body splitting in two. Wow, what? How is this possible? What have you been hiding? Such martial prowess. Why did you not reveal it sooner? Nothing is impossible. I am eager to witness the spatial abilities you have developed, and my martial skills are still being honed. I do not wish to expose them yet. However, your strength has indeed surprised me. Is that so? I never imagined that I, Blackbeard, would. Before Blackbeard could finish his words, the flames of Amaterasu surged with even greater intensity. Initially, the slow burning had been due to Blackbeard suppressing Amaterasu with the powers of the dark fruit. However, now, having been interrupted by the southern wind, he lacked the strength to maintain that suppression. In truth, Southern Wind was not reluctant to employ the 8 extremities, but he had discerned certain issues with it. Upon witnessing Roman wielding the 8 extremities, Southern Wind astutely recognized the disparity in their powers. His own mastery paled in comparison to Romanesque. Southern Wind had inquired with Roman about the matter, yet Roman could provide no definitive explanation. However, he ventured a hypothesis. Perhaps Southern Wind had not truly experienced the rigorous training of the 8 extremities, thus limiting his understanding and ability to harness its full potential. After Milan appeared, Southern Wind posed the same question to him. Milan's response was akin to Romanesque, but he also offered his insights. One possibility was that Southern Wind had never endured the harshness of the 8 extremities, and another was that his plethora of abilities diluted his focus, preventing him from mastering any single one to its fullest extent. Southern Wind also consulted Chi regarding this dilemma, and her answer mirrored Milan's conjecture closely. The crux was that Southern Wind had not endeavored to cultivate the 8 extremities to its utmost strength. Although the system had granted him access to the 8 extremities, it had not facilitated its complete mastery, as it stood. Southern Wind's proficiency could scarcely be classified beyond that of a novice. Chi further advised him to refine his existing abilities to a level of expertise. Having numerous powers without proficiency rendered them ineffective. For instance, Milan, due to his specialization in the 8 extremities, could vanquish numerous foes using merely the initial 2 forms. Southern Wind had contemplated honing the 8 extremities through combat, yet ultimately he abandoned that idea, having discovered a superior venue, the system space. He recently learned that the system space could simulate any environment, and he could fully immerse himself within it, albeit at the cost of illusion points. Moreover, Southern Wind intended to keep the 8 extremities as his trump card, revealing it only when absolutely necessary, before the eyes of the onlookers. Blackbeard's corpse was consumed by the flames of Amaterasu. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Blackbeard pirates were already preparing to scatter in panic. However, Southern Wind had no intention of letting them escape. It was essential to eradicate the roots of the problem. We must flee. Blackbeard is dead. What shall we do? Is this the end of the Blackbeard pirates? The young crew of pirates, led by the youthful King Southern Wind, pondered whether he might be the next pirate king. As the Blackbeard pirates dispersed in fear, they found themselves ensnared by the Sky Pirates, who were determined to capture every member of the Blackbeard crew. Failure to do so would jeopardize their plans. They intended to exploit Blackbeard's situation thoroughly, ensuring that this incident remained concealed. Amidst the fierce battle, a figure suddenly emerged from beneath the waves, a man with blue hair and azure eyes, brandishing a trident. This unexpected occurrence captured everyone's attention. Upon glimpsing the blue-haired man, Fiona's expression soured, for she recognized the individual who had appeared, a formidable pirate renowned alongside her, the sovereign of the seas, Poseidon. The enigmatic figure of Poseidon emerged as one of the most mysterious pirates. Not only Fiona recognized this sudden arrival, but others among the pirates also gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Poseidon, the Sea King! How could it be him? What is he doing here?" As he looked down at the crowd, Poseidon offered a gentlemanly smile and turned his gaze towards Fiona. Meanwhile, Fikrit's expression darkened at Poseidon's appearance, for Poseidon was also a suitor of Fiona's. "Fiona, it's been a long time. I never expected our reunion to occur under such circumstances, he remarked. I also did not foresee encountering you, you little rascal, she retorted. Oh. Come now, we are both renowned pirates, he replied with a chuckle. This might be the most humiliating moment of my life. Observing Poseidon's demeanor, Nefong felt a flicker of wariness. Poseidon's timely arrival, just after Blackbeard's demise, was no mere coincidence. Furthermore, despite Fiona's words, he maintained his composure, which suggested a depth of cunning. Your eyes perceive that I have achieved my goals, yet you may have inadvertently propelled my ambitions further, such as retaining your presence here. Only then can I claim true success, Poseidon stated. Your aspirations seem rather grand, wishing to keep me here. Do you truly possess the strength for such an endeavor? Greed can lead to one's downfall. Do not choke on your ambitions, Nefong warned. Rest assured, I have every confidence in my ability to retain you. My subordinates have yet to fully unleash their potential, Poseidon countered, his expression darkening as he realized Nefong intended to thwart his plans. Poseidon had come to seize Blackbeard's crew and expand his own power, recognizing the necessity of allies. Chapter 73. The escaping Sea King. Since acquiring the powers of the sea god fruit, Poseidon had practiced great restraint, diligently honing his abilities. Except for a brief display of strength during the contest for the title of the Three Emperors, he had kept his capabilities hidden. After attaining the title, he chose to remain concealed, focusing on mastering the fruit's powers, aware that he required a formidable reputation to deter other pirates. Poseidon understood the intricacies of this world. Thus, he sought to develop his abilities in secrecy, fearing that he might be eliminated by the world government before he could fully realize his strength. Ambitious by nature, especially after obtaining the sea god fruit, his ambitions soared, yet he remained remarkably cautious, knowing that without absolute power, all else was merely ephemeral. However, excessive restraint proved detrimental as he frequently faced interruptions. Despite his Three Emperors title, his cautious demeanor hindered his ability to fully harness the fruit's potential. He recognized the need for subordinates, and fortuitously, he witnessed the conflict between Nefong and Blackbeard, rather than laboriously assembling a crew. It was far more advantageous to take over an existing pirate crew, and Blackbeard's crew fit his requirements perfectly. With Blackbeard now deceased, it was an opportune moment for him to seize control. Initially, Poseidon believed that Nefong, preoccupied with the battle against Blackbeard, would not impede his takeover. Yet, he underestimated Nefong's formidable nature and his relentless determination to confront him. Nefong, I shall speak plainly. Today, I intend to take every remaining member of Blackbeard's crew. You may attempt to stop me and see if you're capable, Poseidon declared, revealing his temper. After all, he was one of the Three Emperors, and he would not allow anyone to disrespect him. Then let us see if you can remain here. Roman, Milan, Chitian, any one of you can deal with him. Fingyo. Luanio, if you're interested, you may also give it a try. I am quite eager to discover if I can keep you here, Nefong replied, resolute in his determination to protect his plans. Upon receiving Nefong's command, Roman and the others soared into the air, showcasing their impressive abilities. Roman and Milan's mastery allowed them to stand upon the air, while Chitian rode the clouds, his excitement palpable as a monkey revels in the thrill of battle. Fengniao and Luanio regarded Poseidon with disdain, displaying the pride of the Phoenix clan. Poseidon, momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of these three, found their overwhelming presence daunting. He sensed their formidable power. Each one possessed the capability to defeat him. While he might inflict damage in return, it was not a confrontation he desired. The trio's aura suppressed Poseidon's confidence, transforming his initial bravado into trepidation. He had never anticipated the youthful pirate crew's strength to be so extraordinary, catching him completely off guard. The once menacing expression on his face faded into a smile. Brother Nefong, let us not be at odds. We are friends, after all. I merely jest. Blackbeard is a threat that must be eliminated. I too harbor a deep-seated disdain for the Blackbeard pirates, he claimed. Is that so? Then perhaps you should take it upon yourself to eliminate the remaining members of Blackbeard's crew, Nefong suggested with a smile. He had no intention of allowing Poseidon to escape unscathed. He could not trust any pirate who was not part of his own crew. Poseidon, no stranger to ruthlessness, wasted no time and charged towards Blackbeard's crew. Those who had once held hope in Poseidon now succumbed to despair, believing they had glimpsed salvation only to be met with disillusionment. Evidently, Poseidon's mastery over the sea and its powers far surpassed that of Nefuti. As he wielded the water's abilities to an extraordinary degree, enhanced further by the might of his trident. Yet, Poseidon was also calculating. During the slaughter, he seized the opportunity to vanish into a pool of water, escaping the battlefield unnoticed. As he attempted to flee, Chi Tian prepared to pursue him, only to be halted by Nanfeng. Gazing at the receding waters of the sea left by Poseidon, Nanfeng's expression turned grave. The might of Poseidon was indeed formidable. Chi Tian's combat prowess in the water paled in comparison, and it was certain that Poseidon's power would be augmented in his domain. One cannot help but acknowledge Poseidon as a remarkable figure, powerful, adaptable, capable of restraint, and possessing profound depth of character. He possesses the acumen to assess situations and knows precisely what he intends to achieve. Such a person is truly formidable. Akin to the infamous Blackbeard of yore, silent until he strikes with astonishing force. To contend with Poseidon, it is imperative that Chi Tian not face him alone. For his impulsive nature renders him ill-suited for such a confrontation, otherwise, it would undoubtedly be Chi Tian who suffers the consequences. With the remnants of Blackbeard's crew dealt with, this war can be deemed conclusively over. Blackbeard himself has been slain, and his pirate crew has been entirely annihilated. Such a victory is sufficient to elevate the reputation of the Star Voyager pirates. After claiming the spoils of war, Nanfeng found his illusory realm points flourishing once more, with Blackbeard alone bestowing upon him a considerable bounty. Upon returning to Aegean Island, Nanfeng contacted Vivi and Hawkeye, urging them to disseminate the news of Blackbeard's defeat across the globe, highlighting that this feat was a collaborative effort of the Sky Pirates and the Star Voyager pirates. Subsequently, the Sky Pirates announced similar news, with Fiona unveiling the photographs of all the officers of the Blackbeard pirates' corpses. Furthermore, Fiona declared that from this day forth, she would assume the title of one of the two sorceresses, self-styled as the Sorceress of the Void. Upon receiving a call from Southwind, both Hawkeye and Vivi were taken aback. They were aware of Southwind's intentions towards Blackbeard, yet they were astounded by the swiftness of the outcome, as Blackbeard had been utterly annihilated. They also understood the circumstances surrounding the Star Traveler pirates that Southwind had mentioned. Consequently, both individuals felt a deep unease regarding Southwind's actions. Just how formidable had Southwind become? They felt a sense of relief, grateful that their initial choice had proven correct. With such a powerful ally, their plans would proceed more smoothly. Within the Navy, the news left Ching Chu and his companions in a state of turmoil. Ching Chu had once collaborated with Blackbeard and understood him well. Yet now he was shocked to learn that Blackbeard had been vanquished and by an unknown pirate crew in alliance with Fiona. They all recognized that Fiona lacked the strength to defeat Blackbeard, which meant that the true slayer must be the Star Traveler pirates. Was yet another formidable pirate about to rise? The demise of Blackbeard did not bring Ching Chu any sense of relief. Rather, it heightened his anxiety. The world was becoming increasingly perilous, with pirate strength escalating upon the seas. Moreover, he had recently learned that the series of devil fruits had fully resurfaced. The most troubling for the Five Elders was the emergence of new pirate crews one after another, causing the world government's authority to waver. Even the military might of the world government, the Navy, began to show signs of insubordination. The actions of the youth, Round Table Knights, Grim Reaper, and Star Traveler pirate crews left them feeling vulnerable, particularly the youth pirates, whose emergence had catalyzed the slaughter of formidable beings. The number of renowned pirates who had perished at the hands of the youth pirates was staggering. The Round Table Knights were a relatively neutral crew, choosing not to provoke others as long as they were not disturbed. In contrast, the Grim Reaper pirates were notorious for their brutality, especially their captain, who harbored a bloodthirsty disposition. Now, with the appearance of the Star Traveler pirates, the Five Elders grew increasingly anxious, particularly as they were entirely unaware of the identity of the Star Traveler pirates' captain. This crew seemed to have appeared out of thin air. No one knew when they set sail or who comprised their ranks, making them the most enigmatic among the currently renowned emerging pirate crews. However, a shocking revelation soon emerged from Aegean Island, unveiling the mystery of the Star Traveler pirates. Currently, the Star Traveler pirates consisted of only 3 members, all hailing from the youth pirates: the Crimson-Eyed Roman, the Steelman Clara, and the final member, an unfathomable power who had never before revealed himself to the world, whom the captain of the youth pirates, Southwind, had referred to as the hero, Myron. According to intelligence, the reason the 3 individuals decided to part ways with the young pirate crew was in pursuit of their own dreams. Nanfeng consented to their departure amicably, and the 2 pirate crews established an alliance. However, reports from Aegean Island indicate that Nanfeng initially did not intend to let them go. To retain them, he even imposed a rather severe demand: the annihilation of the Blackbeard pirates, as they had offended him on Aegean Island. Initially, it was presumed that the three would relent. Yet they surprisingly united with the Sky Pirates to successfully eradicate the Blackbeard pirates. Although they sustained severe injuries in the process, they survived. Witnessing their determination, Nan Feng chose to respect their decision and allowed them to leave the young pirate crew, resulting in the formation of an alliance between the two pirate crews. Chapter 74. Marco's Call. Marco, known as the Phoenix, was the former captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Possessing the mythical Zoan-type Devil Fruit ability and an extraordinary regenerative capability, his temperament is characterized by calmness and loyalty, making him a paragon of righteousness. Marco's strength is formidable. During the Marineford War, he was already capable of contending with marine admirals, let alone now. A year following the conclusion of the Marineford War, Marco sought vengeance for Whitebeard and Ace, leading the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates into fierce conflict with the Blackbeard pirates. Ultimately, the Whitebeard pirates suffered a devastating defeat, and Marco's whereabouts became unknown post-battle. This confrontation has been labeled by the world as the decisive battle. In truth, after the defeat, Marco led the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates into hiding. Following the so-called final battle, Marco realized that his strength was still insufficient. During this period of concealment, he aimed to acquire greater power to exact revenge on Blackbeard. When he re-emerged into the public eye, Marco's strength had escalated to a terrifying level. He had become one of the two demonic entities known as the Azure Flame Demon. Yet, despite this newfound power, he was still unable to exact his revenge, as Blackbeard had grown even stronger, rendering his quest for vengeance seemingly endless. Nevertheless, he never relinquished hope. However, today, upon receiving the news of the Blackbeard pirates' annihilation, the formidable Azure Flame Demon found himself kneeling in despair, weeping uncontrollably. This was the culmination of his long-held desire. For so many years, in pursuit of vengeance for Whitebeard and Ace, the two pirate crews had engaged in countless battles, with each side experiencing victories and defeats, yet neither could vanquish the other. But today, the villain whom Marco loathed so deeply had finally been eradicated. Sharp, the only one who had previously interacted with the young pirate crew, found it hard to believe that the Blackbeard pirates had fallen, defeated by a group of youths. While he acknowledged the strength of the young pirate crew members, he was astonished by their remarkable prowess. Although reports from Aegean Island attributed the feat to Roman and his companions, discerning individuals could see that the young pirate crew had undoubtedly played a role, with Nan Feng involved in the onslaught against Blackbeard. After weeping, Marco dried his tears and turned to Sharp, who had previously encountered the young pirate crew. "Sharp, please connect me to Nan Feng. I have matters to discuss with him." Upon hearing Marco's words, Sharp did not hesitate and swiftly took out the telephone bug to contact Nan Feng. He could empathize with his captain's emotions. Even he, who had never experienced the era of Whitebeard, felt a surge of excitement. "Hello, who is this?" "This is Marco. I wonder if you recognize me." "Oh, I know. What can I do for you?" Despite Marco's call, Nan Feng felt no sense of surprise. What did it matter if Marco was renowned? Blackbeard was dead. And what was Marco in comparison? Moreover, their relationship was one of cooperation, albeit not particularly close. "Thank you for eliminating Blackbeard." Marco remained unfazed by Nan Feng's demeanor. He was not a man to hold grudges, and Nan Feng undeniably possessed the strength to speak to him in such a manner. "You are mistaken. I did not kill Blackbeard. If you wish to express your gratitude, it should be directed towards Roman and the others. Would you like their contact information? I can provide it." Although Nan Feng denied the claim, his tone unmistakably suggested that he was indeed responsible for Blackbeard's demise. "Let us not beat around the bush. We both understand the reality of the situation. I believe my gratitude is well placed, and there is no need for you to conceal anything. I do not comprehend what you were saying. Is there anything else?" Nan Feng responded nonchalantly, indifferent to Marco's beliefs. "You may speculate as you wish. I shall not acknowledge it." "Nan Feng, I recall that our two parties are in a cooperative relationship. Therefore, come to the New World promptly. It is your domain. Furthermore, as a token of my appreciation, I shall present you with a grand gift, one I believe you are capable of receiving. That will be all." With that, Marco ended the call. However, his final remarks left Nan Feng perplexed. First, he implied a lack of malice by acknowledging their cooperative relationship, then urged him to hasten to the New World. What did that mean? And what was the significance of the grand gift he mentioned? Unable to decipher it, Nan Feng chose to dismiss the thoughts. Yet, a shocking piece of news a few days later sent ripples throughout the world, propelling the young pirates into the limelight. On the shores of Aegean Island, Gazing at the three figures standing by the ship, Nefong smiled gently and waved. Roman, let us go. From this day forth, the vast ocean is yours to explore. However, I trust we shall meet again soon. Myron, I know you excel in the 8 extremes. The items I provide may not be of use, but I hope you continue to enhance your strength. Clara, curb your bloodlust. It will affect you adversely. Eliminate those who must be killed, but spare those who should not be harmed. That concludes my words. You may depart now. The Starry Sea pirates are set to sail. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. Set sail. Roman swung his right hand decisively, and under Clara's command, the ship gradually departed the harbor, sailing towards the horizon until it became a mere speck in the distance. After bidding farewell to Roman and the others, Nefong returned to the young ship. It was time for them to embark once more, to traverse the vast, uncharted sea that awaited his conquest. Their next destination, known as Hell Island, is a place of great terror. Hell, as legend has it, is the eternal realm of punishment for the wicked and the demons, a world saturated with sulfur, where flames burn perpetually. It is inhabited by dreadful insects and is steeped in desolation, anguish, darkness, and horror. Hell Island is precisely such a place. It serves as a prison for exiled pirates. It is said that no imprisoned soul has ever managed to escape its confines. Each inmate bears a distinctive mark upon their body, and the sharks that inhabit the waters surrounding the island, upon catching sight of this emblem, are driven into a frenzy akin to the sin of blood, relentlessly attacking anyone who dares to venture beyond the shore. If a typical pirate crew wishes to traverse this island, they would not be subjected to attacks from the sharks surrounding it. However, once they set foot on the island, they must endure the relentless pursuit of the ferocious pirates that inhabit it. The pirates of Hell Island, marked by their distinctive tattoos, gradually lose their humanity the longer they remain on the island, ultimately consuming all living creatures present and even resorting to cannibalism. From an external perspective, Hell Island is a tapestry of black and red, the black representing the land, while the red signifies the molten lava that permeates the area, imbuing the island with a desolate aura. The reason for venturing to this island lies in its position as a necessary passage en route to the Sabaody archipelago. The chosen route inevitably leads through Hell Island, for without traversing it, one cannot reach their destination. This path has consequently earned the reputation of being the most treacherous route. Nevertheless, any pirate crew that emerges from this perilous journey is invariably formidable and renowned across the seas. Gazing at the intelligence regarding Hell Island in his hands, Nefong exhibited a keen interest, evidently intrigued by this peculiar isle. He was certain that it harbored some secrets, perhaps even treasures. Just then, the ringing of his transponder snail abruptly interrupted his thoughts. Upon answering, the gravity of the situation dawned upon him as Smoker's serious voice resonated from the other end. Nefong, where are you? We are about to commence our operations. In 2 weeks, the Navy will announce its separation from the world government, and war is imminent. Where are you currently? 2 weeks is ample time. We shall reach the Sabaody archipelago within that period. You may announce it without concern. I will not hinder our progress. Nefong replied confidently, a conviction well-founded in his capabilities. I trust in your strength. However, be wary of Hell Island at the end of your route. It is a place of ill repute. Do not linger there longer than necessary, Smoker cautioned. I will take heed, rest assured. Also, will the absence of Roman and his companions affect your combat strength? Smoker's inquiry was clear, stemming from his unease regarding Nefong and his crew's capabilities. After all, Roman and his allies were formidable, and their loss could jeopardize the Navy's plans. Do not worry, I will inform them. They will partake in the forthcoming battle. The Navy's plans will not falter on my watch. Nefong understood Smoker's concerns, which were entirely valid given the gravity of the situation. That is reassuring. Nevertheless, I must reiterate my warning, exercise caution around Hell Island. If possible, avoid it altogether. Understood. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Farewell. With that, Nefong ended the call, pondering Smoker's overbearing nature. He had never regarded Hell Island as particularly terrifying. Strength was the root of all confidence. Within the Navy, Smoker seethed with irritation upon disconnecting the call. Damn that Nefong. I extend my goodwill, and he treats it with disdain. If I weren't concerned about the ramifications of his potential misfortune on our plans, I wouldn't bother with his affairs, he muttered, exasperated. As the ship gradually approached Hell Island, it emerged from a shroud of dark violet mist, beneath which lurked glimpses of red lava. Even from a distance, the chilling cries emanating from the island sent shivers down the spine, causing several young girls aboard to scurry into their quarters, too frightened to emerge. Meanwhile, Nefuti displayed a keen interest, while Chi-Tian appeared eager for the impending adventure. On board the vessel, the two phoenixes displayed expressions of sheer delight. Sensing a familiar aura, the essence of their kind, they were certain that one of the 5 phoenixes resided there, likely the Yuzhua. Tasked with overseeing the prison within the Phoenix clan, Yuzhua's responsibilities aligned seamlessly with the nature of Hell Island, which itself functioned as a prison. According to the legends surrounding Hell Island, it was indeed plausible that the Yuzhua was present. The 5 phoenixes represent the 5 branches of their lineage, not merely 5 individuals. And among those who ventured into this realm alongside them, Yuzhua was notably spirited. As a jailer of the Phoenix clan, Yuzhua harbored a deep disdain for malevolence. And this particular Yuzhua was especially vengeful against evil, employing her own methods to torment prisoners, rendering their existence a living hell. Surrounding Hell Island, a school of sharks circled, their eyes and teeth stained crimson from prolonged consumption of human flesh. Before the youth vessel could approach the shore, the Phoenix and the Yuan had already taken flight. Soaring into the depths of Hell Island, where the resonant calls of the Phoenix echoed back. "Where are you two headed?" The hesitant Soroya, who had been concealed in the ship's cabin, rushed out upon hearing the Phoenix's cry, only to witness the 2 phoenixes disappearing towards the island. In response, she immediately invoked her beast transformation, sprouting a pair of wings upon her back, ready to pursue the vanishing figures. However, she was promptly intercepted by Nanfeng. He too heard the resounding Phoenix call from the depths of Hell Island and, with his wisdom, deduced its significance. Clearly, one of the 5 phoenixes resided there. Although he could not ascertain which, it was evident that any being capable of existing in such a formidable location possessed immense power. "There's no need for concern, Soroya. There should be one of our kin deep within Hell Island. You need not worry. But it looks exceedingly terrifying. I'm afraid something might happen to them." Soroya expressed her anxiety, unable to shake off her apprehension for the 2 phoenixes entering such a foreboding place. "Do not fret. The terror of Hell Island is likely due to that phoenix's presence. Moreover, the strength of the Phoenix and Yuan is formidable. Rest assured, even Chi-Tian and I would not stand a chance against them." "Really? Yet I remain worried," Soroya replied, despite Nanfeng's assurances of their might, as she was unfamiliar with the true power of the Phoenix clan, prompting her concerns. If one were to speak of the prowess of these 2 phoenixes, it is likely that few in the entire world of pirates could rival them. Rest assured, once we dock, we will accompany you. There is no need for anxiety. Trust in their capabilities. All right. Having finally persuaded Soroya, Nanfeng commanded Chi-Tian to hasten their approach. In truth, he too harbored reservations about the 2 phoenixes. Despite their kinship and the odds favoring a 2-to-1 confrontation, Nanfeng remained uneasy. The unknown is the most formidable adversary, and until witnessing the full extent of the 2 phoenixes' power, everything remained uncertain. At last, the pirate ship successfully docked. Although somewhat reluctant, Nonia, Dandy, and Schumann felt compelled to disembark. In such a terrifying environment, they dared not remain aboard the ship alone, and perhaps accompanying Nanfeng and the others could prove beneficial. Upon nearing Hell Island, a pungent aroma of sulfur assailed their senses, even more acrid than that of Sulphur Island. Following this, a wave of oppressive heat enveloped them. The temperature here was indeed terrifying. The black earth flowed with streams of fiery red lava, resembling a nightmarish inferno. As they set foot on the island, an even more terrifying heat engulfed them. Nanfeng felt as if the soles of his shoes were beginning to melt, illustrating the degree of the oppressive temperature. Dandy, however, was filled with excitement, crouching to touch the black ground. "This place is scorching. We could roast meat on these stones." "Really? Then hurry and get to it," Chi-Tian exclaimed, the first to react to Dandy's words. Aside from fighting, eating was his greatest passion, and the prospect of savoring Dandy's culinary creations thrilled him, especially since he had never experienced meat roasted on such stones. "Don't rush. Once we've resolved our matters, I'll prepare it for you. After we locate the Phoenix and Yuan, I'll cook for you," Dandy replied. "Indeed, let us venture deeper into the island to find the Phoenixes first, then enjoy Dandy's dishes. But be mindful, Hell Island is undoubtedly complex. Do not underestimate it. Let us move." Nanfeng issued the command, leading the group inward. At the island's heart, within a massive volcano, a dazzling phoenix, primarily adorned in shades of purple, soared from the magma. It was Yuzhua. In the distance, 2 phoenixes approached the volcano's mouth, the Phoenix and the Yuan. The 3 phoenixes met in midair before descending upon the volcano's rim, gazing at one another in silence. Eventually, it was Yuzhua who broke the stillness, her tone chilling and foreboding. What brings you two here? Shouldn't you be guarding the five-colored stone? What of its safety? The master of the five-colored stone has arrived, and our mission is about to commence. She is here now. Let us go to meet her, the phoenix bird spoke. Humph. What are you thinking? I shall never submit to anyone, the Luin bird sighed, expressing its discontent. The phoenix clan has always possessed its own sense of pride, and this particular Waiju is a prime example of that. In its eyes, no one can claim the role of its master. Even though their arrival in this world is tied to a specific task, it will never yield to another. Initially, the Phoenix clan dispatched 5 phoenixes to this realm to guard the five-colored stone, awaiting the destined individual from their lineage. However, the other 3 phoenixes are burdened by their own pride, which has evolved into arrogance. They refuse to submit, even at the command of their leader. Consequently, the Waiju, UNCH, and HNGH departed from the protective sphere of the five-colored stone, leaving only the phoenix bird and the Qing Luin to safeguard it. They too possess their pride, yet it never crosses into arrogance. I am indeed proud, for I possess the merit to be so, and the strength to back it. I shall never become anyone's subordinate. However, this is indeed a command from that esteemed one. I offer you a chance. Should the individual you choose be able to defeat me, I shall consent to serve under them, the Waiju declared, raising its head high, embodying an air of invincibility, backed by its formidable strength. The phoenix bird and the Luin bird exchanged glances, recognizing the helplessness mirrored in each other's eyes, which swiftly transformed into determination. They nodded resolutely and turned their heads sharply towards the Waiju. Waiju, do not blame us. We act for your own good. Once we complete our task and return, should it be discovered that you disobeyed the command, the 3 of you will surely face annihilation, even from across realms. You are aware of this. Forgive us, they stated before spreading their wings, launching towards the Waiju, their 5-colored feathers radiating a dazzling brilliance. Upon witnessing the 2 phoenixes charge at him, the Waiju did not hesitate to retaliate. This was not their first battle. Long ago, they had fought the phoenix bird and the Luin bird to escape the confines of the five-colored stone's guardianship. At that time, they had the numerical advantage, but now, the phoenix bird and Luin bird outnumbered them. Despite the odds, the Waiju charged forward without hesitation. Proud as he was, he would not flee without a fight. Even in the face of death, he would not retreat. The strength of the 5 phoenixes was comparable, and in a 2-on-1 scenario, victory was all but assured. Nonetheless, this realization did not diminish the Waiju's pride. The 3 phoenixes collided fiercely, as the Waiju extended its sharp claws towards the phoenix bird and the Luin bird. Yet, they evaded his grasp with agility, counterattacking in turn. Feathers fell like rain from the sky as their battle intensified, predominantly with the phoenix bird and Luin bird pressing the Waiju hard, who found himself largely unable to retaliate. In an equal contest of strength, the 2-on-1 dynamic was anything but simple. This was in part due to the restraint exercised by the phoenix bird and Luin bird. Otherwise, the battle would have concluded long ago. Waiju, do not cling to your delusions. You must understand, should you defy that person's command, you will truly face death. Perhaps even your entire clan will be implicated. Moreover, the one we protect is closely associated with that person's son. Let go of your stubbornness, they cautioned. What? That person's son? He has sent his own child to this world? The Waiju was taken aback, realizing that the identity of Nan Feng was far from simple. As they delved deeper, Nan Feng and the others began to understand why this place was referred to as Hell Island. Upon setting foot on Hell Island, they were immediately confronted by some prisoners who rushed towards them. However, these individuals had become mere shells of their former selves, devoid of thought or feeling. Their assault on Nan Feng and his companions stemmed solely from a primal instinct for survival, as the island offered no sustenance. To survive, they resorted to cannibalism. And whenever prisoners encountered one another, one would inevitably perish. Whenever newcomers arrived on the island, all prisoners would catch the scent of fresh flesh. The reason they could not sense each other was due to unique tattoos on their bodies, crafted by the Waiju, whose powers were beyond imagination. A mere tattoo bore many functions. Observing the zombie-like prisoners, Nan Feng signaled for Nafu and Chi Tian to take action without hesitation. Such beings had no place in existence and only hindered their progress. Killing them would grant them a merciful release. After the demise of those prisoners, vibrant red worms emerged from the flowing rivers of magma below. These creatures paid no heed to Nan Feng and the others, making a beeline for the lifeless bodies of the fallen prisoners. In the midst of the horrified gazes of the onlookers, the fiery red worms crawled over the corpses, voraciously devouring them bite by bite. Astonishingly, not a trace of blood remained on the ground, nor did even the bones escape their insatiable appetite. The speed at which these worms consumed their grim feast was nothing short of astonishing, as in the blink of an eye, the bodies were reduced to nothingness. Witnessing this grotesque spectacle sent shivers down the spines of several young women. Schumann retreated a few steps, while Nonaya stifled her mouth to suppress a gag. For this scene was not only terrifying but also utterly repulsive. Even Nianfeng felt waves of nausea wash over him. What on earth was happening on this island? That such revolting occurrences could be witnessed? As for Qi Tian, he picked up one of the crimson worms and examined it closely in his palm, displaying a keen interest. However, he ultimately released it with great reluctance amidst the scolding protests from the girls. Meanwhile, as their journey deepened, 3 phoenixes were locked in battle at the island's central volcano. Although the sight of these mythical birds astonished him, it did not diminish his pride. The 3 phoenixes unleashed their true flames, 3 distinct colors dancing in the air, scorching even the void itself. The volcano's mouth was significantly reduced, and many feathers fell from the 3 birds. Once strikingly beautiful, the phoenixes now bore an unusual appearance due to the battle. Ultimately, the Yuju was successfully subdued by the Feng bird and the Wan bird, who pinned one of its wings to the ground. The Yuju struggled vigorously for a moment, but ultimately surrendered in despair. "Curse you 2 bastards, let me go. I will never be subservient to anyone," the Yuju protested. "Yuju, don't be like that. We are only looking out for your best interests. We 5 have grown up together. We cannot stand by and watch you 3 tread down the wrong path," the Feng bird replied, a hint of schadenfreude in its tone. They had known each other since childhood, and while the Yuju was typically proud, it was less so with those closest to him. The fact that the Yuju resorted to insults indicated that he bore no true grudge against them. Their relationship had always been one of playful bickering, remaining strong until that fateful event. At that time, the Feng bird and the Wan bird steadfastly protected the multicolored stone, awaiting their master, while the Yuju, Honghu, and Yuanju refused to submit. This divergence led to a great conflict, culminating in the Yuju and the others overcoming the Feng bird and the Wan bird, fleeing from their sacred ground, never to return. Now, having finally encountered the Yuju, the Feng bird and the Wan bird sought revenge and aimed to win him back. For the power of that individual was formidable, and they truly did not wish to lose a lifelong companion to death. Do not harbor such delusions. I will never bow to anyone. That is the pride of the Phoenix clan, unlike you 2, who lack fortitude, the Yuju asserted. Yuju, this is not a matter of fortitude or pride. The pride of the Phoenix clan does not equate to your arrogance. Your actions will only bring calamity upon the clan, offering no benefits whatsoever. Awaken, Yuju. You are no longer a child. Do not cling to such arrogance. Ultimately, you are merely relying on the name of the Phoenix clan to assert your dominance. Do you truly believe your strength justifies your pride? The words of the Wan bird left the Yuju in contemplative silence. Upon reflection, he realized they were not mistaken. He had indeed been excessively arrogant, and all that he claimed was merely supported by the reputation of the Phoenix clan, not a testament to his own strength. To put it bluntly, he was merely a dog basking in the power of others. If his abilities were truly tested in that realm, he would likely be no more than cannon fodder. What right did he have to feel pride or arrogance? As the flames surrounding the Yuju dwindled, the Feng bird and the Wan bird exchanged glances, recognizing that he had absorbed their words. Now was the opportune moment to act. Yuju, join us. In this world, we may not attain overwhelming power, but as long as we stand behind that individual, we will undoubtedly reach the true pinnacle. This is why the 5 branches of the Phoenix clan sent us here. We are the most gifted descendants of the 5 branches, the hope of the Phoenix clan. The elders entrusted us with this mission, hoping we can ascend to greater heights. Do you not understand their good intentions? The words of the Phoenix were like a sudden awakening. Indeed, the 5 of them were the leading figures of the 5 Phoenixes, and the elders of the Phoenix tribe would undoubtedly consider the future of their kind. They were the very future of the Phoenix lineage. The elders would never gamble with the destiny of the Phoenix tribe, as everything was for the sake of their 5 Phoenixes. Understanding this truth, the last flicker of flame within the Yuju extinguished completely. Upon witnessing this, the flames around the Phoenix and the Wan also dissipated, and the 2 claws that had pressed down on Yuju's wings were finally withdrawn. Feeling the weight lifted from him, Yuju soared into the sky, flying high above, and let out a resounding cry that echoed through the heavens and earth. On Hell Island, upon hearing Yuju's call, the young pirate crew quickened their pace. However, as they attempted to reach their destination, they were obstructed by a growing number of prisoners and monstrous creatures. Not only that, but the strength of the prisoners seemed to be increasing as well. Just as the group strained to make their way inland, three colossal shadows slowly approached from the sky. The prisoners and creatures attacking the young pirate crew scattered in fear. The rulers of Hell Island had arrived, and there was no room for them to cause havoc. On the ground, watching the scattering enemies and the enormous shadows above, everyone turned their gaze skyward. There, three multicolored phoenixes were drawing near, one adorned with red feathers, another with green, and the last with purple. The moment Zilloya saw the three phoenixes, he became immensely excited, waving his hands and shouting, "Little Phoenix, little Juan, I'm here. I'm here." The three phoenixes were indeed heading towards them, and upon hearing Zilloya's calls, they accelerated their flight towards the group. As they approached, the three phoenixes began to shrink in size. Upon landing before the crowd, the phoenix and the Juan introduced Yuju to everyone, stating, "This is Yuju, a member of the Phoenix tribe and one of the 5 phoenixes. He is our companion, and from now on, he will travel with us and protect Zilloya." They proceeded to introduce everyone to Yuju individually. Yuju's gaze lingered on Qitian for a moment before fixating intently on Nanfeng. As the person before him bore an uncanny resemblance to someone he knew, their aura strikingly similar, confirming his lineage. Nanfeng, somewhat perplexed by Yuju's intense stare, was aware of the origins of the 5 phoenixes. Although the phoenix and one recognized his background, Yuju's unwavering gaze was unexpected. Noticing the oddity in Nanfeng's eyes, Yuju swiftly turned his head towards Zilloya, seeking the approval of his supposed master, who was also observing Yuju. "So, this is one of the 5 phoenixes?" Zilloya smiled and extended his hand to Yuju. "Greetings, I am Zilloya. Let us strive together. I believe we will get along splendidly and become great friends." In response to Zilloya's display of friendliness, Yuju turned his head away, haughtily snorting, which rendered the atmosphere quite awkward. The phoenix, sensing the tension, raised a wing and playfully struck Yuju on the head, glaring at him with a clear message: "Behave yourself and do not be so arrogant, or I might strike you again." After being chastised by the phoenix, Yuju shot a defiant glare back at her, but reluctantly extended his wing to shake hands with Zilloya. Nanfeng, observing this interaction, couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed Yuju was indeed quite proud, promising that life aboard the ship would be lively henceforth. Chapter 77. The generation that overturned the world. Sabati Archipelago, also known as the Bubble Islands, is an island governed by the celestial dragons. Located at the forefront of the Red Line, amidst the Grand Line, the islands are formed by 79 colossal trees, with the ground made up of their roots, each tree hosting towns and facilities. Bubbles emerge from the ground, creating a peculiar landscape, and bubble culture permeates every corner of Sabati Archipelago. This place marks the terminus of the first half of the Grand Line and is an essential stop on the way to the New World, attracting numerous pirates, merchants, and bounty hunters. Many activities are legal here, including human trafficking, with the sole exception being the harm of the celestial dragons. This island can be deemed the most corrupt place in the world, without exception. The rulers of this land consider themselves descendants of creators, behaving arrogantly due to their self-perceived greatness, disdainful of sharing the same air as common folk, donning bubble helmets, and treating other races as slaves. On this island, there exists no justice, only malevolence, and the corruption has seeped into the very fabric of society. However, a horrific event once transpired here, known as the Massacre. This massacre occurred during the reign of the second Pirate King, when Luffy and his formidable crew launched an assault on the world government. During this time, the slaves on Sabati Archipelago, aided by sympathetic individuals, gained their freedom and unleashed a brutal slaughter upon the celestial dragons residing on the island. The celestial dragons of Sabati Archipelago are a group of self-important individuals, often referred to as the greatest filth. They embody all of humanity's vices, magnifying them. And stripped of the protection of the Navy, they found themselves utterly defenseless, falling victim to the very slaves they once scorned. After the Holy Land War concluded, the massacre also came to an end, leaving only a handful of celestial dragons remaining on the island. Yet, even in their diminished numbers, they continued to harbor an inflated sense of superiority, and the vile slave trade persisted on Sabati Archipelago. In fact, Nanfeng and his companions had already encountered the celestial dragons during the conflict over the magma fruit on Hidden Island, although their interactions were superficial, as the celestial dragons ultimately perished in a tsunami unleashed by Nefuti and Nonia. From a distance, Nanfeng spotted the towering trees of Sabati Archipelago, his face alight with excitement. This archipelago holds significant importance in the world of One Piece, and Nanfeng had longed to come here. accompanied by the ruler of Hell Island. Nefong and his companions swiftly concluded their affairs on Hell Island. The girls were eager to leave the ominous island, and Nefong wished to reach Sabaody Archipelago promptly, given its relevance to the Navy's plans. As they neared Sabaody Archipelago, Nefong contacted Roman and Smoker one after another. On the call, Smoker expressed his astonishment, never expecting Nefong to traverse Hell Island so swiftly, a place notorious for its terrifying creatures. Little did Smoker know that the most formidable beings of Hell Island stood upon the sacred Wudong tree aboard the young pirate's ship. Nevertheless, these concerns are of little consequence. What truly matters is that the southern wind will not impede the Navy's plans. During a telephone conversation with Roman, Southern Wind gleaned insights into Roman's recent activities. It appears that Roman and his companions have now set foot on the Sabaody Archipelago, where they have successfully subdued several reputable pirate crews. The Starry Sea pirate crew is gradually evolving in the direction envisioned by Southern Wind, and the embryonic form of a formidable pirate fleet is beginning to take shape. Aside from the 3 exceptional warriors, there are now several mid-tier and lower-tier fighters aboard the ship. Southern Wind could hardly have anticipated that in such a brief separation. Roman and his companions would have already rallied a force substantial enough to be deemed a significant pirate crew. Nonetheless, Southern Wind cautioned Roman to exercise vigilance, emphasizing that he should not only focus on numbers but also remain aware of the ulterior motives harbored by his subordinates. After all, these individuals are currently under the formidable control of the trio. Should they ever sustain injuries, the pirates might entertain other ambitions. It is a well-known truth that the majority of pirates are far from virtuous, and those who venture into the seas solely in pursuit of their dreams are indeed a rarity. Roman and his companions are acutely aware of this reality, and they are not naive souls. They have long taken precautions against such threats. Subsequently, Nefong engaged in a brief conversation with Keela and Myron, primarily emphasizing the importance of taking care of Roman. Those familiar with the original work are well aware that Roman excels in every aspect, save for an alarming lack of direction. Nefong harbored no desire for Roman to wander off unexpectedly. After concluding his call with the two, Nefong reached out to another individual. Since the Navy had notified him, it was only logical that they would also inform Hawkeye, who was undoubtedly aware of the situation and had been active in the New World due to it. Upon connecting with the phone snail, Nefong inquired about Hawkeye's status. Learning that Hawkeye had already infiltrated the Sabaody Archipelago with his crew, awaiting the Navy's impending actions, Nefong felt somewhat exasperated. It seemed he was the only one yet to arrive at the Sabaody Archipelago, making him the last to join. Furthermore, he received new intelligence from Hawkeye that evoked memories of events from Luffy's era. In the days leading up to the Marineford War, 11 supernovas, including Luffy and Zoro, had simultaneously converged on the Sabaody Archipelago, capturing the attention of the world government. These 11 were no ordinary individuals. They, along with the deceased Blackbeard, were collectively known as the Worst Generation. Nefong was surprised to find himself entangled in such a scenario. From Hawkeye, he learned that the other 7 pirate crews, renowned alongside the young pirate crew, had also made their presence known at the Sabaody Archipelago. Among them are the Celestial Pirates, the Grim Reaper Pirates, and the Knights of the Round Table Pirates. As for the other 4 pirate crews, Nefong remains unaware of their identities. Including these 4 pirate crews, a total of 8 have been bestowed upon the world with the illustrious title of the generation that will overturn the world. This designation arises from the profound astonishment these 8 crews have instilled in society, as if they possess the power to fundamentally reshape the very fabric of existence. Their bounties are exorbitantly high, to the extent that setting new rewards for these crews has become an impractical endeavor, reminiscent of the tempestuous South Wind, under whose sway the world government has encountered formidable adversaries. Unlike the previous generation, this title has not been conferred upon a select few individuals, but rather upon several pirate crews, as the cumulative bounty of those within these crews exceeds a staggering sum. Upon receiving this news, a sense of trepidation settled within Nefong. The Sabaody Archipelago has become a veritable nightmare, as all those hailed as the generation capable of overturning the world converge upon this very location, further compounded by the presence of a formidable group led by Mihawk. Nefong envisions the catastrophic consequences that would ensue should the Navy announce its severance from the world government. It is conceivable that even the Sabaody Archipelago might face annihilation. Given the overwhelming number of notorious pirates gathered here, coupled with the uncertainty of any world government forces lurking in the shadows, it is said that following the massacre incident, the world government discreetly stationed a contingent on the Sabaody Archipelago, tasked with safeguarding the celestial dragons. However, this force has never made its presence known, remaining unseen by all. Moreover, the South Wind has also learned from Hawkeye that the Navy is troubled by this matter, as they never anticipated that the generation heralded as world-altering would converge at the Shambadi archipelago at such a critical juncture. Strangely, apart from the elusive young pirate crew and the Starry Sea pirates, the other pirate crews seem to share an unspoken understanding, as none have ventured forth to the new world ahead of the others. Hawkeye is currently in discussions with the Navy, emphasizing that before executing the plan, it is imperative to expel all others from the island. In truth, the most effective strategy would be to draw these individuals into their own ranks. However, this endeavor presents significant challenges. As for the other pirate crews that are in no rush to depart from the Sabaody archipelago, Ninfeng harbors his own contemplations. One possibility is that several pirate crews are engaged in a covert competition. Another is that these crews are awaiting the implementation of the Navy's plans. If this is the case, it would suggest that the plan has been compromised, and even the world government may be aware of the situation. In truth, Ninfeng has another notion, yet it is swiftly dismissed by his own reasoning. He harbors suspicions that these pirate crews have colluded with the world government, with the objective of vanquishing the Navy, especially considering the Navy's increasing defiance of the world government's commands. The reason for denying this notion lies in Ninfeng's belief that the world government could not simply eliminate the Navy, as the Navy is ostensibly the most formidable force of the world government. Furthermore, the Navy currently enjoys a stellar reputation. Should the government proceed with such an action, it would undoubtedly provoke widespread outrage. With this in mind, Ninfeng and Mihawk exchanged a few hasty words before ending the call. He felt compelled to consult with Chun, for if the world government truly became aware of the Navy's plans, the consequences would be dire. In such a scenario, the disparity in mindset between the party that was informed of the opponent's intentions and the one that believed itself to hold the upper hand would be starkly evident. If this were the case, the Navy would surely face defeat, a strategic failure that no amount of strength could rectify. Meanwhile, upon answering the call, Chun and Ninfeng discussed matters of such gravity that Ninfeng found himself momentarily speechless, the transponder snail slipping from his grasp and clattering to the floor. He muttered in disbelief, "Insanity, pure insanity." Chapter 78, Astonishment. The frantic world government Ninfeng could scarcely fathom that the most improbable event had indeed transpired. The world government was actually contemplating the dissolution of the Navy on a global scale. Chin, having just received the news from the world government, was equally taken aback by the decision to entirely abolish the Navy's existence, especially considering the Navy's significant role within the world government. However, no one could have anticipated such a decisive move from the world government. Following this revelation, Chin intended to inform Ninfeng, only to be surprised when Ninfeng reached out first. The announcement from the world government came after convening the remaining 7 warlords at the Holy Land Merigios. Moreover, as Chin learned, the world government had even selected the faction that would assume the Navy's responsibilities, an organization long concealed, referred to as the Government Army. Moreover, the world government anticipated that the issuance of such an order would undoubtedly provoke a backlash from the Navy. To thoroughly suppress the Navy, relying solely on the government forces and the CP organization would be insufficient. Thus, the world government has, this time, summoned all visible powers and even forged alliances with certain notorious pirates. According to the information obtained by Chun, presently in the Sabaody archipelago, 7 pirate crews, including the Starry Seas pirates, are part of the world government's collaborative plan, yet none have explicitly agreed to cooperate with the world government, leaving the nature of any potential alliances in question. Ninfeng was astounded by this revelation. The world government's ambition to disband the Navy was entirely unexpected. Although he had entertained similar thoughts, he quickly dismissed them. Historically, the Navy had acted as a mere lapdog for the world government, seldom earning the affection of the populace. However, since the ascendance of figures like Qing Shui and Yi Xiao, the Navy has undergone a remarkable transformation, increasingly resembling a righteous army. Yet, in such circumstances, the world government's intention to abolish the Navy was an act of audacity beyond comprehension. Had the 5 elders lost their sanity? The prospect of dismantling the Navy and nurturing a new government army suggested that the world government intended to discard an unruly dog in favor of a more obedient one. Yet, this direct approach baffled Ninfeng. Setting aside the inevitable backlash from the Navy, the government forces would undoubtedly struggle to maintain order on the seas, leading to an upsurge in piracy that would complicate the world government's rule. The 5 elders must surely understand this. Yet they remained resolute in their decision to abolish the Navy. What could possibly drive them to such madness? However, whether they were indeed mad was not a matter for Nan Feng to ponder. He needed to swiftly relay this information to Hawkeye and the Navy, urging them to revise their strategies, either to execute their plans preemptively or to wait until the world government officially announced the Navy's dissolution. Acting sooner could provide the advantage of surprise, potentially catching the world government off guard. Yet such a course of action would likely reveal flaws in their plans and tarnish the Navy's reputation. Although the Navy had anticipated this, should the world government truly take action against them, such drawbacks could be circumvented. Conversely, implementing their plans after the world government's offensive would legitimize the Navy's departure from the world government, allowing them to rally additional forces to ensure the plan's success. Nevertheless, this would also afford the world government ample time to prepare. Ultimately, every course of action bore its own merits and drawbacks. In this world, nothing was entirely good or entirely bad, and the decision lay with the Navy. Nan Feng's role was simply to participate in the plan when the time came. After conveying this critical information to the Navy and Hawkeye, Nan Feng hummed a cheerful tune, preparing to rest. He would soon arrive at the Sabaody archipelago and needed to be in good spirits, whether for combat or leisure. Upon receiving Nan Feng's news, both the Navy and Hawkeye were initially incredulous. The notion that the world government would dissolve the Navy was utterly unforeseen. The Navy had existed alongside the world government for as long as anyone could remember, and no one would have anticipated such a drastic decision. There was no doubt as to the authenticity of Nan Feng's message. He had no need to fabricate such a scheme. If he had intended to ensnare them, he could have leaked the Navy's plans long ago. Since he had brought this to light, it was highly likely that the world government harbored intentions of striking against the Navy. In the Navy headquarters, the atmosphere in the conference room was heavy with tension. No one had expected to receive such news just as their plans were set to be enacted. This development presented both advantages and disadvantages. If the information proved true, the Navy could legitimately sever ties with the world government. However, this would also mean that successfully extricating themselves would come at a considerable cost. Should the world government indeed act against them, they would undoubtedly account for the Navy's potential backlash, indicating the presence of formidable forces within the world government. After a prolonged silence, Qing Shui finally spoke. "Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you all recognize that this news is highly likely to be true. It presents us with both opportunities and challenges. You must also consider the immense power held within the world government. However, if we succeed, we can legitimately extricate ourselves from their grasp. Thus, we must reassess our plans. Indeed," he continued, "if the world government is preparing to act against us, we should await their announcement before executing our strategy. This way, we can at least claim legitimacy, and the world will perceive it as a betrayal by the world government rather than our own treachery." Yishao affirmed with unwavering conviction. "This plan has been in preparation for years, and failure is not an option. Therefore, we must remain vigilant and ready for action. We cannot allow the world government to catch us off guard. From this moment on, we shall adopt a defensive posture, minimizing our losses. Yet, our current strength is evidently insufficient. We must bolster our ranks with even greater power," KB asserted firmly. This was his dream, and failure was not an option. As a child, he had aspired to join the Navy, to become an officer, and ultimately to rise to the ranks of admiral. He had accomplished each of these dreams. And now his ambition was to lead the Navy as a true force for justice, a dream he could not afford to see fail. "We have indeed amassed significant strength. Hawkeye has allied with many formidable pirates, and Nan Feng's crew is quite powerful. However, the world government is also uniting pirates, and we require even greater strength. I believe we should consider the so-called generation that will overturn the world," the Loombar suggested after some contemplation. "Absolutely not. Not all of that generation are like the young pirates, fighting for their dreams. Some crews are ruthless brigands, and I refuse to ally with such individuals. That would tarnish the essence of justice, and I will not consent." Dasky retorted without hesitation. Dasky is correct. Some pirate crews do not spare even unarmed civilians, particularly the Grim Reaper pirates. However, a few other crews may be worth considering. What do you think? Tina chimed in with her perspective. Indeed, at least the young pirates, Starry Seas, and Round Table Knights are commendable. They have not committed any heinous acts, and collaboration is feasible. Moreover, a few days ago, Mr. Carp called me. And it seems the Navy we entrusted to him for training has completed its preparation and will be arriving at headquarters soon. Although Mr. Carp did not explicitly state the Navy's capabilities, one can assume that any forces trained under him would be formidable, Smoker remarked, exhaling a puff of smoke. "The young pirates. HM. Upon hearing Smoker mention the young pirates, Tashigi let out a cold huff. Ever since the incident at Wek Island, she had developed a deep aversion towards the young pirates. They had the audacity to destroy an island, a home to many, especially Nam Fong, who, despite having the option to spare Wek Island, chose to sink it entirely to demonstrate his prowess. Such individuals, Smoker and the others claimed, were not truly heinous. Tashigi, however, had previously suggested terminating the collaboration with the young pirates and even considered personally apprehending Nam Fong and his crew. Ultimately, Smoker intervened, leaving the matter unresolved. Yet Tashigi's disdain for Nam Fong remained unwavering. "All right, Tashigi," Smoker remarked. "Nam Fong did not err in that situation. Furthermore, he granted us time to evacuate the civilians. Otherwise, the devastation would have extended beyond Wek Island to countless innocents. His actions were indeed commendable." "Humph, mere pretense of virtue," Tashigi retorted, unconvinced. "Well, as Smoker suggests, we can seek alliances with other pirate crews. However, who should we send? They are congregated at Sabaody Archipelago, and it would be inappropriate for us to appear there. Should we dispatch Mihawk or Nam Fong? Let us send Nam Fong. He belongs to their generation, making communication easier, although we may have to bear some costs." "Very well. We shall bear the costs, as long as he can accomplish this task. Besides, last time our costs were minimal," Chichu concluded the matter. On the shores of Sabaody Archipelago, after docking the youth, Nam Fong and his companions disembarked. As soon as they set foot on the island, Chi Tian became exceedingly excited, chasing the bubbles that emerged from the ground. While the others exhibited similar enthusiasm, only Nam Fong appeared rather glum. His melancholy stemmed entirely from a phone call he had just received. Initially, he had been in high spirits as they approached the shore, but after receiving Smoker's call, his mood soured, for Smoker had presented him with a dilemma. Following the conclusion of the Navy's meeting, it was decided that Nam Fong would rally the pirate crews on Sabaody Archipelago, primarily targeting several notable crews among the generation that will overturn the world. These crews included the Young Pirates, the Starry Sea Pirates, the Round Table Knights, the Future Pirates, and the Spider Pirates. The strength of the Young Pirates and Starry Sea Pirates was evident. One crew had dispatched numerous notorious pirates, while the other had allied with others to defeat the Black Sorcerer. Strictly speaking, they were part of the same faction. Thus, both crews would undoubtedly receive invitations from the Navy. Although the Round Table Knights were few in number, much like the Young Pirates, they consisted entirely of elite members. This crew focused solely on seeking the sword and the stone and, typically, did not provoke others unless they were first antagonized. They resembled merchants more than pirates. In truth, the Round Table Knights were likely to be courted by both factions, as they could easily be invited with mere rumors concerning the sword and the stone. The veracity of such information was of little consequence since they had no way of knowing the truth, and even if they did, there was no necessity to provide genuine intel. No one would willingly cultivate a formidable adversary. The prowess of the Round Table Knights was well acknowledged, yet despite this, they remained under the leadership of a singular king. The Future Pirates, though relatively discreet, were still ranked among the generation that will overturn the world, underscoring their formidable nature. It was said that every member of the Future Pirates was a sharpshooter, with the entire crew specializing in ranged attacks, rarely engaging in close combat. However, some claimed their close-quarters combat skills were equally formidable. Rumor had it that the Future Pirates possessed advanced technology, evident from their ship and equipment, which surpassed even that of the world government. Many ambitious pirates had once sought to confront the Future Pirates, and numerous crews attempted to uncover their origins. Yet all failed miserably, contributing to the crew's enigmatic reputation. The captain of the Future Pirates, known as Odway, was dubbed the Future Marksman, an exceptionally powerful sharpshooter whose marksmanship had reached terrifying heights. Coupled with his formidable futuristic weaponry, few could rival his design prowess. Despite their mysterious strength, this pirate crew had never abused their power. Rather, they left behind a reputation as champions of justice wherever they roamed. As for the remaining crew, the Spider Pirates, their captain was a ruthless woman named Rose, akin to the legendary spider goddess, both cruel and capricious. She possessed the abilities of the divine spider fruit. With her long purple hair, Rose had originally been a noblewoman from a fallen family. Even so, she was a gentle and kind woman. However, under the merciless oppression of other nobles, her family was utterly obliterated, leaving Rose alone in the world. The noblewoman, gentle and exquisite, was not spared by the aristocrats. Rather, she was sold into slavery to the celestial dragons, enduring countless torments each day. Yearning for vengeance, she awaited the moment of her reprisal. One fateful day, The celestial dragons acquired a formidable devil fruit, and she cunningly seized it for herself. After consuming the devil fruit, Rose gained immense power. Subsequently, she exacted retribution by slaying all the celestial dragons who had enslaved her, as well as mercilessly massacring countless nobles. Upon attaining her freedom, the forlorn Rose established her own pirate crew, traversing the vast seas. However, she harbored a peculiar inclination to torment the nobility. Any aristocrat she encountered, regardless of their nature, met a tragic end at her hands, with the celestial dragons, reputed as the world's elite, suffering the most excruciating fates. Rose has earned the title of a noble butcher, and the world's perception of her is a mixture of both praise and criticism. However, the accolades far outweigh the disparagement, largely due to the prevalence of malevolent nobles in this realm. This is also the reason why the Navy seeks to win her favor. As for the other three pirate crews, they can be aptly described as utterly ruthless. The Death God pirates, led by a captain named Ekrol, is likely the possessor of the divine Death God fruit's powers. Wherever he treads, the land becomes barren and lifeless. Despite numerous attempts by the Navy to capture him, he remains at large, a law unto himself. Ekrol can be regarded as the most bloodthirsty of pirates, earning the epithet of the Dark Reaper. Even their pirate ship is perpetually shrouded in a pall of ominous darkness. The unrestrained slaughter perpetrated by Ekrol is entirely driven by his desire to augment the power of his death fruit. With the dominion over death, he finds that human souls and their lingering resentments empower him further. The bloodbath pirates, true butchers of the sea, audaciously confront the Navy, leaving a staggering number of naval casualties in their wake. Their massacre is devoid of rationale, executed solely for the thrill of killing. Their captain, infamously known as Bloody Alice, is an extraordinarily beautiful woman whose merciless nature is nothing short of appalling. She wields the powers of an animal type, mythical Zoan bat fruit, which has cultivated her profound obsession with blood, ultimately earning her the notorious epithet. Similarly, the Wolf Pack Pirates, an outlawed crew uninvited by the Navy, rank among the notorious bands that threaten to upend the world. This crew does not indiscriminately terrorize civilians. Rather, they revel in hunting Navy personnel. When faced with the Wolf Pack Pirates, especially in the absence of an admiral, the Navy can only anticipate one outcome: a relentless pursuit by the Wolf Pack. The captain, Werewolf Covinas, hails from the West Blue. Once, Covinas enjoyed a blissful life, cherished by loving parents and family, but everything changed when he turned 10. That year, following the conclusion of the Holy Land War, the world erupted into a renewed fervor for seafaring, with the likes of Chichu and Ishiao ascending to their current ranks, leaving the Navy in disarray. In a certain naval division of the West Sea, the highest-ranking leader, driven by greed, colluded with pirates, turning a blind eye to their rampant pillaging and slaughter. One fateful day, the hometown of Covinas fell victim to a pirate raid, resulting in the massacre of his entire family, leaving him as the sole survivor. Captured by the marauding pirates, he was whisked away aboard their ship, thus commencing his tumultuous journey as a pirate. Aboard the vessel, Covinas witnessed the sordid exchanges between pirates and the Navy, which ignited within him a profound hatred for the latter. He swore vengeance upon all naval forces, regardless of their increasingly righteous disposition. His heart was unable to relinquish the hatred that festered within. In his quest for retribution, Covinas relentlessly honed his skills, and, upon acquiring the Silver Moon Wolf fruit of the Zoan type, he annihilated his own pirate crew, subsequently establishing a band of his own, before laying waste to the very naval division that had wrought his suffering. Thus began his relentless pursuit of the Navy. In truth, the evil wolf pirates posed a significant headache for the Navy. Strictly speaking, this crew had not committed particularly heinous acts and had even pursued some nefarious pirate factions. Nonetheless, their actions were a constant source of consternation for naval authorities. The root of this predicament lay with the Navy itself, however. Those events belong to the annals of the past. The Navy had made numerous attempts to negotiate with Covinas, yet all yielded unsatisfactory results. He had never contemplated dialogue. Any encounter would inevitably result in conflict. Reflecting on the information he had gathered regarding several notorious pirate crews that sought to subvert the world, Nanfeng's demeanor darkened, his gaze occasionally drifting towards the exuberant Chitian. According to the intelligence provided by Smoker, among the 8 pirate crews, 3 had already revealed their possession of holy-type devil fruit abilities: Chitian, Rose, and Ekrol. Nanfeng's somber expression stemmed from these 3 individuals, all of whom had undergone notable transformations after consuming their respective holy-type devil fruits. Their personalities had shifted significantly, while Chitian had merely grown increasingly playful and combative, attributes inherent to monkeys. Rose had become ruthless, her methods excessively cruel despite targeting only the nobility. As the spider goddess, she epitomized both cruelty and capriciousness, excelling in employing various vile and merciless tactics in battle, rendering her exceedingly malevolent. Ekril, on the other hand, had developed a bloodthirsty disposition, willing to employ any means necessary to attain power, fully inheriting the Reaper's murderous intent. Gazing upon the profiles of these three, Nanfeng sensed that the holy type devil fruits not only bestowed power, but could also alter the personalities of those with impure hearts. Chapter 80. A meeting that shocked the world. On the streets of Area 30 in Sabaody Archipelago, a middle-aged man clutched a newspaper, his hands trembling uncontrollably, his eyes wide with disbelief. How is this possible? What does he intend to do? Is he going to destroy Sabaody Archipelago? A demon, he is a demon. With a terrified shout, all eyes turned to him, his alarm successfully capturing the attention of everyone on the street. Hey, buddy, what's wrong? What does the paper say? A young man approached, patting him on the shoulder and inquiring amiably. The middle-aged man, still shaking, handed the newspaper to the youth, while others holding newspapers curiously opened them as well, leading to a collective gasp echoing through the street. What is happening? What does he intend to do? Good heavens! Where is the Navy? Are they not intervening? Flee, quickly, escape from Sabaody Archipelago. It is about to be annihilated. In various locales across the Sabaody Archipelago, taverns, restaurants, and bustling streets are host to such spectacles. The newsprint incites fear among the populace, and the entire world is rendered astounded by a single piece of information. Even the Navy and the five elders find themselves unable to fathom it. A young man receives the newspaper handed to him by a middle-aged individual, and his gaze is immediately drawn to the colossal headline that proclaims a world-shattering meeting, heralding a generation in upheaval. After reading the content below, the youth found his legs trembling, and the newspaper he held slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. The paper featured a photograph of Nanfeng, and the text was staggering. It essentially conveyed that the young pirate captain Nanfeng invited the generation that will overturn the world to a gathering in the central area of Zone 1 tomorrow night, hoping that the leaders of the 8 pirate crews would attend the banquet. In a closing remark, it even included Nanfeng's own words, urging everyone to come, but suggesting that if they were afraid, they could simply decline. Inside a tavern on the Sabaody Archipelago, members of the young pirate crew were gathered alongside Roman and others. While facing them sat Mihawk. In his hands, he held the same newspaper, his expression filled with bitterness as he regarded Nanfeng. Mihawk shook his head and chuckled. You really know how to stir up trouble. Aren't you afraid of attracting the attention of the world government? Moreover, your actions are bound to complicate matters for the Navy. What does it matter? Nanfeng replied nonchalantly while shaking his glass. The world government is currently preoccupied with handling Navy affairs, and as for the Navy, I couldn't care less. This is their mission, and they are responsible for the consequences. Are you certain this isn't an act of retaliation against the Navy? Mihawk questioned, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Of course not. How could I be so petty? I wouldn't quibble with them over such trivial matters. Nanfeng took a sip of his drink, his demeanor seemingly sincere. In the Navy's conference room, Qinglu stared at the newspaper in his hands, veins bulging on his forehead as he gritted his teeth. Suddenly, he slammed his fist on the table and stood up furiously. Damn Nanfeng. This is blatant revenge. Had I known, I wouldn't have let him handle this matter. Come now. Don't be angry. He's quite an amusing kid, isn't he? Someone intervened with a smile, attempting to lighten the atmosphere. Although his eyes were obscured, his observation hockey was at its peak. KB and others snickered on the side, having not anticipated that Nanfeng would resort to such a tactic. This was sheer vengeance against the Navy for assigning him this task, without any benefits. In truth, Smoker had simply forgotten to discuss the compensation with Nanfeng. But no one expected him to take such a bold approach. Now, Smoker was filled with regret, lamenting how he could have overlooked the issue of remuneration, resulting in the current chaos. I've made up my mind. The originally planned compensation is off the table. That damned kid, how dare he pull this on me? Qinglu vented in anger, feeling helpless about the mess before him. I believe we can disperse the residents of Zone 1 and encircle it on that day. That way, no one will know what transpires inside. We can merely claim we're negotiating with the pirates and forbid any conflict on the Sabaody Archipelago, KB suggested hastily, recognizing the potential fallout if the situation wasn't handled properly. I concur. As long as no one knows what happens inside, everything will be manageable, Qinglu agreed, exhausted. Let's proceed with that plan. I don't wish to say more. My heart is weary. How did I ever choose to collaborate with such a person? He waved his hand, signaling the meeting's conclusion, clearly troubled by Nanfeng's actions. Damn it, he's too arrogant. This is direct provocation against the world government, a blatant challenge. I swear I will eliminate him. In a room in Mariehua, Hirano Masato slammed his hand on the table, infuriated by the news on the newspaper. That individual named Nanfeng was utterly despicable. Even Noda Keiichi of the Zengu team wore a grim expression, equally incensed by Nanfeng's behavior, which completely disregarded the world government and the Gorosei. It is essential to note that the Sabaody archipelago lies beneath the red line, while Mariehua is situated atop it. In such a context, Nanfeng dared to summon the so-called generation that will overturn the world to gather on the Sabaody archipelago, which was a blatant affront to it. Forget about them. This is a critical moment for us to deal with the Navy. We cannot afford any mishaps. Once we resolve the Navy issue, Nanfeng will learn what true elite power of the world government entails. Indeed, let them have their moment of pride. We must not allow any missteps at this pivotal juncture. In a tavern on the Sabaody archipelago, the Round Table Knights pirate crew was seated around a massive round table, with a newspaper spread out before them, surrounding them. Patrons in the tavern were keenly observing. The generation that would overturn the world naturally drew attention, and Nanfeng's invitation only heightened their visibility, making it an easy topic for discussion. As the leader of the Round Table Knights pirate crew, Lancelot was undoubtedly the center of attention. Everyone, share your thoughts. Nanfeng has extended an invitation. Should we attend? I believe we should go. Firstly, because of Nanfeng's last remark, we cannot allow Arthur's reputation to diminish. Secondly, we might gather some intelligence at the banquet, perhaps even clues about the sword and the stone. I agree. We should definitely attend. Let's go. Since we've been invited, we ought to check it out. Ultimately, Lancelot made the decision. In truth, he was quite curious about Nanfeng and eager to discover what kind of person he truly was. In Zone 1 of the Sabaody archipelago, the future sharpshooter Ode looked at the newspaper in his hand, a smile creeping onto his lips. Captain, should we go? The Navy might have an ambush set up there. What are you afraid of? Do you want them to think our future pirate crew is a bunch of cowards? Exactly. Though we keep a low profile, we must not allow them to perceive us as timid. Let us go, Captain. Right. Captain. Haven't you always wanted to see what kind of person Nanfeng is? Let's go take a look. Observing his enthusiastic crew, Ode